Hello, everyone, and welcome back to day 2 of the Road to the International, the SCA closed qualifiers. Thanks for tuning in with us, Seek and Strike and Winter, bringing you the action here as we get started with our second day of, I think, 5 or 6 don't we have here today, Winter. Today, we're going to jump into the lower bracket and finally see the open qualifier teams, but we're also going to actually see some eliminated teams. Winter, do you like the elimination stages of the tournaments? How does it make you feel when we get to this lower bracket portion?
Everybody just wants to see some drama, right? In the lower bracket, some favorites getting eliminated, some surprises. Some of the open qualifier teams, they are gonna have a bit of a challenge, for the other teams. I think especially TNC, in my opinion, they're gonna be the dark horse here in the lower bracket. They are probably the strongest team here among all the open qualifier teams, and I would expect them to give the other teams a run for their money.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. We saw yesterday our matches that we got to cover: Winter, Aurora, Manta, and then Bleed Neon. A quick summary of those games, if you would, Winter, for those who missed it.
I guess the Aurora Manta series is what you would call a business-like day for them. Just another day at the office. Pretty straightforward. Not much Manta Esport could do to threaten them. They're very clearly not at their level. And the second game, Neon against Bleed Esport, it was a 2-0, but it was not a simple affair. Neon definitely had their chances. Bleed kind of threw some of the chances as well, back and forth. But at the end of the day, they were able to close it up.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, and even the latter half of the day with Mike and John having more 2-0s, as we could see Execration hot after winning their RES number 3. They take down Blacklist Rivalry 2-0. And then finally, it was Makoto PogChamp back to Talon, of course, on a different team, right? Or a different stack of players on that Talon, but still back in form as Talon 2-0 Salvation Gaming as well. Today, we are going to follow Salvation Gaming and Prism and Neon into the lower bracket for our first round of elimination matches, as you can now see from our schedule. Manta, like you said, they received the business from Aurora yesterday. They're taking on former Team Tough and runners-up of the RES series, that is Prism Esports. So they are formerly Team Tough, which means they have Bob the mid laner, which means, Winter, we can expect a lot of alt chat and banter. Quick note, Prism, they are the top seed from the first open qualifiers, but they had a pretty easy bracket, I would have to say. They didn't have to face off versus any of the other teams really here. So I'm really curious as to where their power level stands. Next up, Neon versus IHC. Neon, like you said, not such a straightforward series for them. We'll see what they can bring against the Mongolian powerhouse, IHC Esports, who are starting in that lower bracket as well. Then in the latter half of the day, Blacklist Rivalry versus TNC Predator, a rematch from the Riyadh Masters close qualifiers, where Blacklist actually had the 2-0 and then ended up qualifying to the main event. So maybe the most shocking lower bracket team this far, but Blacklist also made the lower bracket run in Riyadh. We'll see if they can do it again. Finally, Salvation versus Yangon Galacticos, his team Myanmar versus our Salvation Gaming team, which was, they were directly invited, but they were also a bottom of their group in the most recent relog series as well. So we'll see how they can do here, but that is going to be our first round of elimination matches. Winter focusing on our first match, which is a Manta versus Prism. I think we've casted a bit of Team Tough, haven't we, previously during some qualifiers? They are very much a qualifier team, as in they show up to a lot of the qualifiers. They usually can get through the opens, but struggle to get past top 5 and 6 in closed qualifiers. Manta as well, right? A little bit newer here for them. I mean, what are your expectations heading into this series?
It's going to be tough to say, though. I feel like it could be like some topsy-turvy game, a lot of back and forth, because both teams they don't really have a good foundation, I would say, as a team. You see them making a lot of like random moves, which kind of just is based on intuition. And I think a lot of the teams that play like how they play in pubs are like that. And usually when it comes to matchups like this, the drafts are going to matter a lot more. And whoever gets like a better day, today I drank more coffee than you, I have more caffeine in my system, so I click my buttons better today in the team fight, so I win.
I mean, if that's all it takes, sometimes you just need that little bit of extra shot of espresso when the barista asks you if you want it extra strong. Winter always goes, yes, I am playing with Team Animals for TI9 qualifiers. And then he goes, actually, I don't need the caffeine. And then you lose to reality. I'm sorry, Winter. I was just doing so much research on you before we started this event.
Thanks for caring about me.
Of course. You need to make sure, you know, when you're doing some friendly ribbon that you've got the facts straight here. I mean, I would agree, though. I think kind of speaking on how a lot of these teams play, you know, when they do reach this level. Any experience, Winter, with Wonder Boy or Lloyd, the two Malaysians on Salvation Gaming? Is this the first time we're getting to see them?
I mean, they've been playing a lot of the LANs in Malaysia. Not sure if you managed to watch some of it. They've been playing for some time, especially Lloyd. I think he's been like around for 5-6 years. He's been just trying to grind, just trying to make it out. He got some chances, like he went to China, but just all the teams that he's been to didn't really do well enough for him to make a breakout. And now he's here, you know, still going strong, you know. Gotta give respect to the guy for not giving up.
Yeah, certainly. And we'll see what they try and bring. You know, again, having to face off versus Talon in the first round is certainly no easy opponent. Again, this team just before only found one win in their opening series versus IHC in the Relog series. After then, they have been on, what is this, a 9-game losing streak. So it'd be really nice to try and turn that around here in game 1 in your lower bracket run. As we are about to get started. What do we have here for our priority? Manta Esports won the toss, and they chose first pick. Prism going with Radiant. I think no surprise there, really, as we are just about to get started here, folks, with our draft, so do stay tuned for that shortly. But Winter, what I wanted to talk to you about was what are you feeling better about right now in this day and age? Radiant, Dire? It seems like most teams end up preferring Radiant. I'm wondering if you have any ideas why that is.
Dire, I prefer Dire. Radiant, I think if you choose Radiant, it's mostly about the rush at night, 15 minutes to 20 minutes, because you have it on the top side. It's going to be a night rush, and it's natural for the Radiant team to, you know, walk towards the top side of the map. You kill the off lane tier 1, I mean the Dire safe lane tier 1 tower, you open that part of the jungle, and then you have access to Roshan. And I think it's especially important to plan your draft around which side you're on at this level. For example, if you're planning to get the Rosh early, then obviously you are going to be thinking about Ursa, TA, heroes that buy Desolator, heroes that can help you do Rosh so you can abuse it. Avenge, for example, Weaver. Not going to see a Weaver, but yeah, you get the point.
Nope. Here's our first draft now on your screens, as we can go ahead and start talking about what we can expect throughout the day. We have a little bit more information to pull from now after only 8 games, so the minimum amount of games that we could have had yesterday is the data that we are starting with in these SCA qualifiers. I didn't really get to watch much of the European games, but I saw a bunch of the threads. Of course, the Enigma fans, they love posting. And
I watched one of the games there.
Oh yeah. Any fun heroes that you're seeing? I heard about a Pudge. Am I hearing that right?
Yeah. But, you know, let's just not go into the details. If we go into the details, then it's going to be a long chat about it. And right now we have a draft. There's not going to be a Phoenix. There's no Witch Doctor. Witch Doctor, I know. Your favorite hero. You've been waiting to see this hero get past the ban phase yesterday and today. So unfortunately, no WD for you. No doctors for you. Voodoo Festeration. Please get that out.
Agree.
What?
No Gree for us. When you don't remember the Gree? Dude, come on. It's the best part of the hero. Yeah, just taking
you
a
keep
look.
it, what? You keep it till minute 40?
Yeah, usually the only thing I'll swap it out for is for the oh god, what's the tier 5 meteor hammer upgrade? I forget so many times.
Fallen Sky,
yes. Because then I Fallen Sky into my enemies and use my shard.
I always use it when I'm about to finish an important item. Like say I'm about to join a team fight, I need like a couple of 100 gold more to finish an item. I'll just use it and go to the team fight. So I don't get to keep it to minute 40 like you.
I see. Well, skill issue is what I would say there, Winter. And taking a look at how our bans are shaping up compared to yesterday, very, very similar. A lot of the same heroes repeated here. Storm, we actually have, what is this, 5-6 heroes here? Let me put on my glasses. 6 heroes with a 100% pick and contest rate. Are they all contested in this first phase? Not quite. The DK and the Clockwork are the only two heroes that haven't shown up yet, and the Clockwork's the only hero that has yet to be played in these quals, Winter. Wait, that can't be right. We saw Clockwork
Wait,
versus
excuse
Rubik
me.
yesterday.
You say that again? What did you say? What did you just say? Clockwork has not been played?
Yeah, he's been played once.
Once?
I see. Uh-huh. Well, he's
That
been
doesn't
banned.
sound
He's been
right.
banned 7 times.
Okay, that sounds right.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what 100% contest rate means. It doesn't mean pick rate, Winter. Come on now. I mean, you got SF, who is 100% banned right now, who is not banned so far in this draft.
Yeah, everyone in SEA, you know, the mid players here, you know what they like to do? Style. Style on their opponents. And guess what? What does SF do? Tell me, Richie. What does SF do in the game? He dances in front of you and he kills you.
Oh, I was going to say Nevermore. All right, there's the DK.
That
Yeah,
was
okay,
actually
so-
the best one. You can't use the best one at the start of the day, you know. You have to keep it, you know, let it simmer.
Yeah, we'll see if he ends up coming back. The problem is the hero's so good now that you can't really even say that, but I digress. We'll see if we end up getting the hero before we jump into that.
I want to see Clock and SF together.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get to here is that Winter, for whatever reason, here it is. So there's the Clockwork. He continues his 100% contest rate. This is the second Clockwork of now 9 games that we've had in these SEA quals. However, a dark omen, as any team who has ever drafted or banned Clockwork has lost. He has a 100% contest rate, but if you ban him, if you're one of the 8 teams that banned him, you lost the game. If you're one of the 1 teams that picked him before, you also lost that game.
So Clockwork has a 100% loss rate regardless of pick and ban.
That's correct. Yeah, it's really interesting. Yeah, I've never seen this before. I've literally never seen this before. Anyway, out comes the Enigma. Just a little aberration in the stats. I'm sure it'll get normalized soon enough. But that's why I was so confused why this win rate was 0.
Like what we always say, right, Richie? A bigger sample means a better sample.
That's true.
Just have to wait for the games to happen, to go on, and then you get a more accurate percentage.
That is true.
Yeah.
I mean, look, here's another inaccurate percentage that is also kind of funny. Opposite of Clockwork, any team that's banned Templar Assassin has always won the game. So Prism, they're
find
in.
all these stats. Why are you checking for these weird and irrelevant stats?
It's not irrelevant. What do you mean? They
But it
banned
is.
the
Like,
TA.
if you're preparing,
Clock.
if you're preparing for the draft, you don't go look at, oh, if I ban this hero, I have a 100% loss rate. You know.
Oh, just spins a little bit of a storyline. The Clockwork curse, the Keen Folk curse. The TA blessing. We'll see, Winter. How do you feel about this Enigma pick right now? What do you think this is? He going to be the aura carrying Enigma like we saw Jabs yesterday?
Yeah, offlane / support. I think this hero is good as a support as well. You just kind of, how do you put this? You just buy all the rubbish items that none of the core wants to buy because it's mandatory to get Mag Pipe, all these team items right now because they're just good. And Enigma is like the perfect support to do it. Say you open a draft with Enigma and you see the enemy picking all the counters in the world for it. Then you just pop it on the support position. He does well in the lane with Malefice and the conversions. Secures your carries lane, and then after that, guess what? He's off to the jungle, farming his Mag. He shows up to a team fight, click Mag, carry survives, carries happy. You win the team fight, you win the game.
Yep. You tank a spell usually if you just force a
You
black hole or
tank?
something like
No,
that.
you don't tank. Come on. Enigma does not go in front and tank a spell.
Okay, but what I mean by that is, if there's an Enigma black hole, and usually you've drafted something to deal with it, which is why he's been, delegated to a support.
I mean,
But,
wouldn't you say Clockwork is already going to deal with it?
Yeah, ideally. But isn't it kind of nice that, oh, maybe I can pick a Windrunner because probably Clockwork is going to have to save Hook for the Enigma.
Oops. Please don't be my team's drafter.
Oops. All right, how about this? What if we went with Omni Knights, Winter? Omni Knights. There's the SF band, by the way. I was wondering if we were actually going to get to see that, but no dice, no souls from level 1 with the big cogs.
Yeah, SF Clockwork used to be such a thing back in the day. 3 heroes walking from the fountain to the mid lane, just killing the cogs. You need 2 people to do it for you.
Was it 8 or 9 damage, right? We've seen, I believe.
Yeah, and you have to always say, clock, start 12 o'clock. Hit the 12 o'clock one first, then you'll be walking from the base to the tower together.
Willow's coming through, so another strong position 4. We have banned the Storm already, so is this just player preference, just wanting a strong lane?
I think Willow's just a good hero right now. She just offers you a lot. Good laner, good team fight. Once you get healed, you have catch. Very good against the Clockwork. Because why do you want to hook into all those brambles, right? You just can't. So it's pretty difficult for Clock to team fight into Dark Willow. You have to kind of... usually when I'm playing into Dark Willow as Clock, Spiritbreaker, or these type of heroes, I'll be trying to find a very different angle to attack into the team fight. Or at least for SBU, you have to buy BKB. But Clockwork, you kind of don't want to get BKB. So you just have to figure out how you have to enter the team fight by bypassing the brambles. The brambles are just way too annoying. Like, seriously, way too annoying.
You have, excuse me, a couple more illusions to help tank those as well, now at least with the CK.
Wait, Gyro, CK?
And Gyro, yeah. So is Gyro support, right? Gyro 5, Gyro 4 with CK carry, I presume.
What if it's CK off lane and Gyro carry?
I don't think we're going to see CK off. I think CK off was a remnant of Chaos Strike having a reliable 4-second cooldown like Mortal Strike.
CK is just too strong of a carry right now. It just feels that way. I'm not sure if it's the case, but it does feel really, really powerful as a carry.
It'll be the Bob Ember, by the way. That's exciting for Prism.
It's trusted Ember, right? When you have your backs against the wall, you need a win. You should show up with his Ember.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you have Dark Willow plus Enigma as your support duo, I guess Ember feels like the type of hero you want in the mid lane. Because Dark Willow and Enigma, they don't really have the best initiation in the early game skirmish. So Ember kind of has a lot of small spells to catch people with the Searing Chains and Start of Fist. So it helps your Willow and Enigma.
Here's some more padding to the initiation with the Slardar. Can still be played as a carry these days, Winter, or how do you feel about this hero right now?
It's Enigma pos 5 now with Slardar below lane. You only play him as a carry in very, very specific games that only Richie plays. You know, other players, they don't play Slardar.
I don't play carry, by the way. It's too much farm.
I know. I mean, in your, I'm just trying to say in your games. It only happens in your games. Yeah.
Sure, it's because I'm in the draft being like, hey guys, welcome to the game. And they say, shut up, bro. And I say, let's go Slardar carry. And then they say, okay. Oh, probably not Avenge carry. I wish it were Avenge carry, but here is another cancel and a counter to the Enigma Black Hole.
Yeah, Avenge is pretty good against Slardar, I feel. You have a lot of stats, you have a lot of armor. And in the team fights, Slardar's main thing is you go in, you run away. Go in, out, in, out, in, out. And against Venge with the swap, it's very difficult for you to do that. So once you go in, you're probably going to die against Bench. And the lane is going to be, what is this? So if it's a Bench off lane with Clockwork pos 4, that's a pretty formidable lane. Then you have Chaos Knight plus Gyro, which is also a formidable lane against if the Enigma goes there. But I think the Enigma is going to be a pos 5. You kind of want to dodge the Gyro's lane if you're Enigma. Don't want the flat cannon to kill your stuff.
Don't want him to kill your stuff.
Okay, your summons, your conversions, okay?
Yeah.
Your army.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. That is a pretty powerful counter. You gotta do a lot of micro. Sometimes you see Beastmaster players get sweaty and hide them behind trees. Wait,
how do you micro against the flat cannon? Unless you're not right clicking anything with your...
It's fog. You have to play with fog and know the cooldowns. It's tough. It's tough, but doable. You just have to watch some 33 replays, and then you'll see.
Yeah, but what if the Gyro's teammate just runs up and gives vision? You know, then there's nothing you can do.
Well, then hopefully your core is going to do something in the lane as well to help you at that stage, because they should be out of position at that point. But, you know, that's also a little bit of a pipe dream, isn't it?
Yeah, okay. So let's see. What's the mid hero? Earth Spirit against Ember. So the brothers are back in the meta, yeah? Ariel, it's Earth Spirit, Ember Spirit, Storm Spirit, Void Spirit, Vengeful Spirit,
Team Spirit,
Spirit Breaker. Oh my god, it is the Spirit meta.
10 seconds remaining.
Alright, carry against CK. You need a... is it Terrorblade? Is Terrorblade banned? Terrorblade high armor.
423 is currently geomagnetic gripping his camera as he gets ready.
Wow, nice one. That totally trumps Nevermore.
Oh, there he goes. Oh, goodness. That's a good spot. An even better spot. Oh, no, he just turned off his camera.
Okay, I think Witch Doctor is definitely not your most played hero. Earth Spirit is your most played hero. You
it's
know
Witch
every
Doctor.
single line.
You know, I do really like both of the heroes. Oh, there it is. Hold on. An even better spot. Sometimes he just goes, when he puts down a golem. Not a golem, a revenant. I'm sorry, I got distracted. We didn't talk about this last pick at all. Usually I really like letting you loose for the last pick. Tell me about why this Monkey King pick is coming through. It's a hero we're starting to see a little bit more out from C. Saw it yesterday as well.
I'm not sure. It must be something to do with the matchup against Chaos Knight. Okay, in the ring you have high armor, right? That's a bit like what I suggested before, the Terrorblade, you have high armor to fight into the Venge and CK. I think with the Terrorblade, it's also good with the reflection because when you do it on the Venge, you get her aura. But with Monkey King, it's more like you're just trying to play with the Slaughter. A very fast game. Corrosive Haze, you jump around, you kill people, you get your Jingle stacks, and people disappear. With Terrorblade, it's more like you're playing a more scaling late game type of match. But Team Prism, they're not interested at all, you know, playing a slow game. They're just gonna try to barge into your jungle, Monkey King jumping around, the Fishman is leading, crushing, Corrosive Haze, and the monkey's gonna kill everything. But I don't think it'll be that straightforward because you have Earth Spirit, Clockwork, you have Venge, all these heroes can bring the monkey out of the tree and you can kill him.
That's true. Break his tree, kind of looks to set up vision, a silence.
You know
through the
what?
tree.
I'm waiting for a Treant Protector and a Monkey King to be on the same thing because now you can plant a tree with Treant. The Monkey King jumps on.
Yeah, as like a little bit of a great escape, right?
I just like telling him to come to my tree, and then I have a Quelling Blade on Treant Protector ready to cut him down and to grieve him.
Could be. Oh, okay. I see. You're gonna do it to, you're the kind of guy who shows up to team building classes, and you're like, come on, do the trust fall, and then you're like, oh no, I'm so sorry, Mushi, you fell on the ground. Oh no, how could this happen?
Ow. Why do you have to bring up my my sad memories, you know? Getting yelled at. Yeah, he would actually, I would never forget him telling me not to move and to just die there, you know, to hang the arrow. Pretty sure I told you that story, right?
I think you did. I think
like
you did.
in the middle of a screamer or official, I don't remember which one. So he just told me to stand there. We see a Mirana shooting an arrow. He just told me to stand, you know, don't move. I'm like, what the hell? My brain just lagged, you know. Why am I supposed to not move and get hit by the arrow? And he just wanted me to bait, but he couldn't say so many words in 1 second, so he just told me not to move. And needless to say, I died.
Sometimes he sounds a little bit like Eternal Envy, which is just so funny. Just the shot calls and stuff.
No, that is just one of the few things that he's done that I have totally no idea what's happening. There's one more incident where we were taking the Roche, and the Observer Ward sees the enemy coming over, and he tells us to stop hitting the Roche when the Roche was 5% HP. He wanted to bait them in and then finish the Roche and kill them.
he wanted a more dramatic Roche take. I see.
Like everyone was like, huh? Stop Roche? But we are about to kill it and they're coming. And again, you know, needless to say, everybody has to respect the general's commands.
Of
so
course.
we did it.
Of course.
You know,
did you end up winning
in a
fight?
war? Yeah, in a war, if you don't respect the general's commands, you get sent to disciplinary action.
The battle begins.
Yeah, maybe he was right all along, Winter, and we'll see if any lessons to learn. Yeah, it sounds like you've got a lot of fun teammates that tell you to tank arrows. You've got teammates who refuse to kill enemy heroes because they have nice skins. I mean, truly the Wild West of C Dota. That's a little bit of a sneaky move from Grims. Tsukimoto, all right, nice job here on the Bramble Maze, but Grims, he's got this afterburner. Yeah, you might have had to TP here. Another rocket barrage at the ready. And I think he's gonna get this kill. A ringer on the Rosie. No, not quite enough. Grims is
What he's
timing
going for? This
the
guy's crazy.
tower. He gets the kill. And then he's gonna deny himself, quote unquote, to the tier 1. All right. Well,
Okay,
welcome
Wolf.
to the SCA qualifiers, folks. There's no better way to characterize them.
Wolf question mark?
It doesn't look like it, because Gohan's kind of got his ass beat in this first creep wave.
A first bird is a first bird. Gyro's gonna have boots. You're gonna see the boots come into play. Like, of all the supports to get an early boot on, Gyro is one of the better ones.
That is true. That is true. We'll see if that comes in handy for him. Our third Earth Spirit game of the tournament, by the way. As we're... Oh, nice cog action down bottom. As Eris is getting to work versus Carlos, position 5 Enigma. They've got, of course, the 4-2-3 Monkey King taking CS in this lane. Oh, back into the cog jail he goes, Carlo. See if he can avoid any. Well, you know, he's still going to die, actually. He just got pulled into the cogs and killed 4-2-3, though. Gets level 2, has Jingu Mastery now, able to get in a little bit of harass. Eris without the battery assault here, can't really do much about it. Okay, this is a messy death, unfortunately, there for the Enigma. Kind of just walked back into cog range.
Yeah, that was a pretty bad death. Didn't really achieve anything for the Monkey King. Kind of just fed away a kill for no reason, and just out of position, not respecting the fact that Avenge Call is a very powerful lane, kill lane. Avenge is just a very, very strong hero right now. I think off lane kind of feels good for the hero. I've seen like some teams run it carry, but I do feel like off lane is probably the more suitable habitat for this hero. Because you're always in the line of fire, right? You're swapping in, you're dying, so it's better that it's not the carry.
I would agree with that. And then you come back and
You know
do more
what's
damage.
even better, Richie? If you have a support out on your team.
Support Alk for your, what, for that chemical rage
Venge,
potion?
for the Venge. He buys you the Aghanims, then you buy Manta and you have Manta Aghanims at minute 15.
And then you're basically a core. I see. Some of Mushi's ideas have clearly
That was
woven
not
their
his
way into your
idea,
foundation.
dude. We had no elk feeding Aghanims back then. Come on, bro.
Monkey King jumping onto Eris, who has battery assault, so is otherwise going to be fine. Does pull away these Radiant heroes from the lane for a bit. Looking mid, Bob and Kui kind of getting walked down here. Another sleight of fist in a few more seconds. Kui, he's got a boulder smash and rolling boulder now coming off cooldown. He should actually, I don't know if he's fine. No mana. Eris looking to connect. Oh, it's his ally. Okay, he's okay. He's okay. Even
Guess what he
takes
needs,
the,
Richie?
his health.
Guess what he needs? Tell me what he needs. He needs
He
a
needs
support to die.
experience. He
He
needs
needs a support to
experience.
die on the side lanes to refill his bottle now.
Well, now would be a good time for Grims to dive a tier 1 tower. He just hit level 3 up top lane and has the second point in Rocket Barrage. He's wasting no time in putting that to use. Ooh, nice dodge here as well, but we are actually going to get some action. Tsukimoto can hide out in the Dark Realm, so he should be fine from any further harass. Grims actually almost taking the death there on cue. But you do at least have the clockwork rotating, so Eris will steal away the bottom water rune from Bob, who has yet to all chat this game.
Nice
They kick
play.
him under the tower here, stun him up, but Bob's too tanky. Bob does get pushed back by the cogs, out of mana, killed off, as Eris at least will be able to collect his life, but Kui is going to be the one to lose his life first, and now he is a full level behind the Ember Spirit. Back down bottom, 4-2-3, noticing that the clockwork is mid. They make a play now for the Vengeful Spirit. Kimizu trying to turn around. Yeah, could barely get off the wave of terror before he's killed.
Wow, I can't believe the crowd actually didn't even attempt to TP to try and save the bench. That's how you know they are not brothers. I mean, even if it looks grim, I would at least try, you know, if he's my brother.
They are not brothers. They have no familial tie. Dude, they do not share a father and a mother. Unlucky. Well, now he's going to TP back into the lane. And make sure that
Can you
Kimizu
imagine
at
if
least-
you have Earth Spirit, Storm Spirit, Ember Spirit on the same team, you get to make jokes about brothers?
What about Void Spirit? Why do you forget about him?
Because he's in the void.
Nice cog action here. Eris does only have level 1 cogs to save it a skill point. I don't really think anything's going to save him from this amount of damage, though. Kimizu might not be out of this one either, to be honest. There's another Primal Spring ready to go. Yeah, and they are going to make a play here. Malefice in 4 seconds. Kimizu turns with the magic missile to hold up 4-2-3 a bit longer. Okay, we're diving. Are we 4-2-3? No, not quite. Certainly thought about it, but tier 2 towers do like 100% more damage than tier 1, so that would have been a bold
top
move.
lane, Slaughter trying to go in. This is what we come to love in SCA, right? The laning phase is not about killing creeps, it's about killing heroes.
Yeah, little high five there between them as well.
Oh, what? Do you see that, Cox?
I didn't.
Dude, he
no.
was on the high ground. He was on the high ground, and then he got put in a low
Oh,
ground.
he got pulled into the ravine. That's pretty
What?
nice.
And he didn't get hit by the Cox? So that was so weird.
Yeah, you usually don't get hit by cogs when you get pulled in.
Like, seriously? When you get pulled in?
With the expanded armature, yeah. You don't get pulled in. You only get pulled in, and you usually don't get.
What are the
back.
odds, Richie? I'm sure you know the odds.
Never tell me the odds, Winter. Eris fighting now versus Carlo. Kind of losing this engagement though because of the Eidolons. Couldn't clear enough of them, and Bob securing this first power rune. He's gonna just drive by. He's just gonna look at kind of a spectacle and then return to the mid lane. He's done very well so far in this mid. You can see the Earth Spirit unable to match the rotational energy that he's bringing. Right now, Grims though, he needs a little bit of energy, but he has it because he's got this afterburner. So honestly, even Seimei cannot keep up with him. Even with leg day, he can't keep up.
Leg day confirmed no match for. What's the thing?
Afterburner? I mean, I would agree, right? Hold on. 4-2-3. He's going to rotate into this top lane. Now that they've bullied away the support, they're going to try and look for a kill onto the CK. Those are some decent cogs, but it's going to do nothing to save the Chaos Knight now as Gohans has died. Another TP is coming. It's Grims returning to the lane. This looks like a little bit of a potentially choo-choo situation here. As the chain feed train. Oh, are they dead? Grims gets 1. 4-2-3, he's eager to fight into this. Level 3 Rocket Barrage, though, but does have a level 3 Jingu Mastery to go even, as they are still considering making this a fight now, Winter. You still have this Jingu Mastery. Grims going toe-to-toe, but needed to play there with the Vision in the Roche Pit, I believe. 4-2-3 is going to deny himself? Okay. And Seimei dies in the meantime to Gohans.
Classic, you know, 8-minute SCA game, people dying to towers, people dying to Roshan, people dying to each other. What else do we need? Do we need people dying to creeps?
Yeah, that's what we're missing. That was almost really good by the Gyro. He just needed to play on the lip of the Roche Pit, you know, play with the Vision there, and I think he has him.
Yeah, this is why this is one of the better supports to get a first bird and boots early on. You get to do a lot. You gotta have fun, you know. 8 minutes in, level 5. Pretty good.
Yeah, seriously. 200 DPS Rocket Barrage and an AoE around you. Not bad at all. Eris, he could use a little bit of that damage now. He is getting ran down, and Bob with the DD rune. Confidence as ever to dive the tower. Grims this time, he doesn't... Well, he'll try. Remnants is going to secure the kill there as they turn back for Kimizu, who's actually fairly tanky, but again, it's just not really going to be able to last versus these two cores diving his tier 1 tower. He will drop his 4-2-3, does commit the Wukong's command to secure the kill.
I mean, at the end of the day, you're playing into Monkey King. This is the type of game the Monkey wants to play. You know, he's really fast in the early game. So, what Dire team needs to do is to stabilize the game. Now they need to slow down the game and just wait for the CK. The CK hasn't really been participating yet. Once you get the armlet on CK, CK is gonna come to the fights.
And neither is Earth Spirit, really, but they're going to try and change that now as they encircle the Slardar. Leg day against Cogs is not going to do you any good here, Seimei, unless the Clockwork, of course, builds you a path of exits. It's okay, though. Kui had him there, and is going to get involved in a pretty nice kill there, opening up a little bit more space for the CK. That's exactly what they needed, Winter, because I was about to say, this feels like the kind of game Earth Spirits kind of enjoy as well. These kind of very busy, active games where you can rotate and just do tons of damage.
Is he enjoying the kicking competition with Clockwork? Like, who is the better kicker?
He's not. Honestly, he's not. He's really coming off worse for wear. The Enigma has just as much CS as him. Net worth is slightly better, at least there, for the Earth Spirit, as he attempts to try and defend his tier 1 tower, but you can just see how tricky this situation is. He's going to ignore the Ember Spirits as, that was a swap and a half. That did not... Oh, well, it was fine. It killed Carlo, though. Kui looking for another stun here. Is at least going to be able to pull back the Dark Willow. That's a nice kill there.
That's a very nice
sleight
move.
Of fist attacks.
It's a very nice move by us. He definitely knows how to make some free kicks.
Yeah, definitely.
That was a fancy way of setting up the kill on the Dark Wheeler. Very fancy. 10 points.
It had to be done, otherwise she gets off the Shadow Realm, and you don't know where the fight goes from there.
Yeah, I think it didn't proc the power cogs, right? When he kicked the Wheeler into, like, she just got past it.
Yeah,
Or was it
didn't
not?
look like it. Bob has secured every single rune, I'm pretty sure. He's at a haste, he's at a regen, and a double damage. So he has had a lot of these action runes early on. I guess really only missing is what, Invis. Arcane's pretty good for him too, isn't it? The shield rune's pretty nice. So he's going to get a little bit of his mana burn. How many points in cogs do we see in here? 2. Okay. Seems like you were right those weeks ago, Winters. They're going to hookshot in now, looking for Bob. Both stuns are going to fail to connect, however. I think to execute on that, you probably need the Earth Spirit to roll in first and land the silence.
Or the
you
bench to
could
go
just
in
land the
first.
stun. That goes perfectly well. Yeah, it's just that easy, honestly. Just magic missile the Ember.
Sometimes Dota is just that easy, right? Just stun and kill.
Point and click. It's like Counter-Strike. You know, we're no different. You know, they click on heads, we just click on heroes.
Hey,
Careful
if
here,
you-
Grims.
Oh,
He's
you
in
have to
some
run.
danger.
Nope.
Yeah, he's just gonna die
Rocket Barrage after burner is not gonna help you. But if you want to play Counter-Strike, all you need to do is just play Sentinel and pick the facet. It's
Oh
called
yes, that's
Counter-Strike.
true. That's right. That's right. I forgot that they've called that Counter-Strike. Very, very good.
You clearly don't like it because you don't remember.
I don't have all the facet names memorized except for the really strong ones.
Oh,
And no
really?
one, no
Okay,
one
let
ends
me
up taking
let-
Counter-Strike. They
let me
always go
ask you.
horsepower.
Let me ask you one strong one. I'm pretty sure you don't know it.
Okay.
What is the Weaver's facet?
Scooter
slow.
step.
Oh damn, you're too good.
Okay, 4-2-3. He baited. He actually baited. He pretended to be a bounty rune, and Kui walked directly into the Wukong's command. No freaking way.
Give that man an Oscar, Richie.
Oh no. And Eris, he's gonna go down next as well. Oh no, that was a double kill for Bob. He collects both of the kills. Oh, yo, look at this. Prism Esports, they are running over them. Bob, so far, he's been very restrained. No all chatting for him. Oh, it's the Searing Chains. Bobby connects it. He finds his man. Grims is very speedy, though. I mean, holy moly, is he fast. But I don't think it's going to... Oh, okay, he is going to be fast enough there. Never mind.
He's gonna let him live. Out of mana on the Ember Spirit. Kimizu. Gotta run. Need to swap someone. Somebody. Come on, someone.
Oh, very good lockdown. Good stuns there. And a hookshot on cooldown means that Manta really couldn't offer much there. As Prism... I mean, I don't know. Manta, they're getting trades every now and then. So, you know, this game's not completely out of control for them by any means.
Don't
However...
worry, Richie. CK. Your hope is on CK if you're Manta.
Yeah, but it just feels like Prism are the ones kind of driving this cart right now.
Yeah, like, dude, you have a Monkey King carrier. The Monkey King is gonna want to jump around the trees and kill heroes at the moment. Just wait, relax. You know, the Chaos Knight is gonna come and it's gonna show him who's boss.
All right.
Show him
We
the
also
reality
need
of
a...
the situation.
I still think we need a little bit more of a boss Earth Spirit. I'm not going to lie. He's still the poorest score. He's behind his own offlaner. And he
Wisdom
needs
rune?
to get some of these items.
All right,
This-
Chaos Knight, are you coming to the fight?
Could be a
Wisdom
good
rune?
opening, though. Eris is dying to just minus armor and idle on auto attacks. There he goes. Look at the low commitment here. As the rolling boulder, it misses, allows Bob to steal the Wisdom Rune right in front of 4 enemy heroes. And in fact, they're confident now. Carlo's got Black Hole. He has a mechanism, 1,000 gold in the bank. There's another stun on a Kimizu as they consider maybe trying to continue diving, but will eventually let up the aggression.
Yeah, that was definitely very, very nice footwork there by Bob. I think he kind of knew that the Earth Spirit might be rolling in, so he like sidestepped even though he sees nothing. And Monkey King,
Uh-oh. He didn't. He walked into another stun. That's what you don't want to be doing.
he walked into or he jumped into it.
He jumped into it. Hook shot. That's a hero jumping in here as Air is trying to continue to lock down Bob, but can't move. Walks into another Bramble here, dying to the Eidolons yet again with all of this minus armor. Black Hole, it's a solo Black Hole here for the Earth Spirit. They don't have anything to cancel. There's going to be the Terrorize to follow suit as Seimei catching up, gets kicked back. Kui, he gets himself to safety, but they have vision on him, and well, the rest of Manta is not in fighting shape. Gohan's able to take down Bob alongside Kimizu, but now he's stuck inside all of these brambles, and Seimei finally on top of his man a second time, but walks into another stun. There's a Chaos Bolt, they don't need it. Kimizu is off to 2 kills here, as is Carlo as 4-2-3 returns to the fight to be able to mop up and take down Kimizu. Again, these fights, I don't know. I don't even know what to say. How do you break down these fights? They're so chaotic.
The side pressed the better buttons and they won. They got their spells off. Black Hole was used. I think the Magnetize was probably on cooldown in the initial fight, in the beginning of the fight. I feel like as long as they get their spells off, like a good Magnetize with a call down, they should have enough damage to kill the Monkey King and the Slaughter, Without BKBs, I don't think you should be able to run into this type of heroes.
I mean, even without the ultis, I suppose they do have Wukong's command, but even without the big ultis...
Dude, if you're doing magic damage to him, you don't care about the Wukong. If you're throwing your call down in, your Magnetize...
It's true.
I don't think they're that weak, Like, they lost the last 2 fights, but it's just not in position to cast your spells. I don't think they were ready. If they're ready, everybody is at the same spot. You start with the Earth Spirit roll or the hook shot. I feel like they should be able to win the fight.
Again, for me, I'm just surprised at how aggressive Prism have continued to be. Because even without Black Hole, they're just going on in. They might be able to set up the kill on Gyrocopter here as they delete Eris. Nice Boundless Strike allows 4-2-3 to set up for the stun onto Grims. And in the mid lane, they have found Carlo. Magnetize is going to be dropped here, but Kimizu is in a bit of a precarious position now as he is going to be focused and killed. Next up is going to be the Earth Spirit. 4 for none trade?
Oh boy. They didn't even kill the Enigma. Regarding Greaves aura.
There it is. 17 minutes. We finally have the all chats. There we go.
A little too late for you?
I was expecting it a little bit earlier from... Well, I guess they did get first blooded by a Gyro who dove a tier 1 tower, right? So maybe, they had to wait until they were really sure.
Oh my god.
You never know what that
the fun thing about trash talking is you have to say it even before you have an advantage. And that's fun. If you're already winning the game, then you're trash talking like, well, okay man, sure, you're winning. The best trash talk is the ones that you do before you win, but after you do the trash talk, you win the fight.
Yeah, that feels pretty good. Hold on, Earth Spirit in trouble. Seimei's got Blink Dagger, but didn't correctly predict the path here of that Rolling Boulder. Not like it matters much, because they have so much catch right now on this team. 4th death here for the Earth Spirits.
Yeah, the Chaos Knight they just need to wait for him. I think if he just finds a good entry point in the team fights, they still have a chance to take the team fights without PKBs on the 2 cores, the Slaughter and the Monkey. And bot lane Kimizu, he's not going to be lucky here. Oh, he needs 1 creep for the Aghanim's. He was like 940 gold.
Nope,
he was like
not going to find it down bottom.
He was trying to run up and get a terror off the last hit 1 creep before he died.
Yeah, couldn't buy out either. He's going to be set back a little bit by that. Holy moly, Grims is still level 6. He hasn't had a level for what, like 10 minutes? Give this man some experience, thank goodness. Level 7 now. Oof.
The game has been progressing badly for him after the lane. Like usually when Gyros you get a good start, you kind of snowball out of control, but this game didn't happen for him. He's going to TP, they're going to try to defend the top area. Grims, I want him to give it up.
It's not really the best initiation though. They're kind of splitting their focus, but this might be good enough for the kill onto the Dark Willow. Not quite, but it allows Gohan to at least find the jump onto the Slardar. However, the counter initiation now is in they go. Kimizu focusing on a 4-2-3 alongside Kui as they do get him outside the Wukong's command, but set up for the Black Hole now. Carlo, he finds 2, doesn't need a Blink Dagger. Kimizu, he's going to come back because of the X after trying for this kill on a 4-2-3, but he still has the Jingu Mastery. He fights through it, and it's a full team wipe. this one, it might be over, Winter.
Structures.
Yep, it might be over, Richie. The game has been going pretty badly for Manta for the last almost 10 minutes, I want to say, after the lane. And now this might be a little bit too hard for them to recover. The Sala's gonna have BKB. The Sala's gonna have BKB, like I said, like once they get BKBs done, that's it, for your lineup. You're doing majority magic damage with your heroes until Chaos Knight truly comes online.
It's a really good job to at least get the Monkey King out of his ultimate. He did kind of cast the Wukong's and stood at the very rim, basically, of that Wukong's command. Unfortunately, didn't really matter because the rest of the team kind of fell apart.
It kind of feels like every time he uses the ulti, they should be able to swap him out or kick him out, It just didn't really happen.
Well, he's
like
got Wukong's Faithful. So they did swap him out in that engagement, but again, it didn't matter.
I forgot about that facet. See, now you remember all your facets.
No, it's because
You have always remembered them. Oh, swap?
It's a good swap in. Can they take him down in time, though? We still have the Guardian Greaves, and look, they're just turning, they're fighting, and they might be able to still win this fight. No, 4-2-3, certainly he dies here. Finally, they managed to take him down once, as Vengeful Spirit does respawn, but that's a huge terrorize. They've just about caught everyone there. Seimei, he lives. Eris is going to be able to at least escape for now. Underneath his 2-2 tower, he shall die, as Gohan's just desperate to farm up any other item that he can get online for his team. But Winter, the fights are looking so hard. Prism just out-executing here at almost every turn.
Yeah, once Carlo gets the Crimson, I think you could officially say it's impossible for Chaos Knight to kill anyone. And he's almost there. One recipe away.
Pretty expensive recipe these days. Not as much as the Pipe of Insight, but yeah, it doesn't give a big window either for Manta to try and execute
all
on.
the recipes of all these team items, they are pretty expensive now. Oh no, actually not all. Like the Pipe as most expensive component is the Ring of Taras.
That's right. After many years of Pipe being 1,400 gold, it's now only 700.
It used to be 1,400?
Yeah, it used to be like 1450 on the old Pipe recipe back when the Ring of Tarrasque wasn't as, or before that they had that in the recipe, I think.
It used to not have a recipe.
Okay, Boomer.
No, I'm just kidding.
Bob or Kimizu just burning down here. Look, they could just play with him at range as the swap. That's not going to help out Kimizu. He gets that shield, sure, but only ends up dying at 4-2-3, and the second life here should be even just as easy.
Just running out of options. I don't know. Maybe their best bet is just to wait at the high ground. Outside of the base, it's difficult.
They tried to take a fight outside the base. They got good damage into the slaughter, but now he's got his BKB active. Grimm's is very fast, though. You still get your afterburner even if you hit a target with BKB, because of course you do still do damage, even if it's very little. Hook shot back to safety for Eris to make sure he does not continue to die here.
No, I didn't know you actually still get the move speed, even if you're doing it on a...
Yeah, because you still do damage. You only do probably 1 damage or whatever.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, he's going to get caught here. Seimei easily catching up to him, and 4-2-3 secures the kill. Hold on, but in the triangle, we see an aggressive move being made now. There is no hook shot, unfortunately, for a few more seconds, so they can't quite get this jump on a Bob, but he runs into the cogs. That buys him enough time to take down Tsukimoto. As Bob going to run for it now. Has one remnant somewhere on the... Oh, does not have a remnant on the map, actually, and he is getting chased down here. He's got a Yules. There's his last remnant charge, and that should see him to safety. I don't quite see Manta being able to catch up with him here. Something. Oh, there's no way Carlo... There's no way this TP continues. Carlo actually completed this TP. He is a madman. He wants to go for a fight. The Manta, they didn't think he'd do it. He called their bluff. And that's going to cost him only the gyrocopter. Wow, that was something.
The man had pocket aces, that's why he's going in.
It's true. Pocket rockets and a monkey.
I mean, you never know. It could be the monkey just telling you, just go and die for me.
I like to say, Winter, in Dota, we all have a monkey inside of us. You know what I mean? When you just start
Nope,
playing
I don't know.
caveman
Care to
Dota?
explain? Huh? Care to explain, Richie?
When you start playing that caveman Dota and you just start kind of aping out and running down heroes, it feels like that's what Prism's doing. They're just able to see enemy hero, kill enemy hero. I see an enemy hero taking my outpost. I'm not going to cancel this TP. I can kill this guy. It's kind of what it feels like, you know? Just caveman style Dota.
Primal instinct Dota.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
These are the most fun games, you know.
To play on the winning side, they feel dreadful on the other end.
I think there's still like some ways to win the team fight. On the high ground, you can use swap and to get someone out of position and with buybacks. I think Chaos Knight is still, he can still blow people up, you know, if he gets the right opening. Okay, you want to kill the Enigma. I think that's the number one. Okay, before he pops the Crimson and everything, you swap with the hook shot, kill him instantly, and pray for everything else to work.
Here's that primal Dota 423 just going for it. Really, is how I could best describe that play onto the Air Spirit with the ulti. Doesn't work out. It's 20k deficit now at 26 minutes, almost 40 to 15.
Oh no, they're taking a break. They're taking Roche.
Yeah, they are. They're gonna take it slow now, slow things down. I mean, I'm surprised they haven't done Roche yet. They've got all the minus armor they need for it now with Corrosive Haze.
They've been busy killing heroes, right?
I suppose they have.
All right, who is the true boss of the team? Who gets the Roshan? And who gets the Aegis? Oh no, Slaughter's running away.
Probably Bob, right? No, it looks like 423's mistaken.
Oh my god. The monkey is the boss of the team.
I told you, man.
In these moments, that's when you find out who is the true captain. Actually, that's not true. The captain might not be the boss, you know. The captain is just the one clicking the buttons of the heroes.
Yeah, he's the one that orders the pizza.
No. That's not true. The captain sometimes he's just a symbol. He's not actually the decision maker.
He's just a figurehead.
I kid you not, yeah.
Wow, you know, all he can do is really filibuster.
The person that picks up the Aegis and the person that you swap him to save him, that's the boss. That's the decision maker.
Clockwork. Trying his best here to delay things now. Nice cogs there as he does hit 423 twice. Up. Makes that jump on in. There's the call down. Let's clear the creep wave. Good damage here, but Bob has just soloed your Clockwork. Didn't really care for him at all. He's full HP, in fact. As Prism destroying this top 2-3 tower. Get to work on the racks down bottom. You see the CK and his illusions doing a bit of pushing as Bob once again going in. He's bit off more than he could chew, though. Yeah, he's bit off more than he could chew. That was not a productive death for him.
Time to take a break. No buyback.
He hit the homing missile, didn't he? Oh, but
no, they're going in.
Look at them. Oh, no. They
didn't
lined
need
themselves
Bob.
up. And the knockdown is violent now as Kimizu on the Vengeful Spirit. Doesn't last long in the Wukong's command.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
CK just getting to work, trying to send the illusions out to delay this game even more, give his team the best chance. Team Manta now, they've got the Manta style. And they also have Phantasmagoria, which means they can get more illusions to try and do some more split pushing. They clear these waves pretty effectively, but it's just looking so hard. There goes Eris. He's found his man. They're going to try and get through Carlo here. Carlo, who has BKB, who can't look to turn and fight, who doesn't need to because 423's got his back. In goes Seimei, and that is your two heroes dead immediately. The initiation didn't look so coordinated there as Kui finally activates the BKB just to run away from the fight, but he's not going to have any teammates for the next 40 seconds, and, well, I don't think he's going to have any mid lane of barracks either now, Winter, as Kimizu does respawn. Manta style, 3 Wraith Bands to his name, the Ag Scepter and the Power Treads, doing what they can here, but the push, it's just so significant. It's too significant.
It's too difficult for them to stop. No buyback on the CK.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy. He's just going in again. This time he knows his team's gonna back him up as he gets swamped even closer to the enemy fountain, but he's got the remnant back, so it matters not. They get the kill onto Grims. He falls as basically collateral damage. The hook shot from the fountain misses as Kimizu takes another death in the Vengeful Spirit form, his 12th death of the game. Eyes on the prize here, at least for now, before they pick up another free kill onto the Clockwork. 4-2-3. He's pretty low, actually, and is going to end up losing Aegis at the very least, but there's the Black Hole. Gohan's trying to get one from behind. They do cancel the Black Hole with a pretty nice grip roll-through combo from the Earth Spirit, but it's not going to matter. This game is over. 49, nearly 50 to 16 in 30 minutes. A violent game. But it is one that Team Prism are going to end up on top of as they lead 1-0.
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, that's what we get in SCA pubs. That's what we have to go through every day. It's either you're on the Radiant side, or you're on the Dire side, and this is how we roll in SCA. We see hero, we kill hero, and even if we are down and out, we do not give up, you know. We do not give up hope that we have to go and hit cubes to recover. We still continue the fight.
Very true, Winter. This to me was the epitome of a 10 a.m. Dota pub. You know, you never know if
you play Dota at 10 a.m.
I used to back when we covered SA Dota. We would finish around 8 or 9 a.m. and I would just queue up Dota after waking up at 2 a.m. And to best describe the games, you had people who were waking up who had very healthy routines. You know, they'd wake up around 8 a.m., eat breakfast, work out, play a few games of Dota, and then start their day. And then you also had people who were on the very opposite side of that spectrum where, people had not been sleeping. This is their 18th game of Dota straight. You know, they started playing Dota at 8 p.m. the next night, and now the sun's up, it's 10 a.m., and they're still playing Dota. And, for me, this is a warm-up game, and that's how I'd write it off for Manta, because not that much went well for them. I mean, they got first blood, but Winter, I hate to be cruel, they got outplayed in every single team fight.
Yeah, I mean, even after the first blood, the laning phase, they kind of didn't get to do what they were supposed to do with the top lane and the CK. I guess the CK kind of got okay farm, but after that, when he came to the rotations, I think the Ember and the Monkey King just kind of trumped them. He got all the runes, like you said, on Bob. He was able to control the runes and just use the runes to influence the side lanes, kill the bench, kill the CK, and even after that, I still think that if Manta got the initiations they wanted, when the Slada and the Monkey King, Ember Spirit, they don't have their BKBs, they still have enough magic damage to burst them, you know. But they just couldn't really pull a move together. You see, like, the initiations being really messy. They're not really going in together. CK is TPing in. Sometimes he wasn't really coming all the time. And right. I think they kind of needed him to be there, you know. He needed to be the omnipresent carry to help them win the fights. But he just was not really present, you know. He chose not to come. He wants to finish his items, and his team kind of probably didn't get the memo, and they continued fighting without him.
Yeah, I mean, everything collapsed out of the lanes, really. I mean, I don't know. I think it's because this is a team that skirmishes early very well. You've got a lot of magic damage. You've got even a little bit of pure damage right on this Vengeful Spirit. Minus armor, I mean, but it's just a team that fell apart early on. Bob, the standout player here from game number one.
Once he got the Mage Slayer, he just kind of like popped off, you know. He blocked a lot of the damage from the Earth Spirit. Like, he just became unkillable, or at least very difficult to kill with the Mage Slayer. And they needed the CK, you know. They just needed, I feel like if they could have killed Bob at least one time during that period of like minute 10 to minute 20 when he was like kind of rampaging across the map, or maybe 10 to 15, if they got one kill with the CK on the Ember, and I felt like the game could have just maybe turned like around, you know, and they would have a chance to recover the portions they lost on the map.
No, I don't know. I think it's one of those games where first game of the day, that's the warm-up game, guys. It's early, you know. This team had to play pretty late yesterday, and now they're up early in the morning. It's fine. That was the warm-up game. Now it's time to lock in, because for the first time for these SCA qualifiers, we are perhaps one game away from saying goodbye to our very first team. We'll see what happens here as we go to a very quick break, and we'll be back for our second draft in just a bit.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology. advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back to the Road to the International. The SCA qualifiers continue here as we are one game away from our first team facing elimination. Winter, it's Manta Esports down one game to former Team Tough, now Team Prism, who are quite tough, honestly, as we saw in game number 1, able to play a fast and loose style, some more primal Dota, caveman Dota, able to just run people down. I mean, Winter, how do you recover from a loss like that, especially after losing in kind of a similar fashion to Aurora yesterday, if you're Manta Esports?
You play the next game. You don't think anything about what happened. I think that's your best. That's your best bet. You know,
one game
like
at a
how
time.
you get like a 10-minute game. You kill in your pub, and guess what? You lose that game. You just kill another game. It's the same thing.
Same thing.
15 minutes, you know,
thing.
someone's breaking items, someone's walking down it, and then what can you do? You know, then you kill again. Actually, no, you have to wait 5 minutes for that particular person to get a game before you kill again.
I see. Yeah. You don't want to end up rage queuing into them a second time. That is never too fun here, as we can go ahead and now see our second draft on your screens ready to go. We have Team Prism on the Radiant side with first pick, and Manta Esports will have last pick now on Dire side. Similar bans as to game number 1. I don't expect to see any major deviations, honestly, in the draft. Well, there's the clockwork actually getting banned out. I should correct myself.
10 seconds remaining.
Didn't they? Yeah, they picked the clock, like, yeah. So I guess they just
They
didn't
did.
want to. They didn't want to give it away.
Yeah, I mean, now they don't
And
have
they're not
first pick, so
Yeah, I guess so. That's a pretty legit reason. Right now, Clockwork's a
Team ban.
very hard hero to deal with. I can't believe I'm saying this now.
man,
Clockwork is a powerful hero.
okay. And we have SF banned again, but this time in the first phase.
10 seconds.
So far we've let through. I suppose a DK is still in the
5
pool.
seconds
What were the rest of our 100% contest rate heroes? Let me take a look now.
I think you said Storm. Storm was one of it.
Yeah, Storm's banned, of course. Storm, Clock, DK,
TA.
SF, Witch Doctor. Oh, here we go. Look at this. We've got a graphic for it. Yeah, we can see all of these heroes. Witch Doctor, TA. Yeah, TA as well. Oh, okay. First TA game. Here we go for Team Prism.
Didn't you
as that is
say
going to sneak through.
The team that bans TA loses every time? And
No,
now what
actually, the teams that ban TA have won every time, which is still true, by the way, after that last game. And every team that has either picked or banned Clockwork has also lost every single game, which was true when we started last game and is still true now because Manta Esports picked Clockwork and lost with it. Well,
So let's just hope that the stats are going to change after this game.
for Manta's sake, they need to. And I don't really love Earth Spirit into the Templar Assassin. I'm not going to lie. You know, you'd think it'd be really good at getting through refraction, and it's not bad, really. It's not bad.
The lane is tough for Earth Spirit.
The lane's hard, and Magnetize only ticks twice a second. Not like it looks like the visual effect looks like it ticks like 8 times a second or whatever. It's not. It ticks twice a second.
It doesn't. 8 times a second.
The visual
look like
effect, the kind of waves that come off of your hero. It looks like it ticks more than twice a second. But
Do you actually count the waves?
No,
of the
of
animation?
course not. Of course not. But you can kind of visualize the effect I'm talking about, right? And my point being, this is not a hero that gets through refraction charges very easily. It's a hero that's going to suffer in lane. And even though it has pretty strong lockdown against a hero like a Templar, and the silence can be very powerful,
So
it
just
still
pick Bad
could be
Rider.
problem.
Bad Rider is going to get through the refractions.
That's very true. That's a hero that'll get through him.
You notice that there's been a rise in core Bad Riders recently.
Well, funny you say that because the hero has not yet been contested in these quals.
Think,
So that's kind of interesting.
Who did I see? I think it was Neta 33. Maybe someone else. Can't remember who. I saw a couple of games here and there. Core Bad. You need to be like a really specialist on the hero to play him on the core.
Haven't seen any 33 games recently. He's been playing more of his Venos, his Visages, his Darkseers, you know. Lots of Beastmasters. Seems
helm-
like he's trying to find the build.
Helm of Dominator hero. You know, a lot of the offlaners
Yeah.
like that.
Dire team
They
pick.
seem to think that the Mag Pipe is a boring build with the
Radiant
Crimson,
team
so
pick.
they find any excuse to buy Helm of Dom.
Oh, and another. I think
Radiant
is he still
team
100% contest rate? Let me quickly double check.
mean,
Not
Weaver?
quite. He's up there though. 89% contest rate, which will slightly rise after this game. Now, Rubik is the pick to come through. Then always feels nice when you can steal Sakuchi if you can get away with it.
10 seconds remaining.
And then also the
I mean,
Slaughter Band.
Earth Spirit is kind of
5
good against the
seconds
Rubik.
remaining.
you can find him, you can catch him, and it's not very useful for Rubik to steal the ES spells.
Yeah. Probably Boulder Smash is the only decent one, honestly.
Yeah, I guess that's the only one that you kind of can use it.
Yeah. So in some ways, I've been able to steal some. One time I stole grip on accident, and all I did was wait for the Earth Spirit to throw down a remnant, and then I immediately gripped it away from him so he couldn't use
Dire
it.
team pick.
That's about it. That's about all you can do. Here's a better support hero against an Earth Spirit. You've got yourself a Disruptor, very strong into this Weaver as well. Is this enough for you to downgrade the Weaver to a support, Winter, seeing this Disruptor take the field?
I mean, I felt like the Weaver could have already been
10
downgraded
seconds
from the
remaining.
start, you know. I mean, with
5
Disruptor, I guess
seconds
Disruptor definitely makes it very hard for you to play Core Weaver. Because you don't really build BKB early nowadays. You tend to delay it a lot. So you're always going to be susceptible to the glimpse into Static Storm. Okay, maybe the Weaver is not getting downgraded. There's an Ogre. Ogre Weaver seems like it's going to be the lane.
First Ogre
Hand-
of the SEA Quals as well. Haven't seen him
Hand
pick
of
your band yet.
Midas. This is a hero that has an excuse to buy Hand of Midas. If you want to buy Midas, Richie, on a support, pick Ogre. Nobody
It's
can
true.
say shit to you.
Yeah, because you just all you do is you ping Midas ready, and then you ping your multicast, and then you steal their camp. It's even better. You're
No,
like,
no,
guys,
no.
I need...
What? You need to do something before you click your Midas.
5 seconds remaining.
What's that?
Let's see if you're an Ogre player. Let's see if you know.
You bloodlust until you don't get a multicast, and then you Midas.
Yes. Well, and then you have to remember to go to a camp that has more than 2 units. You need 3 units.
Well, all I
So
do
just-
is I just steal whatever my carry's about to farm, and then I pick dude Midas. Come on, you can't.
Radiant team
Then you
back.
can't complain of getting reported, right? If you're doing that.
No, not absolutely. Haven't you ever been 10 gold away from securing your Blink Dagger, and then your enemy AM comes in and steals your camp anyway, and you're like, okay, I guess.
Because I don't buy Blink Dagger on Ogre. Maybe that's why.
All right, well, obviously, all right, whatever, doesn't matter. The example was lost on you as well. I'm a little bit lost by this draft. So it's a hoodwink, I believe. Also, maybe the first hoodwink of the tournament. Let me just double check. It can't be right.
This
It
hero
is the
doesn't-
first hoodwink of the tournament.
The hero doesn't really feel of the tournament. I'm pretty sure I saw it in
Dire
South America.
team ban.
Of these SA quals. Sorry, SEA quals. It might have been picked in
SEA.
SA. I'm just going off of SEA right now.
Yeah, we share a lot of things in common, you know, SA and SEA. Don't
Such
you
as?
forget. We have the same type of pubs.
10 seconds remaining.
we have good food.
5 seconds remaining.
That's true. Food is pretty delicious in both regions.
I
What do you
guess
think of the offlaners in both regions, Winter?
The offlaners from SA and SEA.
Don't you think they're kind of similar sometimes? They kind of break through internationally, right? More so than the carries and the mid. Well, I guess SEA mids.
Whisper and FBZ.
FBZ. What? Gabby, right? A little bit. Who else? Oh, there's more SEA offlaners that have broken through. Am I crazy? Yeah, really just FBZ?
Ban.
Ice?
Double S is going to be the next one.
I would count all the SEA offlaners that, like Zeal, he played in China as well. They played on LGD and stuff. That counts for me.
Team pick. Dire
You don't
team
count Daryl going to China as all right, doesn't
He's
matter.
a journeyman. Pretty sure he's been to every single region except for South America.
That's true. That's true. He's well traveled, and now he's
All
been
right, this is
chilling.
the nighttime draft. You have to hide at night. Lycan, Night Stalker. And there's a TA with traps
10
around the map.
seconds remaining.
Alright, what do you do?
5
You need a
seconds
tank.
remaining.
You need another beefcake. This Weaver's gonna be hiding with the hoodwing.
Yeah,
All
would
these
have like
backline
that
heroes.
Underlord actually.
Yeah, you need Crimson Guard, you need Mech. You're gonna need all the. I guess Ogre can kind of buy the Mech. So you need like maybe Ogre can also buy everything because you have Midas, right? You can buy the
Yeah,
Mech, buy the Crimson.
Darkseer's banned as well.
Yeah,
Which
yeah. Underlord's good.
no, he's banned. He is good, but he's banned.
It's banned. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Gotta get my glasses out.
No, I'm thinking, what do you
Tide
want to run
Hunter.
here?
Oh no, actually.
On
no.
another unpicked hero, untested here in the SCA region.
Oh,
They're
no,
gonna
this
go with the
game,
axe.
This game is gonna be a fast one.
For Manta, for Prism,
I mean,
elaborate.
I
if you
don't,
will.
I don't even think that they're gonna have time to buy a Manta. This game is gonna be quick. It's either Manta runs them over in the early game, or they just can't even play the mid game. Because when it comes to team fight, you're playing into the Night Stalker vision with Glimpse, and not just the Night Stalker vision, the Lycans, depending on which facet he gets. Do people get the what's it called? The one that follows the hero? The wolves following the hero?
On the wolves, no. I think people hate that. I didn't you see the Saberlight tweet where he's like, Ice Frog, what have you cooked? Remove this from the game.
Alright, so you don't get that one, you get the other one.
Yeah, no, you get the other one. I don't even remember what the other one is. Shame on me. I
Pack
just know
leader?
it's-
Is it pack leader? No. Yeah, pack leader.
Isn't it like makes you stronger or something? What is it?
Enemy heroes killed by Lycan or his units extend shapeshift duration.
Ah, okay. That's pretty good actually.
Yeah, because you kind of want to use your wolves to scout for the glimpse, so Disruptor can get picked off. I mean, that's like already a traditional combo. We used to do it a lot back in the day. Disruptor plus Lycan. And my favorite one is Lycan plus Darkseer. So you send the wolves around with Iron Shell.
With Ion Shell, yeah, it's better than using Ariki, who might be a little bit too squishy for that kind of a thing. We'll see.
Ariki?
Do you believe in this? In the axe, in the ogre again, two untested supports right now in this meta. You've got Grims on the
Nah.
ogre Magi. You've got Hoodwink on the for
No, I
Eris.
don't. No, I don't. But I do believe in a good series, and a good series requires 3 games.
Okay. Well, let's get it going for the lore for the tournament hype here as we get underway with game 2. Manta Esports now backs against the wall as Prism defeat them in game 1. Prism finding their first win in, I think, 10 games as well. Manta are the ones who have not found a win in 10 games. Pardon me. Prism just winning a couple days ago in the RES finals, as they did lose that 2-1 to Execration, but are now 1 game away from advancing into the next round of the lower bracket for these quals and eliminating Manta in the same stroke. By the way, this really messed with me the first time I saw it in one of my games. It is daytime, and when the runes spawn, it will become nighttime. So Seimei did go for that night rain facets.
Don't think anyone goes for the other one. Pretty sure everybody goes for this one.
The battle begins.
We might get 3 runes here for Manta, and we do. A positive start for them, as Gohans is able to steal 1 away.
Yep, and they're gonna get the D-bot, so I guess that kind of evens things out for the 3 bounty runes that Manta picked up.
Yeah,
Not sure if it
71
evens.
experience. Holy moly.
but-
That's such a big deal, actually. I don't think this mid lane's easy at all for Kui. I think he didn't have a good time versus the Ember, and I don't think he's going to have a good time versus Bob.
This is
Unless he can
definitely
get like a really good roll and kick under tower,
this is
I don't
definitely
know,
a
man.
worse lane. With the Maelstrom at level 1, you just get pushed out of lane too easily. Level 1 Maelstrom is just another level of laning spell. Like, it just lasts so long. It's like 12 seconds. What the hell? How are you supposed to lane against that?
no, he's got, oh yeah, and you've got Howl also to contend with, which is going to be used to just ruin your CS, something that Earth Spirit normally doesn't really struggle too much with.
Yeah. This is the Night Stalker Lycan lane.
Oh, no way, dude.
Combo, the
Carlo got
global
another-
lane.
Carlo found both. He's level 2 without barely stealing any. Look, he's level 2 before even 423 is. Such a high
Yeah.
level in this lane.
Killing wards then does this to you. And Glimpse? Ares is like,
Yeah.
what in the world? He has Glimpse?
He has Glimpse already. Unbelievable. Careful here,
Yeah,
Bob.
yeah.
Playing aggressive with those refraction charges, but not wanting to get caught under the tower that easily. Why did Kohan step 423? What is going on? 423 not having such an easy time so far.
I mean, it's a melee hero against Axe, right? So it's kind of expected.
Got the Swarm Beetle now applied onto Seimei. There you have a telekinesis to work with here. The Tsukimoto will use that now to throw Gohan's back on top of the Night Stalker, who's actually going to try and fight through this one, looking for first blood. They want to try and find the Ogre, who's still holding on to Fire Blast. It doesn't get to cast it. So he dies. I mean, it wouldn't have really changed the outcome much, I suppose, but unlucky there as they utilize the telekinesis to turn and fight.
Yeah, this is what I am worrying about. If you have this lineup, such a snowball type of heroes, your team fight is not that great. All your heroes are squishy, and if you don't do well in the lanes, it's going to be really difficult for your carry river to function this time. You're playing into silence from Night Stalker, there's a silence and catch from Disruptor. You have a TA shot. A lot of tools to kill this bug.
That's true, yeah. That crippling fear, glimpse stat, so much actually. So I'm so surprised they continue to run it as a carry, but again, if it gets off to a decent start, maybe you can get there. Right now, Gohan 7-1. Tsukimoto is
decent,
CS
Richie.
better.
Is he having a decent start now? 8 CS.
Not really, no, because the Rubik has as much as CS as he does, which is surprising.
Oh, yeah, how did the Ruby get so many last hits? The Night Stalker just decided that, alright,
Oh,
you
look
can
at
have those, you know.
A crippling fear so strong now with that Night Rain facet. In the early lane makes it so dangerous for Gohan, who does have 2 points now in Shikuchi. So it's a bit faster now, or at least more uptime on it available. It has been proving difficult all the same.
Yeah, mid
he's
lane
actually-
is getting dumpstered.
That's true. His HP is good, but his CS is still bad like before. Hold on, this could be an opportunity, though. Oh, maybe not, actually. No, it is. Bob is going to take a ton of damage from that tier 1 tower. I think Bob's been overplaying his hand a little bit in this lane. I'm not going to lie. He's been doing a good job of making sure that Kui has been unable to, you know, get a lot of CS and get too much out of this lane. But I think he's been playing a little bit too aggressively here because he is constantly
got
on the
those.
worst end. Yeah, for these kinds of small efficiency plays.
The lane is back for Kui. They got both the runes. Actually, Lycan denied one, sorry. He denied one with the wolves.
Okay, Eris. They're going to catch up to him, but Eris, he missed the bushwhack. He mistimed it, so this is going to allow him to potentially turn and fight. Carlo tossing the blood grenade, saving the glimpse now for the Earth Spirit, who has 5 seconds left for his next roll. That is going to coincide with this next refraction, so Bob ought to be okay. Yeah, and he is going to be okay.
Oh, he's going in, Kui. He's
Yeah,
not
but he
backing
still
down.
has refraction charges, so he couldn't easily get the kill with Boulder Smash as much as he really would have liked to. Bit unlucky. I think if that bushwhack connected, they probably get that kill onto the Templar, to be honest. So what could have been here, a potential snowball kind of a kill and moment for Eris, is going to be a missed opportunity, but it's okay because the Axis lane is still going fantastic. You can see now he's so confident to even pull creep waves into camps. It's that stage of the lane for him already.
Yeah, he has actually a lot more CS. I guess some of it is jungle creeps, but Night Stalker is also on top for Prism. Who is scarier? Night Stalker or Axe, if you get a good start on, I guess.
I think Night Stalker. Mostly
Yeah,
because of the type of game that
probably.
we're in. I would say a Night Stalker. I think generally speaking, it's hard to say. Probably depends more on items, right? But I don't know, because axes, they don't really go for that first item blade mail anymore. Or sorry, they usually go for first item blade mail. They don't usually go for first item blink, and they're like this initiating centaur, you know, kind of a hero. They're a little bit more of like, you know, they want to farm and get a couple more items online. Whereas Night Stalker is just
Yeah,
insanely useful
X-
with their spells.
X feels more like a scaler nowadays. You're gonna get the cutting blade stacks, you're gonna get your
Mid. Wait,
items.
getting pulled back now. Oh, that's a big old melt strike. Still only level 2. This time Ares connecting onto the Bushwhack, however, should save the life of the Earth Spirit. Has spells yet a second time, but that melt strike's doing some damage. But yeah, I mean, I think a Night Stalker is like, he's one of those offlaners who, when he does eventually hit level 6, he's just like, he's going in, you know, or he can go in immediately at any time, and that's the danger with the Dark Ascension, giving you that bonus damage, the flight, the vision, all your spells getting upgraded. Like, he's just so strong, even if you don't really have that much of an item.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Where's the moves? Are we gonna have any shenanigans?
Doesn't look
Nope.
like it.
I mean, Earth Spirit is actually keeping up. I felt like he got bullied a lot more than the network shows. He's like 200 gold behind
Radiant's
the
middle
TA.
tower is under attack.
By the way, we didn't really talk about it, but Grims has dumb luck. Sorry, he has learning curve is what I mean to say. That's the facet. So he's got this really cute
Yeah, I mean,
little talent tree.
Yeah, you mean you do this just for the lane, you know, like you gotta. I think it's better for the lane.
Makes sense. I just think it's pretty cool. Olon 423's used Shapeshift for the first time, but he fails to secure the kill onto the Axe. Does push him out of lane very far, and with the full Helm of the Dom, he found the perfect camp, the Dark Troll Summoner. He's just going to try and focus down the tower, but in the meantime, Tsukimoto goes down to the Weaver. Kimizu finally able to at least start clearing some of these creeps. But it's a tier 1 tower that's taking a ton of damage here, honestly.
And normally this doesn't happen because they're playing like a carry Lycan. It only happens with this type of heroes. Carry Lycan, carry Lone Druid, or maybe a DK carry. Because generally early game you don't get to hit the tower so much.
Or in my pubs, the carry Pugna.
What?
It was a joke.
Are you actually serious? Carry Pug?
No, of course it was a joke. You
Does
always say
life
in your-
drain? Does life drain do damage based on your attack or what?
No, you just spam your first
When you
skill.
kill
Hold on,
towers,
Seimei.
same mate.
He's in trouble. Okay, nice job. He does get off the crippling fear. That prevents him from getting kicked back away from the tower. Buys his team time to rotate on through as Bob jumping onto the ogre. Oh my goodness, Seimei is tanky. He had a full magic wand. Kui, he hasn't even killed him yet. And Seimei looking to turn. He's fighting versus 2 heroes. His elder. He should tick down to magnetize at the very least, but he does get a very nice tip onto Kui. Bob cleans up Grims, making it a 2-for-1 trade. Okay.
Dire's bottom
Not
tower
worth
has fallen.
for the first magnetize. That was a heavy price to pay.
Indeed. 423 utilizing the space to take down the tier 1 tower as well down bottom. As Axe has, is more interested in getting his items online. Like I said, he's more of a blade mail,
So did he
blink dagger
he clear
timing
a
hero.
stagger? He's so fat. How is
He's
he actually
big.
so fat?
I think he was just able to pull creep waves into waves. Creep waves into camps, honestly. It's just, he had a strong start to the lane.
He must have killed a couple of Helm of Dawn creeps, that's why.
Potentially, yeah.
I mean, he still hasn't cleared his ancient stacks. You know, he's gonna be so big on the axe. Holy crap.
Just needs the blade
This
mail
might be
delivered
it.
and then put
Yeah,
it
this
to
might
work.
be it, Richie. The axe is the true carry of the team. Screw the Weaver, man. The Weaver ain't gonna do shit this game. He has to carry on the axe.
Yeah, I mean, Weaver's also pretty far behind as well, to your point. Could use a little bit more rotational supports, something to help him get a little bit started here. This Kimizu, is he going to start farming the stack now, or is he going to stack it just a third time? Yeah, okay, so the Axe is farming stacks now. We'll see what Prism are going to do now while he's missing off the map. His Eris is glimpsed back. Wow, that is so much damage.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
You need a tree
gonna-
for your Mistwoods Wayfarer to work. Do you like that innate, by the way? Mistwoods Wayfarer?
No, I prefer to have a Gossamer cape, you know, against TA.
That's true, yeah. Yeah, you get the guaranteed chance, and you don't need to have a tree there. That's the real strat, is Dream Protector with the sapling. He's going to plant the tree so that the carry Hoodwink can avoid
yeah,
the auto attack.
yeah.
Oh, Kui. He rolled into a fight that he can't really afford to take. Carlo holding on to the glimpse. Holding. Finally using it now as Seimei. He finds himself in a very rough position. In goes 4-2-3 as well with the shapeshift active, trying to take down Kui, who's sniped by that meld strike from Bob. Turning back now onto Grims as Gohans does run down Tsukumoto underneath the tier 1 tower. The two cores cleaving through Grims make this a 3-for-2 trade. This one in favor of Manta. They
The
come
axe
out on
wasn't
top
even
for a
there.
skirmish. No, he was not. He's still in the jungle.
Prism
He's got
had
Blink.
5 heroes. Prism had 5 heroes. And they still lost the fight. That is good news for Manta, because Axe is like, I'm going to come now and I'm going to give you guys a lead.
Yeah, it seemed like
Dagger.
there was a bit of a miscommunication there on Prism. I'm not sure they were like, did they want to fight the Air Spirit? Didn't they? I ended up glimpsing him back into the static storm. But
I think if they catch him in the Disruptor Static Storm without using any spells, maybe he can take the fight with the Dark Extension. But if he already got all his spells off, then he's just tanking damage. And it doesn't really feel like it does a lot.
yeah, it ended up
And
being
now,
really hard for him.
the Axe, he's joining the game, Richie. He is
Here
coming.
he is. He's in the first smoke. He's bloodlusted. He has a blink. He has a blade mail. He sees a target in the mid lane. No, not quite fast enough as Bob does get the blink away. However, they still may able to find this kill onto Carlo. Sharpshooter being charged up is going to whiff on this occasion. Gohan's also evading a small effort of a play there as Seimei and Tsukimoto were kind of hunting for him. So Kimizu, he's going to rotate through this top lane. Seems like he might be able to find this Night Stalker. He does. Doesn't get a lot of spins here, unfortunately, so they might be able to turn as that tree doesn't last very long. Gohan still finding the kill very easily. Tsukumoto, I don't believe he has a way out of this one, although do they have a stun? Yeah, they do. They've got him dead to rights. There he goes. And 2 kills there for Manta Esports, who may begin to finally snowball things in their favor here, Winter.
Yeah, that's the first stack for our Axe. Actually, no, but the third stack. Is it the first stack?
Well, it's weird now, right? Because they changed
Alright,
the way
never
that this
mind.
works. Hold on, Bob. Nice jump in there, canceling the TP as Ares now on the money with the bushwhacks. And he's able to set up for the kill onto 2. And honestly, Winter, it's Prism are just setting themselves up for trouble here. I mean, they've got to respect this time. Look how
Oh, no, he got the call.
goes in, gets the call on a Seimei. He just respawned. He's just dead again.
This is bad news for them. They haven't been really able to play around the TA dagger timings. Like Night Stalker with the Dark Exception, I don't think he has used the ulti for the last few minutes. He's been just dying and dying and dying.
Yeah, the feed train is at full steam, really. Manta Esports with a very strong lead in this game. 7-10 now, 14 minutes in with a 3K net worth lead, starting to build. And most importantly, some crucial kills onto cores as Bob takes his first death of the game. Like you say, off of this Blink Dagger timing now, just freshly revealed.
Radiant are scanning.
Yep, double Wisdom Runes for Manta. This game just continues to get better for them.
Scanning.
You have a Midas on the Ogre.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
Oh, did they get a Midas? Oh,
Did
no.
he? No, he can't. See, he'd be much more rich. Okay, the Blink call this time is going to whiff. There's a smoke play coming. They're bringing over 423 and Bob. 423 with Helm of the Overlord now, so he's got a big old creep now as he's going to focus onto the Ogre first. They take down the Hoodwink, so the support's cut away from this fight as the rest of Manta turn tail to run. Tsukimoto, oh, they've got at least the carry Weaver, though. Do they have detection? Yes, they do. An easy kill here onto the Weaver makes it a 3 for none as Prism finally, they are going to play together and collect themselves a few key kills.
Roshan. Are they going to move to Rosh? Oh no, it's gonna be day. Okay, it's the Night Stalker thing, so it's gonna be a daytime move. How about this?
Oh, right, yeah, you get a little bit of extra time. Yeah, that's so
Yeah, I got so
confusing, isn't it?
confused. I'm like, oh, wait, it's 50 minutes. Isn't it supposed to stay? Oh, man. Oh no, it's Night Stalker. Alright, that's actually not good for them. That's moving bottom, but now Manta, they have some time to push out the bot wave, kill the tower, make sure that they might be able to contest the Rosh next. You don't want to give TA a free Rosh.
Radiant's bottom tower
Yeah, they might be able to defend this is what I'm thinking, though. Especially
Glimpse.
with that kind of a call onto the axe. They glimpse him very far back. Doesn't have a blink dagger ready. Only has the blade mail. All 5 heroes now from Prism. They've even committed the Night Stalker ulti, this Dark Ascension used as they collect the kill. They're going to need to find maybe one more. They'd like to anyway. Same, I think he sees Kui with the vision.
Radiant's bottom
And they're going to continue making this run in. No, that's a far easier kill. He's going to look for the Hoodwink first. There's no crippling fear here for a little bit of time, but they do have Tsukimoto nearby to assist for the kill. That's 2 very valuable kills for them. Do you think Roche should move anytime you Dark Ascent? No, that'd be ridiculous. That'd be so stupid.
If Roche moves with Dark Ascension, then Roche should also move with the Supernova.
Yeah, and Eclipse. That would be too much for sure. Though, what kind of makes sense for animals? Haven't you ever seen the animals reacting to solar eclipses, to total eclipses? They get very confused. So it would make sense for Roche.
Yeah, just like my dog, he reacts to heavy rain, the loud noises, the rain splashing on the roof, and then he just goes into the coward mode, hides under the table. Or for what happened last night, because it rained in the middle of the night, so he was banging on my door.
Oh yeah, it rained so hard. It was so windy. Let's see here. This game getting a little windy now from Manta. They need to settle things down. They need to fasten this game and
I need a
position.
big call on the axe,
This is a good opportunity, though. Prism, they're positioning themselves very aggressively, but they actually only have, okay, now 4 heroes after Rubik goes through the gate, but their positioning still not all that great here. As Carlo, he's going to be scouted. Kimizu makes the jump on in. Static Storm is going to be blood. They couldn't nuke him down, and they actually get 2 heroes. Carlo, he's going to be able to evade for now. It's 4-2-3. He chews through the axe. Down goes the Earth Spirit.
How did he get the storm off? Like, how did they just not lay
Axe
the
just doesn't have
spells?
damage. He just doesn't have damage. They lose the supports, though, as they end up dying through the twin gates. But Axe he just doesn't have damage, honestly, Winter. He's tanky, but
They
eventually
just needed
4-2-3.
They just needed a stun, from the Hoodwink or the Ogre. I guess they were just too far.
Yeah, true. They needed to continue the lockdown, and then Earth Spirit couldn't get in fast enough either.
And that's really, really bad news. You make a move when you know Night Stalker doesn't have ulti, and then you mess it up, and now Night Stalker has ulti.
Yep.
You're
And still
you're
2
gonna
minutes
die.
of Roche being down bottom. Maybe they're going to look for the Roche play up top. I mean, can you just do it now if you're Manta, or is it too scary?
Too scary. That's a Night Stalker on the loose with Dark Ascension.
All right. Well, it looks like they're going to try and push top and maybe consider this tier 1 tower to make it harder for Prism to take Roche. And we'll go through the gates, play around this top side. They have a ward behind the tower with another minute left on it, so they might be able to find something here. But first, with that Dark
They
Ascension
see
ready
Kree.
to go again, Prism, they aren't
see
going to
Kree.
smoke up.
They're going to catch somebody. Who is it going to be?
Sweet. Might be him. He's getting blocked by the wolf now. I think he realizes what's going on. Getting glimpsed on back out of the rolling boulder. Okay, there's Dark Ascension used as Bob closing the gap, collects the kill onto the Earth Spirit. Careful here. Another glimpse in 8 more seconds. They probably don't need it for this Ogre kill. He should go down relatively easily, especially thanks to that Meld Strike. So a 2 for none.
One more.
Once again, the mid laner going down, and it seems like it could be another as Eris. He uses that Mistwoods Wayfarer to at least avoid a couple of auto attacks here. Gets out of the kinetic field, but is still going to be killed. And I think they're going to be able to get this tower as well. Yeah, indeed. Very easily taking down this tier 2 to boot.
Radiant's top tower
Desolator almost done for Bob. He's got his game back on track. Dagger, Dragonlance, Desolator, 20 minutes.
Hey, Winter, how do you feel about this itemization from our Spirit? I think he was going for Radiance earlier. He had the Relic queued up. He had a lot of money in the bank for it. And now he's
Radiance?
decided to double back for the Veil into basically full Shivas. Yeah, it looked like he was going to go for Radiance. He had, I saw what, the Talisman of Evasion and the Sacred Relic, which, I passed my shopkeeper's trivia. That's a damn Radiance.
When you get Radiance on Earth Spirit is when you lose all hope on your side lane cause. You think that none of them are going to carry you. So you have
I
to
see.
take matters on your own hands. You remember those games when your Underlord gets Radiance?
Of course. I've actually never seen it, but of course, you're always supposed to say yes and. Yes and it makes me very upset.
I want to reveal who did it to me, but I don't want to say. It's your friend. One of your friends. I don't want to spoil it, you know.
I think I know who it is. It was Ice
kind
Frog,
of-
wasn't it? It was in your pub.
You're half correct. Now you're wondering why you're half correct.
Is this
Okay,
the
I
same?
really-
Is this the same player who also refused to kill enemy heroes because of their cosmetics?
No, that's a different
Okay.
guy. That's just another idiot, you know. So
Oh, good times, good times. Oh, here we go. Back in action now. Just a small brief pause thanks to the crash, but Momentum Winter in the hands of Prism Esports, formerly Team Tough, after their Game 1 victory after a rough early game with a very strong axe. I do think they're back in control of this game until maybe the BKBs come through. We're pretty close for Kimizu. That'll be BKB number 1. BKB number 2 is for Gohans. He's also just 500 gold away from it. Could that be a nice turning point here that they need as Kimizu finds another jump here on Tsukimoto, who has Sakuchi, who might be able to escape? No way. I think
he
he needs
gonna
to get
die
a creep,
to battle
though.
hunger?
He needs a creep. He needs a creep.
oh, he just needs the TP.
Okay. I mean, yeah, that's true. He doesn't have any HP, so it's not a bad move, really.
Bob is like, let's get back to business. Roshan.
Yeah, double. Yeah, there's the double melt strike with also the Deso now freshly acquired. They are undercutting this BKB timing pretty brutally, which feels bad. It's about to be delivered for Kimizu, as well as for Gohan. So they still have this double BKB timing, but things are not going to be looking so great for them. Hui has almost the full plate mail for the Shivas, which is something. I mean, the items coming online here one by one, certainly, but low bat his phone? Huh?
Yeah, he's using his phone as a webcam. Slow
Oh,
battery.
I see. Okay. What is it with Zoomers these days and just not charging their phones? Maybe I'm just like a type A, but I don't know. I just always charge my phone at night, you know? Do you sometimes, charge your phone? You just like to live dangerously, Winter? Are you part of this?
Yes. And
What?
I'm not a zoomer.
But why?
I just forget, I have other things in my life, to think about, not just my phone battery, I have to think about my lunch with you,
Uh-huh.
my dinner with you,
Of course. You make it sound like we're married sometimes.
my supper with you,
Uh-huh.
and the meeting, that I can't escape from.
Right. Your offlane underlord building radiance.
No. It's just the business meetings that we have,
I
I try to dodge them. I'm always half an hour late, and you tell me, Malaysians and their timings.
To be fair, Hispanics are very similar on our timings, so it's something that
You tell the person 9 a.m. he shows up 9:30, so you just have to
9:30,
tell them
yeah.
8:30.
It's like the military, and then everyone's standing there 30 minutes too early, and you're all thinking, "Why the hell did we do this?" Doesn't matter, Winter. Doesn't matter. I'm just so surprised. Couple of pauses here for Bahab.
Yeah, you need somebody else's time. Remember that movie, Time in Time? Can give
Yes,
people
I
your
do
time.
actually. Kind of an
very
interesting
cool.
concept, a very fascinating concept, but a poorly executed movie. I think. I do love me some really sappy and cheap sci-fi though. I can't get enough of it.
Is that a popcorn movie?
No, not quite. I think it certainly has a little bit more substance than like a Jurassic World, whatever. Chris Pratt holding up his hands to a dinosaur for 40 minutes.
Relax.
Whoa,
Relax.
Blue, it's me. Don't you know me? I'm Chris Pratt.
I'm your trainer.
Basically.
I fed you for 20 years. Do you not remember my scent? The chicken breast that I fed you every day.
It's just a ridiculous movie, honestly. I mean, that's just always what happens. Oh, it's a good time here. That's honestly what Manta needs. They just need to hold up their hand,
Yeah,
win a strong fight with their
Blue
BKB.
has her own mentor, right? She can make copies of herself.
Honestly, I haven't even seen the newest Jurassic World. I saw like the reboot in like 2016 or whatever.
Yeah,
And
but
like,
she can make copies of herself. Yeah, she gets pregnant and she basically makes another one of herself.
oh no, the Velociraptors. I don't know. I mean, if that's true, Manta. I mean, who's going to get a Manta this game? Carry Axe has kind of gone with the win these days. I guess this Bloodstone could be a big turning point here for Axe. Pardon me. That's probably going to be his next big opportunity to find something.
Talking about Bloodstone, I was in love with the Invoker Bloodstone.
Oh yeah, you're referring to
Emo.
what Bleed's game yesterday, where Emo went a late game carry, not carry Invoker, but kind of honestly with a Gleipnir. He kind of felt like a carry, didn't he?
I can't really associate Invoker with a carry. He's more like a spellcaster.
I agree. He still kind of suffers from that lack of a mid-game tempo.
Do you think he should get something that allows his spells to do crit damage?
No, that would be too strong.
Like how? Just scale it. The numbers can change.
No, because
Like,
then
what
Thompson's
if-
going to start playing mid lane Lion, and then he's going to gank your lane at 7 minutes, use Finger of Death on you, and you're going to die from
I mean,
1,200
I mean,
HP.
it should be an innate for Invoker because he's so smart, right? He's
No, I think
Invoker.
his
So
innate
he's-
is perfect. I think it gets him scaling faster than some other heroes, not to a point where it's broken, but to a point where it makes a difference. And I think it really helps the hero on top of the Midas. I think he's kind of fine the way he is. I actually really like the hero.
So you don't like Sunstrike randomly doing critical damage?
No, that would be so ridiculous. Could you imagine you get hit by a meatball and it does 1,300 damage? That's a spicy meatball. Mamma mia.
It's based on...
Absolutely not, Winter. I don't know where
It's
you get
based
these
on
ideas
your
from.
spells damage. Reddit.
Absolutely. I disagree.
That's very balancing ideas. I miss the day when you told me, oh, that was a brilliant balancing idea, Winter. That was good. We should implement it. What happened to those days?
What happened to those days? What happened to your good ideas? Here we go. Back in the game, though. 5 minutes of pause time remaining, but we are back in. Let's remember where we left off, right? Manta, after a dominating early game, have kind of let it slip. Hold on, but they got their BKBs now, so they're very strong in this upcoming fight. Let's see what Bob can do now. Cannot save the Rubik, that's for sure, but Kimizu, he's just dying to the right-click damage, so BKB's not going to save him here. Gohan's is being bullied out from this fight, forced to BKB just to be able to survive, as they also get through the Ogre. Eris trying to TP away right in the middle of their faces. They have nothing to cancel his TP, so he is at least able to get back home, but they're going high ground. They're going high ground.
They're in a hurry. Big bad wolf with the
Somebody
granite
be, they
golem.
only got 5 minutes of pause time. That phone battery, he forgot to charge it last night. I gotta finish this game. Oh no, there
you
they
go.
go. This time, there's no TP away from the Hoodwink. Does at least have a little bit of healing courtesy of the magic wand, but brought back in. No, it's in fact the glimpse is for Gohans, and he's got no BKB this time. He's killed off. Buyback triggered here by Eris, who was cleaned up in the midst by Bob of that last dive, as Grims is going to respawn, but they are now without a mid lane of barracks. Another fortify has been given to Prism. They want no reason to be here on the high ground, but Kui, he's in trouble. Kui, he might not be able to make it out of here either. Silenced up by the crippling fear. He is taken down. The triple kill for Bob. This game, it is all now for Prism, as Manta Esports, they come out of that pause. They don't get their BKB timings right, Winter. They missed their crucial timing. Has the ship sailed for them? Their plane ticket for Copenhagen, it might be canceled.
Oh, I didn't know you take a ship to them, but sure.
You could. You certainly could.
I get seasick, you know. Please don't do that to me.
Okay, this could be something. Kimmy's this time. He's early on the BKB. The control onto Bob. It's fantastic. They need a little bit more. They need a little bit more. Okay, there he goes. Killed off, but he has Aegis. But 423 running down these heroes. The critical strike, it's just doing too much damage. And with the AC, they have no armor to live through this. The physical damage overwhelming as Eris, he's being jumped now. He lives thanks to his innate ability, actually, as 423 now is looking a little bit worse for wear. But Manta running out of cores one by one. They will be run out of these qualifiers by 423. It's a 2-0 victory for Prism Esports as Manta knocked down by Aurora, eliminated by Prism, are out of these SCA closed qualifiers.
Yeah, Prism, for them, their road to the international continues. From the open qualifiers now winning their first round of their lower bracket match, and they live to fight another day. And that's what matters, in all this lower bracket teams. You just want to take it day by day, a series at a time, and just try to, hopefully make your way to Copenhagen.
Exactly. By boat or by plane. Either way, you got to win yourself some Dota matches, and just didn't really turn out too well here for Manta. So this is probably the best that they look. They win this fight here, Winter. They get a lot of momentum out from here, and then it kind of slips up while they wait to find their BKB.
The X is like, guys, I've got my dagger, and after this fight, okay, you guys won the fight without me, I guess the dagger is going to seal the game, and then he came over with the dagger, missed the first gang, died a couple of times, and that was it. The dagger is cursed. It was a cursed dagger, Richie.
Yeah, didn't really work out for them.
Eventually this Night Stalker with the Disruptor and the Lycan Wolf Scouting just proved to be too much, If you're not going to be able to stick... Oh, this is another one. They got the call, but they couldn't kill Carlo and the Disruptor and got the Storm off.
This one was crazy.
Like, somehow I think they just weren't really on the same page, because I see on the minimap, you see the Ogre and the Footwing coming from the Twin Gates. So they were far away. And here again, the Axe jumps in, he gets the kill on the Rubik, and after that, the fight was just way too difficult. They're not getting away from the Night Stalker vision with the Disruptor. They're like kill after kill, the Granite Golem keeping everybody tanky. Just unable to, fight into the crazy nighttime team fight, the Lycan versus Night Stalker and the TA with the traps, the Disruptor Gleams, it's just too much, for them. If you don't have a lead with the Manta lineup, your lineup just doesn't feel good when it comes to the team fight.
Well, honestly, I think a lot of this for me also boils down to the core of choice, which was this Weaver. Earth Spirit's able to still roll around in the fights and do a little bit of damage. I mean, he's doing his thing, right? And honestly, credit to Kui, who probably had the best laning performance he's had so far this tournament. He's had tough matchups, especially versus Aurora's mid, but here at least able to get off a little bit better versus Bob. But I felt like Gohans just was never able to connect this game. He farmed, he did decently. Eventually with BKB, he was able to at least fight a little bit better, but he was just so hard countered this game. And that,
but
I mean,
being countered,
for me, that's
the thing is, being countered is one thing, right? You pick the hero out, so you see the counters, you pick it early, then
exactly,
it's kind of going to get countered, right? So you have to find ways to get yourself into the game. I don't think it's just as simple as, they pick Weaver and enemy pick counter and they didn't do anything about it. I think it's also about how he played the game. He needed to find ways to enter the game with the Axe. They have to play together as a unit and make it work. They weren't really playing as a team as well as Prism. I felt like Prism overall, they played around Bob. I mean, there were a couple of mistakes early game when Bob was like snowballing. But after that, they figured out what was wrong. They had to connect the Night Stalker to the TA. They made sure that every time they were about to take a fight, Night Stalker was there to pop out. They have the vision. So TA was able to get in the enemy backline, kill the supports, and just eventually just run them over with the Lycan.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, it felt pretty simple there for 423, especially towards the end of things here. But I agree. I think you're right. I identified at least the issue that was really obvious, and you kind of pointing out the symptom there. I think for me, though, it's such a bold move. I liked the early aggression strategy from Manta. Genuinely, I really did. But the way that they tried to execute on it, going for a first pick Weaver and then not being able to really execute on that in your very last game, it's a tough way to see them go out here, as Manta Esports are going to be the first team eliminated from these qualifiers. That is the first team. The full Filipino stack now makes 23 Filipino hopefuls remaining in these SCA closed qualifiers. Winter still by far the overwhelming majority of the players hailing from the Philippines here. So we've got plenty more games, but for Manta, they are all out for now. Well played to Prism, who move on to round number 2. For us, though, Winter, we're going to be going to a very quick break before we jump into our next series. That is going to be, pardon me, I have a bit of a brain fart. It's Neon versus IHC Esports, folks. So do stay tuned, as we are going to be coming up with that in just a few minutes after the break. We'll see you soon.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back to the Road to the International. The SCA closed qualifiers continue into our second elimination match. We just saw Manta Esports eliminated in a 2-0 fashion. Winter, we've yet to have a 2-1 series. Right before we went live, I was thinking this is the one, Neon Esports versus IHC. You seem to disagree, though, Winter. Heading into this match, who do you believe has the edge?
That's not anything new, right? I always disagree with everything you say. That's the
That is
dynamic.
true.
If we ever agree on anything, we're done, you know. Well, I guess we do agree on if the nasi lemak is tasty, or if the ayam goreng is good, you know. If the food is good, we do agree sometimes.
We both agree that I think the sambal is the core to a good nasi lemak. I think at least we can kind of.
Oh,
you know.
I feel like the rice is more important. The coconut
Okay,
milk,
all
the
right,
rice.
all right. This is all right. Just get to your point. Talk to me about the match.
All right, Neon. I think from what I've seen so far, I feel like they're also kind of like TNC. They are an underdog team where they have a lot of potential. They in their loss. Who did they lose against? They lost to Talent, right? They lost to Talent, their previous series.
Neon.
no,
They lost to
Sorry,
Bleed.
they lost to Bleed. So in their series against Bleed, I definitely felt like they could have won, you know, both the games, but they just came off short in a couple of very crucial team fights. And I mean, credit to Bleed. You know, Bleed kind of played certain fights well enough for them to win the game. But Neon is not a team that I feel like I look at them. Okay, their opponents are gonna have a good time. I think they have a lot of potential. They have good drafts. They have a clear voice in the team, and yeah, they are a tough opponent. And I'm not sure if IHC has what it takes. They've been around for some time, like just in the qualifiers. They've been not really having deep runs. They're just there, you know. So I don't expect IHC to be able to pose too much of a threat to Neon. And you seem to feel like this series is going to be a 3-game series, you know. So I beg to differ.
I think we're getting a 3-game series. I think that Neon were. Game 2 was less convincing for them yesterday versus Bleed. I have to say, I think that was much more within Wheel's comfort zone. But Game 1 yesterday was Neon's to lose. I think straight up. They lost, right? And ultimately, I think you have to give a lot of credit to, in particular, Polson and Emo, of course, later for eventually kind of picking up and carrying that game for Bleed to get Bleed into the second round of the upper bracket. But not to deviate too much, for Neon, what that means is I think they can really hang. And sure, they're not weak at all, but they have their weaknesses. And I wouldn't really say, yeah, sure, you look at seeding. Based off of seeding, IHC is the worst team in the tournaments, right? They were the last team to get through open qualifiers. Very true, right? That's just a fact. However, you look at the team, you look at who's backing and behind this team with a coach for Ev. This is one of the more longer running Mongolian teams that we've had. And I actually think you have a bit of a stronger team than, yeah, maybe you give it credit for. I agree. Their results, not the best. Like you say, kind of just always ending up in the lower bracket for these kind of SCA Close qualifiers, and certainly starting in the lower bracket is not going to be great. This team making roster changes right before the Riyadh Masters. I hear you, Winter.
I mean, on top of things, they are not like a new team, you know. They've been around for some time. So it's kind of at a point where they are either at their limit or they should you know, break apart, explore other regions. Like some of their players, one of their players went to.
One of the players.
Yeah,
went
I mean,
to
if your team is not really moving forward, then it's a huge issue, right? You need to be able to feel like every day you're working towards something and you're moving. You know, if you're in a ride, if your Uber is not sending you anywhere, it's not getting you to your destination. Are you gonna pay that Uber? Are you gonna ride in that Uber? No.
Look, man, I get it. I just have one question to ask you. How many girlfriends did you break up with growing up? Oh my God, Winter, you sound so experienced giving me this talk right now. I can't believe it. Oh,
Come on,
my
bro.
Lord. Oh. Anyway, here we are.
I want
into
to
the draft.
reveal my darker secrets, you know.
First pick for Neon Esports here, as they will be taking the field on the Dire side. They open up with the Darks here.
The pointy general, as you would call it.
Mm-hmm. The commander, the commandant.
Why is he the general again? I
Because
remember
he's
you
always
telling
talking
me
about
a star.
He's always talking about battle. I mean, maybe less so than Earth Spirit, who's always like in War of Fools, first lesson is last. Darkseer is always like, yes, maneuvering or whatever the hell he says. He's a nerd. He likes looking at maps and seeing the battle plans out, and he's all about flanking as well. Is kind of this hero's play style.
Isn't that the guy who just never goes into battle? He's just looking at the map, tying his troops. Oh, you guys station here. Wait for my call. When I light the fire, you guys run in.
I see.
So
you think he's more of an
never-
armchair general.
Yeah, so he's never actually fighting, but Dux is always in the middle of things.
No,
So
I
is
think
he-
he is always in the middle of things. And his problem is he's not a diplomat. He doesn't play the diplomacy game. He's just a warhawk. And that's why he's in the thick of it. He's gotten opportunities, Winter, to, rise to that level, but Darkseer is like, absolutely not. I mean, his lore is pretty intense, He literally wants to kill anything that doesn't have a pointy head.
So is he friends with wait, does he have friends in the game?
10 seconds.
I
Who have
don't
a
know.
pointy head?
I guess he must. Maybe like Lesh and other people, but
5
I'm not too
seconds
sure.
remaining.
Either way, he's going to be in the thick of things here. And it's a hero that normally gets banned in the first phase. This time around, we see an SF ban, slightly earlier than usual, pardon me, and a Pango ban, which I think this hero went completely ignored in our last series, even though you think he is, besides Witch Doctor, the best hero in the meta. We'll talk about
Yes.
that later. He's banned out because we're
So it
flying through our
means-
draft.
It means the last game
10
wasn't
seconds
relevant. I don't know.
Yep. By the way, we still continue with our really weird stat of teams that have banned Clockwork always lose the game. Teams that
Not
pick
this
or
time.
ban TA always win the
Dire
game.
team pick.
Not this time. One plate of chicken rice that it's gonna end.
Okay.
Are you taking me on?
We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
What do you mean we'll see? That you
let's-
can't
let's
just
let the-
stand on the fence. You have to take a side right now.
Let's let the rest of
I'll
the
give
draft
you
play
2 to
out.
1 odds. If you lose,
Oh,
you lose
come
1
on.
plate. If I lose, I give you 2 plate.
10
The
seconds
Tidy
remaining.
taking the field, another hero that I believe was ignored last time, likely as a support
5
here for
seconds
IHC.
remaining.
So we could already have seen the support duo out. And speaking of the support duo, we might also see that from Neon. So a lot of flex in both drafts here with the Gyro Rubik showing Rubik obviously a support, but Gyro also maybe a core, maybe a support as of now. I think IHC are going to have to show something here with this pick to try and give us something to go off of. Are you a fan of these openings from either team, Winter?
No, not really.
Wow.
Darkseer Darkseer with no partner.
That's
How can
true.
the pointy head general have no partner? Or is he an arrogant general? That's why he has no partners. He wants to
Well,
work
do you-
alone.
Radiant
Do you think this could be a carry Darkseer with a support Gyro? That lane seems half
Pretty sure
decent,
I
actually.
seen it. I seen who did I see? I think it was Akash. Yeah, I seen him play. I was in a game with him. He played carry Darkseer. I wasn't Gyro though. I was a Venom.
Mm.
10
Yeah, Brewmaster
seconds
is the
remaining.
Brewmaster is the illusion counter. Dispel the
true.
Darkseer
5
illusions.
seconds remaining.
Very true. Dispel the Darkseer buffs as well.
I mean, it
right,
just
on
looks so
with
weird,
Sword
right? The
Panda.
first 3 heroes. It feels like IHC has 3 cores. We were tiny. Brewmaster.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with you, but I don't know. Tiny's definitely a support.
I mean, what is this?
Maybe
It's a
not.
it must be some MVP draft, like all melee heroes. Tiny Brewmaster, that's all brawling heroes.
Fareb's behind this team. He is the coach, so maybe you're onto something there. He saw the caveman Dota that we had in our last
10
series, and he's like,
seconds remaining.
Feels like time to pick some
5
anti-melee
seconds remaining.
hero. Timbers or what else?
Enigma? Oh, but you can't. You have a Darkseer.
I mean, you Enigma with Gyro, Enigma Pulsar.
That feels so greedy. Come on. Not even in my games would I pick that Winter. I like the Gyro though. I do like the I like the Timber, sorry, is what you
Dire
said.
team banned.
Okay, Gyro carry, Disruptor against Weaver, Brewmaster, but Disruptor doesn't like to play into Tiny and Tusk, all these early game heroes that can bully him. I mean, you have a combo, vacuum into Kinetic Fence.
Oh, yeah.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, you can build a lot of
Okay.
walls.
Vacuum into kinetic field.
Dude, I swear, I think against Weaver, you don't want to go kinetic fence because he can just Sakuchi before you glimpse him and then he runs away. But in some lineups, I do think kinetic fence is decent.
Like
I think
what? I've asked you this question 1,000 times. You've never given me a logical
slept
answer.
on. It's slept on, man.
You tell me, oh no, there's potential. You just have to figure it out on your own. You have to try it. I've tried it a billion times and it's just bad.
Well, you know what BSJ says. Yeah, if you lose every single game, what's the one constant, Winter?
Me.
It's you.
So it's
Radiant team back.
yeah, I'm pretty
Last
sure
picks
it's
here.
not the fence, I'm pretty sure it has nothing to do with the fence.
Last picks. What are we looking for here? I still like your idea of an anti-melee 23rd pick here for Neon, personally. IHC looking like they're lacking a mid, I
10
guess.
seconds remaining.
Probably.
Or they could just pick a mid hero that can't be ganked by Tusk or
5
Tiny,
seconds
some
remaining.
elusive hero. Puck. Because you
Well,
kind of
not Puck,
nullify
it's
their...
banned. But
Okay,
yeah,
not
I
Puck.
get your point.
You kind of nullify their role in the game because Tusk and Tiny, they want to roam around and get kills. And if they can't do that, it feels like they don't really have a clear purpose in the game.
Also, is like an ungankable mid hero, would you say? Death
Night
Prophet?
Davian.
Oh.
Yeah. Night Death Prophet kind of feels like Night Davian. Tanky hero, can't die.
Right. Yeah, I could see that. DK also very highly contested.
But have
in
you
the tournament
have you
so far.
seen the hero like DP? I don't know if I've seen the hero much. I feel the hero is like not that good.
I've seen her a little bit. I think her facets are not really that crazy, which is why maybe she's being a little bit slept on. Maybe she's just not that good. But
Oh, Lash.
I'm
Lash is good.
oh,
Can't die.
Yeah. Yeah, Lesh does seem really good. It's annoying that you can lift him. Neon, they're afraid probably a little bit of getting him lifted by the Bruce Storm Panda, but the Storm Panda got really heavily nerfed in 736. The cooldowns especially. So we'll see what they want to go for. Oh, it's Ember. Okay. Yeah.
Is he ungankable?
No,
It's like
I wouldn't
Iron
say
Shell
so.
Ember. Iron Shell Ember he has set up because they don't really have a lot of good small stuns outside of Liv. And Liv is not really that reliable, so Ember kind of fills the
10
gap
seconds
in
remaining.
that. And this hero
5
kind of
seconds
feels
remaining.
like the safe mid hero now, right now, if you get what I mean. Like if you don't know,
Yeah,
you're not sure,
yeah, I
man,
do.
just pick the Ember. Because Huskars
very-
are like dead, right? Huskar is dead, so all the heroes that can beat the shit out of him in the lane, they're not there.
It's a very C mid hero too, isn't it? But let's see what are IHC gonna
Ember
go
is
for?
a C mid hero? You said
Yeah, he's-
Ember is a C?
Ember is a C hero. I
Okay,
think so.
this is the hero that's gonna beat the shit out of him in the mid lane. The fish man. And you have Weaver, Slaughter, minus armor. So it's a Weaver carry, Tiny and Tusk support duo. 4 melee heroes with Weaver, that's just what the caveman ordered.
Yeah, that's something I'm definitely surprised by. That Neon
So you know
gonna go
what?
for more
Richie?
anti-melee.
If you have a lot of melee heroes and you're playing into Darkseid, guess what happens? Multi-hero vacuum into wall.
Yeah, and we've got Chain Gang as well from Ken. I think most people end up going for the other facet. No, okay, it's double impact. Of course it is. Okay, and I was going to say, JG also has Heart of Battle right now, which is the one that gives you more move speed from your allies, but he also is going to go Quick Wit. Yeah, okay. They're trolling me. Neon literally chose all of the unchosen facets, and then they went, actually, you know what? We're not going to do that. Okay.
Drinking buddies. Would you have preferred the other one on
No,
Tusk?
I think
Tag team?
Drinking Buddies is really good.
Yeah, but they have physical damage lineup. Isn't tag team like more valuable with Rio and Slaughter?
Yeah, but I don't know if they really actually need that this game. I don't know what tag team's going to do for you compared to the potential earlier
Kill
save.
heroes? Hello?
Okay, but you have Corrosive Haze and Swarm already? Like, what do you need? What do you need an extra 25 damage for, my friend?
Kill it
I like-
faster.
I like
Don't
the save.
you know it's better to kill things faster in Dota 3?
I like the save because you can pull people out of kinetic fields, Static Storm.
But you can?
Yes, because you cast it from outside of You cast it from outside the static storm, and then you can actually
but-
snowball save.
But it's a kinetic field. It should block it.
That's not how that's not how Dota works. I'm not sure if you can get out of kinetic field, to be honest. Maybe that's why he should have
The
gone for
Rubik
fence.
lift makes sense, right? Because you're lifting him above the field, right? But how can you pull him through the field?
That's just the power of alcohol, drinking buddies. You just you get pulled in.
Then no
It makes
drinking
sense.
makes your body like
That's
able
the lore.
to bend with any physical matter and just go through it. It just reminds me of the Terminator scene when the metal guy just uses his liquid and walks through the cell. Remember that scene?
Are you referring to the Terminator, the metal guy?
No, the liquid metal guy, the other guy. Like he's chasing and hunting down Sarah Connor, and he goes to the hospital to find her, and then he's chasing her down, and he just walks through the cell or whatever you call it, the door, and everyone was like looking stunned.
Careful.
All right, you didn't watch it. All right,
There they go. The
you're on a
metal man.
different-
They're running in. Oh, they missed the. Whoa. Oh no! It's the worst imaginable ice shards. It still might not matter, to be honest. Fortune Soul is able to at least keep up. There's going to be the toss level. They throw in Ace. He might be in for a bit of trouble as well. So we get a full-on 5 versus 5. Neon down to 4. But counter initiation is strong. We've even taken flak cannon here from CJ to do even more damage as Kishka has no way out of this one. That's a flame guard with an ion shell on top. Talk about damage. 2 for 1.
Wait till the
CJ
Ember gets a
gets
radiance
both
on top of it.
kills.
Yeah, talking about Gyro being the best hero to get kills before the game starts.
Well, so carry gyro as well. Even better. Not going to be wasting
Actually,
on move
I
speed.
feel like support Gyro probably uses it better than carry Gyro. Because you need the hit creeps, right, with carry Gyro. You don't have Rocket Barrage, you have Flat Cannon. So the early boots kind of doesn't really help you.
3 runes for Neon here to start. Yeah, I would agree. But that's fine. I think early on you go for stats anyway. Just get a faster Falcon Blade for CJ
Blades
or
of
whatever.
attack. Yeah, and Flat Cannon, right click them down. I think we saw this lane yesterday, Disruptor Gyro. Pretty good lane. Bully people out. Thunderstrike gives vision. Flat Cannon hits you no matter what, no fogging. You were telling me how you were hiding behind the trees against Gyrocopter Flat Cannon.
No fogging. You sound like a car salesman right now.
Yeah, haven't you heard? If you can sell, you can do anything in life.
That is,
So,
look, I mean,
learning
you're almost
to
selling me
sell-
on
learning-
that one.
Yeah, learning to sell is an important skill in life.
I
Sometimes you
agree.
gotta sell it to your wife that you're actually not out drinking with your friends, but you're out doing work. You know?
Oh no, honey, I wasn't out drinking. I was just playing Dota. All right, talk to me a little bit about this mid lane, though. You were talking about a hero that is going to, quote-unquote, beat the crap out of Ember Spirit. This is a 24 Slardar. Is that what is that his purpose this game, basically? His sole purpose?
His first purpose is to remove the flame out of the Ember.
Extinguish the flame.
Yeah, Ember doesn't really like playing to Sara. And I think the matchup still is the same.
Toss back.
Sara just
This is going to be a dead bomb. You have the looks of things. Fantastic body blocking, even with the electromagnetic pulse. He is just fine.
yeah, I mean the toss with the slow and the Cinder Brew, just no way you run away.
Mid
You
lane,
just
by the
have
way,
to play from a
Ken,
distance.
Ken is kind of styling on Ikigai. I mean, he just got bashed now, but he's dodged 2 crushes so far with the Sleight of Fist, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, I mean the matchup is just gonna get harder and harder. I don't think it's gonna get easier for the Ember. He did a good job so far surviving. But eventually the bash of the deep and the crush is just going to overpower him.
Yeah, looks that way. He's already used the crush, so he's in no danger of dying here, but will be forced to use a lot of that bottle regeneration here already, as both mid laners did opt for a bottle early on. Is this really going to be a Deso game from Ken? I haven't really been seeing that Ember build too much. Is this new?
Wait,
I've
what?
seen...
Huh?
Okay, it wasn't. He was literally trolling me.
You
Neon,
kidding me?
He had it queued up, bro. Check the tape. I don't know what you want me to say. Down
I
bottom.
was gonna say Dazzle Ember only in your games.
Castaway gets the surge. He's fine, but that leaves JG in a bit of a tricky situation now as they do continue to chase. But eventually will go back on over as Fortune Soul has bullied his way into making sure he gets this first Lotus. Up top lane, Bombi, he needs a Lotus right now, but I don't think he's going to get one. Slowed to a crawl by the Blood Grenade. Kishka, not enough spell cooldown though, or no spells available really is a better way to put that. He cannot pick up that kill there.
Yeah, just very, very tense side lanes, you know. Both lanes having a lot of kill potential. Top lane, Kishka, getting the avalanche on.
Yep,
back.
have a toss now, the toss back.
Oh, no.
CJ had a big
He's
magic
fast.
wand though. And
That guy has no boots.
No boots, doesn't matter. Doesn't need him with the afterburner. Bombi throwing the blood grenade here. Yeah, there's the flat cannon. No trees to hide behind this time. The Tiny's going to... No, the Tiny lived. I think 11 fed him a Lotus.
I would have just let the Tiny die and kept the Lotus for myself. Dude, now he can't play the lane properly because he's at half health. You know, imagine he had the Lotus for himself. Maybe the Tiny needed to go back to base anyway.
We should, you know, here's a new content piece that we need to start doing at tournaments. It's the Dota 2 trolley problem. You know about the trolley problem, Winter?
No, tell me more.
So the trolley problem. Hold on, CJ. Oh, actually, mid maybe? No, I think it's top or Kishka. He's committing. He didn't get the toss onto the hero that he needed. Unfortunately,
he
tossed
needed
the
to
creep.
let the Tiny die.
Oh no, maybe he did. And now 11 homing missile catching up with him thanks to the glimpse.
See,
and
imagine
he is as
Richie.
good as dead.
Imagine he had the Lotus for himself. Tiny died, went back to base. He went to lane, full health, full mana. Don't you think they would have won that fight?
Perhaps.
What do you mean, perhaps? Dude.
Mid. Here comes Kishka, ready for the toss, continuing the lockdown. They're going to have a bash again, and with the Crush of the Deep, they have the kill. That's that physical Slytherin Crush spell damage cutting straight through that Flame Guard. Holy moly.
The Ember is actually doing well in terms of CS though, even though he just died 29 to the 27. He's doing a good job keeping up, but now with the kill, so Starla's gonna start to get a level advantage once you have level 6 on Starla, then Ember can't really play the lane anymore. You have to just try to make rotations, get runes, jungle, dodge.
Yeah, it would be nice if he could get this level 6 online too.
They're hitting the point where the supports have to prioritize taking the runes. It's Ember and Slada, so you can't give either hero runes.
Right now, Bombi finds himself up top lane. They have an avalanche. They don't have enough mana for the toss, though. So Kishka might just be dead here? Okay, he's not dead, but does take a lot of damage for free. And that also leaves him without any really spells to try and contest the 6-minute runes, which are going to be spawning in shortly.
He has 3 sticks and a blood grenade.
Okay. He's got 4 sticks, actually. He's got 3 stick charges and 1 iron branch. Bombi. See his
nice
man
one,
here.
Richie.
Oh, but Kishka steals away the shield rune. Can't really kill him, honestly. He's a tanky lad.
Yeah, I mean,
Ken
he's
finally
a
up to level
stone.
6.
He's a
as
rock.
well.
Didn't we say this is the mountain? Tiny is a mountain.
Didn't
I guess
we?
that was for Tiny carry, not Tiny
Yeah.
support. Tiny support is really fun now with the hero passive, with the crash landing. I think it's a very powerful one early game. Getting the slow off. It just changes how you play Tiny. Before it's always about like you're trying to get the Ava plus toss combo, right? You get more damage with the stun. But nowadays I think it's more about just trying to use the slow to allow your teammates to catch up. And top lane twin gate action. Ace is here with his drinking buddy. Oh
There
no,
he
here comes the
goes.
Weaver.
There he goes. There's going to be the drinking buddy looking for that bonus damage. 4 heroes around CJ now. There's a TP coming. CJ already having used the wand charges can't offer much. A lot of damage out from Ken though. Level 3 in the Sleight of Fist as he goes after Kishka now. Fortune Soul is still here. There's going to be that crash landing pushing him further away, but they bring back Kishka using that glimpse. Another TP incoming here. So they have finally lost the first hero for IHC. Ken still looking for more as Fortune Soul. He's free to go through the twin gate. Castaway, will we consider chasing him down? For now, no, as in fact they turn back onto Bombi, who's ignited and killed by Ikigai, who just ran here. He still has a TP scroll. Snowball being channeled up.
Oh, here comes the
onto
split.
Ken here, as there's going to be the first split of the game. I think 11 just had now the experience gain required for it. Castaway then left behind. Oh, so much damage thanks to that amplify damage as well. Sorry, the corrosive haze. Ends up being a 3 for 1. Pretty good stuff out from IHC.
This fish is a scary one, you know. He's way scarier than the Ember Spirit. I mean, it wasn't really, I guess, ideal for him to only get a kill when the Ember PP. But now, runes. Kishka gonna snag the rune away from Ken. Nicely done.
Kishka so far grabbing both power runes this game. First one was that shield rune, so very strong rotations from IHC, able to keep the runes out of the hands at least of Ken. JG is farming decently well. Obviously, he's not in that last fight. He's a Darkseer, but he's doing okay.
He has the most CS, but he's not top level. I guess jungle keeps don't matter so much.
Now he's got level 3 Ion Shell, so I don't think it becomes too easy to... Well, I say that, but then, you know, Weaver is he's a hero.
Yep.
Not when I think you're going to kill until you get more levels here. Even if you bring CJ, I think Fortune Soul, he just gets out of here. Ken almost dies mid. 3 heroes, probably 4 heroes showing bottom, so they're going to look to apply more pressure here as Ken is back in the fountain and regenning up. Ace, as well as Kishka, ready to make the play onto Ken. Full HP, 3 bottle sips, and an unknown amount of teleports make this a slightly risky jump in, but they're going to go for it now. As in they go, the snowball. They still have the toss. Can they kill him? Yes. The control is perfect. Very well played there by IHC.
That's a very, very huge kill for them. It's going to help the Slada get his dagger, which is going to be very, very crucial for them. Brewmaster is more of a greedy offlaner, so he doesn't want to move, so the Slada needs the dagger to get the 2 supports into the game. And they're going to get the tower, maybe? Nope. Bombi
Not
just
quite.
level 3 glimpse.
Uh-oh, that's trouble.
He's going to catch a
snowball?
fish.
No, not quite. Ikigai, he's going to be left behind, unfortunately, here. 5 heroes surrounding him, taking him down. And now, Neon, they might consider a tower siege themselves. They're bringing the Darkseer over with the mechanism. Doesn't have wall of replica, but I don't think it'll matter. I think this tower's gone. I don't see you fighting into this. Unless you maybe TP the Brewmaster, even still, I don't think you can fight this.
Glimpse.
Another glimpse, another kill here as Kishka gets off the avalanche. Not much of a chance to do anything else there as he is going to lose out on his first rune of the game. It's a 10-minute rune, this one into the bottle for Ken here eventually. As I think they are going to try and defend here.
I mean, they need the brew split. They need the brew split. He's coming.
Here they go.
He's keeping in.
There's no wall of replica. We don't have a skill point for it. 11. He's going to go in now. Snowball onto 2. CJ does get this call down off. They are dying. The fish is dead. Ikigai, he's already down. The split's out, but they might be even to actually kill these Brewlings. 11, he's just got the Earth Panda left, I believe. It's killed off. That's 3 down just like that. Ken is going to be traded away as Fortune Soul and Kishka doing their best to claim whatever they can off of this lost fight. They'll get 2 cores. Ultimately, not the worst, I suppose. Tower defended, but I think they're set to lose Kishka here. Glimpse, yeah, that'll seal his fate. Try as he might there with the toss. Yeah.
That was insane how they were able to just kill the split right off the bat with the flat cannon.
Yeah, I mean, they have so much AoE physical, right? Flat cannon, sleight of fist, ion shell. They have a lot of AoE damage.
It's not over. Still going. Another glimpse.
Glimpse on back. Ace, he might have bit off more than he could shoot. Okay, so we can't get out of the kinetic fields. Now we have learned.
You lied. You lied.
I did lie. It's not anything new, though. Taking a look at net worth, though, all of a sudden, JG, who was worse off earlier, is now the richest hero in the game in terms of net worth. Down goes the tower. Won't change too much. Not too far behind, though, is 11, who's managed to find the money for, at the very least, the Sacred Relic. I'm not sure how much better his fights end up looking with that, but I think...
well, it depends if Dux is going to rush a pipe after this, which is going to block your Radiance damage.
Yep, Greaves first, of course, but seems like that could be something here. Yeah, now I think we're just going to have to settle in for a net worth race. And what's funny enough, I think because of, basically because of the Slardar, everyone had to kind of rotate towards the mid lane, which means that our mid laners are actually trailing the pack of all the cores. Ikigai worse for wear here. His net worth is just over 5,200, and Ember is at 5,400 there now, you can see. Ember, though, he's getting some more assistance. Now he's gotten 2 runes straight, so things are trending positively for Neon.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I'm just wondering how big of a difference this Radiance is going to make, because right now, with the strength of the Darkseer Winter, it feels like this is kind of Neon's ball game for a bit longer.
You can always make your own Radiance Brewmaster as well.
That's true, actually. If you can get him before he splits. You don't copy any of those Brewlings on the wall.
What if you could? Is that too much? More balancing ideas?
More illusions to block, I guess. I mean, they wouldn't be too useful, I reckon.
Radiant's middle
It's not like you can use any of the abilities on them, right?
So right now, Gyro is clearing some stacks. He's about to finish his Aghanim. It's more of like a slow game for Neon. They're kind of more focused on the scaling part, where IAC, once you get the Radiance with the Slada, you kind of want to get something done with the Weaver as well. He's going Deso, so all the items coming online.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Are they happy
But I
to
do-
scale? Are you not afraid of
Late
this
game?
Weaver later, this Slardar later?
Nah, late game.
Okay.
I think late game, I feel like Ember Spirit, Darkseer plus Gyro, it's more stable, right? Like you think about how they're going to execute the team fight. The vacuum into Static Storm, the call down, sounds a lot more scarier. And Gyro doing
Okay.
damage from behind.
Smoke on smoke action. 11 gets off the ultimate with ease. He's got Radiance as well. That'll be burning down these heroes as they go in for a bit more. Kishka affected now by that Mage Slayer on the Ember Spirit is having to try to rotate around this fight as Bombi trying to get out of this area here. They have a lift. They are still doing good damage onto these Brewlings, honestly, but 11, he will survive throughout. They try and steal the split. Not happening this time as Ken running down this Tusk does take him down. Fortune Soul joining the fight, ends up getting both kills onto both supports, and now with Ken here, worse for wear, gets off a Remnant in the nick of time. He'll be okay. A pretty good fight there for
Is he?
IHC, especially if Ikigai jumps on in. They need a little bit more. Kishka, he knows he can't be
toss.
far. He's got vision because of the toss, thanks to that corrosive haze, and they will end up winning big here. IHC picking up 3 heroes in the exchange for the Tusk. Okay.
Gyro just didn't show up, but he was.
Oh, he did not. He wants eggs.
Okay, so they fought without the Gyro. Whatever. So next fight, he is going to have to come help his team. I think you can only abandon your team one time. Glimpse
11.
11.
Of course, no split for him as they have stolen his barrel. Look at it go. Roll out the barrel.
But do you steal the? Oh
Yeah,
the same
we've
facet.
learned on Rubik that you steal anything. You steal the spell as it exists in the game. You don't steal the base spell. There it is. Another barrel rolled out onto Ace. Snowball will delay his death slightly, but not by much. Maybe he can deny himself.
So you get
Low
to
chance.
you get to throw the barrel further than the Brewmaster.
That is true. I mean, don't you see this guy's arms, Rubik? Look at his arms, man. This guy's
It's like-
easily curling 50 kilograms. It's huge.
No, it's like skinny arms.
Yes, I know. That was the joke.
50 kilograms.
It's all about willpower.
That's like if you're curling me, 50 kilograms.
That'd be
Can you curl
crazy
me?
with one arm.
You can, right?
What?
50? That's
I
easy
can't
for you.
curling 50 kilograms? I'm talking about a one-arm barbell curl. I didn't know way. Or dumbbell curl. I didn't know way. What do you think I am?
11?
Made out of protein? 11. Uh-oh. I'm more looking like a Rubik IRL. Oh, that's a nice vac wall. Pulls him back into this kinetic field, preventing 11 from getting off the ultimate. Ken now jumping around in this fight. Look at the... Oh, he doesn't have Chain Gambit. The Sleight of Fist doing tons of damage here as Ace able to at least assist in taking down Castaway. Only 2 cores surviving now. Well, for how much longer? Ikigai pulled back in by the glimpse. Neon Esports dominating.
Look,
I don't
Richie,
think
what
IHC were
happens-
ready to take a fight there.
Look what happens when the Gyro shows up. Well, I guess the Brewmaster got caught, didn't get the split off. They got the Storm on top of his head. So, difficult fight, for IHC. They're not ready to respond. They're just busy
Nope.
farming their BKBs. But the BKBs
Take a
are
look at that
good.
replay as well. What do you see here, Winter? What do you see?
I see a dead
Radiant's
Brewmaster.
middle tower is under attack.
and the fight is over. I mean, once your Brewmaster dies, you can't save him. That's it, That's your team fight.
Yeah, I mean, I guess with Deso at least, Fortune Soul's able to get something there, just killing off the Rubik, but ultimately is, as you say, not a good fight for them to have taken. JG is not going for a Pipe of Insight, by the way. He is going for a Shivas as we see Aichi start up those throws. This should be very fast. Swarm minus armor. Corrosive Haze, Deso.
Yeah,
But,
they need to get something in return.
Shivas is nice. It's a good item for JG here. Adds to the damage of basically the rest of your team as well, especially your supports. But I'm starting to become a little worried. Oh, Kishka gets immediately glimpsed back. I think he forgot there's a disruptor in the game. Oh.
Probably better that he don't
Hold on.
back.
11 from behind. They're going to be able to connect now here and cut off any kind of reinforcements as Bombi tries to set up the kinetic field static storm, and it won't save him. JG, they're on him as well now. Ace trying to close the gap. He's so fast, though, this little pointy-headed armchair general. I think JG is too fast, honestly. He won't get out alive.
Yeah, no rush, you know. They're running into an Aegis with Weaver. I mean, Weaver with Aegis, so they have to just try to wait it out. Get more items on your gyro. I think BKB is going to be crucial for CJ to finish. Ideally before the next fight. It's going to take a while, but yeah, they have time.
They have time.
It's like a classic Darkseer thing, right? He's shuffling out all the waves, so it makes it really hard for you to attack into the enemy territory.
Oh, well, Ace is just going to walk right into enemy territory. They don't have a static storm. They still have a glimpse. Ace,
he's going to die.
Snowball. He's dead. I mean, Ace is just...
I mean, the thing with Darkseer is like he makes it hard for you to group up, to bring enough heroes to a location to take over, because your waves are always constantly pushed out. You need people to deal with the waves. That's why you have to be patient. You have to kind of just accept it that the waves are going to push out. You have to deal with it and then find the right time to move as a team.
I like this move by Neon. They tried for the kill onto the Weaver. They knew that he had already used time-lapse and it was on cooldown, but Neon got a little bit too distracted, killing the Tusk. So in a way, space created. Kishka, he could be next. He's caught now by the Searing Chains. Nice combo, nice timing here by Ken as Kishka has stolen 2 of his power runes, and that is too many for Ken, as they will take him down easily. Tree Grab stolen, not your favorite spell to steal on Rubik, honestly. In fact, maybe one of the worst spells in the game.
Are you going to make a joke about how he has skinny hands, so he shouldn't be able to hold that tree trunk?
No, dude, that tree trunk is basically what his arms look like under that robe. It must be. How else can he throw everything farther, you know? He's like the... I don't watch any anime, but I know there's the one anime where the guy wears the training weights all the time, and then when he finally takes them off, he's very strong. I know you don't watch anime either, so this is just purely a reference for hopefully the audience that gets it.
How much Dragon Ball? What are you talking about?
That is actually an anime. That's a good point. Either way, Castaway, now he's got Shikuchi. He's much happier to have this one.
I mean, it's rich, you know. Is this a pos 5 Rubik? I guess the Disruptor is pos 5, not through Rubik.
True.
Yeah, it's fun. I mean, I guess with how Disruptors are taking their skills, you don't max your Thunderstruck anymore, so you don't farm.
Yeah. Even with this useless facet, you don't farm very well.
Useless?
It's so bad, man.
It's better than the fence, you know? Come on, bro. How can this be worse than the fence? Okay,
Just doesn't feel like much of an upgrade, that's it.
Your
just
silence
salty.
is you just agreeing. Even you can't make an argument about the fence.
We're smoking. What are we smoking on? The BKB. It's about to be delivered for Ikigai. A little bit of patience here, boys. You need a little bit of patience. Don't make that jump in quite yet. Now you can make the jump with the BKB. Can you find the Ember? No, not quite. And 11, his smoke has broken. So they're going to go again into the triangle. Eager to make use of this Aegis BKB timing now, our IHC.
Gleipnir online for Ken. He is strong, sir. Very tanky and has magic resist from Mage Slayer.
And pretty soon, I don't think Neon are going to be too scared to take a fight either. CJ is about to finish farming his BKB as well, but there's going to be the jump by Kishka. It's on the Castaway. Good timing now from Ikigai. Okay, but Castaway full healed there. Back wall now onto Ikigai. He might just have to BKB to run for his life, and even then, I don't think it's going to save him. He's taking tower shots, and he's taking sleight of fist. He is down.
Good
Snowball
snowball.
is going to be used to at least save 11, who did not pop the ultimate for this fight, and I don't think he wants to anymore with the way that they are dropping heroes one by one. Ken is about to collect his second now onto Ace as the next sleight of fist will do it. The Yule Scepter used. They catch 11 here a second time. Don't have any vision, though, for any follow-up. As the Gleipnir will find him. 11. Oh, no. Winter caught inside the kinetic field static storm. They finally encircled him as Neon. They realize that IHC are itching for a fight, and Neon managed to land a counter here. Very well done.
Yeah, very nicely done. Not running away from Rubik with Shukuchi, with Disruptor Glimpse, you know. Once you mess up the initiation. The Rubik had I think he had a big Lotus, and it was the Greaves, Dragon Scale on the Rubik, so he had a lot of tanky items with the fluffy hat. Not an easy target to go on.
No, not at all. And I
Hey, say
think,
Richie, don't forget to pick up those Lotuses, you know, when you're passing by.
that's true.
Radiant's middle tower
That is true.
They are tasty. Have you had Lotus soup?
Of course.
You like it?
Yeah, I like it. I like Lotus better in hot pot. It's got a nice crunch, you know.
That's a totally different thing. Come on.
I've also had Lotus roots in my mooncakes. That's pretty good too. I like the flavor.
That's also a totally different thing, but fine. You need to try the soup that's cooked for a day or cooked with the pressure cooker shortcut. Lotus
Now you've
root
got-
with peanuts and with some pork.
Sounds good. Sounds delicious. I think IHC they need to get some Lotuses, some fights going of their own. We've got another BKB this time on Fortune Soul as they're eager to try and find the
Ikigai.
jump.
Ikigai needs to find the disruptor.
Oh, that'd be such a nice play, but he's just going to be out of vision. This is a good angle to approach this fight from. There's smoke. He's about to break. They're walking past the Lit Watcher. Oh, no. Okay, they're going to reveal. They know what's coming now, and they're going to be able to properly position themselves. Or are they? Bombi? Bombi, careful, Bombi. Do they see him? No, obviously they don't see him across
they're
the
gonna
way.
see him now. They're gonna see him now. Uh-oh.
Dire structures are fortified.
Glyph?
Radiant's
Uh-oh.
middle tower is under
11. You need to split
Yeah.
soon. Uh-oh.
Trouble's coming his way. In goes Ken. No, split available for him. Bombi sets up the static storm. Ikigai, he's going to get sucked in as well. What was that? What was that, Ikigai? He went in and he decided to sympathetically crush and then realized he was dead as well. This Gyro, he melted them. He murdered them. Look how much damage he did. That's illegal, Gyro.
That's what we call a friend magnet, you know. Always so drawn to saving your friend. And sometimes I tell my players, or I tell my teammates, if you want to do this all the time, please just play support. The worst thing to have as a save your friend syndrome is you're the core.
Yeah. Yeah, now instead of just one core deleted, it's two.
Dire's bottom
Alright,
tower
can they kill him? Do they have enough damage in the tank with the Weaver? Dragon skill? Uh-oh.
Nope. They couldn't even catch him.
Radiant's top
And
tower
instead,
is under attack.
CJ is just going to
They
get to
got a
work
tower,
on tier
Richie,
two.
you know? We need to look at the positive. They got
That's
a tower.
true. They got a tower. They didn't lose the Weaver in that last fight, so his BKB is still at a good duration. Hasn't really found a lot of luck. I mean, he's got the right item, Specialist Array. He's got his...
Yeah, did the shard.
Turning out for
He
him.
packs a
Shard's really
punch.
amazing. I love
Yeah, he-
Shard in games like these where you need to kind of draw out the game a bit more because it does allow you to nuke waves basically in one shot.
Ken is here again. Round 2.
Mm-mm.
Okay, he's not
just-
here. I'm just kidding.
He's just too... He's too fast at clearing these waves. He's got this facet, right, which gives you another... it gives you
click.
another basically proc on Sleight of Fist, right? He's got Mage Slayer. He's got this full Gleipnir. I mean, he's just doing too much to waves.
Dragon
Clears them too
skill.
quickly.
He has a lot of damage over time.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Now
now
he's got Cloak of Flames,
Flames.
even better.
Do you think that Amber should get more value out of Cloak of Flames? Like certain heroes should have special.
No, why are you trying to...
Traits
Did
that-
you love the 1 week we had flame damage? You were just like, that was the best week of Dota I've ever had in my life. You remember that flame damage?
No. I remember Flamethrower.
I've had I've had a piece of content cooking for a long time where I wanted to try and get pros to see if they can identify the fake patch note, because there are some patches in Dota where some experiments we've had that just they're so easily forgotten.
Imagine if you have Flame God, you're running in and Bat Rider napalms the enemy, so your Flame God does more damage.
That's literally how it worked. That's literally how it worked. You're describing the mechanic to a T.
That's logical. That spell should interact with each other.
Well, I think it's for the better. I think, I mean, who knows? Maybe that's 742 coming your way.
How about half, half damage? Your spells will...
No.
Okay.
Absolutely not. Denied. Motion denied. As Roshan, number 2.
Yeah.
Neon, unlikely to deny this guy.
Your Honor, how long can I submit a secondary motion? Appeal,
You can't. The people don't want to hear it. I just watched a legal drama yesterday, so I'm too legal pilled right now. God, it's just so annoying here. Look how long this route lasts. Fortune Soul doing his best to try and at least maybe force more heroes back, but he's just not a threat at all to Ken. So Neon, they will clear through Roche. They will take very little tier 3 tower damage as well.
Assault Curious down on Ken. Good luck killing him now. Well, the physical damage is gonna be tickling. They have Solar Crest on Disruptor, Grease, Shiva, Assault Curious on Ember. It's actually very good.
He's so tanky. He's so tanky as well. Flame Guard active to give him that magic resist. He has Mage Slayer on top of Cloak of Flames for even more magic resist. He's got AC, armor. Not to mention the Shivas on the team, Guardian Greaves.
They have every single aura item that gives you armor.
Doesn't Helm still give you armor, or am I crazy? Isn't that the only thing it gives now?
Helm?
Yeah.
Gives you what, AoE armor?
No, does it? I think it used to. Am I thinking of
You mean
Vlad's?
from the Bloods? Yeah.
Yeah, Vlad's gives 2 armor.
That's it. Ring of Protection, 175 gold.
Yeah, gives you a ×4 though. That's not that. I guess 5 on yourself.
No. You're only allowed to calculate the added value.
Do you think they should introduce a mechanic or a hero that does not allow you to receive any auras? That would kind of be an interesting, like some sort of
modifier. Oh, I think there's one, right? It's Pango, is it? No. How does it work? Oh no, the Pango one's different. You proc less on bashes, right? Or something.
You proc less on chances. I'm talking about like you apply something like a nullifier onto heroes and they just can't receive auras. Like all their auras are cancelled. Not actives, not buffs, just auras.
We should get this. This should be a very toxic hero, right?
That'd be kind of cool. I don't know how good it'd be. We'll see now. IHC, they basically have one move to make. They're going to try and catch Ken yet again. They have vision on him. They just need to be able to close the gap. Ikigai kicking things off here. This could be just perfect. And he's not that tanky, apparently.
Yeah, for sure. When you have 4 heroes next to him.
11. He's running in completely by himself here, but he knows he's actually fairly strong with the BKB.
Yes, BKB.
He can always just pop that and make sure he gets off the Static Storm. They've at least found the Darkseer. Look how fast he goes down to Fortune Soul as CJ now. He's going to be forced to try and man up and fight through this one. They're doing pretty well because of this Central Ward. Fortune Soul, he's going to have to use this time lapse early on. Rubik's still alive, but ticking down here to the damage from 11, who fails to get the kill because of the stolen snowball. Rubik outplayed him in the fight. He pulled in the entire team, though. I don't think he wanted to do that. He's going to gather them around. All of a sudden, it's CJ trying to TP away with the BKB. But the damage output, it's too high. Everyone is just about a lick away from death, but it's not going to matter. IHC, they play their cards perfectly. They get the full wipe.
Excellent execution there. Like Neon just kind of felt like they were still strong with the gyro. That's why they decided to sit around, Aegis cheese, and didn't feel like they needed the Ember, but oh boy, they were wrong. Gyro,
textbook shot calling there from IHC.
Yeah, they needed the AC aura from the Ember. They actually needed that.
Well, I'll tell you what they needed. They needed a 4 versus 5 fight, and that's what they got. Check out this replay. You can see how perfect the kill was. And then there's just the comms. They knew exactly what they were looking for. 11 knew what exactly he could do.
I guess they can't run,
the retreat.
Right? Yeah, there's a primal split, so you have to fight. I mean, unless the gyro's BKBs and TPs away.
Yeah, I guess that was the move to make here. In hindsight 2020, of course, as they say.
They must have felt they could have fought with the gyro, because gyro is pretty strong. Not gonna
Check
lie.
out this snowball. This snowball steal was so good. I don't know if he really should have. I guess it was good that he.
They dodged
No,
the flat
everyone, it's a-
cannon. They dodged the flat cannon like 1 or 2 hits. Yeah,
No, I'm
maybe.
talking about Rubik's snowball. He pulled in everyone except for CJ. I guess it. I mean, I don't know. That was a lost fight at that point. Honestly, literally ran yourself into the corner. I mean, excellent shot calling there from IHC. I can't compliment that enough. That's exactly what you need to be doing in situations like that. When the fight looks unwinnable, you take a dirty fight, right?
Yeah, they need to try to persuade their opponents to play fair, 5v5. No 4v5s.
Wait, wait a second. You know what this reminds me of from Neon Esports?
Tell me more, my friend.
This reminds me of Game 1 versus Bleed, does it not?
Game 1.
All of us, you have Neon in a comfortable position. They go looking up high ground once. The enemies all of a sudden get an amazing hold, and then the mid laner starts coming online. Hello?
Yeah, there is a
Yes.
stat about a certain team that plays much better when they're out of their comfort zone when they're losing, and when they're winning, they play worse. Guess what that
What
team
stat is that? Enigma. Why are you laughing?
Yeah, damn, you're good.
Why are you laughing?
How do you know everything? Alright, smoke. Come on, bro, it's
Jump
your
in.
turn.
Okay, but they've split targets. They split targets, and they've already lost CJ. They've lost CJ. Oh, they've blown him up. Where's your damage now? No cheese, no BKB, no satanic, no chance in this fight. IHC for the second fight in a row, looking to make it happen. The split comes off. Seems like IHC, they're only going to be able to find themselves the carry, but only the carry is like only getting $500 million, Winter. That feels pretty darn good for IHC right now. They are back in the driver's seat for this game.
They kind of forgot they're not playing Meepo, Divided, you don't stand. They need to stand together with the auras. The Gyro needs the AC aura, he needs the Solar Crest, he needs the Garden Grease, he needs all the help he can get to stay alive.
What in the world was this Fortune Soul damage? My man did 3,500 damage
On
in
what?
2 seconds.
Right click, right? Just the Shukuchi with the shard.
Just Sukuchi with Bash of the... Sorry, with... I guess he must have been Corrosive Haze. I'm looking at the Dota Plus death summary here, and...
Shard, yes, he has a shard. Oh, here we go.
Just
Fighting without Gyro. Gyro's useless, we don't need him.
Bold move. Gyro back in 10 seconds. We don't need our carry anyway. Static Storm's going to be placed down, but you have BKBs to force out Ikigai. He doesn't have his BKB, though. He's going to die in the Static Storm. 11. He doesn't have his ultimate, but he's just beating the crap out of JG. Quickly realizes he actually doesn't have enough damage, so instead they turn, and they blow up Ken again. Oh, my
Gyro's like,
goodness. Ken is...
Gyro's like sitting in Fountain telling his team, now you guys know you need me.
I mean, that has to be toxic comms, though. There's no way you can communicate like that in the middle of your game. Come on.
Why not? It's like
What do you mean,
giving your
why not?
teammates a gentle reminder. Guys, you guys need me. It's clearly obvious that you need me, so just please wait for me. What's wrong?
Oh, I mean, look, I think you're... I think you're barking up the right tree, but I just think the team doesn't want to hear any barking. At this stage, this game is just, think about it this way, Winter. The game has just spiraled out of control from you. 8 minutes ago.
Yeah, but you're
The Dota
trying
Plus was
to
put-
steer the ship back into the right direction by telling your teammates they need you.
Look, I agree, but yeah, I think there's a certain way of communicating that. I mean, again, think about the mental state they're in.
Tell me how.
Think of,
Guys,
let me
if you
cook.
wait for me, I'll buy you lunch, okay? Just wait for me. Fight with me. I'll buy you each a steak today. How's
There
that?
you go. That goes much better. That goes much better. Because think, again, Winter, you have to think about it from their perspective. 10 minutes ago, they were up 10K net worth. They had Aegis. IHC were nowhere near them, pushing up their high ground.
Yeah,
Ken
shit,
was
shit
1v3.
matters, Blame Ken. He was looking for his Barbie, so blame it on him. He was away
All I'm
alone.
saying, man, I'm not saying you blame. I'm saying that this
so you're
game-
saying you don't blame and you can't tell your teammates what to do. So what can you do now? All right, Disruptor dead.
know.
Can't do anything. Does he have buyback? No.
Uh-oh. That's tough. He
Are they
doesn't
gonna
have buy.
fight? Are they gonna fight? Is CJ gonna say, I don't need Disruptor, let's go anyway?
No Roche for another minute, but of course we are in the Roche window already. JG gets off his Ghost Scepter, allows him to not get one shot here by the Weaver. He's up to level
He's
25.
hexed.
Oh, the Scythe. Ken, he gets caught. Kishka, he lands
He's
his
dead.
bait, and look at the
Buyback.
damage. Fortune Soul just about two-shot him. CJ, he needs to try and fight with this Satanic Lifesteal. He didn't even get the cheese off. He died so fast. The buyback from Ken, I don't think it's going to matter. I think this game's over.
It's Jova.
What?
Oh, no.
Where did this Weaver damage come from?
Starter
Holy moly.
came from the fish.
Yeah, honestly, I guess it must have all the minus armor that they
Yeah, I
have
think
here, right?
Gyro just needed. Doesn't feel like Satanic helped him.
You
You know?
see?
He needed butterfly or some other armor item.
Physical damage is overwhelming. I mean, Drinking Buddies, 120 bonus damage gets applied to every Sakuchi attack, which is 3 now, by the way, all of which can proc Daedalus. Not to mention, life steals off all of them if he does any damage. 22 charges on this Desolator as IHC now. 10 minutes ago, they were the ones down 10k. That makes this a 21k net worth swing as they are going to be the first ones to get through the barracks. They'll go back and take the bounty of Roche and Winter at this rate. Game 1? Do we dare say it?
Do you dare say it?
I dare to say it because that means you'd be wrong about your prediction.
Oh, it's
I
gonna
like
go
the way that
game-
that's going.
It's going to go game 3. I could still be right if they won, if they're going to win the second game.
I suppose. You are correct in the most technically correct way, which is the best kind of correct, isn't it? Ace now has Walrus Kick Cheese online for the Slardar. And of course, Aegis for Fortune Soul, who is having a flawless game right now. Winter 9-0 and 11. Really, we should bring up how well this Weaver has been playing this game.
0 deaths on Weaver against Disruptor.
Mm-hmm. That's kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
Radiant are scared.
I think this is the Weaver that Manta were kind of looking to play in their last game, but Fortune Soul putting on a bit of a showcase now.
There we go. Disruptor, IDC. We lost
Wait,
too
why-
many fights. They're coming. They're on the high ground.
IDC, we don't need our Aura Carrier boy, our pointy-headed man. They see him. They see him on a ward. Will they see the rest of the team? They'll see that courier coming back. It gives them more intel.
All right,
Kind
the
of the
last
general
fight.
direction in which heroes are sitting.
There's the last fight, Richie. The final fight.
Pisa LA. But unbeknownst to Neon, they're taking maybe not the best one.
All right, they're retreating. They're going back into Helm's Deep, figuring that it's better to hide behind their walls.
Yeah, I think they have to. Unfortunately for them, it's not so much Helm's Deep as it is the battle of the two towers right now, because that's all they have left. They had 2 tier 3s.
So they need
They don't have
a
any-
5-man vacuum into a 5-man call down. Disruptor doesn't have Axe, so that doesn't really help.
Yeah, and they don't have a horse rider either, so you can't do the last ride of the Rohirrim either. I mean, it's not looking good here. What do you do?
You hope for your enemies to
Tier
make a mistake,
4s?
to fall.
Tier 4s might save them a little bit.
You have extra armor in your base, you know.
That's true. I think they also really want the extra armor on their tier 4s, honestly.
No, they
That
need
could
the
be-
extra armor on the gyro. At this rate, he feels like paper.
Honestly, yeah. What do they have? I mean, yeah. Oh, there they go. They've looked at the gyro. That might already put him out of position, but there's at least the
The
soul
buildings.
crest. Fortune Soul, he's focusing onto the buildings, though. Quickly turns back now onto CJ, who didn't even have Corrosive Haze on him there. Pops the Satanic already on cooldown for 25 seconds, and there's your barracks already gone. The Walrus kick. Oh, CJ. Oh, out of position, out of life, and killed immediately. He's got buyback. He didn't use BKB on that life. As the Static Storm does connect onto 3, they're beaten into 11 now. As there's going to be the buyback from CJ. TP's in a very precarious position as Kishka gets the toss back onto 11, saving his mate. Kishka may have just sacrificed himself for the greater good potentially here as Fortune Soul letting loose onto JG. He's preventing the use of that E-Blade thanks to at least the nullifier, but now in a 1 versus Gyrocopter in a 1 versus 4 all of a sudden. His team ran out of the fight as they were too focused on killing Castaway. Fortune Soul back on his second life now, has BKB to play with. He gets off of the high ground. That's a buyback again, the second of this fight for Neon Esports as they get the glimpse. And Fortune Soul, he's died. They finally killed that damn Antweep. Weaver is down for the count. Ken gets stunned up once. Didn't have Syrian chains there on that sleight of fist. Has it now. Reaching with the Gleipnir. Catching Ikigai, but he's into the river. Can he escape here? Looks unlikely. Castaway jumps on in with the stolen Slytherin Crush. finds his man there, and 2 dead for IHC Esports. It cost them quite a bit. A bottom lane of barracks and 2 buybacks. But Neon Esports, they hold.
They hope they live to fight another day. 1 more lane of racks. Time for CJ to just buy every single... Use all the go, buy everything he can buy, and just go to the fight. He still has his cheese. This cheese is like the second roach? It's like so...
Yeah, he's letting it ferment.
And it's gonna become what?
Blue.
You know how things just get more valuable? The more disgusting it tastes.
Yeah, it's an appreciating asset.
Like
he's
still milk becomes yogurt and it's more valuable.
What do you do here, Winter, if you're this gyro? Do you consider just more damage? Do you want to go for an armor item? Do you go for physical evasion?
Butterfly,
like this
he needs to
butterfly?
survive. Like he's dying too quickly in a fight.
Okay.
Just don't like the... I don't like that he actually got satanic over Butterfly in this game.
Yeah, doesn't feel like he's been able to outtrade any of his enemies for a long
someone
time
needs
now.
to
But
get a Lotus also. Like they need so many things now.
yeah, go get that DD rune here. Sorry, amplify damage rune now for CJ online. We're about to hit 25, by the way, for both CJ as well as Ken. I don't think anyone else is too close. Actually, 11 is really close. Pardon me. So a level away as well here. Kishka also has toss requires no target, which does allow him to save his mates. That's pretty decent. I think that's kind of... I mean, the Brewling's health is pretty nice at 20. We'll see what happens at 25.
We have Butterfly, Yuchi.
Okay, but no buyback, of course, because it's on cooldown thanks to the death earlier. Kishka finds his man, and they jump him immediately with the nullifier. No chance that he lives there. Do you dare take this fight now? Do you have a choice? Pompey sure doesn't. They hurl a boulder at him. They take him down. They kill him. Ken, it seems like he's going to... No, Ken is caught, actually. Can he escape the Scythe of Ice now from Kishka? They have a lot of control. They still have an Avalanche as well to boot as Ken. He might just be able to get off a remnant, but Kishka's waiting for him there on the other side. He doesn't dare jump on over. He's going to be kicked over to the mid wave. Ken, he's going to consume the cheese now. The fondue active allows him at least another round in this fight as finally he makes the jump over, but the Void Remnant pushing him back. BKB active. They know he doesn't have buyback. He's using everything on this life, but Ken, okay, yeah, at least fights through one, but now that Ikigai's finally on top of him, he doesn't last another second. That's a dieback for him. And IHC, blood in the water. They'll buy back on the Tusk. They're looking to try and close out this game.
Yeah, this is... It looks like the end, for Neon. They're gonna have to pull out some miracle base defense with the gyro alone. Without his auras.
Well, 17 seconds until you've at least got the Dark Seer. These illusions are gonna hurt, that's for sure. And it's time to see what kind of a difference this butterfly can really make. For CJ, it's gonna have to make...
He just got buyback.
Oh yeah, that's not buyback. I'll scare him away. No Aegis here. And only a couple buybacks now remain for Neon. Kind of feels bad there for IHC, actually. A kill onto the Tusk is going to be a dieback without a buyback for some time. Kishka also bought back in that last very long high ground siege.
But you're trading a support buyback for a core buyback. I think that's okay.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. All right, 25 talent, 2 Sleight of Fist charges, ready to go now for Ken. After that last kill, there's a split. They're just going to go for it. I think they're just going to try and Earth Ruling the buildings to death, really. CJ, he doesn't get spooked into popping his BKB quite yet, but they need to take down this Earth Panda, and they have. It was actually pretty easy.
Yeah. Butterfly. Yeah. Damage, attack speed, evasion. Now,
it looks like
now it is
using
Rapier territory.
Not for a while. Well, he's farm it up, and I don't think Neon's going to be able to get onto the map for farming time too soon.
Well, they have to be careful about the toss, but I think the Rubik just needs to react, He needs to be ready with the lift, once the Tiny brings in on the... Because they're going to try to reposition the gyro with the Tiny or the Tusk.
You can Yule's the Tiny, Yule's the Tusk or something. That's true. Neither of these heroes with BKBs. Actually, that's a lie. Kishka has a BKB. 9-second duration as well. Okay, so it's just got to be a save then from the Rubik. Keep alive CJ at all costs. But I think it's still winnable for them as long as they can all fight together.
Here we go.
Not like this. He's immediately kicked out. He got back. Okay.
He's alive.
Oh my god, he got up the satanic, but it doesn't matter. There's just no support for that. Everyone BKB'd and turned and burned. He's dead. JG, he's going to get the telekinesis up to the high ground, but he's going to die just as quickly as Fortune Soul chasing them back into the base. Ken, doing what he can. As JG does have buyback, but they're still without their carry. There's going to be another toss back in. Ikigai, is he going to be able to live? Catch away with quite the steal there. And now the vacuum onto 2. But JG, what can you do, man? Without the wall, there's no wall in this fight. They take down Ikigai. That's certainly something. Ken trying to do as much damage as he can now. But you have to be careful because of Fortune Soul. This guy focusing onto the buildings. That is the Megas. IHC, will they choose to back? Will they apply pressure now? Trying to end this game. Ikigai, he's applying pressure. He's bought back. There's the scythe now onto JG. As Fortune Soul, he's going to get scythed up as well. He doesn't have Aegis, mind you, but he does have a time lapse, so he'll get back safely and continue destroying these buildings. Still a minute and 10 seconds left, Winter. 4 versus 3. Crucially, no gyrocopter in this fight as Fortune Soul beats down your buildings. This game, Winter, it looks like it's all over. Neon Esports, they'll have to give it one last desperate effort here, with the throne crumbling around them as they do catch Fortune Soul now inside the kinetic field, inside the wall of replica. Scythe of Vice doing what they can. They've actually got the kill, but he buys back instantly. TP into the outpost. It'll be a little bit of time. JG, he's not going to make it back into the base. That's a dieback now for him as Kishka, he's also going to go down to Ken. Ken trying to make a miracle happen here as 11. He might just go down as well. He can't get this kill onto Bombi, but Ken's already died now, Winter, and surely this is it, and it is. Fortune Soul returns to the fold, and that is going to be IHC closing out game 1 over Neon Esports.
What a game, what a turnaround. You know, Neon got to be kicking themselves again, you know. Like you said, similar to the Bleed series, they were ahead in the first game, and they just made like a couple of like really, really bad errors, and just everything just snowballed out of control for their opponents. I think the pickoff on the pickoff on the Ember was it the second Aegis on the gyro? They were going high ground. Ember was pushing out mid lane, got caught, died. It was perfect initiation from IHC, perfect lockdown. Ember couldn't do a thing, and they decided not to BKB and TP out, take the fight, and game just turn around.
Yeah, Kishka playing that game with the bowl of cereal right now. I mean, he powered up certainly over the course of that game, and it must be said, because what a performance from IHC. Everything was just perfect. The way that they executed in those fights, really leveling up now
game
in the lower bracket.
Wasn't perfect. The early game, they kind of got ran over by Neon.
Sure. That's true. But I guess I was referring to the Ember kill from there on. Then everything felt really nice.
Sometimes all you need is just a boost, you know. You get a good move going. Everybody feels good, you know. You land your CC control perfectly. You lay your spells nicely. Everybody feels good. Oh, our team is actually amazing. You know, we just need to do it again to win the game.
But well, you know, once you do it once, it's not so hard the rest of the times, right? And luckily for IHE, that's exactly how things turn out here. But man, I mean, there were some moments there where that glimpse was really destroying IHC, pickoff after pickoff after pickoff. This was after they got those bottom barracks and ended up having to kind of scramble out of the base, losing hero after hero after hero. It's kind of a familiar sight from the early game. But yeah, again, for Neon, I think for them, it's a tough game to swallow because they played a very strong early game. And yet, it ends up not mattering at all when, you know, you just make one small mistake like that and IHC
it is such a team game right now. Like, everybody needs to just be together. Like, nobody can carry the game on your own. Everybody has to just do your job, just group up. I mean, I can understand Ken dying there. Like, he thought he could push one extra wave, connect to his team because he's an Ember. He dies, but at the same time, you know, why are they staying? Why can't they just, the rest of his teammates just run away? You know, why they decided to take that fight?
Yeah.
It was a bad call after a bad call, and it just made the game. And on top of things, I felt like Gyro needed to buy some armor items that game. Or maybe it wouldn't have mattered, I'm not sure, but I feel like he just needed like some way of not dying too quickly in the team fights, or someone has to buy Lotus for him. So those are the things that you can look back and just maybe reflect upon. But at the end of the day, I think it was just them not playing as a team at the right time when it mattered the most. When Ember needed to just stand together with his team. He had a very good game, you know, on Ember. Good itemizations. He got an AC, but at the end of the day, it was the AC on the Brewmaster with his Radiance that kind of wreaked havoc in the team fight, and he kind of just made it very difficult for his opponents to just deal with him. You know, he splits up. I guess the Gyro has to focus him, but I think he needs to just make sure that he tosses the right target up in the air and he distracts the opponent so that the Slada and the Weaver can go behind. Because once the Slada and Weaver find somebody, you're dead, you know, in like, 2 seconds, you die.
Yeah, that was a nasty combo. I think for Neon, it's tough for them. But, you know, having to go from we are pushing high ground, this is the push to end the game, not being able to change gears immediately, recognizing the situation, needing to bail out despite having the Aegis and previously holding the advantage. IHC sees the opportunity, sees the moment on that small mistake, and end up winning in game number 1 over Neon Esports. What a series. All the Neon games have been so far the most exciting, at least for our first shift of the day. We hope you stay tuned because we have less than 5 minutes before we get started with our next draft. We'll see you in just a bit.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back to the Road to the International, the SCA qualifiers now in their second day. Thank you guys for joining us. You can Strike and Winter on the call with you as we are about to get started with game number 2 between Neon Esports and IHC. Winter, a game you were convinced was going to be a 2-0. Once again, seeing Neon take an early lead yesterday versus Aurora. We had a very similar start to the series, except Aurora then dominated it for a fast 2-0. Where do you see this one going? Sorry, that was Talon that dominated them in a 2-0, not Aurora, but same premise. Where do you see us going from here?
Hopefully 3 games. Hopefully. We've been like riding on that hope for the last 2 days. But we were always wrong. And last game is a tough pill to swallow, you know, being like they were, was it like 12k ahead at some point? Maybe more?
Yeah, 11 or 12k ahead for sure.
Yeah, but this is life.
So close.
You gotta forget about the first game. You have to pretend it never happened. You have to play the next game like it's a new game in a new day. You wake up the next day and you have to forget what happened yesterday and play again. This is the life of a Dota player. Living the dream, you know, Richie. I wish we could always do that. Like forget what I said to you, what some rude comments, some snarky comments that I mentioned to you the previous day, and the next day you show up, you don't remember a thing I said, and you don't make fun of me. I wish that was the case for us. But unfortunately, your memory is just the best. You remember every single thing I say about you, and you use it against me every time.
Most importantly, I remember MUFC Winter. That's the most important thing.
Oh, come on, bro. That's like... you promised never to use that ever again.
I know. It was the last one. You just on the memory. I have to flex the old muscles, you know. And something important regarding this series, just a quick administrative note, Winter, on a completely different note. Both teams do have a level 2 draft penalty heading into this one, which means both teams now I admit maybe 70 seconds now of reserve time. So
they'll manage
a faster draft.
They will manage. I mean, at this stage of the tournament, I think a lot of the teams already you kind of have a base idea on what to ban, what to pick. You have time to prepare 1 day in advance. I think if you're playing a second series in the same day and you get a draft penalty, I feel like that would matter a lot more than the first game.
I see what you mean. Did we have any? I don't think we had any new heroes in our last game. It was mostly, heroes we've seen all before plenty of times. Do wonder
what do you want to see? What do you want to see? Elk support. Buy your mate a bottle.
Maybe an Oracle would be kind of exciting for me to see.
Why? Predict the runes. If your mid player is not Queen, I think it's not worth it.
Fair enough. That's a good counter.
You need a competent mid player or a super mid player to sacrifice one hero on the team, just to tell you. What happened
to Grimstroke? I felt like we saw a little bit of Grimstroke during the.
We saw Grimstroke yesterday. I think in the European games. I think Entity picked Grimstroke yesterday. Okay. Go look it up. Look it up. Don't call me a liar without checking.
Cheating on the region. I'm talking about C, the best region on Earth. The only region that matters right now in Winter. Haven't you seen the latest Instagram trend? What does he need eyes for? To look at other women? You know, it's like, what do you need eyes for, Winter? To look at other regions? No, we're locked in for some C Dota here for a game number 2 as our draft now beginning. Again, both teams with that level 2 draft penalty. So keep your eye on the clocks here, as it may end up. I mean, I agree. I think it maybe won't end up making too big of a difference, but both teams are going to be a little bit under the gun for their reserve time now, as we have very similar bans to game 1. Wait, what hero did I immediately forgot what you said? What hero did we say that got picked? Oh, right, Grimstroke. Was it good? Did it look good for Coach Astini?
What was the combo there? I think they picked it with. I think it was Centaur. Yeah, they picked it with Centaur. Made the lane went well for the Centaur, for sure. But I think Grimstroke is a hero where you need to execute really well in the team fight to make it worth it. And generally, I think this hero is a little bit more on the greedier side in a way, because he needs a lot of gold and levels. But if you can get past the lane with this hero, I always feel like this hero has he has a very high impact in the game, especially when you get Axe late game.
I think IHC they're baiting Neon to try and pick a Clockwork. Once again, I just have to keep saying this because it's still true, and both of these heroes are still 100% contested. It's just a wild stat. Any team that either picks or bans TA in the draft, they always win. They have won 11 out of 11 times. Any team that picks or bans a Clockwork in their draft has lost.
According to the stat, it's going to be a 2-0.
Apparently, especially, I mean, if Neon locks in a Clockwork hero, they ban it. Probably they would more pick it, I think.
Yeah, they're going to pick Spirit
ban
Breaker.
out 11-0.
Spirit Breaker's in the pool. Doxia Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, that one's maybe better.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no. My stats.
Your stat.
Huh,
GG?
could we? Oh, well. Nothing lasts forever,
I mean, that hero is a Spirit Breaker counter. So yeah, I feel like the SB is going to come. Although, it's not an SB.
Oh. Well,
It's a Dark
there's
Willow.
the Storm counter, right? The Willow. You always really like Willow against Storm. This isn't so clear to me. Is it about the Brambles or what?
Did I say I like Willow into Clockwork because Clockwork kind of hook into the Willow.
I thought you said you also like Willow into Storm. You talked about the Willow clock before.
I mean, Willow Storm is more like when you get your heals, you know. The Storm doesn't really like to buy this spell, so you can catch him. Earth Spirit Darkseer, okay. Is Earth Spirit going to be, I guess, more likely a core? I don't know if support Earth Spirit is still good, even with Darkseer.
I think it's been mid all 4 games we've seen him so far. Neon have played it yesterday as well, as we recall, and it was a mid then, so I assume it's going to be a mid now, but you know what they say about assuming.
Never assume.
Yeah, pretty much. That's how it
Yeah,
goes.
you got to give them the benefit of the doubt. Just like how you always give me the benefit of the doubt when I'm late for 30 minutes for lunch and dinner. It must be the traffic. He wouldn't sit me up. Then I'm sitting at home, you know, playing the extra 10-15 minutes on my 80-minute game. And being late. When you're checking, I'm like, oh, sorry, still in the parking. No parking. Sorry, I'm looking for parking. You know, it's hard to find parking in this area. When I just left home, the classic.
I mean,
excuse.
that is generally true of KL in general. It's always impossible to find parking. But hey, here is a stolen pick this time for IHG. The gyrocopter coming into play. I guess still technically could be a support. It's still kind of a flex.
Gyro
gyro
into Darkseer lane with Clockwork. I think that sounds more reasonable here.
Radiant team pick.
I always like Gyro. It's Monkey King.
I mean, hey,
position
hold
4.
on. Yeah, Shanks ran it yesterday and he cleaned house. So it's doable still.
So you know what's the counter? Either Marcy or Underlord. Because Marcy means your couriers. You have flying couriers, so he can't kill your couriers.
Oh. Okay, and the Underlord one? I don't understand the Underlord.
You break the
Just
tree.
Fiend's Gate
with
and kill
ulti.
him?
Yeah, you Fiend's Gate, break the tree.
Okay.
Didn't you see the Europe game? Who was it? It was Amar. You remember
I've
was it Dream League? People were doing the Monkey King support, running around, so he picked Underlord to counter it.
That's pretty funny. What a kick at Chad. Anyway,
yeah,
CK
then you're
is
gonna
picked
tell
for
me
Neon.
your eyes is only for SEA games. I don't watch the games from other regions. I don't care.
You know, for main event, I think we have to give a pass because unfortunately the C teams have not made it so far. Such deep tournament runs in the past while. I'll just keep it at that. Hopefully that changes soon. The representatives we will be sending to TI this year. Neon and IHC could be among them. Those 2 teams will be getting on through. Of course, now in the lower bracket, they've only got that one last chance. And still 4 more rounds to go to get qualified. But it starts here. The CK pick comes out. They do ban the Underlord. That's kind of funny.
CK. Underlord is a CK counter, bro.
Yeah.
So now what is the CK counter remaining on the offer? You need someone to buy the Crimson Degrees. You don't have that hero.
Well, Centaur's still in the pool, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Centaur's okay. Not as good as the Underlord. I mean, Tide used to be a thing against CK, but I guess the hero is trash now.
Yeah.
Beastmaster, yeah, Beastmaster.
Ooh,
Disco Pony
a
deck.
lash.
I already like the first 4 heroes. I mean, the first 5 heroes of Neon, the overall lineup. This looks more palatable at the moment. Looking to bring us into a game 3, Richie.
10
And what is
seconds remaining.
IHC's response? They need an offlaner that can deal with all this magic, damage,
5
right click
seconds
bullshit.
remaining.
Somebody to buy the pipe. Oh no. Oh boy. Who is it gonna be? Dawnbreaker. No. Enigma. Okay, the mag pipe hero. And the what's it called? The innate, the reduced damage. What gravity field is it?
Gravity
A
well.
gravity well. Well.
Mm-hmm. Gravity well. That's what they call it when there's a big celestial body imparting its.
So it's going to be an
Gravitational
Enigma
attraction.
Monkey King lane, the classic. Strong lane. Clockwork Gyro into Darkseer. Okay, I think overall the Enigma kind of salvages your draft. He's decent against CK in the team fight. With Black Hole, you kill the illusions. Midnight Pulse.
Nothing to get through a BKB black hole either, so that's going to be a threat later, even if you do go for the truly supporting auras build.
Wait,
I
is
should
the
say for 11.
punch-
It's not really a support.
No, the punch is a cancel, right?
Yeah, but I don't think you can punch if he's in a black hole. I don't think you have range. Darkseer doesn't have a great range for that. It is, after all, a normal punch. It's not a big one. He's no Monkey King with that range, but it does pierce magic immunity. So I suppose that's doable. I mean, Bombi could also build a basher. We've seen that at the Bali Major. Not by Bombi, but by
Safe.
range supports getting a first hit bash.
Keep up the light.
That's right. Classic basher hero. Game number 2, Winter. You really like this Neon lineup. You've also really liked this last pick Enigma. Which lineup overall do you prefer? I mean,
I
are we seeing a
refuse
game
to
3
choose.
or
Don't make me choose. I refuse to choose. If you can stand on the fence the previous game, so can I. Nah, I'm just kidding.
Yes, but-
I prefer if you look at the overall picture, I prefer the Neon lineup with the Darkseer Lash CK. I think their costs feel a lot more stable in the game. You have vacuum into the Spitter, vacuum into the Brambles or whatever, the Earth Spirit spells. I think overall, it feels like they have a lot more options. Whereas IHC, if they don't do well in the early game, their 3 costs are a lot more greedy. Gyro, Enigma, Storm. So if your early game doesn't go well, everybody needs to farm. There might not be enough on the map for you to farm.
yeah, that might be problematic.
Clockwork, Monkey King, their supports, not the most common ones.
No, but I do think that they play well together with any lane that gets a decent start. They give good vision
Okay.
for a storm. But yeah, if the storm lane falls apart, then I agree. You have concerns. Oh my goodness. Look at this this Simeon Stride. He is just, he's flying around the trees, isn't he?
Yeah, it's very good for support. Monkey King. Can't wait for Boboka to play it.
Me too. There they go. Bombi. He's going to get initiated on. They catch him with the Primal Spring, but there's just not really enough there. No heroes nearby. It should be runes for 2 apiece. CJ will eventually collect his rune down bottom. Mid lane, Storm versus Lesh lane, huh?
Lash favorite, I guess. If I remember correctly, but I'm always wrong about my mid matchups. A Storm doesn't need to go near the creeps to use his remnant anymore, so you don't get into a position where the Lash can stun and catch you.
Yeah, that's what I'm considering here as well, right? With the static slide remnant.
Static slide. So they are actually swapping positions for this draft, yeah? Castaway is playing on the off lane, and Bombi is on the safe lane.
Dire's top tower
Interesting
is under
maneuver,
attack.
Back against the wall and they decide, alright, this is the time to switch roles.
Oh, yeah, I guess it is. Your spirit into Clockwork's kind of interesting too. I wouldn't have expected that to be the lane of choice, really.
I mean,
Doesn't
they
seem like
want Earth Spirit with the Darkseer. I would think that's the main reason.
Yeah, I guess so, right? I mean, who knows, right? At level 3, this lane could kind of get out of control, I reckon. And the Earth Spirit's pretty good at securing a little bit more CS. As Castaway gets 2 of them there. Oh, JG, this is not where he gets bonked around in cog jail a little bit. How much courier shenanigans do you think Kishka will get up to in this kind of a game?
I don't know. I think a lot of the Monkey Kings I've seen recently that play support, they actually stay in the lane and play the lane.
Hold on, JG. He got hit by 2 cogs there at least. Puts him completely out of position now. This poor level 1 Dark here eats the homing missile. Another pair of set of cogs, sorry, are going to be used to get him. And that's first blood for this carry Gyro. Tough lane.
Yeah, tough lane indeed. I think they actually needed to pull the second wave, you know. I don't feel like they should just be playing the lane heads up, straight up like this, you know, with the kick to secure range build.
Kishka, yeah, easily has that kill onto CJ, and now even 11. Is he going to die to the Shadow Realm? Not quite. The stick charges, as paltry as they are, enough to get him out of harm's way, and now Bombi realizing he may have overcommitted.
Can't run away from the Idolants.
Seriously. Kishka's not going to dive, but...
This is bad news.
Seriously difficult situation for him to be in this early. As they pull back 11, who probably got up a little bit too excited here. Yeah, that he did. CJ coming back with Reality Rift Chaos Bolt, easily gets the kill there. And now Bombi, now you are allowed to die.
I mean, the Chaos Knight has 4 last hits? Am I seeing this correctly?
Yeah.
3 minutes?
He's
4
not
last
doing
hits?
too hot. JG up until 20 seconds ago also had 2 last hits. So both offlaners, well, both side lanes are going very well for IHC.
Holy, this is not looking good for game 3. Okay, so it's my job. It's my job to find a ray of sunshine, right, from this sticky situation.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I can find a ray of sunshine. Although people think you are the negative one, so I don't know. Maybe we should keep it that way. Who knows?
I'm already a pre-assigned role.
People like to hear you.
I'm pre-assigned a role. I'm the negative. We're like the yin and yang.
Nancy.
You balance me out.
That's true. Yeah, that is true. And then just like when I play support Lifestealer, you know, there's a part of me that's infested inside of you, that positivity that wants you to be positive. A Castaway. He's got a rolling boulder and 11 wand charges. Yeah, he's okay. GG actually using the vacuum level 1, but the cogs repositioning Fortune Soul, forcing Castaway to miss that rolling boulder. I don't know if he did that on purpose or if he was just trying to catch the Earth Spirit with them. But either way, it was
it worked out.
ended up being kind of the perfect play.
Yep. All that matters is the result, you know. How you do it does not matter. I mean, our Storm is also... I guess this is the only lane that's going well for Neon. I mean, which I kind of expect, you know. The Lash is going to do good against Storm. So a lot of the...
Yeah, that's true.
The team's momentum is going to be riding on this Disco Pony, you know. They have to ride this Disco Pony. Follow him into battle.
Ahead.
Yeah, follow him into battle and keep him alive.
He's going to be getting tracked, though, by this Monkey King especially. I don't know. Yeah, the monkey's going to go on the safari for the Disco Pony. If you kind of see where I'm going. I just don't know how Ken rotates around successfully in a map like this. I guess he's got good... Like, the Earth Spirit's great to play with him at the very least.
This Monkey King is just going to be very annoying with how he can jump so quickly around the map.
Yeah. CJ. Yeah, there they go. They're going to make the jump onto him. Oh, but he didn't have mana to Primal Spring, so he just jumped down from the tree. I don't know if that would have made the difference. But, yeah, I was expecting him to spring there. How much damage is it? 220? Maybe. Either way, I think they're happy to keep him very low on HP, making sure that 11 can continue to extend his lead. 35 CS. He's the leader now, and 10 denies. Oh, but Ken, yeah, that's going to be the effect of the mid lane monkey rotating faster than you would otherwise have thought with that Jingu. That Simeon stride, which I'm pretty sure is an upgrade from Donkey Kong 64.
Donkey Kong
Fantastic
64,
game,
what?
which I've never beaten still because you have to beat... Oh, hold on. Ikagi, he dies in the mid lane. That's JG who gets the kill, and that's because Castaway rolled onto him with a level 2 Ion Shell for it. All right, that kind of helps JG's lane a bit. Small gold injection as they will catch Kishka now. Trapped inside of the breath. CJ beating into him. A short little stun duration. Oh, and the disarm from the creep even helping out there. That should allow Kishka to get out of harm's way here, as Castaway rolling in after him is not going to have the range he needs.
Yep, 7 minutes soon for the Wisdom Runes. Gonna have to try to... I guess Ace might be thinking about snatching opponent's Wisdom Rune here. He's gonna be walking over, call over one of the better heroes to do it.
I reckon he'll beat him here. JG, he's actually farming level 4 with level 2 Ion Shell. Doesn't have too much to his name here, and I think he's going to be pretty disappointed that he's going to be late for this Wisdom Room. Ace, I don't think you stop him here. Level 1 vacuums all you got. Yeah, and he's gotten 2 cog pushbacks there. Kill me if you must. I've already won. In fact, I'm the same level as you, Ace is saying. How did this end up happening? Castaway's up to level 5. Isn't he the support? JG with the kill there. Go to the Ancients at the very least.
Yeah, how does he have more levels, you know? Guess he's been...
Well, because he killed, what did he? He killed
I think Darkseer has 2
the
kills.
gyro, remember?
Darkseer has 2 kills.
Yeah, but gyro, so Darkseer got a kill mid, but the XP was solo for the Earth Spirit because it was just an Ion Shell that got the kill. And then, oh, that wasn't even a black hole. What?
Like CK is just not having a very good game, you know? Like he's just struggling, you know, from the lane he's behind. He's not that strong.
Yes, tower's down even well before 8 minutes. I mean, holy moly. He's got this Vlad's as well, which is going to really increase the damage output of these Eidolons. This is a tough start. IHC, I mean, they've got 2 heroes already above 4,000 net worth. 11's thinking about rotating mid. And with Black Hole, I mean, what does Ken do here?
He needs backup. He's going to need a lot of backup.
Yeah, well, he's got the heroes now to give him some support as they see 11 farming. They're going to try and take him down. Nice stun control and lockdown here continuing as the Storm committing on a big old jump into the Wukong set. It's only a support Wukong, but it's still pretty darn good this early on. It gets the kill onto Ken. I think Ace sniped it. I think he hit him with a damn power cog.
There's more, you know. They got the Dark Willow as well. Yeah, I mean, didn't expect the Wukong's command from a support Monkey King to actually do a lot there. How much damage did he do? He did 1,400 damage.
1,400. He did the most.
Holy. Just
behind the Storm, who does die for his initiation. I think he was hoping that a Black Hole would kind of end up covering him, but a one fight's a one fight, isn't it? It is 2 cores for their trouble, though, so Neon do get something out of that.
And right
but
now,
CJ's not involved, and the Lush dies, so...
Yeah, I mean, CJ doesn't want to be involved. He needs, you know, what do you say? You need some alone time. He needs that.
Yeah, he's reading his self-help books and trying to start a routine.
Start a routine? Like going from camp to camp to camp?
Yeah, exactly. He needs to get into his patterns. It's the only way back into this one. He's going to be on the grind for a while. It's going to be up to this JG, this Lush, and this support duo, which I do like in this kind of a position. They're supports that bring a lot of damage, a bit of repositioning on the Earth Spirit. You know, it's something that could very well work for them here. It's better than, you know, playing from behind with like a Nyx or something like that, you know, where the hero just feels useless. Hold on here. Ace is just going to walk in and say, hello, howdy, how's it going? He walks into a Bramblewood. Is that going to make much of a difference? It might. Oh, but Ikaki gets this away in time as instead it is Kishka left behind to die. Neon, they bring reinforcements, especially with that mech heal courtesy of JG, and they do manage to let Ken survive. Back to full HP. They might even think about pushing here. In fact, they're going to go on in. Castaway. Nice holder in, connects the stun as well onto Ikigai, spreading that magnetize.
Oh, that was close. He landed a Bramble. They might have been able to go.
That's a...
Alright.
That's a pause.
Who's TPing in? It's Monkey King TPing in. 11's nearby with Black Hole.
Oh, Ikigai actually, he zipped. And yeah, Shadow Realm to counter him immediately with the Bedlam on top. They need a stun, they need it out. Ikigai, he's going to die. Zombie, he'll go in return as 11 does TP on over, but basically a solo kill, honestly, by the Dark Willow onto the Storm.
Yeah, that was a great trade, you know, for Bombi in the end.
Unfortunate time pause there.
Didn't respect the fact that Willow has a bunch of damage with her spells.
Yeah, and this kind of can become unkillable basically to you. Hookshot is going to whiff here by Ace. Rolling Boulder up to the high ground where the tree is walking around chasing after him. But who's this? CJ. He's joining the fights now. He's got himself this Chrysalis, this Falcon Blade. He thinks he is the difference here. I think he's right. I don't know if Neon really want to try and defend this, honestly. No Terrorize, no CK.
He got the deny. 1B once again.
Oh.
Gets
Something.
the play. Yeah, he gets something for his team, and they're gonna use the smoke. Lash has Yules. Ken can set up a kill here with the Yules. And you have to get something done if you're just getting a Yules earlier.
It'll just be a kill onto Ace. Maybe it won't actually. He still gets caught by a Bramble. Blood Grenade toss. Ken, yeah, he's on top of it. They still get it. They still get it.
That was messy. Spells were missed.
It's okay. It's about the end product in the end, isn't it?
Yes, sir. That's what I always say. It doesn't matter how you do it as long as you get it done.
Indeed. But it will allow Neon to make another go at this, to have another go at this tier 1 tower. JG nearby. He is, of course. He's right in front pushing this tower down. The tower is not extraordinary, especially when there's creep waves around to absorb the Diabolic Edict explosions. And Aled is here with a Blink Dagger. 11 Blink Dagger. This could be trouble. There's the hookshot initiation. We're waiting for that Blink Black Hole reveal. And there they go. They've got JG as well. The Castaway. Castaway, he doesn't have a grip to cancel it. No silence. Soul shows up for the double kill. Ikigai going chasing her after his older brother, I believe, is Castaway. No way out for him. But not fight there by IHC as the Blink Dagger catching Neon off guard.
That was a huge tower defense there by IHC. Getting the key kills, and once again, just repelling the Lash push towards the mid tower, which is the tower that usually when you're playing against the Lash, this tower goes down, around 10 minutes. And now it's still alive, it's 30 minutes. Good fear.
Terrorize. Yeah, hold on. In live, they are fighting. Stun onto 2. Oh, gives Ikigai just enough time to zip away. I think it wouldn't have mattered as Ken was still respawning.
He was about to get the yields though. Very close.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Unlucky, but that's another instance where this Ikigai Storm has kind of played a really close to the edge. He's doing a good job playing close to the edge. Don't get me wrong. I think that's what the best Storms you kind of have to do. You have to toe that line a bit, rely on your team to cover you when you do slightly overstep it. But
TA,
he's caught. He's got
all these heroes. If you're not taking risks when you're playing these heroes, it's just better if you don't play it. You have to push things, get close to the opponents, force rotations, just get value out of those heroes. And now CJ has his armlet done. I think it's about time where he actually has to come and do something with the Lash.
but he didn't want to Orchid, Winter. He wants Orchid for this
Screw
Storm.
Orchid,
For
he
this
needs
Enigma.
to help the Lash. I mean, if the Lash can win a team fight with his heroes you catch and the CK connects, I think that would be actually even better than the CK getting out of it.
Okay.
Do you know what they
You
say?
have a convincing argument.
Number wins fights. You have to outnumber your opponents. Or at least evening things out. If your enemy is bringing 5, you have to bring 5.
I mean, this is their window. There's no black hole for another 50 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, the longer they wait, it's just gonna get harder. And you even mentioned about the BKB black hole. There's nothing to cancel it apart from the punch, which is probably not gonna happen.
No, not for a while.
So they have the
Man, we do have the singular point
budget
in the grip now.
budget black hole into the actual black hole. Is that
Could
going
be
to
something.
be the
I mean,
team fight for them? Storm
yeah,
cooling.
or you jump. I mean, there's a couple problems in this because you've got a lot of ways to casually cancel a black hole early. So it just I think black hole is going to be mostly just for a little bit of that extra lockdown, or to just allow your gyro to pump out even more damage with his AOE, right? But
Aghalim's almost done,
Nice with the splat.
on the gyro, so he's definitely going to be tanky and ready to join the fights.
and well, Neon. I mean, they were positioning for a fight, but they couldn't otherwise find one. Ace kills the courier that was ready to buy the cornucopia for CK's Orchid, nearly online now. This could be trouble, though. They've got a ward here in the triangle as CJ does get off the Phantasm. But there's just too many heroes here for him. He drops.
Good fear.
Initiation, though. The terrorize onto 2 is pretty good. Ken connecting as well from the midline, but there's going to be the black hole onto 2. They don't have a cancel for it. The silence wasn't in time. Ken, he's going to drop Fortune Soul with the double kill now as the Wukong's command forcing out the Earth Spirit. Once again, IHC escaping by the skin of their teeth, Winter, but with 3 enemy heroes.
11 is the lifesaver for IHC now. Like 2 fights in a row, just saving the day for them. And he's going to be very close to his BKB. So next fight, he's definitely going to have BKB Black Hole. And what are you going to do, you know? I mean, this is why I don't like farming on the CK. Like, you get to this stage, BKB Black Hole. There's not much the CK can do in the team fights anymore, you know? That's why I felt like he needed to fight early when the Lash is strong with the use.
Yeah, I'm hearing you. I think as well, Neon kind of just letting these cooldowns, I mean, specifically Black Hole, right, going unpunished is ultimately not something that they can be okay with. And this is up now. You're down in game 1, 17 minutes in, Winter, 15-9, the 6K net worth lead building. You're not going to outfarm this Gyro. Not that he's got Ags. He's also kicking your butt in fights. And you still have 11 behind, about to farm up this BKB. And now you don't have a solution, at least anytime soon, to this BKB Black Hole.
The greedy cost on IAC, they've already gotten to the point where they want to be, you know, in the game. And whereas if you compare that to the Neon's lineup, with of course the Darkseer, Lashrak, and CK, they are the costs that are supposedly should be able to go faster than earlier with their items and levels. But it's not happening.
And you know, Winter, thinking back to that last fight as we see the Monkey King Simeon stride his way around the map, thinking back to that last fight, Winter, it is a little bit of a shame that Neon decided to fight in that particular spot because they've gotten 2-3 couriers killed in this part of the map in the triangle, you know? CJ just literally lost his courier right before he went to farm the cap that ultimately got him killed. And it was a clockwork that killed it, you know, kind of giving you maybe some hints that, hey, they've got some vision around this area, right? So it's tough, man. IHC are moving around the map, rotating extremely well, and Neon just the ones getting caught. Seeing what they can find now. They're thinking of looking for Ikigai, who has a Meteor Hammer and is going to get caught casting it on the wave. Split Earth connects. They have a Vacuum. They have a Silence. They have another Rolling Boulder in a second. And ultimately, they have the damage. A big kill, a huge opening. But CJ, he's just outside of the map. They see Bombi here. Fishka trying to set up for something now as Bombi. Uh-oh. He's in too deep. They will at least be able to trade him away. Don't think, yeah, he doesn't have a way out. He's killed by Power Cogs. Holy.
That was like around 500 damage.
Yeah, it was 494 to be exact. Yeah, not bad at all. Yeah, Death Summary didn't show up, but you just have to trust us. Don't worry, casters were never wrong. Hold on. Another invade. Okay, and that's quite the jump onto Ken. Ken, he does not have his Bloodstone 8. He only has the Yule Scepter, but he gets the Surge courtesy of JG to see him to safety and outside the Wukongs. Wukong's not really the scary part here. It's more Fortune Soul who is chasing behind with the Ags and the Crystallis.
Rosh Sting up on the agenda for the Storm.
That's true.
Neon.
They will have a few items to fight into this one. Ken now, after that last invade, has the Bloodstone completed. You've got Orchid finish for CJ and nearly the Yasha for the Manta style. And maybe this Pipe of Insights? Still 500 gold away for JG. Hookshot in. Bombi. Yeah, I don't think he's getting out of this one, really. However, JG, and now Castaway, it's strike counter to Chef at 11! Blinks in the 3-man Black Hole. Absolutely nothing they could do. Another third. That's 3 Black Holes in a row that are just, I mean, it's a highlight reel right now for 11, honestly. Pretty much this entire series.
Yeah, that was once again crazy. You know? I doubt he will actually kill the full in the Shadow Realm with the big stick charges, and look like maybe, just maybe, you know, to turn things around. And IHC with letting just shuts them down and shows them that the Black Hole is still the one tool that would destroy their hopes. mean, Storm is
Bad
gonna have
favorite ability.
BKB. Storm BKB, Enigma BKB, Gyro BKB done as well. Now there's triple BKB. So what are you gonna do to cut through the BKB heroes? Your CK is definitely not strong enough to do that.
No, I mean, I
Split
think
push.
it.
They have to split
It's
push.
the same. It's the same as what IHC has done to you last time, isn't it? You got to find this Storm, being a little bit too confident, split pushing somewhere, and chain stun him to death. It's doable. He's tanky, but it's doable. I don't know. I mean, Gyro's got, I think, too much HP for you. Monkey King kills aren't going to really do
they
much.
found CK,
Oh, no.
CJ.
He's in deep here. Does that bomb be nearby? Oh, look at that. CJ, he takes at least one with him.
He was kind of lucky. The hook shot missed. That's why he could have killed the Storm.
Zombie's going to be able to get the TP away. Yeah. I mean, look, a little bit lucky, but it's something, as IHC immediately lose out, and then that Aegis do make the next couple of fights much more palatable, even
at
if
this
it means
point,
you've lost CK.
You know, the Monkey King on position 4 is also going to get a BKB. Game's going so well for him. He has a mate slayer, power trades. And he just wants to go in there and right click, you know.
Oh, they missed the stun on the Ken. And now Bombi, he's found a clockwork hiding out in the trees. They're going to initiate onto him. There's that Bedlam doing work for Fortune Soul from above, calling the call down now. They caught Monkey King. Yule sceptered up Ken. Has more than enough damage for him. Even with that little bit of lifesteal that he's got going towards the end. Will not matter much to Ken.
Yep.
Who has this Whisper of the
kills.
Dread. So here we go. This is just exactly what they have. I mean, I said kill the Storm and then go from there. Look at that. It's a fairly easy path to recovery, isn't it?
One step at a time, yeah? It's one step at a time.
Yep.
Now you have to deal with the triple BKB. And CK needs his level 20 talent to deal with that.
That's true.
Six more levels to go.
Well, you know, I mean, that's not maybe not the most reliable way, but it is a way of you know, kind of undermining the threat of a triple BKB. It's just go for pickoffs, right? It's been working very well.
Split up. But at the same time, you're also splitting up against a Monkey King and Storm. So you're also putting yourself at risk of getting picked off.
That's true, although it hasn't really looked like too much of a problem with the last couple of kills. We'll see if Neon can keep it up, though. I agree. It is going to be a test. Eventually, IHC, I think they're going to have to tighten up if they want to try and take this game in... Sorry, if they want to try and take this series in 2. Oh, Kishka, that's not where you want to be. My son, he got too excited to use the shard and is instead very likely to die here. You can see Neon, they're like, what? Is this guy actually alone? Yeah, he was actually alone. That means, Mr. Ken, there's trouble for you down here. TP's coming now, but can they live long enough here with the Bloodstone running? It seems like it won't even matter.
That was beautiful by the clockwork. Okay, misses the hook shot. That's my fault.
Your caster's cursed him, Winter. Well done. Now JG, he might just be next as he's going to surge himself at least up to the high ground. Cursed Crown lasting long enough there on the stun to prevent Ikigai from going for more. Neon, 2-for-1 trade across the map. Could have been a little worse there.
Still some signs of hope here. There's still a chance for the CK can just come to the fight and if they find the right target. It's definitely possible. I mean, Enigma is just too much of a threat now. I think they have to just try to maybe use Earth Spirit to scout him out. They need to see where 11 is standing in the team fight.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's... And they haven't really even addressed Fortune Soul this game. 7-0-5. Now he's got a Daedalus. Like, it's soon enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard, right? The Gyro is 7-0-5, but you got to worry about the Enigma.
Oh, look, I agree. All I'm saying now, Winter, I mean, not like the Enigma's not a threat. Don't take it that way. But all I'm saying is that... you know, now Fortune Soul becomes harder to ignore. If you could at least, okay, focus down the Enigma first and we kill him. Hold on, there's a hook shot. This one connects onto Bombi. He has himself a Yule Scepter. Look at these cogs, man.
Oh, this is so nice. The way he set it up.
Yeah. Anyway, let me just finish off my point. Now, if you could afford a focused Enigma, then we kill everyone else. Well, harder to do now when Fortune Soul gives you a much shorter window thanks to the Daedalus procs, right? That's the only point I'm making. It's inevitable, right? Obviously, these heroes are going to scale, closing down your window to make moves, but it just sucks. It sucks when you're down 9k, really.
I mean, they were up
I mean, and this
12k.
Lush
They
is-
were up 12k the last game, but they still lost.
This Lush is he just doesn't feel like the same hero he used to be, honestly. Even with Bloodstone active, he ticks down so fast. There is a pipe on clock. I don't. Yeah, I mean, I guess that
there's
makes a difference.
a
The Mage Slayer on
Mage
the Monkey.
Slayer. They don't have a... I mean, it's also the gravity well, right? It's like a 15% damage reduction on his teammates.
Yeah, honestly, you might be onto something because that's just all damage reduced, and much like how we saw Tundra win TI. When was
Red
that?
Pact.
20. Yeah,
The
just
Red
reducing
Pact.
damage, right? Just reduce the damage that they deal, and that's. I don't know how the math works out. I don't dare try and do math live, but perhaps that is much more efficient than trying to go
the
for the
theory
healing
is
reduction.
If they don't kill us, they can't win.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Okay.
Storm.
Yeah, nice stun. Oh, he BKBs. BKBs. Okay. JG clearing the way, but at the very least, there's another zip on in for Miki Guy, who's feeling very confident, but his BKB now has expired. Meaning now you've only got to worry about the Enigma BKB as well as CJs. They kit through Kishka, an even 4 versus 4 fight, but IHC, for the ones that hold the high ground, they've got the vision up here. And that's really the threat when you play against an Enigma and a Storm.
I mean, Rosh may spawn in 1 minute, so I guess teams are gonna gravitate towards that a lot more now. The Rosh is gonna be very, very important. I don't think Neon can actually give it up. If the Storm gets Aegis, I think the game is just, or even the Gyro, for that matter, the game is just going to be too difficult. That should be the next big fight happening. Maybe in 1 or 2 minutes, couple of minutes. CK has Manta. He's about to finish his heart.
How do you feel about a heart in this kind of a game? Is that what he needs?
I mean, hard against Enigma. I mean, Pulse, not. It's still good on this hero. You need to go in, tank some damage, come out, regen.
What do you think he could have gone if not for the heart? Just
I mean,
shooting
it's fine,
out
yeah.
alternatives.
I think the hearts. If you don't get a heart, I don't know what else do you get, because BKB is like not really that great against Enigma either.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's probably too early to upgrade Bloodthorn as well. Yeah, I agree. I was just wondering because I do like playing a bit of CK myself. Is there a point for a Manta this kind of a game?
And he
Oh, he
already
has it,
man.
of course. Yeah.
Yeah, he already
All right.
has it.
Well,
He has everything he needs. It's all about
speaking of
getting
everything
the
he
right.
needs,
Yeah, it's about getting the right jump now. They need to get the right jump. Blow off.
look at how well
a hero.
Kishka's managed to find farm. He's got a full BKB now as well. That makes 4 BKBs to round out IHC's BKB lineup. And he's even got Dreams of a Tesso on this Monkey King. Dreaming
man can
big?
dream.
Maybe dreaming realistic?
Probably should be better that he gets some Maelstrom, right? To clear the illusions rather than Dazzle.
Dire's
I mean, I
middle
guess Dazzle
tower
helps to deal with the Lash. You can kill the Lash and the support's faster.
I mean, do we have any significant armor items online for Neon right now? I'm taking a look around here.
Crimson Gun.
Not really, right? I mean, Vanguard is getting purchased by JG, so that's going to be something to cut through the physical damage for Fortune Soul, but not really otherwise, it would appear. So yeah, maybe Deso is the choice.
Yeah, Osprey is
The
about to
closer
have
you-
Aghanim's.
Dire's
Ooh.
middle tower is
It doesn't have a very good cast range, though, if I'm not mistaken. The Enchant Remnant. As
Hook
far
shot.
as its saving ability. Yeah, hook shot on a castaway.
Double
Dude,
bomb.
look at this.
Boink. Look at the
He's-
call work, man. Oh.
He's ridiculous. I don't know if he got it. I think it was actually too fast on the third cog. Yeah, he needs to slow that down a little bit. BKB force from Ken. That'll be a disengage. IHC very happy with that, as now they have got a very large window here. Not only is it 5 versus 4, but without a BKB, and the big man's back in town. 3 seconds until he spawns back down bottom. I think that rocket flare will even, yeah, indeed, show it for them. This is
Yeah,
also the
Neon
kind of
has to
draft
go.
where I think
Neon has to
Go
go. Yeah, you were saying.
this is the kind of draft where it's really nice to have a Roshan banner as well for your team, right? This team's got a pretty good like
Isn't
range
it
clear.
always good for you? to
Now it
have
is really good, but this time it's really good actually. Okay. Lesh is in the smoke. Earth Spirit TPing to the fight a little bit as bait with JG behind a supporter, but Roche, he's going down. He's going down. They need to get in there immediately. The roll blocked by the Monkey King. Fortune Soul, he does activate the BKB. He grabs that Aegis as they're going to jump now onto the Earth Spirit, trying to get the backliners first, but he's done well to at least scout out 11, who's got a BKB. Ken, he's in so deep. Does he have any support here? Black hold up. No way to cancel it. JG doing what he can. Is even the meteor
alive?
to work, but Ken's still alive. He didn't get to activate the Bloodstone, though. He did not get the Bloodstone off. No spell lifesteal for him in the fight. As now CJ, he needs to get the hell out of dodge, but has no BKB. Stunned up, he is extremely vulnerable, and the heart's not enough to keep him alive in this fight. Fortune Soul beyond godlike. He holds on to the Aegis. They only lose 11. IHC on the cusp of eliminating Neon in game 2.
Could have been amazing, you know, if the Lash actually had time to click it. I don't know if he had time and he just couldn't get it off, or
He had time. He had time. You know what I think it was? After this fight, you can't see it because the picture-in-picture is blocking it, but after this fight, he actually swaps over Bloodstone to his second slot. It was in his third. He swapped Bloodstone and Yules. You can see here, it's ready to use on cooldown, and it just doesn't get the chance. Now, let's be honest, don't know if that really would have made a difference here. It was already basically a 4 versus 3, but it is a bit of a shade. Shoulda, woulda, coulda right there. As in picture-in-picture, Fortune Soul gets kicked off the high ground. Yeah, I mean, it's... I don't know. I only bring that up because I feel like it's... how do you say? It's not really every day I see pros changing their item slots in the middle of games. Obviously, when you pick up a new item, everyone has their preference, right? And so things get shifted around. But he's had Bloodstone and Yules now for some time, so I think for me, kind of a big deal that he changes it now. Tough. So, Neon now staring down 3 minutes left on this Aegis. There's a blink dagger on this gyro. He just wants to get in there and kill people, especially this Lesh. Get on top of him. 100 to 0 ideally with your burst physical damage. And now this Deso on Kishka, which is ready to go. Ikigai with a short little zip up to the high ground, but it's just an illusion that he's scouted. Shiva's guard as well for the additional vision. Not to mention that Arctic Blast reducing the heal.
Gyro?
Moves this on the low ground. Okay. Gyro kick back into the base. That's pretty decent. Wukong's command set up. CJ is to be able to use that Ogre Seal Totem to get out of dodge. They're going to try and kick him out again. Castaway this time. He catches only the Clockwork. Not ideally who he wanted, but he wants to go in on this. They do force at least the BKB on Fortune, so it's not a half bad trade here. In fact, it might just be enough to force IHC to reconsider this high ground push now, Winter. No Earth Spirit for 40 seconds. Good job getting the jump in for him. Unfortunately, that death does send him back further now from his Ag Scepter.
So Neon wants to fight. You know, Gyro has no BKB.
Yeah, but there is a black hole. So that's still something that they need to be,
Radiant's top tower.
a little bit careful for. There you go. They're going to smoke up. They're going to have to get through this bramble maze as they look to try and defend the tier 2 tower. CJ getting the surge. If he can get on top of someone, he might just be able to burst them. Clockwork might just be their man, as there goes the Phantasm, and a nice vacuum to set up for this. But actually, can they kill him? Do they have vision? They don't have the vision. Ace just walks it off. Little hook shot on back now as Ken running on through, blitzing through the creep wave. Does good damage there. Ikigai, Iki's got a shielder, and he's very tanky. He might not be the best first target, but then who is? Clock certainly not bad, but Ken, you're in deep now. 11 holding on to the blink black hole. They might not even need it. BKB active for Ken as he looks to try and get out of here. Here's Kishka, who does zone away the rest of the team from the high ground, and a buyback forced. But not much gained here as Neon Esports continue to hold.
I mean, they still have black hole, you know? Like, there's still going to be the threat of the BKB black hole. So it still means that
Indeed.
Neon can't take a fight outside.
Fortune Soul's got his BKB ready to go, as does Ikigai. It's just Kishka, the Monkey King, without his own BKB, but that's fine because he's a support.
Yeah, you say that. I think
Tormentor is going down.
You look at his network.
Tried to
he's not a
snipe it.
support.
Careful here, Fortune Soul. Activates the BKB. Looking to try and turn and burn. Crimson Guard and no vision means he's not really doing a whole lot here. Castaway thinking about going in. He will commit now, almost finding the rolling boulder stun there onto the gyro, who's perfectly alive. Just didn't have the reach. Surge here. He's got to be careful though. No BKB for 40 seconds, so they're just sending in the Earth Spirit now to try and find whatever they can, but there's the initiation. They know that Ken has no BKB. The Ken has no BKB. He's getting stunned up and killed off. He does have a buyback, and he's going to commit it. Neon Esports backs against the wall. The black hole, it whiffs. It completely whiffs, but 11 in style, he's going to channel the whole damn thing anyway. And now, Neon looking to try and stay in this game. They take down Kishka. He's not the core, but he is at least a good kill, as 11, having expended the BKB, is an easy victim now to the Chaos Bolt. Ken finds his man. Ikigai does not get stunned up, but he is silenced, and that's good enough for the kill. 3 dead heroes. The Neon, they throw everything in it just to stay alive for their chance at TI, and they live to take one more fight.
Yeah, I mean, 11 played the whole game perfect until that point, you know. Just missing a really, really crucial black hole there on the CK, and it's costing his team very, very dearly in that team fight. I mean, you say they lost the Monkey King, but the Monkey King is like a core at this point with his network. He's a pretty big kill alongside the Enigma and the Storm.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Check that replay.
With this fight being lost, I guess they have to kind of go back to rush. They have to chill. He wasn't even close. You had to landing it on the CK.
No. He was close at first. But then CK, I think he just reality rifted somewhere else in the fight, honestly. I don't even... CK was like on the edge of it, and then all of a sudden he wasn't. I mean, he doesn't have a blink. Maybe he got pulled by Castaway? Maybe Enchant's Remnants is now ready. Honestly, I couldn't see it in that fight, not gonna lie. Either way, IHC, they're running into some serious issues now. You got a big old creep wave pushing up to high ground. They will have a fortify, and of course you get a second refreshed as soon as you lose your first melee racks. The question is, how eager are Neon Esports to push their advantage? They did buy back on the Lesh just in that last fight, and well, that's the only thing they've committed here, actually.
Okay, surprised they don't try to force the issue. Try to force the buyback.
Me too. I think they're just concerned with getting caught up in too long of a fight with a Clockwork and a Monkey King just throwing out these stuns.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I'm not sure when
they're guard for JGs. Actually making a big difference as well.
Yeah, but I'm not sure when are they going to get an opportunity to push high ground again with Black Hole being on cooldown.
Yeah,
it's
that's
gonna
true.
be up
20
again.
seconds till it's back. That's a good point, Winter. I don't know. But if Neon can hold once, they can do it again. Their heroes starting to level up a little bit more. Ken about to get more physical armor, much needed versus the Gyrocopter's damage. He's got plate mail, just needs to finish up the Shivas, which will be maybe just a few more camps here. Actually, he's done Tormentor so many times, they must have all their shards by now. I have to... Which one is it? This one? Almost. Just the Gyrocopter not having his shard. Castaway, the only hero on his entire side with Ags and Shard. Air Spirit does have some pretty good upgrades. Just in case you forgot, the grip now allows you to pull allies. It used to be the 20 or 25 talent. It used to just be in the base hero. But now it's on the Shard, and of course Ags is still Enchant Remnant, which does a lot of damage, by the way. This Enchant Remnant is no joke.
450 damage.
Especially because, I mean, I don't know if Castaway, we'll see if he does this in the fights, but you can enchant your own remnants, which you're like, why would you do that? Well, it's because it does 450 damage every 5 seconds. It has a shorter cooldown. So, well, if you see him using enchant remnant on remnants, it's because it does 450 damage in a 450 radius. It's pretty... It can be overwhelming. So, other than that, it is a solid save, but... You know, hovering over the ability, you can see it does not have a very generous cast range. Cast range of 300. AoE of Black Hole is, well, the radius is 420, so they cannot be in the center of the Black Hole, basically. Is the save condition on Enchant Remnant.
It's 500. If you use it on an ally, it's 500. It's not 450.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's 500.
Oh yeah, cast range on allies. Why does it have 2 different cast ranges?
And then he has telescope now.
Hold on. JG. Okay, he found Kishka in the trees. He forced the BKB, and Kishka's going to TP away. IHC looking to continue the fight, though. Even after the Monkey King has disappeared. They jump onto an illusion. CJ is actually not too far behind. They're not off Not
They
too
killed
far off
his
the real
illusions.
guy.
That's pretty big.
Ken, careful. 11, BKB, black hole. Can they get in there to save him in time? Castaway, yes. The enchant remnant save is there. He pulls him out of the fight as well as Ken now coming out with the BKB active and the Bloodstone. And now, what do you have left to fight with? A friendly hookshot gets Ace back to relative safety as 11 just TPing away in the middle of the jungle. They have vision now on this Clockwork, very low on mana and resources. He might just feed over this Gem Winter. We can see Roche also about to respawn. Perfect timing for Neon Esports here, who survived the smoke gank attempt and may be rewarded with the bounties of Roche.
Radiant structures.
Third Roche at that.
Yeah, I mean,
Or
11
they would go
has
high
to, he has to land the black hole on a few heroes. He can't afford to just go all in on the Lash anymore.
Yeah, this Earth Spirit save, I think, is going to be...
It's going to have Aether Lens plus Telescope, so it's going to be pretty easy for him to get a save.
Dire's middle
Yeah, oh, that's true, actually. That's really true. Yeah, this cast range is huge now, actually. Holy moly.
Radiant's bottom barracks.
Alrighty, then.
Kishka
That's
going for the
Fortify
trade.
used.
Bottom racks. Oh,
Yeah,
no
they're
BKB.
looking for it. Yeah, all right, hold on. Can they cancel any TPs? Ikigai, CJ, he doesn't have BKB either, so he can't TP away, but he does get turned into a remnant and kicked out of the fight. Back down bottom, Kishka is doing a really good job here, actually. Ken, he's got to be a little bit careful, but gets up close and personal with the Yules. The Jingu Mastery allowing him to heal Ken. Oh, he's so lucky. He's so lucky. And Kishka's like, you're lucky, punk. I'm going to try and kill you. He actually picks off only the Willow because Ken took the scenic route around the Ancient. Gets
What a
the
play.
kill there, but Kishka, he canceled his TP for this, and I think Neon, no, he jumps away from the trees in time. Can they find him? Can they scout him? They're hunting for a monkey in the trees. Castaway, he caught a glimpse of him, but just off the mark. Oh, that could have been so much worse if he actually managed to find Ken there. Ken, who does not have buyback still, by the way, for 2 minutes.
Yeah, that would have been game winning if he killed the Lash. So close. But
And
still
now-
gives them opening for Roche.
Yeah, I mean, what did... Winter, I don't do
Yes?
the negative one usually, but I've got to question Neon's shot call after winning that fight. They decide not to check Roche. They go up to high ground. They get a tier 3 tower. They're then split push, and they end up losing Roche, despite IHC not having black hole. Now they've got 2.
Oh well. Bad
I
decisions after bad decisions. One after
it just
the
for
other.
me, this feels like a blunder of, I don't want to be too dramatic, but a blunder of epic proportions, Winter. This is TI on the line for you. You cannot let this Enigma get a second black hole. You've been fortunate that 11 has been not on the ball as he was as in the early game. More moving parts, for his credit. But now 2 black holes, that sure simplifies the equation a little bit.
Hard to mess up too, yeah.
I'm worried. I'm worried here for Neon. Looking for our first game 3 of the qualifiers. They're down 17k in a game that still feels very winnable
They're
for
trying to
them.
get a catch. They have a Hex on Ducks here. They're smoking up.
Yeah. Who is the ideal catch here? Buyback situation is looking pretty good for everyone but the Storm. Storm might be the best bet here, but you got to be careful for that Blink Black Hole Refresher Enigma. And not to mention that Octarine Core as well.
Yes, buyback.
There they go. There's going to be the jump in, and that is something now. CJ, he has buyback as in goes Ikigai. The pull away is going to get Ken out of harm's way as Fortune Soul is having a fight versus his illusions here in the wall of Replica.
Kishka's
Not really
in.
in love with that. Kishka from behind lands a nice stun, but it's only onto the Earth Spirit. He turns himself to a stone. He kicks himself away. I don't think they've got everyone. They haven't found anyone yet in this fight. Clock, who buys back here, is at least going to be able to get back into this engagement, but I think they're only going to end up with the Dark Willow by the looks of things. As Fortune Soul, he's getting his ass beat by these illusions in the meantime.
Ace.
Acceptable losses,
Oh!
but it's still a 5 versus 4.
He almost got him. So close.
He was close. That's the expanded armory. You do end up losing out on that stun range on the shards. Sorry, on the cogs, but a close effort there. Ken, he conserves his BKB, as does Fortune Soul. Careful for this Swift Link as well on the Gyrocopter as Kishka gets set to work on the mid-tier 1 tower. Mid-tier 3 tower make it. Ken, another nice pullback here courtesy of Castaway. That has been crucial in these engagements. Castaway He is playing some Frey 577 fire fighting Earth Spirit, putting out fires when they arise. And this is a fire right now for IHC. But there's going to be the black hole. It doesn't matter. Castaway. He's in for the same again. But what for what about the second black hole? They have nothing to cancel it this time, Winter. And that is going to be dead cores. Ken, he's going to get nullified out from the Yule Scepter. He's got buyback. They've lost JG. Now, what do you have left with the fight? Because Castaway, he's in a second time. It's CJ. He's on top of his gyrocopter. The damage, it's immense. As there's going to be the Vortex not doing a single thing. They've lost the gyrocopter now. Kishka turning and fighting, and he's a core. He's taken down Kang. CJ as well. He might not be able to live through this, but he is. He takes him down. Clockwork running for his life as this CK has just murdered ally after ally. Fortune Soul's bought back.
Wait, they're buying back? They're coming again?
They're
Holy
buying back.
shit.
They want to go for it, Winter. The double buyback now. They've committed. There's an Amplify rune in the river. Ikigai, he's going to be coming in with the force of 1,000 storms here. But 11, he doesn't have a black hole for 70 seconds. Fortune Soul, he doesn't have BKB for 40. They've got to get this right. There they go. They want to try and find CJ, but he just used the Trickster's Cloak and he's gone. That was your buyback, Winter. Fortune Soul, they're thinking about it. The Reality Rift, the vacuum in. They're going to pull him even further back into the site device, into the site device. He bought back. Gyro's dead. And they've even scouted 11. No way out for him, even as he's just got the black hole back off of cooldown. A blunder by IHC as they pull up to the high ground and get absolutely sent packing. Look at Castaway. He's found his man, kicking him back into the silence now. Look at CJ. He's like, for me, a present? Ikigai scouted now. The BKB, the zip away, but Ikigai's out of mana. The regeneration rune, the Gaben rune. He's going to be able to escape again, is he? Just barely. Regen rune still running. You've got Kishka looking to try and protect them as they have found the Clockwork on the high ground. Kishka looking to initiate Year a second time. He's got BKB. This Deso as well. Pretty good damage with the Earth Spirit. Can't get caught. And CJ's instead the one. The chase. It was too aggressive. Another buyback now from IHC. The pendulum swings back the other way. We're barreling back the other way. Ikigai onto Castaway. Can he actually get the kill here? Oh, he can.
I mean, Kishka is the true carry, man. When all else fails.
What? Is this it? You're gonna have a blink black hole Enigma coming your way. Ken back in 10 seconds. IHC, they've all bought back during the course of this fight. Only the Willow has buyback right now for Neon. CJ is 560 gold short.
Refresher. Enigma has refresher, so it's 2 black holes. He sold his Vlads.
But IHC, they're not gonna push. IHC, they probably expect this CK to have buyback. Sorry. Maybe respecting the Ken Lesh, they live to fight another day.
I mean, this game is not over.
Unbelievable game.
It is not over. I mean, Enigma's gonna have 2 black holes in the next fight. Gyro kind of doesn't have any new items yet because he bought back and he died.
Radiant are scanning.
I think the onus is just on the monkey, the monkey and the Enigma. Gyro feels like he's just gonna be frontlining and he's gonna get focused and he's gonna die. And monkey has to pick up the slack.
He's not tanky enough. Why does this feel so much like the last game where the Gyro?
Because he has a dagger and boost of travel, brother.
That's true.
That's
he does
probably
have
why.
power treads and BOTs.
Yeah. He's weak. In a straight up fight, he does not match up well against the CK. Look at the CK. The CK is top net worth right now. AC, Nullifier, Blood's on.
Crucially, without buyback still, I just want to bring that up. He's 500 gold shy. He's close, but still doesn't have it up quite yet. He's going to get even closer after they finish off the Tormentor. There it goes. Neon's starting to finally get some of their own shards online now. As in fact, now that's the last shard. Everyone else has theirs. CJ, buyback in 200 gold. Really wants to farm that camp, but knows better. There might be a monkey in the trees in winter. This may have started as a position for support Monkey King, but as you say, he's overtaken the mid laner, the off laner, his own mid. He is very much a core. Level 27, your king has arrived. Refresher orb in hand.
Alright, Enigma is going to be level 25 soon. Do you get the extra summon? and use it to rat.
To
Get the
rat? Oh man. Oh man. I mean, I don't know. I guess you could, right? You have. Part of me, you have the funds and the boots availability for BOTs to make that happen. That's so risky though. Roche in 40 seconds. Or could be as soon as in 40 seconds. You got these CK illusions just pushing, man. And Roche, well, he'll be down bottom. 50 minutes in now, Winter. Just 10 minutes away from the tier 4s. At any moment, a fight... Well, at the moment, a fight going wrong for IHC is probably the game. Not a single hero with buyback. Fortune Soul and the Monkey King as well, both with a Mind Breaker. Feels a little bit like we're 30 minutes into a turbo game right now, the way this one is heading. Okay, the Glimmer Cape onto the CK. They will scout him now. They know it's real.
They're going to jump.
And they're going to open up onto him, but he gets invis again. They missed the stun. He's literally just going to walk away.
Oh,
but
no.
that's okay. That's why you got the refresher. You have another Monkey King ultimate ready to go. Roche in 50 seconds. Mid and bottom will constantly shove here in favor of IHC because of the barracks that they've gotten. Smoke's breaking. CJ Giga Chat just walking on up. He's slow as all hell without any boots. But he's very tanky, very tipped to kill as IHC poking, prodding, trying to get some sort of overreaction out from Neon, who are playing this one patiently, continuing to force away IHC. Eyes on this Enigma with the Shadow Blade, with the Refresher, with the BKB, ready to try and jump in, but they got the Monkey King. They've got the Monkey King. They float him up at 11. He's in now in Castaway. They need a hero. They need someone to save, but he's caught inside the first black hole. CJ as well. He can't escape the second one as Castaway was stunned and focused by the clockwork. He's down for the count, but CJ's bought back. The Monkey King, he's out of this fight as well for 2 full minutes. Fortune Soul, can he stand his ground and fight? Can he stand his ground? He gets up another stun. The spell life steal, keeping him alive for now, but he will eventually drop as JG, just offering what he can. CJ on his second life on the buyback, the hero that Neon needs. He's taken down 1, he's taken down 2, and he's on top of the Storm, who has a BKB, who has a Fault Lightning, but has no mana. Being focused down now. The stun from the Cursed Crowd and killed off by CJ. That's 3 for him. You may have double black holed him, but what did you have for his second life? As now Roche ready for the taking. Neon Esports driving this game into the 52nd minute of play. Holy, what a hold.
And the Monkey King kind of tough to die. Like he's actually the biggest damage source in the team fight, or at least second biggest. Like if he dies, the team fight just feels like it's not going to be enough for them to win the team fights. Because you got 1 round of spells for the first life of the CK with your black hole.
Here's our replay for it.
You need the second round, which is going to be the monkey. You know, like the monkey provides your second round of damage.
I think it's tough because they have no saves, really. They literally don't have any saves for this Monkey King. He gets caught there by a simple Chaos Bolt, and that's it. The fight's over. Well, not really over, but as you say, he's so much of their damage now, isn't he?
Yeah, they need him alive. You can't afford to be the meat shield anymore. Like Clockwork is the only one that's allowed to be the meat shield. Maybe the gyro, maybe. Alright, this game has took a couple of interesting turns, and now I think we have a 50-50 game.
Yeah. It's true cinema, Winter, this kind of a game, right? You
True
see
cinema.
Oh,
Is this episode
there,
like Star Wars Episode 3 now? The
I
Jedi
don't know
Strikes
what this
Back?
is. It's, you know what it is? It's Attack of the Clones, because Enigma has the demonic idol on summons.
The
you can see
CK is
here.
more of the clone.
Yeah, that's technically very true.
I think
He's got
more like the
Phantasmagoria.
planet. He's like the planet, you know.
Oh, he kind of more feels like the Death Star right now, you know. that's I think he's a bit more like that, or he's like Palpatine. Somehow Neon have returned to this game, and CK has launched a whole fleet off of Exegol. Each one of them have Death Stars. Amazing story, by the way. Anyway, let's not get caught up in that. Buybacks are also looking way better for Neon, although they are slowly coming off cooldown as well for IHC. Monkey King, crucially, is going to have his buy. What did he buy? Didn't he just have buy? Am I crazy?
No. He had the same items. Didn't he? He buy something new.
Huh. Where's his courier at? I don't know. I must be losing my mind. I thought he was about to come off cooldown. It's 11 whose buyback is going to come off cooldown. Although really that hasn't been the issue. He's been on the money as far as his positioning and being able to cast his spells normally. However, it's more of just, can his team do the damage while he holds him down? You know, you hold I punch doesn't really work so well after the guy who's punching doesn't really do anything.
I mean, the black holes
There
are
they
gonna
go.
be. They're gonna need like a black hole to. Who doesn't have buyback? Lesh. Yeah, Lesh has no buyback. Oh no, Lesh actually
Yep,
has buyback.
Flush. No,
Not
it's
even black
just
hole,
CJ.
Like-
Look, the fight win condition is you must black hole cast him. He's got to be in the black hole. Either that or he's dead.
I mean, you're not getting him. Come on, he's not going to.
No, that's not true. He was in the last black hole. That's not true. That's the only reason they killed CJ and he had to buy back. You can do it again. I'm sorry, Winter. Has this been a perfect game by both teams? Absolutely not.
I mean,
come on. That's the way.
His
I mean,
job
so
is to
Castaways,
sit behind the Lash and cast enchantment and then he's black hole.
agreed. Storm and Clock have to do some scouting here. Monkey King needs to tread. He needs to kind of become the Sigma carry now, the Sigma support. He is why Fortune Soul. Those are not your seat. That's not yours. What are you doing? I am the carry now. That's what he needs to be doing. Look at me. I am the carry. Give this guy an Ag Scepter. I mean, I don't know. No one can just give him an Axe, but you know what I mean. Okay. Well, Neon Esports, here's the thing. They can wait. However, because CJ bought back and then immediately took Roche, his buyback cooldown will be about a minute and some change? About 90 seconds between his Aegis timer and his buyback. In that amount of time, pretty much everyone else from IHC is going to have the money. Maybe Fortune Soul not included there. He's a little bit of a question mark. So the question is, Winter, if you're Neon, do you risk pushing up now into an unknown buyback situation where your team's got buybacks, or you potentially give IHC Esports another go at this?
Tough call, going up high ground like this. They are 0-1 down. I think it's hard for them to take the risk given the situation. And maybe if you're 1-0 up, you're like, whatever, YOLO, you go.
Down 1-0 and an elimination BO3 here in the lower bracket.
I mean,
now.
if you lose, you lose, you're out. You're done.
That is how it works.
They already used their extra life yesterday.
That they did. That they earned by getting a direct invite. IHC, they were born down here. They were forged by the lower brackets. Neon Esports, you need to learn. And here they go. Aegis on its last legs now. About to expire. This leaves 90 seconds without a buyback now available for CJ. In the meantime, Fortune Soul gets out on the map. He'll have his buyback in no time. I don't know about this rapier. I don't think he's going to have that rapier too soon. What are you, Bombi? Look at this guy. Holy moly. It's a Clockwork Eggs. That's new, isn't it? So that's pretty significant here, Winter. It's going to allow them to get a lot more vision in these fights, potentially complicating the initiations and the saves by Castaway and company.
Yeah, they're gonna have to grab the Earth Spirit somehow. Like, I think it's the Storm's job to do it. He needs to find him with the rock up there.
All right, careful. Swift Blink, Daedalus, Refresher Orb now for the Gyros. There's a big old zip in. They have found a support. They found a support. Is that going to be enough to pull out in time? Beside the voice, 11! He did catch one thanks to the Acceptor only. Fortune Soul, he's going to blink on in, but he didn't even catch Ken. And here goes the CK. Wants to try and get onto 11. There's the Wukong's command. JG, he's dead immediately. Neon, they own this outpost. They can try and fight onto it, and they have to. They've caught CJ. CJ's completely alone, and he's dead. He's going to have buyback in 25 seconds, Neon. Don't lose it like this. You're on your last legs here for TI. This cannot be the way you go out. Buyback in 15. It's IHC with a huge opening now. They will force the buyback of JG immediately. They will get the buyback, I'm sure, out from CJ.
I mean, how did they make that work out? The black hole was kind of like a fluke, missed it. They only landed on one hero. They got Enchant Remnant. But somehow they killed the CK behind.
It was, I mean, I'm sure maybe if we can catch a quick replay of that, we could see, but I think it was Black Hole and Wukong's essentially dividing the fight in two, bisecting it, and CK ended up completely on his own on the wrong side of the fight, essentially. IHC identifying that jump onto him, and they make it look easy. And now, 70 seconds until he respawns. He's going to have a buyback. JG without buyback as well. Everyone else from IHC, we're basically exactly where we were approximately, what, 15 minutes ago, where IHC went up to high ground and somehow didn't get it right. Well, here we are, 1 hour in now in this BO3 series. Elimination at stake here for Neon Esports. Potential qualification through the lower bracket to TI on the other side of that. We do have an AD rune in the river. We are looking for tier 5 neutrals as well, of which we have found one. And guess who gets it? The true carry, Kishka. Let's see what he decides on here. Only one token in the game. He's thinking about it, considering his options, weighing them.
They should just get all the tokens first before they go.
Well, they'd like to force this buyback, I think is the thing. Okay, quick little vacuum into the Scythe of Vice now on a Kishka. Kishka, who still just has a tier 5 neutral in the inventory. Ken, you may have jumped in too far. There's going to be the Black Hole, but the save immediately there from Castaway. He needs to be able to pull him away, though. Ken, he's just fine, and he's beating Kishka's ass. Kishka, he's just going to die here. They haven't even bought back on CJ yet. They've only bought back on their one Fortune Soul. Can you live long enough to fight? Has stood, hacks, and killed off. Now he's next to go. There's going to be the Terrorizers. Ace falls. Ikigai couldn't zip away in time. The amplified damage who didn't do jack. Neon, Winter, they held 4 versus 5.
I mean, that Black Hole again, you know, he can't afford to Black Hole. It's the same thing happened so many times.
They see Oh, no, they don't see him. Hey, Kishka, what are you... Okay, now he's taking the Apex. I cannot believe he did not select a neutral item.
They were just like
Look at now they see him. Kishka, he's got Simeon stride, though, so, I mean, I don't really think this chase
Yeah,
is
but
gonna be
they
too
needed
epic.
to just take a chill pill, get the items before they go. I felt like forcing there was just way too risky unless you get like a really clear opening. You cannot afford to Black Hole one hero. Like, it already showed that if you Black Hole one hero, you're losing the team fight. He already done it a couple of times. I think the emotions are just getting the better of them right now. They have to just think really, really clearly.
There's the double buyback as well in real time. As you may have heard, that's Ace and 11 buying back. Roshan up in 55. CJ is massive. He's got a giant's ring. He's literally massive. This is really nice. He has been having move speed and pathing issues in these fights. So this will solve both of them, as well as give him a pretty nice passive, this Giant's Frost on top of enemies, especially for his illusions. That's nice. Roshan up in 30 seconds. As Neon eager to try and force something more buybacks, more of anything here. They have managed to hold on tooth and nail in this game, fighting every step. But yet, the one step they have not taken, Winter, is up to the enemy high ground, as IHC with the buybacks will spook away Neon, and once again into the Roche pit we go. This time Winter in a pretty good situation, as Neon, they didn't buy back on either Ken or CJ. Sorry, or yeah, CJ. Oh, but Roche has respawned and they've just missed it. Please check the pit,
that's
guys.
unlucky.
I beg of you. Thank you, Castaway. However, can they do it fast enough? Because IHC, they are smoking out of the base. Kishka's just hit level 30 now, so he only needs the 3 Jingo Mastery hits. And there's a Divine Rapier on the Gyrocopter coming your way. Doesn't have buyback, needs to go all out for this. CK Illusions leaping on forward, trying to give them vision, as they are smoked up as well. Neon not waiting in the pit, choosing to take the fight outside, as the CK Illusions are starting to clear through here. IHC, they might need to cut this wave. They do have mid lane pushing in eventually thanks to the supers, but there they go. Who have they found? They see the Monkey King, Kishka, able to jump away. The Scythe of Ice now on the Ikigai. Can they blow up in time? He gets off the BKB, Fortune Soul as well. The Divine Rapier, CJ, he has a winner. He's going to be able to get out of harm's way now, and outside, crucially, of the Wukong's command, but they've gotten Ken. 11 with another Black Hole at the ready as CJ falling low. He's got a buyback as well, and they own the outpost. They can TP to, but he's not buying back yet. It seems like they might want to bail out of this fight. There goes the buyback as Ken murder counters Ikigai. Ikigai has a BKB and a buyback. Might need to get back in, but 11! There's the catch. Castaway again there in time for the save as Ken pops out. CJ on his second life now. They need to try and focus down a target. Because Fortune Soul with the rapier is tearing them apart. Another stun here onto Ken. Fortune Soul on his man as Ikigai zips in, using all the mana he has. Another Wind Waker. CJ up to the high ground. His ace trying to run on in. He'll be killed off by Ken. CJ is still alive. CJ is still alive. Fortune Soul, he's down. Rapier on the deck. CJ's still alive as well. Picking up the rapier. Trying to fight through this one now is Ikigai. He is focused and killed. Castaway kicking them away. 11 hiding, running away from this fight, away from this game as it is slipped in between the fingers of IHC, Neon Esports. They may have just fought their way to a game number 3. I can't believe it.
Oh, Gyro.
Fortune Soul, he's here.
He TP'd over to take the rapiers.
He did.
Oh, no.
Wait, but whose rapier is that? Why is it?
It's Monkey King's rape?
It must
What?
be, huh? It is. It's Kishka's. Holy. I'm going to lose my voice. This game. Winter. Come on. This is the SCA daughter we were looking for. I feel like it is now approaching an end because this rapier is not active. And I think that's why it's grayed out. He can't use it. And he doesn't have any allies here, Winter, for another minute. Neon Esports, they finally go up to the high ground. That's it. That's the last fortify. They are up on the high ground. They have earned their right to a Game 3. Neon finding their very first game win here in the SCA closed qualifiers. As they focus down the throne, Gyro can do nothing but watch. As he is going to try and do some damage, but it's over. It's a lost cause. It is Neon Esports taking us to our very first Game 3 Winter.
Yeah, what a game. Like, very, very back and forth. You know, IHC, there are moments that it felt like they just could have just closed out the game with the black holes, but made a couple of really bad mistakes. In I think it was the earlier black holes where he got saved by the Earth Spirit. He already knew that the Earth Spirit had the air games, got into a solo black hole. And it was also the other fight where it was a mid push where they had to commit. They chose to commit like 3 buybacks to try and end the game, which they should have just waited and chilled and wait for Roshan. I felt like those are the things that kind of cost them the game. You know, they were a little bit too, I guess, emotionally driven. You know, wanting to finish the game off. Didn't really make the logical choice there. Just wanted to go try to finish the game. Impatience got the better of them and just cost them the game. You know, and now the bigger challenge is to forget everything and just play the next game.
I mean, how do you forget
Have
a
to
game
do
like
it
this? Look at
again.
this fight.
Yeah.
Look at this fight. One of the many bottom Roche fights we had in the late game. Black hole, everything running. Oof.
Now, this was a fight where the Kishka Monkey King got caught and they just couldn't kill the heroes fast enough. Double black holes, they killed 2 people, they bought back and had nothing left in the tank to finish the fight.
I mean, Winter, it's
What a game, you know?
it's something we brought up, right? But something I think is worth bringing up again constantly this series. I mean, even a little bit into even yesterday, we saw it a bit, right? Is the itemization for a lot of our heroes, a lot of our cores has not always felt the most full thought out. I mean, this gyro build, I think it's, you know,
Too YOLO to finish the game with a dagger. I think he just needed to buy normal items that help him tank, maybe butterfly, whatever it is. As long as he survives the burst, he can do that. Because a lot of the fights, they land a pretty good black hole, but the gyro was dead. You know, either the gyro was dead or the Monkey King was dead. And the Storm is playing, he was playing like too selflessly. Like he's just like going in, trying to start the fight, trying to bait for the enemy at the black hole, and he's not scaling. You know, he's dying every single fight, so he's not doing enough damage. He basically has he got stuck with his item progression for quite some time. He was stuck with Meteor Hammer, Shivas, BKB for quite a bit. And he got an Aghanim sneaking. I don't know, just felt like they ran into damage issues. You know?
yeah, certainly felt that way. I can't believe. I mean, at this point, it doesn't really matter about how little CJ lives. If he lives or dies, I think it doesn't really change the outcome of the game at this point. It's probably still a win. But wow. An absolutely, I mean,
Yeah,
first of all, first game 3.
a roller coaster ride.
66 minutes. Absolute roller coaster. Absolute roller coaster here. A standout performer from Neon Winter here to just wrap up was something that you saw actually, executed well, or something Neon did better for the first time that we've seen them throughout their qualifiers run? Anything you want to highlight here for them?
I think it's also more about like them being able to just not make any mistakes after. I mean, they had a pretty bad start to the game. They were behind 15k, but after that, when they defended the high ground, I think they knew how they needed to execute the fight. Castaway getting the Aghanims and the Aether Lance Telescope kind of proved to be really, really crucial in winning the fights. And I think that was basically it. Once they could have saved in the black hole, the heroes are not dying, especially Ken on the Leshrac, then, he does damage, he kills everyone else, and the fights become very, very easy.
Yeah, I think for me, Winter, I'm going to hype up Castaway a bit here. I mean, an absolute masterclass performance from him, I have to say, on this Earth Spirit. Yeah, he ends up with the Rapier, but really the key item to highlight here is that Ag Scepter. I mean, I was doubtful it would work, to be honest. I was really doubtful it'd work, but boy, was I wrong. Did he put on a masterclass on this Earth Spirit? It's the type of game, I say this very rarely, but it's the type of game on this Earth Spirit where I'm like, wow, this guy makes me wanna play Dota. Like I want to be this Earth Spirit in my pubs. And ultimately, and we never really do end up looking this good, but that's got to be my standout MVP. Really dragging out those fights, always being in the right position, the right place, the right time, which is just not easy to do. And hey, Neon, it's only one game though. You haven't won everything yet. You still have to take them down again. But they've done it once. If it bleeds, they can kill it. For Neon, they know what they have to do. They're one game away at least, but also one game away from losing as we're back down to the BO1, folks. That's it for this second game. We're going to be going to a short break, but when we return, stay tuned for our exciting third game between Neon and IHC.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back to the SEA closed qualifiers for the road to the international, folks. Winter and Seek and Strike on the call with you. Thank you for tuning in. Hopefully you've enjoyed what I would kind of consider like a popcorn match of Dota 2 Winter, if that makes sense. It wasn't the cleanest builds. It wasn't the cleanest calls in every single fight. We saw a few little missteps from both teams along the way, but it sure did deliver in terms of its quality, and of course for what we love here in C, which is some nice old back and forth Dota, isn't it?
Heart attack Dota gets your blood pressure rising, emotions boiling. Everything just gets heated up. That's what we want in our games. Especially we're used to it in our pub games. That's what happens all the time. You never know who's gonna win until the end. You just never know. Everybody says GGN, but nobody actually means it. Game keeps going on.
Yeah.
And
no,
yeah, we got a wonderful game of Dota as a result.
Yeah, I mean, actually, really, really fun game. A fun game to watch. I think, if you're someone who really wants to watch the crisp kind of executions, that game was fun, but it would have been better if IHC just went up high ground clean and ended the game. I understand that. I respect that. But this is SEA. We like a little bit of a messy game every now and then. You know what I mean? I feel like, yeah, it's like seafood where it doesn't always like look the best. You get some guy, you got banana leaf and some guy just dumps a bunch of rice on your leaf and then there's a bunch of curry spooned all over and then you're like, okay. And then you eat it, you're like, this is amazing, That's kind of what this, I loved it. It's the kind of games that, really cheer me up in case you can't tell. But Winter, it's game 3 now. I mean, for Neon, things to repeat, strategies you think that have worked for them, or what do you think they want to be focusing on here as they finally have found a way?
They've lost the early game in both games. I think they need to really try to think about that. Why are they having such difficulties in the early game against IHC? Getting run over, they're always starting the game behind. Probably try to think about picking lanes that are gonna work better. I think that's what I would do. After the first 2 games, if I'm Neon. Why are we always on the back foot? That's the first question I'm going to be asking the team and myself. What do we do to change it?
Does that start with maybe supports for you? Just trying to get these strong lanes off the ground, potentially? I mean, I know, you brought up the Clockwork Earth Spirit support duo in game 2. Obviously, whatever, it worked out. What was the support duo? It was the Clockwork Willow. Earth Spirit Willow. Is there like a stronger support duo you'd rather see? Some sort of familiar heroes?
Enchantress? Want to win the lane? Enchantress?
5 seconds.
I think there's Trim Protector also. But maybe we'll see. Darkseid's again in the pool. So they're going to snag it up on Neon. Kind of one of the... I think he's very close to being the strongest offlaner at the moment. Or at least most stable offlaner. He doesn't really have a bad lane. He gets all the items that you need on the team to win the team fights. Anti-carry. Gives you a lot of damage with the illusions. He just doesn't have catch, but you can always itemize the hex somewhere down your clip.
And we don't really ever see a normal punch on this guy either. And wow, 3 games in a row of Gyrocopter. This time IHC will pick it up.
Yeah, it's the Darkseid, I think, response. You want to kind of have a hero that can push Darkseid out of the lane. Because Fat Cannon kind of deals with the Iron Shell, shoving your lane towards your tower. You kind of stop Darkseid from creep skipping. You can kill him with Rocket Barrage. Yeah, we've seen already all the gyros keeping up with the Darkseid with the Rocket Barrage facet. We'll just have to see. I think lanes are going to be crucial. You already played a very, very long second game. Everyone's tired. So you try to keep things simple. Have good lanes, you come out of the game swinging, you get an advantage, you keep it, you snowball.
Let me ask
you
this.
That's the easiest way to play Dota.
Because of the format, the broadcast schedule, teams are only playing 1 game a day. A lot of the times for these closed qualifiers, for many other events, if you lose day 1, but usually, no matter if you win or lose, you usually play twice in the lower bracket as well. Do you think that's good or bad for a team like Neon? I don't know how well you know them, but just from your experience as a player.
But is it better to play 2 games in a row or 1 game a day? 1 series a day?
Yeah.
it's
I
always
think-
better to play one series a day.
Oh, really? Always? I would have thought some people would have
Yeah,
kind of
why
liked the
not?
momentum.
Gives you time to prepare. I like preparation. Getting time to recharge, rest, reflect, look at the
Okay.
stats. Even though I don't believe in the numbers, but I
Would,
still do look at them.
Would Winter
10
from
seconds remaining.
2013 have said the same?
No, I would just want to
5
get everything
seconds
over
remaining.
because I hate my teammates so much. So I want to play all the
What?
games
What?
as fast as possible.
God damn.
Yeah, so I can go home and go out and watch a movie.
I see.
I don't want to be stuck at the boot camp every day, you know, with my teammates. Some of them haven't showered. Some of them
Oh my God,
slept
Winter.
the whole day.
Winter, this is not supposed to be the tell-all podcast here from the Orange Esports days. Please.
Yeah, but I'm not dropping names, right? So
You're right. I wonder which
As
one of
long
the four
as-
other people. Anyway, here we go. The gyrocopter with the Dark Willow. We do see the CK band out now by IHC Esports. Last band in this phase now are the Clockwork and the Brewmaster.
Dire team pick.
Hanging out up to pick twice.
oh,
Classic
Spirit
partner.
Breaker Ducks, yeah,
But you don't-
finally.
You don't like this hero against Willow. I feel like every time you
I
see
know.
the Willow,
Yeah,
you
but I
said,
like this. I like this hero with Darks here. And do you not remember what I tell you how to deal with Willow? You buy Black King Bar on
10
Spirit
seconds
Breaker.
remaining.
This is the matchup when you need to buy BKB. If you buy
5
BKB,
seconds remaining.
you're still gonna do your job in the team fights. Drum BKB. Iron Shell
Radiant
Surge
Oh.
run
team
in.
pick.
no Shadow Blade.
No. Dude, it's a Dark Widow. Shadowblade ain't gonna stop the Brambles from landing on you. He's gonna have use on the Dark Widow. You need Black King Bar. And we see Winter Wyvern Darks. Okay, Winter Wyvern is a forgotten hero
10
and it's
seconds remaining.
perfect with Spirit Breaker, you know? It's so good with Spirit Breaker, Winter Wyvern, because you
5
can land
seconds
your
remaining.
Splinter Blast on a charging Spirit Breaker. Just cast it on him and he's
Oh,
running in.
yeah, that's true. They banned in the first game as well, so Neon Esports take to the field with it. Winter, this is the first Wyvern we've seen in a while. I remember when we did the Riata quals, you were like, this hero is amazing, this hero is bonkers.
Yeah, he got nerfed. She got nerfed twice or 3 times in a row. They nerfed the Arctic Burn damage. They nerfed the Splinter Blast damage. I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, they nerfed the Q and W. They
You
tapped
still
the
believe in
Cold
the hero
Embrace
now?
and yeah, it's still strong. The ulti is still good. You know, 2-second minimum duration works with Darkseer combo. Very strong with it's very strong with Spirit Breaker. I kid you not. I don't think I've lost with that hero with Spirit Breaker on my team.
Okay. Well,
And you
another
have
Ember
the,
game.
What's your
10 seconds
innate
remaining.
gives your teammate XP? What Scholar? Or something?
Oh yeah, this is the
Yeah, what's
double
it
XP.
called?
You've got herd mentality and I don't know, cold wisdom or something like that probably.
No. At Album Scholar.
Dire team pick.
So every time someone picks up a Wisdom rune,
Dire team back.
2% gets XP, but the other 3 gets 20% as well. So
Yeah.
everybody is high. Everybody has the spoils of the Wisdom.
And now what? So Spirit Breaker gets something like the lowest XP hero gets 50% of the XP bonus or something? What is it?
Radiant team back.
Yeah, hurt mentality.
No. Okay.
So everyone's going to be high level. Just simplify it, right? So
Yeah,
Dragon Knight,
A lot of XP.
Wyvern, flying creatures.
Excuse me.
So IHC gonna go for the Shadow Demon, which is SB counter as well.
10
Purge, you remove
seconds
everything.
remaining.
So it doesn't matter if you BK. This counter BKB doesn't help. He purges you, that's it. You know, you have to just run in and tank, and you're slow to a crawl. Removes your bulldoze, removes your charge because you have no move speed. Okay, against Shadow Demon, I have a way of playing into Shadow Demon. You charge, and then when you're about to go in, you stop your charge, and you have to use Nether Strike on the Shadow Demon if you see him. That's what I would do against this hero because there's actually no way to play against it unless you have Lincolns, and you don't really buy Lincolns on Spirit Breaker.
Wait. So
It's too expensive.
you don't charge into someone because the
No,
counter
you're
plays-
charging into the team fight, or if you see the SD, you charge him. But
Mhm.
before you arrive, you just use your Nether Strike because Nether Strike you have a longer cast range, so you don't go into the team
5
fight.
seconds
Right, because
remaining.
you
have to
don't want
try
to get
to-
disrupted, right? Is basically the...
Yes, you don't want to get purged as well. You know.
Oh,
Purge
yeah,
ruins
okay,
everything.
I see. Okay, thanks for spelling that out. Yeah, that makes sense. DK,
You're
first
welcome.
DK of the day.
First and last DK of the day. DK with DK into Ember. Very, yeah. I assume the lane matchup is the same. DK beats Ember.
10 seconds.
Very good
remaining.
with the Darkseer Iron Shell as well. Very fast pace.
5
Iron Shell on
seconds
DK,
remaining.
Iron Shell on SB, charging in. Now all they need is a carry that can follow up with this type of aggressive playstyle. I'm thinking of like a Wraith King Ursa type of carry. I think Ursa would be great. Ursa into Gyro, you can tank with the Iron Shell. Good lane, I guess decent lane with the Winter Wyvern. No? Don't agree?
I'm just thinking. Are you afraid of any last picks if you go for a lane like that? Because ultimately IHC, you don't know the lane, right? And that's kind of the
I
scary
don't
part.
care. I know my heroes. I'm picking a hero that works with my lineup. And my carry does not have to be the win condition because I have multiple tools of winning the game. You know, DK can be one, Darkseer can be one. There's Winter's Curse. There's a lot of like big abilities that deal damage. You know? So I think their last pick just needs to work with
With the Meepo.
Okay. IDC Meepo.
Look at Castaway. He's laughing. He's laughing.
It's time for the Elder Titan off lane. It is time.
10
No.
seconds remaining.
No, you can't.
Why not?
5
Elder Titan
seconds
is
remaining.
good against Meepo. It's good with their lineup. You buff up the Dark Willow, Ember damage, the magic damage with your spirit and your aura. You set up for them. I don't think it's that bad with the lineup.
No, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just being dramatic. That's all. 11. What'll it be? Will it be the Elder Titan?
It's gonna play Enigma again. I think he's tired of Enigma after the last game. He's gonna play Elder Titan.
He's thinking.
There's not many offlaners that's good against this type of lineup.
I mean, what's your
That's why
focus? I guess my question is for you. You were just saying how it doesn't matter what carry you pick because you have a lot of other win conditions, blah, 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 blah. Do we really need to focus on hard countering the Meepo that bad?
No.
Choose your
You're
Okay.
right.
Centaur.
It's just a general hero that that's what their draft is lacking. A frontline initiating hero.
And you know
Has
what?
some stun, some
I-
AoE.
I
again.
like it actually because I think the real problem that you end up having versus a Meepo, even though to the ET
It's
picks
a carry. By the way, it's a carry Darkseer, by the way.
Oh, what? What, game 3?
The Darkseer carry is legit. Told you, right?
I sure, but have they played it?
In their pubs.
I'm checking CJ's pubs right now. He's not on Dota 2 Pro Track.
So apparently Neon has two Meepo players, yeah. JG and CJ.
I mean, they.
Annoying.
Cause I don't know. This throws even me for a loop, to be honest.
All I got to say to you is fortune favors the bold.
Apparently, I mean, I carry Darkseer into a Shadow Demon though. That can't be good, right?
Why? Because you
Because-
can't search?
Because you can't. He dispels you.
He's
and
going to
then
be
you're slowed.
purging the Spirit Breaker. Then, yeah, if he does it on you, then the Spirit Breaker has free reign in a team fight. He's going to charge in, kill everybody.
Sure, but it's a spirit. I guess. Like technically, you're right. I don't know. I'm so doubtful.
Isn't it great? Everybody can win the team fight. So if you take somebody out, the other person can do more in the team fight.
In
That's the
general,
type of
yes.
draft you want, right?
But your game 3 on Darkseer, they're according to Dota 2 Pro Tracker, this is a hero that has been played carry in 30 matches with a 33% win rate in those matches. 26 players like to play a carry.
33% is not 0%, Richie.
It
It's a
certainly
game
is not.
3. 33% is good enough for me. It means 1 out of 3 games Darkseer carry is going to win, and this is the game.
Man, it looks like he basically goes for the same build, honestly, from what I can see here. Krelot and Toby have tried it out carry, and it's kind of the same thing. Double bracers, lots of strength items into mech, Greaves, Pipe, Crimson as needed. So, yeah, I mean, if he still fulfills the same purpose here, I could certainly see that working out.
His job is to keep the Meepo alive. Give him the pipe, give him the greaves, give him the aura, vacuum into Winter's Curse and 5-man charge. Job done.
all I'm hoping for, Winter, is that it's not a 3-lane stomp situation, so that we can actually see this draft attempt. I want both drafts to attempt to do what they want to do. IHC, pretty straightforward draft, you know? Nothing really too out of the ordinary, I would have to say. Neon Esports, I mean, I don't know if
So I
Skev's
can
back in on
hear
the
the
team.
biasness. I already can hear the biasness.
What are you talking
Radiant
about?
draft boring.
No.
Dire draft fun.
Radiant draft, we know what it's going to do. Dire draft, is Scam back on the team secretly? That's all I'm saying. I know some people are doing Darkseer carry, but...
But what? Explain. Explain yourself, Richie.
Have a good win rate, that's all I mean. We'll see how it goes. I'm excited.
Numbers are not everything. I thought we gone over this, you know.
That's true. That is true, actually. But
You
you know what number?
You gotta filter the numbers, you know.
Ultimately, we live and die by the numbers, though, Winter. After all, you can't lose 2-1 and then say, yeah, but the numbers don't matter. Well, I suppose it doesn't matter that you're in Copenhagen later on, because this is game number 3, elimination on the line for both teams now, Winter, for the SEA. Road to TI Quals, we are unpaused. We are getting ready for some action. The carry Darkseer, the off-lane Meepo, with a pretty standard mid DK. He was going for this corrosive dragon, as we have tended to see. IHC, after losing last game in a very Neon-like fashion, taking to the field with a very standard draft, 3 games in a row of the gyrocopter. And, well, here we go. Kishka smoke break. CJ is going to get scouted. Please no search level 1. Please no search level 1. It's Jover. He didn't take it. He didn't take it. He knows there's no way out of this
embrace.
Wow.
Cold.
Is that going to help?
Level 1 cold embrace.
I guess it did.
Yeah, but then what is he gonna do in the lane? Well, it's probably not as bad as I think it is.
It must not be. I don't know. I mean, I agree. I wouldn't want to start Cold Embrace level 1, especially versus a Centaur.
I guess you just play more defensive, try to get the pull off, heal your carry.
Yeah.
Probably not as bad as I think it is.
I think it's
They
important to the
just
mental.
swap roles mid series. Now Castaway is on pause 4 again.
Yeah, you know, no big deal.
Yeah, I guess Bombi kind of likes to, because from the games that I play with him in PUBG, he likes to play like the backline spellcasters, you know. Phoenix is, I think, his best hero, and Wyvern is very similar to that. And Castaway is more like he just wants to go type of player, you know. So he probably just fits the position for Bill more.
I always like the way you put these things. He just wants to go.
Do you know, I always say that the pause 4 players cannot think. They just have to do and go. The thinkers are the pause 5 players. They need to think where to play on the map.
It's like
So
using
you need
the
to understand
force.
your
You gotta go on a
you need to
instinct.
understand your players, and you have to delegate the heroes accordingly.
Well, we'll see how it goes for them.
Wait, they even swap lane. CJ's playing off lane?
Is CJ just...
What in the world?
So CJ is just playing Darkseer then, in off.
So they just basically swap the safe lane to the...
They lane swap, but they pick heroes that you would expect to be in those positions. Do you think... I'm really curious how it worked out for them. Do you think JG's just like, no, like, I got this. I can play into Centaur. I can play this lane. I can play this matchup kind of a deal?
No, I just feel like it's more like I'm the better Meepo player. Just give me Meepo.
Is that how it works on teams?
Yes.
I guess you don't have that much time to lock in, huh?
This is a must-win game. The guy says, no, you're not playing Meepo. I'm playing Meepo. Your Meepo fucking blows, man.
No way they're talking like that on Neon. I don't believe it. But what do I know? You've been on the teams before.
No. I'm just saying, you know, probably somebody say, just give me the Meepo. You're not gonna say anything else, but I'm confident with the Meepo. I'm gonna carry the game. If I don't carry the game, you can keep me off the team.
Yeah, I mean, that certainly makes a lot of sense. I think in a game 3 scenario, I want the person who's going to be playing my carry Meepo to be confident. I don't want him being calculated. Like you say, it's a feeling. You got to know. And Ken, he knows. He can play this one on edge. That's crazy, though. Flame Guard active. I don't think he'll be able to kill Ken with that, as he does tank a couple of tower shots there. That was close.
Mid lane battles, you know, everyone likes to play things to the dot, to the line.
It's been pretty tight too. I want to say last lane here for Ken was the first time he really was able to kind of, you know, get away with a half decent lane.
And he's kind of doing well. I guess DK and Burn matchup. It's good for DK.
He's, I think he'll be all right. 2 points in the Worm's Wrath now. Not Dragon's Blood anymore. Worm's Wrath.
Why isn't it called Dragon's Wrath? Why Worm's Wrath?
I don't know. That's a good question. They like
That's
to call
the frost
things
realm.
worm. Like Elder Worm Knowledge or whatever.
But that's Wyvern, right? Wyvern is a worm. She's not a dragon. I remember having this discussion and you told me she's not a dragon.
That's true. She's not a dragon. People get really upset on the internet if you call a dragon not a dragon. We've seen a very convincing Meepo mid performance before, by the way. And that had a lot to do with the rotations, the early XP gain.
That was Emo, right?
It was
Was it
Emo.
Emo?
Hold on, drop bottom. Little charge, the surge. Level 2 Ion Shell getting in work now. There's no Shadow Realm here, actually. So Ace is just eating a lot of this DOT. But eventually that's level 2 Rocket Barrage is going to scare them away.
Oh boy, they're out of mana. One mango remaining. Just you have to decide if you want to stay and block the creeps, or I guess SB has to pull the wave. He needs to pull. For them to play the lane. Starkseid has to wait for his mana to come.
But here's Bombi with that level 1 Cold Embrace. He's going to get hit by the Blood Grenade. He's got a skill point, but he's just going to save it. He's dead for first blood. Does give at least 11 a free wave under tower. But it's also going to give... Holy moly, when's the last time you've seen this? 11, a head start on the Vanguard Rush. I think it's a good reaction. Don't get me wrong. Hold on. CJ, you got caught by a Bramble Sun and Castaway charging on through. Oh, he just barely reached. I don't even know how. That's like getting hit by a Cybertruck. The guardrail. Yeah, what happened to the guardrail? Oh, the Cybertruck ate it. Ah, damn. That Bramble didn't do anything to save him.
All you need to know is it's a bad trade for Neon. 2 heroes for 1. Sometimes if you simplify Dota, everything just becomes more bearable. You don't get tilted.
Oh, that's true.
So you were saying about Vanguard, right? 11 going for Vanguard.
Oh, yeah.
It might be a reaction to the Meepo. He just wants to rush Crimson Guard. I don't know. Might be
Agreed.
the case.
Is he gonna...
I mean, he took
doesn't have-
Counter-Strike. He took Counter-Strike, so he doesn't have the
yeah.
workforce.
And he doesn't have... and he also doesn't have any points in Retaliate. So I think that will help him trade.
Is under attack.
Because I don't think Meepo, even with Ransack, will be able to deal with the Counter-Strike damage buildup. Okay, supports are starting to rotate on over. Castaway looking for a bash. Will now charge through. Over to the mid lane he goes, where Ikigai's still only level 5. They will cancel that charge, though, because he knew Kishko was waiting in the fog of war. And he's done enough to secure the first power rune of the game, as the Eld Worm and the Dragon Knight will together fly. Ken, he's flying straight to top lane. He doesn't have a bottle, so he's eager to put this rune to work. 11, he might not know what's coming here. He's got this Vanguard, sure, but what about the magic damage incoming his way from the poofs? Yeah, and Ken's got the kill. Nicely done.
Nicely done indeed. Big kill onto the center. And giving a Meepo a hit start here. Very crucial. Wisdom runes.
Okay, let's see if, like, how this experience gain is going to work around with this kind of combo that they're running. Castaway getting stunned up, but it's CJ who's in trouble, and probably... No, he's just dead. This is a level 3 Rocket Barrage. He's already got 123 speed. I don't think there's a way out for him. Doesn't even have Surge. Yeah, he is extremely dead. They might even be able... he's got Charge. They probably don't kill the Spirit Breaker. Castaway, I believe, gets out alive. How will this affect the Wisdom runes? It won't, I think. I think probably Afterburner, or sorry, Castaway just gets his Wisdom.
Should be one apiece, basically.
Yep, I reckon. Again, the only thing I'm curious about is how is it going to affect the experience game here, between herd
So
mentality
the
and
Wyvern is gonna get 50% more. Yeah, the lowest hero.
okay, there's the kill on the CJ. Fortune Soul. Or maybe chasing, but he doesn't really have a chance there. Okay, so Ken snagging this first power rune. Let's try and keep track now that we've got a very traditional mid lane matchup as far as who's getting this advantage in the runes, because I think that's something Ikigai is certainly going to be looking for, especially after he... I don't know, do you remember last game how the runes were looking? I feel like he didn't really end up getting too many. Hold on.
Oh, disrupt. Trying to kill the ward.
Ikigai is there as well. I mean, he's got a cold embrace. He will use it, which buys him time, but is only going to just allow IHC to farm some APM on him. Back down bottom, Castaway giving chase now after realizing both supports are mid. Level 4 only here, but Ken rotating on over with the surge, trying to reach his man. Call down slow though. Too significant here. Ken is not going to be able to get in there. Good effort, though. I like that TP. He TP'd bottom there on the DK before that rotation.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Definitely unfortunate to not get the kill there. But they're going to use this moment to pressure the tower. DK is going to probably try to finish his tower off.
Yeah, and he's going to get a kill as well onto Ace. Rotation's incoming as 11. Activates the Stampede. Finds the stun onto Ken. That surprise TP in the tree. CJ, only a level 1 vacuum. Can't do much. And Castaway also has to TP 4 heroes down bottom. Yeah, they're going to go ahead and
Space
TP.
for Meepo.
True.
Space for Meepo.
How's he coming along now? Pretty good. Straight into the Ag Scepter, as you would expect on Mega Meepo, given the strength of it. Careful here that 11 doesn't lose his courier. Oh, he's not. In fact, they might even pick up a kill on the JG. Not enough mana for Hoof Stomp, though. Seems like that won't matter with the way the rotations are coming through for JG, as he almost gets that poof away, but 11 has so much damage thanks to Counter-Strike, I think. Basically, it allows you to do up to double damage per Counter-Strike. It's not infinite, but that adds up.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Bot lane, they're trying to pressure Fortune Soul again. Trying to finish off the tower, a disruption in mid.
Pretty good now onto the DK. Illusions no longer apply his Elder Worm's debuff. Oh my goodness, that was such a huge Shadow Poison. But the right clicks aren't going to get it done. All right, but that right click will, Ace. That one sure will. He also has the Shadow Servant, sorry. This one's really interesting. I thought against a tanky lineup, he might have considered going for the Soul Catcher, basically, facet, which basically brings back Soul Catcher, removes HP, and slowly gives it back over the course of the Disseminate, but I suppose not. Okay, so we're looking mid, where there's going to be a kill onto Wall Iron, but careful down bottom, where they do manage to bash Fortune Soul into the wall. That's a nice kill there. They cancel. Oh, they don't cancel the TP. In fact, Kishka, he's going to eat the Nether Strike, as they're still TPing down bottom. Okay, they've decided maybe it's not wise to rev up the feed train this early. So just 2 heroes down there.
This tower is gone. You have to accept it.
Is under attack.
The Meepo is going to have his Aghanim's very, very soon. The game's going to ramp up once you have Aghanim's on Meepo. And right now, it's just everybody's happy to farm, you know. You get a Mage Slayer down on your DK. You still want to keep scaling. You have Mech on Darkseer.
Yeah.
Anyways, for IHC, I think you're kind of playing a slower scaling game with the Gyro and the Ember. Ember's buying Hailstorm, so he also wants to farm.
Castaway will deny the top tower. He's rushing BKB, by the way. Now Duran leaving for him. So he really wants to make sure he can have room to maneuver in these fights. Understandable, given the heroes in the game. This Ags is now halfway completed, 2 components away, as the mech's finished for CJ. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Didn't JG play Darkseer 2 games in a row? Am I crazy?
So he's tired of it.
I guess, right?
That's how he gets the privilege. If you play... I used to have this rule. If you play a hero 2 games, same hero 2 games in a row, then the third game, whenever we pick the hero, you You have the right to say no.
Unless you're playing on Team Liquid, then you're enjoying a Venom answer every game.
What?
That's what. It's the good old. What's his name? How I can't remember his name. What's his name? Mind control, not wanting to play Venom or Tide Hunter anymore. He's like, no more green heroes, CJ. Okay, drops the wall of replica. He's got TPs coming. It's just Castaway who cannot charge in because of the Bramble Maze here, but Iki guy's in a little bit of a rough spot. Another strike is going to be at least forcing out the last remnant, but Iki guy otherwise is going to be able to outmaneuver here. It's space created though, as Ken is setting to work on this tier 1 mid with that corrosive breath. So funny seeing the two flying creatures in the mid lane.
Winged creatures.
Winged creatures, indeed. Okay, Blink Dagger now for 11. That's good to go.
And so they're going double Maelstrom on Ember and Gyro.
Okay, that's some way to deal with the masked heroes. I'm not so sure, man. I don't know if this is still the best way to take down a Meepo. I've talked about this before, but usually the issue does not tend to be, oh god, I can't kill all the Meepos.
Right? It's single target, right?
Yeah, it's oh my god, this Mega Meepo has got 4,000 HP at 25 minutes. That's more of my concern. Usually when I see this hero succeed, maybe there's something to it. You just want more AoE damage. It's certainly a farming item, so it's nothing wrong with it, but that's where I'm at right now with this current Meepo playstyle.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But we'll let the higher level Immortals sort that out here as IHC will get a nice smoke position now behind Neon Esports. There's the blink reveal. They have at least caught CJ. Oh, and the Bramble catching Castaway as well, preventing any kind of follow-up stun. Wall of Replica's going to get dropped. The mech heals insufficient as thanks to that counter-strike. Oh my goodness, CJ dies so quickly. Castaway able to TP away. Kishka unable to find the vision for the disruption, so it's only a lost Darkseer. More space for the Meepo and DK, question mark?
I mean, they got double Wisdom Moons for that, so I think it was actually not that bad, losing Darkseer.
That's true. Up to level 9 on all of your heroes, actually, which is kind of impressive.
Yeah, on a Wyvern and a Spirit Breaker, those levels matter so much. It could mean you winning a team fight.
Yeah, just to kind of see the effect a little bit. It's not the most dramatic, but you can definitely notice the effect of 2 wisdoms with the herd mentality and the Eldworm knowledge. If you open the net worth graph, you can kind of see it, but not this second, because we're going to first watch Castaway get jumped a second time. IHC playing up and aggressive in the face of Neon Esports, denying a lot of the valuable parts of the map as they look to try and punish Ken for daring to go for a D-ward. Vacuum still stop Ace, who is very low HP. He is killed off. Ken rewarded there as he swiftly gets the D-ward and even kills the person going for the ward.
Is Meepo ready to fight? He has his items.
No, I think he wants Blink as well.
2 minutes? Actually, no, not 2 minutes. 4 minutes.
No, probably like 3. What's his GPM? His GPM is not amazing, actually. It's like 430 GPM, so that's like 5 or 6 minutes right now. Assuming he doesn't get a kill.
And there's going to be bounty runs as well.
True.
It's going to help a bit.
It'll help a
Help a little bit.
I'll pick one up now. And of course, with better stats, he will farm faster now. But Mega Meepo's online. We hear 1 Maelstrom for Fortune Soul being completed, as he has only the point booster for the Ag Scepter. Careful top. Castaway, caught now by the Demonic Purge. This is just a support saying, get away. I want to farm the wave, though. As Kishka's got no allies nearby.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
What kind of a core, what kind of a mid laner, would you kind of, classify DK as? Because he's gone through a rather massive change with 736, right? He's no longer Ag Scepter builder man, throw illusions that are unkillable at supports. What kind of a role does he have? How is his late game scaling impacted? Talk to me a little bit about how you think DK has changed.
Interesting. I think his role is different. It's not as a he's not just a tanky frontliner anymore. In the early stages, because of the room's rough, you do a lot of damage, minus armor, you take towers a lot faster. So I think the concept of the hero kind of changed a lot.
Yeah.
You're not that stable laner anymore. You're more like the aggressive hero that wants to make moves on the map.
What's another hero you might kind of classify him more towards as now? Something. Trying to think. Is there another like blink stunner aggressive hero that plays mid? Because it almost sounds like you're describing an offlaner.
DK is offlaner in a way.
Yeah, but I mean, he's mostly played mid, isn't he? Blink out and away from the Sleight of Fists.
Yeah, because you don't have you're not as durable anymore. With the change to the Dragon's Blood, it's an innate and
Right.
it's stronger later, but you're a lot weaker. So in the side lane, in the long lane, it's just weaker to play DK. That's why I think you only see or mostly see it on the mid lane right now, because he needs levels quickly, so you can rotate and play aggressive, make moves.
Well, they might catch a hero here, by the way. IHC will smoke past that freshly planted ward on top of the tier 2 tower. Oh, their scan hits red. They know there's someone here, but they will be sorely disappointed when it's only a Winter Wyvern who's going to attempt to TP away. Nice position there, but 11 had the high ground, had the vision, and finds the kill. Nothing major loss there for Neon Esports. They're happy to tank that smoke. Especially because Meepo about to finish off his own Blink Dagger. Here we go.
Dire are scanning.
Game is gonna start. It's just all the lane shopping, you know, with the Meepo and the Iron Shell and Darkseid. So it makes it very difficult for IHC to progress on the map.
Indeed. I mean, this space, I think, is much appreciated by, I think I just name a single hero, by Castaway, who is farming his way towards the BKBs. Not that close, but he's also not really that far away. About another 1,000, 2,000 gold needed, slightly less now. So he's getting there slowly. They're going to have this double blink timing as well. Ken is also closing in on his BKB, but IHC eager to push. Sorry, they've got Ag Scepter and a Maelstrom as they have found the backlaners. Oh, good disruption save, but that means they won't have one now to stop Castaway. Counter initiation by 11. The stun onto 2 is good. Stampede as well, as they want to get them Castaway first. They have. The Guardian Greaves are not going to be able to save him. Curse as you solo, as Bombi tries to kill Ace here, will at least get that kill. So it's a 1-for-1 with a tier 2 tower defended. JG showing up to fight for the first time, as his Blink Dagger is not here. He actually went for Diffusal Blade. Okay, slightly different build.
It just helps you fight better. I think he feels like they don't need initiation as much because you have a SB and Darks here. And DK with Blink.
Yeah, DK. Yeah, I could see that. On here, IHC, they...
I mean, Wyvern also has Dagger, you know. Bombi rushed the Dagger.
Oh.
So now you have the Vacuum into Curse combo.
Check out what we have now on 11. We talked about his build earlier from a Vanguard. He's disassembled the Vanguard and used that Vitality booster for his Eternal Shroud. Not an item we see all the time anymore. It's been pretty heavily nerfed. Do you think it's got a lot of value in this game in particular? Or is he just going for like a funky, efficient build?
It's just good on Centaur. I mean, the stats are like kind of made for Centaur. Like a hero like Centaur, you have Strength, Magic Resist, you have HP. It's everything you need on a horse.
Wasn't this thing 35% magic resist at one point last
Yeah,
patch?
you imagine how broken it was, right? Initially.
They literally nerfed it almost 50%.
And it's still persistent.
It's still good. It's no longer every game must buy, but you know, yeah, it's still pretty darn stinking strong, that's for sure.
Imagine how bonkers it was initially. Yeah, I remember some Storm running in, I can't kill him with Shroud.
Yeah, he's got a San Yasha, or Sanjin Kaya, so he's also doing a bunch of damage, and also you doom him, but the doom lasts like 3 seconds.
You can't kill him. He has mana from the Eternal Shroud.
The gas station as well is there backing him up.
Yeah, how do you run away when the Storm has no mana problem?
Yeah,
And being tanky.
and they patched the game and removed the gas tariff, so now you gotta pay.
They increased the prices of diesel
We smoked
So he's-
we smoked under an IHC ward here. Neon have, so this is unlikely to pan out into anything. I'm more curious as to whether or not IHC will try and make something of this intel, but doesn't seem like it. Yes, I know, Winter. That was the news I was referencing on the petrol, but that's okay. Best not to talk about it too much. Hold on, Castaway. He wants to get up into this triangle. Fortune Soul almost died to these ancients, by the way.
Nah, he was tanking the commenter.
Oh, there he goes. Well, now he's going to tank a Spirit Breaker, and there goes his Aegis. Quick little charge in there from Castaway. And I mean, core players, man. Can't live with them, can't live without him. Look, he's just like straight back to farming like nothing even happened.
Yeah, free trip back to the fountain. It's true.
It's true, yeah. Yeah, well, you know, bit of a slower game. We've seen only a Winter's Curse. We've got Blink on him though, Bombi. There's Vision on the Kishka. A self-disruption here to save. You got the Willow from behind as there's going to be the jump from Ken, interrupting the Stampede. No way out for him as Ken, even with the BKB active. Does he have the damage? No, he does not. Demonic Purge there, removing that Eldworm's Wrath. Sorry, just the Worm's Wrath. Make sure that he doesn't tick down to the damage.
Scanning.
So it's a nice BKB charge for ultimately nothing gained.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
As Meepo now has
okay.
Blink Dagger, but is going immediately to upgrade it. There seemed to be no rush to fight.
Yeah,
Who's coming?
BKB done on Emberson. Gyro also almost has his BKB.
You expect, I mean, obviously, I think we should expect IHC to make a move then, right? Double BKB into BKB on DK.
I mean, the thing is, I feel like the scaling department, they're not even... I don't think they should be in a rush, you know.
who's they? IHC?
IHC, yeah. With the Gyro, I think Gyro late game is pretty good against Meepo. Then you have Centaur, you have Ember, which are also going pretty scaling heavy items.
That's true.
We might again see a long ass run up.
Dire.
Well, I wouldn't mind, to be honest. After such a short day one, Winter, it'd be nice to, you know, actually talk about some Dota here. Especially if it's going to be a close game with some interesting items picked up. So there's no Crystallis right now for Fortune Soul, by the way, so he's kind of just relying on these Maelstrom procs. Has no mini crits. Castaway is caught here. I don't think there's a way out for him. Neck heal is decent. They're going to commit the back wall. Fortune Soul pops the
Come on,
BKB.
brace.
Look at that heal. That hold and brace. It's only level 2. They're going to need magic damage to take him down, and eventually they've got it. But that's most of the BKB duration now from Fortune Soul as JG looking to make the jump in. Earthbind's at the ready, but 11, it's him who jumps back on in. They've gotten through A, so they don't have to worry about a terrorize. There's the Mega Meepo now. A BKB from Ikagi as he's trying to take down Bombi. Does force at least the Winter's Curse. And he's going to go even more aggressive now. And catch Ken in the disruption, which no longer applies to poison, of course, but it does decent damage. Ken now activated the BKB, walking off that stun, but it's Ikagi who finds 2 onto the back lines. Bombi trying to keep himself healed up, and Castaway's going to go ahead and buy back. They like this fight. They like this fight. And for good reason, they've taken down the gyrocopter. Castaway, he's ready to jump on for more, but it's Ikigai who will be kited out throughout the duration of the fight. He dies behind the tier 2 tower, Winter.
Ooh, he was killing the Wyvern, you know, but Bombi kind of kited him out with the co-embrace, and he's pretty tanky with treads, bracers, and everything. They needed to keep their formation. I think the Ember had to stay with the Gyro. I think one thing to look out at in the team fight is how the teams keep their formation. You don't want to be too split up when you have an immobile carry like Gyro. It's not like an anti-mage or morphing where you can just run around the team fight, dance, and be able to connect. So you have to be stationary, and you want your team to be around you. I think that's what the Ember should have done there.
I think IHC, even though they have an Ember and a Gyro, which generally speaking they like long fights because the more sleight of fist, another flak cannon, you know, those seem very strong, and they are. In this kind of a game, I think Neon, they also like long fights because they have more DOTs and they have more sustain.
It's not the length. It's about how well you position yourself in the team fights, how you maintain formation. There's the SB and the Darkseer. Sure, if you don't focus the SB is going to try to disrupt your backline, right? So you need your frontliners to kind of come back and protect the backline because you need the SD especially to be alive in the team fights. So it's all about like who can maintain their formation, and you protect your weak backliners, the ones that can save the course, and the ones that can do damage, can be allowed to just dish out their right clicks.
I get that. I get that. Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, maintaining formation is, I think, apart from initiation, keeping your formation is the second biggest thing in the team fights to look out at.
I mean, especially when you
Meeple's
play
like-
something like a Shadow Demon, right?
Yeah, Meeple's gonna be looking
Can?
to just disrupt that.
He got him with the disruption, just barely. He actually hit him with a Demonic Purge first, which was a bold move in case his TP was about to complete, but it matters not, as Ken clears his illusion, but only finds more enemy heroes here ready to kill him. A major pickoff from the side of IHC, especially in such a close game. That might have
Yeah, I mean, even in the
ramifications.
first game, he had like a couple of deaths like that. When he was playing Ember, I mean, he was pushing lanes. Remember the game when he had AC
Yeah,
on Ember?
yeah.
He was pushing, and he just had one too many of those random deaths that cost them the game, and it's happening again. Like the way it has something to do with how he's looking and how he's perceiving the time that he has when he knows heroes are missing, and he's always trying to push his limits too much.
Trying to,
In a pub, sure, you get away with it in a pub because people are not so coordinated, right? So
Right,
they're slower
right.
to punish you. But then it becomes a habit that you think that you can get away with it. Bobby, they find him. If he wants to kill him.
Bombi, I mean, he's got Cold Embrace again, but this time with the Bedlam is going to outdamage the heal. They did steal, however, another Wisdom Rune, did they? No, 1 for 1 this time, I believe. Or is it?
11. Nice. Daggers away, dodges the net.
Yeah, and even the Blink Dagger on Kishka is going to allow him to escape here. Very mobile game. What are we at? 4 Blink Daggers right now in the lobby? 4 BKBs, 5 Blink Daggers now. Oof. Okay. Talk about positioning, you talk about that kind of, I think Winter Wyvern, another hero. Whoa, that was... Okay, Castaway is going a little sicko mode right now. He's just starting to fight off. He's going to get stunned in the river. CJ will try and save him, but that's going to be the dieback timer for him. So he's dead for 77 seconds. CJ now needs to escape, but Kishka catching up to him there. A blink forward with the aggressive disruption, and that will burn his surge time. He goes down. Bombi has a Winter's Curse. Doesn't really have a great opportunity to use it, but does throw it onto the Ember Spirit. That's not half bad. Burning the duration of the BKB, and in fact, he almost died. Oh my goodness, he almost died to that Curse. Eventually they catch him up, and it's 3 dead at the end of the day in favor of IHC now, who will get this tier 2 tower. A pretty major objective in this mid lane.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
In
Oh
fact,
boy, it looks like Neon, once again, just paid the price for being too aggressive. They just needed to like slow things down, wait for Meeple to be ready. Meeple wants to shove out the top
They
lane.
fortified too early too. The Screep Wave's not going to die.
Oh no.
I mean, I don't know if they
That's-
would have even killed the
that's
Creep Wave,
Rax.
but now this is Rax.
One too many mistakes.
Well, painful loss here, because even the illusions from the Dutch are helping out here, but here is the Meepo. They need a hero, and they need a Mega Meepo right now. He's got Dig. He's got Dig, so he's not really in that much danger right now. As you can see, he is tanky. Is he tanking up to live for now? There goes the Dig, allowing Ken and the rest of his team to try and fight around him. Coming back out, gets stunned immediately, but there's going to be the counter initiation as Casher with his BKB able to charge on through, terrorize. He's going to be able to catch a couple of heroes as 11 with a massive stun on the 4. Where's the AoE damage? Where's Fortune Soul? He's not in the fight right now. They get the Wyvern. They might be able to get Ken, and they get JG as well. Make that CJ. There, JG, he's caught. Is this game? IHC. They just wiped Neon off of the map. There is a fortify, but this is dangerous. Look at all these illusions that are going to be here to tank the tower. Okay.
They're gonna have to buy back on Meeple. IHC is gonna force them to use it.
They're
is
hitting
bad.
tier 4s, 30 minutes in. IHC, it all snowballed from what seemed to be just a meaningless pick-off Winter. And here we are, Neon, about to be potentially eliminated. There's the buybacks. CJ and JG, IHC, they've got what they came for. They're probably expecting that. And after 1 tier 4 tower in the mid lane of Barracks, they will gladly acquiesce the high ground. They are 17k up.
Yep,
Talk about
secure
a roller
rush.
coaster game 2, Winter. Talk about a roller coaster graph right now with the way that IHC have just leapt into the lead.
think they're doing things a lot more methodical this time. Not trying to rush things too much, just being really careful. It's paying off for them. They build a lead, and now all they need to do is just get Roche and slowly but surely push another lane of racks. And don't rush things. Because the
Don't
gyro
rush
is already
things.
feeling.
It's the big one.
Yeah, the gyro is already feeling invincible in the team fights, and he's killing the meeple.
Well, let's Winter. He's going for Satanic. Okay, Satanic is fine. Satanic's the normal one. What was the? We didn't like the blink last time. Remember?
Blink puts a travel, I think.
Mm.
He was trying to finish the game.
All right, here we go. Neon Esports. They need to get Ken through the twin gate, though. That's the trouble here. But they are ready to contest this Roshan.
I actually can just wait for the creeps to push in hit.
Here's
Yeah,
Neon,
it's gonna hit
11.
the-
He's going to walk up to the high ground. Eats a fireball that puts his Blink Dagger on cooldown. Earth binds it up now. Stun. As in they jump, trying to continue to lock down under 11. He's a hard target, though. He's very tanky. Back wall down to the low ground. Also catches Fortune Soul. There, it's going to be the Winter's Curse. As they are doing some damage here. I think it's onto the Centaur, so not that much damage taken. And really, Ken, he's the one that's taking a bruising, even up to the high ground. Fortune Soul not missing enough auto attacks. Ken able to try and walk away here. He'll get out alive as JG is trying to mind control the Meepos, trying to basically 1v4, it looks like, on the back lines here. But the Meepo is separated. He needs to dig on the last Meepo when he hasn't. It was stuck. It got caught in the brambles, and I think he just got overwhelmed with the micro.
Yeah, and this time they were able to maintain their formation. Plus, he's going to be the last one here. Amber decided to not chase Santo. I think they did a really good job, like mapping out how they should play the fight. 11 ran up the ramp there to the Queen Gate, gave them vision. He was tanky, he ran up. Neon didn't feel comfortable jumping on him. And Meepo kind of like maybe jumped the gun a little bit. I guess he needed to find the SD, but IHC responded accordingly. They came back, they protected their backlines, they didn't chase too far like the last time, and they were able to identify that Meepo was alone, and they just killed him off with all the heroes.
And for Neon Esports, that may have been the fight to seal the deal for them here. I mean, we'll take another look at the formation that you talk about here, Winter. But it's tough. I think
they came back. You see, the Meepo jumped in, and then they retreated. Everyone came back to protect the backlines, right?
What a terrorize too, right? And the Meepo just trying to, gets off the Mega Meepo here. And then that one Meepo comes out, gets stunned, gets caught in a bramble. He digs on the Mega Meepo stack.
And you see how the Amber and Gyro, they came back, they protected them, and made sure that the Meepo had no way to
back in real time. Bombi, no. Not like this. He becomes the second double-edged shard stack as they do find at least the Willow, but she's got buyback and the Demonic Purge means there's likely no way out of this one for Castaway. BKB TP away. No! He's gonna die. Ken trying to go 1v1 versus Fortune Soul, who at least is helping thanks to the illusion in this vacuum wall. CJ, though, he can't stand his ground and fight. There's too much physical damage. 11 might not even die here either. JG. He's bought back already. He's going to dig on the one. Meepo needs to try and do what he can on the rest as the Winter's Curse solo onto Ikigai. He's going to die. He's got buyback and leaves a remnant, so he's instantly back in this fight. Bombi, the self-heal on the Arctic Embrace, but the cold embraces, it's just not enough. Winter, GG. GG is called. Neon Esports, they are our second team eliminated from the SCA Closed Qualifiers Road to the International. They are X'd out by IHC Esports.
Yeah, well played by IC. Really, really patient. Not letting the second game loss affect them a lot. I think they showed a lot of maturity, being able to come back from a devastating loss in the second game. They were, they threw the game away. They rushed into closing the game out. And this time they didn't rush. They were really patient, methodical. They kept their composure. They got their item timings and they ended the game. Whereas Neon kind of went for a Hail Mary play here, right? They drafted the Meepo. They swapped their players around. Both the carries and the offlaners got moved with the supports. They got moved around, and it was very clear that Neon, they were not really comfortable in this style of position. They weren't playing well. Ken gave away pickoffs on the map. He died a couple of times in important situations, and his team got into trouble because of that.
Yeah, it snowballed from there, and this time IHC, like you say, they play it clean. They keep the formation. They keep their eyes on the prize, and they keep themselves in the running for that lower bracket, qualification slot. That is Neon directly invited down and out as they were knocked down 2-0 by Bleed. They put up a 2-1 fight here, but ultimately fall to the open qualifier team of IHC Esports.
They live to fight another day.
that they do, they move on to now play Prism Esports, which are a kind of tough opponent, not gonna lie. Formerly Team Tough, so quite literally a tough opponent, I suppose, or a formerly tough opponent, but have some wins under their belts recently, some big ones as well, in that RES series that just concluded the other day. But yeah, I mean, other things for Neon, I think it's kind of sad for them because this had been an organization who, at the completion of last year's DPC format, was doing pretty decent. They were what? How were they doing last year? They were. Oh man, we really need to start scrolling already for DPC. That's kind of crazy. Didn't we have them in DPC? Am I crazy? I don't see the results here, but that can't be right. I remember them a lot in DPC, but tough stuff for them here, as unfortunately it's a lackluster way for them to kind of end their year. Just another exit in the post qualifiers for them.
Yeah, you work the whole year, you improve, and you did well sometimes, and when it matters, you don't do well. It's just hard, to swallow. All your effort, it feels like it's down the drain. It's just brutal, being in Dota right now.
Yeah.
Results
Honestly,
matter. Yeah. Results matter so much. If you don't do well, you might lose your sponsorship, lose your team, and it's gonna be a very stressful time, for them to figure out what they want to do next, because they've been stuck in this situation for quite some time. Neon, this limbo where they are not really like doing badly at every qualifiers, but just not doing good enough to
exactly. Yeah, exactly. And, glimmers of hope here. Unfortunately, they did do better in the Riyadh qualifiers. This was not their best performance, ultimately, that they've shown us this year. So that's certainly going to be a bit tough. Yeah, this was the team. This is what I remember them from. They were set to be promoted to Division 1 at the end of last year's DPC, but of course, we never had a 2024 DPC season. And for them, it never means that they got to get that regular experience against the top dogs in the SEA region. So unfortunately, another exit for them. Try not to be too sad, of course, but we still have to do a bid adieu for 2 more teams as we get updated with the schedule. That's the 2-0 win for Team Prison now, and the 2-1 for IHC. Currently, your right side is, the right side to be on. Our next match, the Rambulan of all Rambulans winter. It's a rematch of the Riyadh Masters C-Close qualifiers, one of the lower bracket matches that Blacklist Rivalry ended up winning 2-0 and then proceeding to make the lower bracket run all the way to the Riyadh Masters. That is going to be one hell of a series, guys. That's coming up in just about 5 to 10 minutes. We're going to have MLP and, My Little Pony and John X Fire bringing you the action there, folks. So stay tuned, and after a short break, we'll be back with the Rambulan.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back here for the TI, or rather Road to TI qualifiers. It is MLP Dota on John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. We've already had 2 series on today. We've got 2 more on today. My goodness, am I excited. How the hell are you feeling?
Feeling great, Mike. No, you wake up, you see those 2 great matches we had earlier. I think that Neon versus IHC match was spectacular showing from both sides. But this one, this is the one that we were all looking forward to. This is content. This is the streamer mindset from all the boys in Blacklist and TNC. We can take a look at the bracket, the journey that these teams have taken so far. Of course, Aurora and Bleed, Execration Town waiting in that upper bracket tomorrow. On our lower bracket, we've got Prism and IHC moving up. Very convincing victory from Prism, and IHC very hard fought, so that should be a close one. This one, though, the next 2 series, Blacklist versus TNC, coming up right now. And this is the one, again, the streamer mindset that never goes away. You know, Gavi, Armel, he's thinking about his friend streaming who's not playing. Like Armel in particular. He's out there on another platform and he sees this. It's like, yeah, we got to help Mel, right? You know, he's not in the team right now. He's on a bit of a break. Let's give him content. Let's drop down from Execration and face TNC, because who knows, maybe TNC doesn't make it if Blacklist don't go down, right? So they've got to seize that moment. Give us the Rambulan we're looking for. This is going to be fun. This is going to be a fun one. TNC up against Blacklist.
It takes me back.
Gavi's telling me to plug him. Done. They're like...
What's he saying?
Give him a plug, Gavi.
Plug him?
Shout out to Gavi. You can check
Well,
out his stream as well. Wherever it is.
No, you don't get to plug Gabby. Gabby never says a word to us. Every land we see him at. He literally walks past us every time. Every one of the other players in his teams will pay respect to the SEA casters that brought them there, right? And I'm going to say it. Nobody gave a shit before we came around, right? And Gabby in his infinite egotistical world walks right past us. He walks right past us every single land we get to, which isn't many, Jonathan, but every single one we're at that he's at, he walks past. Doesn't say a word. He had the audacity.
He's a shy boy.
No, he's not. He had the audacity to say hello to Aries while I was sitting right next to him. Aries, for anyone who can't remember, Aries is the young Australian lad that also casts, you know how, Aries, you know, the play-by-play. He said hello to Aries and ignored me. Can you believe that, Jonathan? He ignored me. Even now, nobody said hello to me. Paolo said, "Hey, John." Even.
It's. I know what it is, Mike. You know, you're too. I guess you know. I know. Gavi is a shy boy. Once you're on voice comm with him, it's okay. You know,
you can't be shy. You can't be shy with the haircuts that man rocks. You can't. It's impossible. It can't happen. You can't have a perm like that and say I'm a shy boy. It doesn't work. It's impossible.
To be fair, like his online persona, like when you're on with him in voice chat, and in his personal, like when we were actually with him, he is so much more quiet in person. It's very stark. Maybe it's different now. Who knows? Maybe he's less shy now. But
I'm gonna say it right here. Next time we see him, I'm gonna go intimidate him. I don't care. I'm going to go intimidate him. I'm just going to go up behind him. I'm going to put my hand on his shoulders, be like, how's it going, Gabby? Do you remember my name? Do you know my name, Gabby?
No. The way is, you bring the little baby, not so little for her age, and she will intimidate him by her presence alone. I swear to goodness. He'd be like, that's 1 year old? That's enough. That's enough. He knows what's coming in 12 years' time, all right? That's all.
Shout out to Cuckoo, by the way. Cuckoo said, use my code. I think Cuckoo wanted a shout out. I don't know what Cuckoo's code is, John. Yeah. I tune into the stream once in a while. I don't care either. You know, Cuckoo, I think you said it. I think your code's doing just fine. You don't need us to shout it out. So if anything, he needs to shout out our codes. Right? We need some codes. Yeah, we need some referrals. My goodness.
Yeah, Yo as well getting in on that action. So there you go. Again, the streamer team versus the semi-streamer team of Blacklist. And you've got some streaming presence there for Gabby Chow every now and again, Natsumi as well. So this is a funny one. I mean, again, there's a lot of history between these two guys. They love to talk crap about each other when they just lose qualifying matches. They jump to the Discord straight away and trash each other there. After this one, there's going to be some Discord talk for sure. There are going to be streams going straight live. And some hot takes flying out for sure. This is something else.
We heckin' love Rumble-uns, Jonathan. You know how we love Rumble-uns here at the SEA desk, and my goodness, have we got one on our hands. I mean, it's literally the master versus his disciples. You know, Master Kook. We always say this. He is the mastermind behind all of it. I mean, all of these games, Jonathan, in SEA, everything that happens is all up to Master Cuckoo's plan. We'll see if Blacklist Rivalry can once again defeat the Master, or whether the Master this time is going to teach his students a new lesson here in day number 2 of the Road to TI Qualifiers. By the way, couldn't help but notice somebody called you Kuya John. I don't know why they call you Kuya John. I don't believe you're an uncle, Jonathan. I mean, you are to my child, but not to them, right? So, you know,
it's an affectionate term. You know, you call someone you respect Kuya, even if they're not older. I like to call all
never
the
heard
players
anyone.
Kuya.
No, none of them have ever said Kuya Mike.
Okay,
Not
see,
once.
see, Mike, you look at that majestic beard. You're no longer a Kuya. You're a Tito. You're Tito Mike, Uncle Mike. Legit. You're beyond Kuya. You know.
Nobody's ever called me Tito Mike either, John.
I don't know if you'd enjoy it if people start calling you Tito Mike. To be fair, but we can request that.
Abed, move that camera. Look at those arms, Jonathan. Abed, my goodness.
Whoa.
Calm down, Abed.
Abed. Calm down. Take it slow.
Readjust that camera. Get the angle better, Abed. Let's get some lighting going.
I almost look like Zhao cut his hair from Abed's angle, but no, it just blends in with it blended in. The mullet's safe. That is.
Did he tie it? He tied the mullet? He's tied the mullet.
I think he did. It's a ponytail now.
That's a brave move here from Zhao. We'll see if it pays off. Go on, John.
He's adjusting the air conditioning, so things are getting hot. Do you see the openers here? Surprisingly, Monkey King left alone, not banned either by Blacklist, but they go with the Dark Willow on TNC first, and Blacklist go back to the safety net of the SF, which we've seen Abed play to a very great extent. Keen to see. It should just be our mid straight up, but it's a very early pick. It has been banned almost every single time, so it makes sense to first pick it while it's free. Abed has been a beast on that in the few games we have seen, so I'm curious what they'd want to give for Yoe on mid. Can take a look at our TNC boys. Now, they are in boot camp now, the good old TNC facility that we haven't seen in a few years. They're even rocking the jerseys, Mike. Oh, how nostalgic.
I can't believe we were both in Manila just a couple months ago and we did not go to the TNC headquarters. That's a bit upsetting. I feel like we even drove past it. Didn't we?
No, I don't think we did. We passed by the big TNC in Cebu, but in Manila, not quite. Hey, I contacted all of these guys, Fuku was like, he's on vacation, Armel's on vacation, everyone else is pubbing, they weren't on TNC yet. They all had excuses, Michael Phoenix. That's something we Filipinos are good at. Excuses.
I'll have a chat with the boys when I see them, Jonathan. We'll have a bit of a conversation as to what they were so busy with, as we are going to have one more band to go before we can continue with these drafts.
What's Cox doing?
What is Cox doing?
He's pumping himself up, just prepping his fists.
He's using those hand grip things. He's literally working on his. You can't do that with his name. You can't. The jokes write themselves at this point. Cox can't do these things. You can't do that.
Yes, he can. Yes,
no, he can't.
Will.
He's literally improving his grip strength with that kind of name on broadcast. You can't do that, Cox.
This is all part of Cox's plan, of course, leaving Geek Fam, kicking out Alphon, and going to another team with Jing. All according to Keikaku here for Cox. As we do get the Crystal Maiden followed up by Blacklist. I don't know, I just wanted to sneak that in. They left Mr. Alphon. They left it. They kicked Alphon so hard he flew to Europe. Okay, that's what happened here. Shout out to Alphon. He was watching the Prism game at 3 a.m. in France because he was so dejected.
What's he doing in France?
He's on vacation, actually. It's been like a few years, so.
Oh, good on him.
He's on vacation.
Right.
Good on him. But these guys are not. DK, stop it, Cox, please. Chat is going to go, oh, God. Come on.
He's doing both hands, too. That's the best part. He's like, oh, my goodness. There's no way this guy isn't doing this crap on purpose. There's no way. There's no way. Cox is the ultimate troll.
He must be. The DK out for TNC could be our mid lane. I think that matchup is still very heavily SF favored for sure, but the DK can at least try to regen, play with Breed Fire, hold back. It's not that hard to land. A couple of raises though for Abed, so We'll see which way TNC will want to go. They'll go into the Pugna now as well, which is a decent enough response
10
to at
seconds
least the
remaining.
SF. Like the Netherward alone in a good position can make it annoying for the SF to spam
5
out those
seconds
raises.
remaining.
Is there potential for this as a Yoe mid Pugna instead? Could be. The matchup is maybe a little bit more manageable, but it's a little bit stranger as well. There's a lot of burst potential for the SF to play with. Blacklist right into the CK and the Hoodwink. Very stable set, of course. Natsumi on the CK. That's something we've seen him play for quite a few years now. Very
10
comfort for
seconds
him.
remaining.
I don't think it minds if the DK is off lane. It's something you can manage as
5
a CK.
seconds
You've got some
remaining.
good laning combinations. CK Crystal Maiden is a lot of pressure early on. Level 2 spike can be nice. Level 3 is the big one, of course, for the CK. So I like what Blacklist is forming up. A very stable draft. Nothing too off the mark from what we've seen in the meta. TNC, again, has this room to flex for Yoa into a Pugna, perhaps, but I don't know if you really lean into that too heavily. They'll go to Brewmaster pickup now on their off lane. So they've got a solid way of getting some team fights out. And we have seen the impact of... he can't help himself, man. Cox and the Brewmaster, he can't help it.
Final ban that's to come. I mean, every time I look at this guy, I just can't help but laugh. You know, it doesn't help that you put Gabby right next to him. Here we go again. Look at this. Look at this. You can't
10
do that,
seconds
cunt.
remaining.
You can't. Put that crap away.
He keeps picking them up, putting them down, and picking them up again.
Every time the camera's on him, the guy's like, all right, it's workout time. Break's over. Let's go, boys. Hand grip. Let's strengthen up. Meanwhile, and I was telling you earlier as well with Gabby's haircut, John, I'm telling you, the guy cannot be shy with a
Radiant
haircut
team
like that.
back.
You have to be confident to rock that kind of haircut. Look at it.
Dire
Yeah,
Thank
I'm
you
not
for the
saying he's
close-up.
not confident.
It's
You know,
confident.
he
Look at it.
likes talking to people he knows, you know? Yeah, very confident.
Would
Is
you
he,
rock that haircut?
if he was that confident, no, but if he was even more confident, he would also be working in his hand grip, you know?
That's true. That's
Show
true.
show Cox who the boss is. That's the play.
10 seconds
There's,
remaining.
of course, Palos, who was calling you Kuya John earlier, completely ignoring me. We'll have
5
a
seconds
discussion
remaining.
with Palos later on about that. Maybe in the next lobby, I'll have a quick chat with him.
Poor Palos. He's always the punching bag as well. Whenever these guys watch,
Dire team
like whenever the Blacklist boys watch some of the TNC games, the Darling games, it's always Palos in the firing line. Like Armel's like, what do you think about this itemization in Palos? I'm like, I agree with you, Armel. It's like, yeah, you think Palos is dumb. I'm like, no, his itemization isn't ideal. I'm not saying he's dumb. He had a choice to make, and you know, in hindsight, it might not have been good. Maybe in the moment it was good, but he's always like the punching bag of the group for some reason. He's a good kid. There goes the
Ooh.
Zeus. So nothing too strange. It is a Pugna support. Zeus for Yoa. This is something he's really comfy with, and we saw him play these in the qualifiers post Zeus nerf. It does still work. You don't go Manta, which is a big downside. So Abed or Natsumi has this really strong Orchid pickup.
10
And that the
seconds
Zeus
remaining.
doesn't have a natural counter outside of a Yule's build, which slows down his magical burst. Not
5
quite
seconds
ideal for
remaining.
Zeus. So I'm keen to see what Yoa does in this circumstance. I do believe his item build doesn't deviate too far. It's Phylactery Yashakaya into Octarine Ags. So you do just skip the Manta. But you do still pick up the shards for more presence in these fights. And again, laning into the SF, I think I saw you play this in the opens. It is manageable. Like it's still okay for SF, but the Arc Lightning spam is going to be annoying, and landing multiple raises with the Heavenly Jump is not as straightforward for Abed. So the burst play, not quite there unless Yoa oversteps or a rotation comes in for Blacklist.
Here we go. Final pickup. Can I just say as well, while we are still in the draft, I think Blacklist Rivalry's draft looks a lot better than what we were seeing yesterday. I just want to point that out. I feel like this is a lot more comfort than what we were seeing yesterday, which makes me very happy because yesterday I was not very happy seeing their performance. Final pickup, I believe, for Gabby here for the off lane. Plenty of discussions being made for this final pick, especially the Arbed SF,
He's still-
I might add. Arbed SF is
yeah.
something to look very forward to.
Oh yeah, that it is. Again, I don't think it's going to be too rough for Abed, but it's not going to be a direct kill lane onto the Zeus. I'm wondering what they take for Gabby. Like, there's the Mars, LC Axe. It doesn't feel amazing for any of those. We'll go to Pangolier pickup.
Select your hero.
Alright.
So, nice and stable. It still does work in the offlane. Again, we were talking about this Pango offlane popping out yesterday. It was mainly Zeal, but it does look like other offlaners are starting to lean into it. So, we will go with that. I Betty Cooper. What is this, Cox? Why did you not change your name? Why is he
What?
Betty Cooper?
That's not what I was worried. I mean, I just looked at Gabby. He was drinking a bottle with 2 hands. Why do you need 2 hands for? One of his hands was shaking. I'm not
It's the
joking.
hand grip.
One of his hands was shaking. I was like, Gabby, calm down. Sir. The bottle's not that damn heavy. It's like 700 mils or something. It's not that big. My goodness.
It's the hand grip difference in the offlane, Mike. Those grip practices Cox was having, it's going to make all the difference here in terms of response time and decision making, of course. Still, I do agree with your points. I think Blacklist Draft is definitely much more stitched up. It has some good presence for single target burst, some options for AoE control, although not the biggest in this case, but neither does TNC. They don't have quite the widest outside of like Brambles. Do have a lot of single target stuns, isolation with your Brewmaster, Dragon Tail for pilots to play with. I am interested in seeing how not only Yoe and Abed's lane goes, but how Palos up against Gabby goes as well. I feel like we talked about this yesterday with Blacklist. It does feel like a lot of their momentum is carried from Gabby having a really good time in that he forces resources to go onto him, or he gets a very early lead in on his hero and starts to make some plays with 1 or 2 of those intermediate item pickups. In this case, probably the Echo Saber to come out here for a Pangolier. So should be an explosive matchup. It does feel like both drafts are pretty playable. I am curious how far Cuckoo can push this Pugna. He does have a really good hero to kind of act as a man in battery on. And that's about it. I think my one concern for the Pugna here, it's really easy to burst, right? As a support, it gets jumped by the CK. If you don't have decrep, you're pretty much just gone. So I don't know how long you can kind of sustain and just boost up Yoe to pump some damage out here.
Oh, we'll find out, Jonathan. I mean, this is Master Cuckoo's Pugna we're talking about. This isn't just any... wait, what? Kuya John.
Not me.
Again. Not you.
John Anthony Vargas.
Oh, of course.
Not Sumi.
Why is he named Betty Cooper now instead of... Well, you know what? It's probably...
not... No.
Am I supposed to call him Betty Cooper instead of Cox now? Is that
No.
okay?
No,
Am I
no,
legally allowed-
no.
But his name says Betty
No.
Cooper, Jonathan.
Yeah, you know, a bot was then Santi as well.
Yes.
He's Cox. You could call him Avatar mode if you really wanted to lean into that.
Yeah, but imagine Valve staff are watching and they're like, "Why does he keep saying Cox when there's no one named that in the game?" Like it's oh, I guess it is what it is.
Fair enough point, Mikey.
4-man
See
smoke here,
Blacklist?
Jonathan. There's a big smoke. Wrap around through that. Oh, Bosco. Run, sir. Cristanova's gonna land, and Cuckoo, he'll have to put the hand up, I think. Abed will take first blood to make matters even worse. Gabby already out with the tips here. Oh, and you just gave first blood to Abed on his SF, which is not exactly recommended. Bottom.
And they managed to get 3 runes as well, Natsumi.
Yeah, he's all right.
Just stuns up Betty Cooper. You prefer that, Mike? Does that feel right to you, Betty Cooper? Are you sure about that? It doesn't sound right, no?
Oh, look at I mean, they got the range creep straight off the bat. Just immediate range creep secured here for the side of TNC down to this bottom lane. Of course, we'll start off with the mid lane where you are going to see Yoe and Abed against each other. This is Abed SF, John. I think Yoe has to play very carefully.
That he does, but at the same time, this is Yoa Zeus, which I think most of the group does consider one of his best heroes at the moment. Again, he played this post-nerf on the open qualifiers for the road to the International. His adjustment and item build was pretty impressive. I don't think the lane matchup itself is that bad for Zeus. Like, the SF doesn't have the easiest of times in stacking up raises onto Yoe, so the kill threat's not quite there. You've got the Heavenly Jump to bail you out. You have free harass with Arc Lightning as well. So it shouldn't be too bad for Yoe in terms of lane control. Rune control is going to be a big aspect on this mid. And TNC has already set up some good vision to kind of get some control there for Yoe at the very least. You do have mirrored wards up on the top rune spot, but there's a little bit more of a sneaky ward on Bond and Watch rotation. So Yoe is protected there.
I can't help but laugh.
What's so
Those
funny?
flags. The flags that Palos just dropped top lane. So that cuckoo
The
face
cuckoo
for hands
flags.
up. Yeah.
Yeah. Good old Kukui flags from Palos. Very nice.
Oh, I love it. How's this lane going? I mean, it's a Dragon Knight lane, so chances are Palos just isn't going to lose. Gabby should have a pretty decent time as well, though. Maybe a bit of harassment to be provided by Bosco, but it seems though Tim's is doing a much better job right now of returning the harassment back his way. But they are going to go for a bit of a chase now. Tim's maybe going a little bit too far, but Palos has no points in stun. Just needs the damage for the breathe fire, and he does get it. Tim's to get the tip here from Cuckoo.
Just what I've been waiting for.
Yeah, it felt like a little bit of a mistake. He popped Fairy Fire. He could have died to Cuckoo instead, which is a lot less beneficial. But Palos gets the kill credit, has a little bit more gold down. Bot starting to get a little bit aggressive.
They'll be alright. I mean,
Just poking and prodding.
It's a little bit early. Want a few more points in the Cinder Brew, preferably, before you really get going. Couldn't help but notice as well, he went for the roll out the barrel facet, which I think actually is pretty nice. That added damage does seem kind of nice. And even just the AoE with the Cinder Brew is kind of cool.
This is something that Cox has liked to pick up in, especially again, those open qualifier games. Whenever he does get the Brewmaster, it's always the barrel rollout for the most part. It does do a lot, especially in lane where you're kind of shoved away. You can just kind of sit back a little bit more, clear out some creeps safely. There is still a big threat to come out. Natsumi's about to hit level 3. They are going to force it over these Lotuses, but they don't quite find it. Natsumi just one more creep to get that level 2 Chaos Strike, or Reality Rift if he feels the need. Nah. Standard Strike, and already half HP on Cox. Does have a full wand at the least, but this lane is not going to be a lane where the Brewmaster can really fully pressure. It is something that you have to heavily respect how tanky and how much damage Natsumi can pump out here.
Oh, absolutely. It's definitely going to be a pretty scary kind of lane here for the Brewmaster. This CK hero, I mean, it just does too much damage. It's kind of ridiculous just how much it can deal in the span of one Reality Rift, but that is where we are currently in Dota 2. So all lanes are getting a little bit more quiet. Looks like top lane Palos copying a fair bit of harassment, but he'll be just fine to regen through that passively. Of course, mid lane, Abed is having a very good time, 21-4 on the SF, comparatively to the 18-2 of Yoe. But again, it does really start to feel like every lane has been quite even. As bottom lane, they are going to move in onto Jing. Jing barely surviving with the Shadow Realm usage, but Natsumi not going to leave him alone. We'll just chase him down, though. Does not get lucky with the Chaos Strike. So Jing going to be just fine to back off. As now Cox in trouble, but Cox will also walk out. And in fact, Zhao does end up finding Jing with the Crystal Nova on the tail end of that fight.
Yeah, it's that aggressive timing we're looking for Blacklist, level 3 up and Zhao as well, going 1-1-1. Has the mana sustain, has the control to set up for Natsumi. And there's not too much you can really do with your Dark Willow here, although Natsumi does cop a fair bit of damage on the way out.
Yeah, they can't really kill him without the Cinder Brew being readily available, though, on Natsumi. And it's kind of the thing with CK. He doesn't only hit like an absolute truck, but he's quite a tanky hero, even in the laning stage, with over 1k HP already. It's pretty hard to pick him off.
And it is. I do like that priority here for Natsumi to just get the belt first instead of getting the boots first. Into the power treads, that additional HP making it so hard to trade with him, boosting up his right clicks, allowing him to look for those opportunities. Comparatively, it's a lot tougher for Palos up top. Like, this DK lane is just not going smooth. There's a lot of aggression out from Tims, so much presence out from Gabby as well. And not much Cuckoo can do to stop that.
Tims, bushwhack. It's going to land, but Palos is still a bit too tanky. Tims actually has an Acorn shot now, but it's all too late. Palos has regen just enough to survive. Gabby has started to take over that offlane, though. I mean, Palos is slowly falling behind on this DK, and that's pretty bad news if you're TNC, I'd argue.
That it is. Again, we talk about what Blacklist usually plays off of. It's like a really strong start from Abed and Gabby, more so Gabby, it feels like, than anything else. And he is off to that really strong start already. His lane matchup is going well. He's managed to slow down Palos' farm. Palos is still hanging in there. But the farming pace of this DK, especially in Corrosive instead of the Fire Dragon, is not that quick. Still bot.
And again, they've got Cox. Cox dropping very low, but Natsumi being turned on here. He has to play a little bit more cautiously as he does have to back his way out. Oh, but the Thunder God's Wrath. It will come in, and it will secure the kill onto Natsumi. Not great news if you are Blacklist rival.
Certainly not. Good sense of mind from Yoet. Clears out the kill. And that's an important one for this Zeus to find mid, considering that he is starting to lag fairly behind in comparison to Abed with the control he does have over the camps as well.
Gabby, a lot of damage being dealt top lane here by Palos and Cuckoo. The damage output really starting to ramp up here onto the side of Blacklist. Even top lane has to be a little bit cautious at this stage.
That they do. There's a decent combination, not really with the damage out, but you can pump out if Cuckoo can land these blasts. It does have the level 2 point in decrep as well, so in a maybe more defensive scenario, that can turn into offense. An offensive decrep into Nether Blast plus Breed Fire is a lot of burn through that Gabby has to contend with. Palace at level 5 is a lot more tanky, a lot more regen coming out from his Dragon Blood innate, so he's going to be able to sustain quite nicely. And with level 2 on Worm's Rat, the minus armor does start to stack up. There is some good potential trading that can be done. They do rotate Zhao through the gate here.
They certainly do. They want to go for the fight. Palos, he's going to get frostbitten immediately. Jump out is there. Gabby's still level 5, but they're going to try for the kill anyway. But Palos, he does get saved thanks to the Decrep for now. One charges out as well. He's just proving to be a little bit too tanky. They will even rotate Jing over just in case, but Jing was not really required. Palos is perfectly fine. In fact, it seems like they want to try and wrap around and force a fight here. He has hit level 6, so he does have that Dragon form. They'll get the stun out. Tim's in trouble, and Tim's is gone. A nice pickup here for TNC. Problem is Palos is going to die for it. Oh, Gabby tips him immediately. Well, Palos, what were you thinking?
I mean, that is a heads-up play in trying to isolate the Hoodwink, but gets a little bit greedy. Trying to take the direct path back to lane. Punishment is severe. He does manage to buy out his cloak, at the least, off the back of that kill. So a little bit more durability from the initial magic spam coming out here from the side of Blacklist into that Mage Slayer that we tend to see the core DKs go for. It's a big spike for Gabby, though. Has 6, has Rolling Thunder if need be. They are getting room out as well to rotate onto the mid.
Now trying. Got the CM locked down for a moment, so Yoe should have a kill. Thunder God's Wrath not quite enough, but he will get the damage out with the Arc Lightning, and of course Arbiter is going to be perfectly fine. They'll just take the CM kill for themselves onto Zhao. We have a 3 to 5 kind of scenario here, John. Very slight net worth lead the way of Blacklist rivalry, but I am thankful to say that we are having so far a pretty close game.
And it is. The aggression coming out from TNC starting to measure up. You've got this strong start for Yoe, despite that slower CS matchup up against the SF. He's already about to hit his phylactery. For Abido, he is hitting some big spikes. Kaya's up, going to the Blink, going to the Yasha Kaya for the cast. Can start to burst heroes down once that Blink is up, especially.
Jump is down to the Willow. Now, Timmy going to go for a bit of a chase. The Jing is going to be protected thanks to the Decrepify, but you've got Arbet around, so you've got to be a little bit cautious with that Decrepify. But Jing does actually make it out of range of Zhao, so no Frostbite to come from the CM. And somehow, everybody from TNC will survive this bottom lane. The gank attempt from Blacklist does not work out at all. And now there's going to be a counter smoke, a 3-man smoke in fact. TNC, they'll run through the river from the bot lane into the mid lane, hoping to perhaps pick off Arbet. They'll even find an amp damage rune here for Yoe. Arbet, very cautiously just farming the large camp, will run back towards his tier 1 tower. It seems as though he's going to be just fine as well. They will not be able to catch the SF.
That they want. They are starting to apply some pressure. They know where Abed's trying to farm up. He's just dipping in and out of lane into that bot jungle spot, close to the tier 1. Is still ramping into this blink timing quite nicely, but this should at least allow some opportunities to try to punish this spot. Still, it is a bit of room out for Natsumi, though not for long.
Cast his curse immediately out from Johnny. It's Natsu. Oh, did they get mixed up? No, they've got it. I thought they missed micro for a second and they went for the illusion, but it turns out they still had the damage output to find the CK anyway. And well, poor old Natsumi finding out the hard way.
I like this prioritization from TNC again. They're trying to apply pressure on all of the lanes. They are giving Gabby some free space, but Palos is also at the point where the DK can just farm up freely with the Dragon form. Mid has been chipped away quite severely, though. That is holding them back a little bit here.
Trying mid lane onto Tim's. Tim's actually going to go down here to damage output of Jing, as now Arbet's in huge trouble. Yoe going for the chase, but Yoe's gone too far. Now Tumi's around, a big terrorize out, saving the life of Yoe for now, but for how long? The blood grenade will land. The chase is on and they've got him. Zhao will secure. Yoe getting way too confident to try and go for that kill. And props to Natsumi. Like, he respawns and TP's right into the mid lane. Not what you would expect as a CK.
Certainly not, but they understand how TNC wants to play. Again, it's down to how intimately familiar these two teams are with how each side plays. That leads into that decision process, Cuckoo.
You don't, Cuckoo, get out of there. Gabby's hungry for blood. They'll rotate more heroes in. They want to try and protect this area of the map. They've lost their mid-tier 1 tower, but they'll start a fight anyway. They'll jump onto Tim's, but they'd love Gabby more. Gabby being decrepified up will be able to swatch away, but they've got plenty of damage coming in from Yoe. So Gabby is gone, Zhao is gone, and now TNC, they can look towards the mid lane as Gabby. Gabby will get all the tips.
That's the content we're looking for at TNC. You lay it back on them, 4-9. Palos rotating in as well with some decent time on the Dragon form. Chips away at the tower quite nicely. Again, for the side of Blacklist, this is a much-needed space for Abed. Is he bypassing the blink right into the Yashikaya? Could be, as that Yasha's almost done. You can start to see some faster Requiems flying out. They understand the importance of this mid-tier 1 and how TNC plays off the back of that lack of control. They are heavily defending. We'll go for a smoke play out. Rolling Thunder is ready once more in Gabby. We could try to find some punishment. They don't see any of the cores in the map, though.
They're coming, Blacklist rivalry. Their only opportunity really up at this top lane is going to be Jing, which is not the greatest kill by any stretch, but Abed, rather Gabby, will have to try and take it. Terrorize is going to fly out, but Gabby does get the Rolling Thunder in time. Eventually, they will have their kill. In fact, it even goes to Zhao. To make matters worse, the CM Pos 5 will take the kill. This 3-man rotation does feel like quite a bit of wasted time.
Yeah, that's the second time that Zhao is cleaned up. He cleaned up Yoe on mid, and because of that nice sneaky Bramble from Jing, he denies that kill from Gabby. It's a pretty meaningful gold swing that you don't give to the core. So, I mean, Zhao getting some farm is big. He is going for the mech, some sustain up front, but it's Gabby that really needs that pump up. He did go for a much more aggressive Spirit Vessel build, bypassing the usual Echo Saber, going for the auras. And he needs to ramp up to that point. Every single kill has to count for this Pango. Still, smoke out from TNC. Zhao has a decent kill streak on him now.
He does. It's worth actually a bit of gold. Definitely worth the kill onto the CM if you can get it. Here you go. About 400 gold there for Palos, which you definitely can't complain about. You would have preferred to find Gabby if you could have, but Gabby does manage to back his way out. He's going to be just fine to sit on.
Yeah, it's, again, not the most meaningful trading out these supports, but at the least this time a core finds it. Palos working onto the blink, already has the Mage Slayer, can sustain through the burst damage that Blacklist will look to play with. We do have the full Yashikaya up on Abed now, and he is going back for the blink into the BKB. That should be the launching point once those items are up, as Tim's going to be able to sharpshooter out at the very least.
Maybe a little bit wary of like how much damage output will be coming out from Yoe as well in this game. Like the magic build of Zeus is honestly so ridiculous. Even without that right-click build up with the Manta, it is just so much damage. And you added the Crepify on top, people are just going to melt. If Yoe isn't contested in the middle of these team fights, the amount of damage output Yoe is going to get out, it's going to be absolutely ridiculous.
It is. He's just going to need something like BKB, which I don't think I've seen him build yet in some of his open qualifier games, but it does feel necessary in this case, because again, it's either a Eul's or a BKB. The Eul's can save you, but there's enough follow-through that you'll still die. So we'll see if that's something Yoe will want to go for after something like his Yashikaya is going for the shard first for a little bit more presence if he does go up and right-click. Still, big timing for Blacklist. Blink fully done on Abed, but TNC takes that smoke. It is under vision. So the side of Blacklist is very well aware that TNC is trying to hunt them down at the moment.
You're at that scary point now with the Kaya Sanj, or rather the Yashikaya plus the blink now on Abed. That Requiem can happen a lot faster than it should. It can really catch you off guard in the middle of a team fight. The Requiem can just kind of make it so that the whole fight goes sideways for TNC if they do get caught with their pants down. Looks like they are going to run towards Zhao up at that top lane, so they might find themselves a Crystal Maiden kill. Again, I don't think this... Oh, Palos! Nope. Oh, Palos, he doesn't look.
Oh.
Easiest TP of Zhao's life. Palos just... Had he moved a couple pixels more forward, he would have had it.
Yeah, he popped Dragon form as well. A little bit of a missed opportunity to not find kill or even be in position to shove in top. Not going to last that long to kind of get the damage in. The side of Blacklist will get the smoke, and that is protected. No vision there from TNC. See if they are successful. This is the big reveal for Abed's Blink with the Yashikaya.
You just come in that last second of the team fight, just pop that Requiem. It can make all the difference. Well, Blacklist Rivalry just running straight north. They've got to scan out on somebody.
Lois?
It's a pretty nice kill if you could find the DK, but they've run the wrong way. They'll check left. They should have gone right. Palos now is well and truly by his base as well, so this smoke is going to lead to nothing but a Roshan, apparently. So at the very least, they are going to salvage this smoke. Roshan's still well and truly worth it if you can get it quick enough. Problem is the Thunder God's Wrath is going to give the information over, and there is still time to contest this, so the TPs are incoming. Tim's going to see all the TPs. They cannot stick around. They've got to run. Rolling Thunder. Gabby's going to start the fight. Who are they going for? They'll try Cox on the Zeke, on the Brewmaster, and he's gone. They also found Jing. Already 2 gone. This Gabby could try to find Cuckoo here on the Pug. Another Cuckoo will back his way out, and so will Yoe. Chase continues though from Natsumi right behind them as Yoe is waving his own boss goodbye. But it seems as though they're going to be alright. Still, Roshan is going to be open once again for Blacklist, and I mean, TNC, John, they all TP'd to the same outpost. You know, it was a little bit messy.
That it is. They really heads up from Tim's after the Thunder God's Wrath, drops a ward instantly, spots out those TPs, and they prep nicely on that for Blacklist. Coordination, which felt lacking yesterday, is certainly here today for Blacklist. And we'll get that Aegis up on Natsumi now. Unfortunate for Cox getting really targeted down. Really good prioritization from Blacklist, not allowing the split. If Cox could have gotten his primal split off, that fight would have been very different. But it would maybe enough time bought for Palos to actually rotate in with new Elder Dragon form. Still advantage to Blacklist, 7-10, still rather even in terms of net worth. But this power spike that Blacklist has achieved is something that they're not quite prepped for yet.
TNC are posturing like they want to force a fight. They've got no vision around this area though, so that Radiant Triangle can be a little bit scary to try and fight into. As now Gabby top lane is being chased by Palos. Stunning Gabby for a moment, he'll get the Rolling Thunder off into the TP and he'll be just fine to get away. The chase now on for Tim's. Tim's very, very far away from Yoe. And Yoe has lost complete vision, so they will both get out just fine. Blacklist, they'll just keep playing the farm game, which currently is working very well for them.
And it is. I do grow concerned as this game grows longer. As Natsumi and the CK, it doesn't feel like you have a really good solution to deal with these illusions. They're going to do a ton of damage. You don't have the most spread out. Your best AoE damage dealer is maybe Yoe, maybe some of the splash from Palos as well, but it's not going to burst down the illusions fast enough. It does feel like the shard of Yoe is actually going to be a big factor there. I do like what Yoe is doing in his item buildup. Is rushing to BKB before the Kaya Yasha. So does want to be able to stand up front, get some spell cast, get some lightning hands going as well, just to try to get that burn on the illusions if need be. And I suppose one solution is just having this Radiance on Cox, but haven't really felt the impact of the Brewmaster post-laning phase just yet. He's been given a lot of room to farm, but again, in the last fight, gets blown up before the split. We'll need to find a way to angle in and get that control for the team that they desperately need. Still, we'll find her Tormentor, free shard out for Jing, which is, again, a little bit more control, which is something that they lack. Like, hard AoE control is very reliant on Jing anyhow. Full confidence from Blacklist, just Siege. They've got the fresh Orchid on Natsumi. So while these BKBs aren't done, it's going to be much easier to, like, isolate Yoe, heck, isolate even Cox. Like, the guy is going full greed into Travels. If he gets caught out with an Orchid, there is no split that will come out here.
Absolutely not. Blacklist once again retreating, even allowing that top tier 1 tower to go down for free to Jing. They will go towards that bottom tier 2 now, perhaps looking at Cox on the Brewmaster.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But they won't go for it. They'll just leave him be. Maybe slowly start to siege towards that tier 2 bottom is going to be the idea here for Blacklist Rivalry, and it does seem like that's what they want. But even then, Natsumi still just kind of blinks his way out. Everyone else from Blacklist, they just kind of stick around the CK. They ensure Natsumi just remains protected. I think when you've got an SF-CK core duo, like, you can just allow them to farm. The chances are they are going to outscale everyone from TNC anyway with these cores, so it seems though they're more than happy to just play a very slow game, as now you are going to have an arcane room bottled up by Abed. Perhaps it's time to fight, boys.
I'd say just wait a little bit more for that BKB on Abed. No need to rush fully here on Blacklist. It's only about 300 gold away. Should spot that one for camps is blocked. They've gotten a lot of value of that out from Cuckoo. But they still have some room to wiggle around here on Blacklist. The map is still pretty much in their control. I mean, it's very even in terms of towers, but it does feel like Blacklist have been the ones sneaking out across the river far more often. We do have a big timing out at least for Palos. BKB up now on our DK. So isn't too concerned if he's not chain stunned and be able to nullify a lot of damage coming out there from Abed. See if the smoke pans out now from the side of TNC. I mean, they have some aggressive vision, but it's not in the spots where Blacklist is at. Maybe they can make an infer as to where they are, but smoke out from Blacklist here as well.
Could be big. I mean, the BKB on Abed and the BKB on Palos. It's exactly what both teams have been waiting for. They do jump in. Gabby, though, a quick blink out. He's all right. Instead, they'll go for Tim's on the hoodwink. Tim's, or rather Zhao, now being chased as well, but here comes Natsumi trying for the DK with the Requiem. They will blow up Palos, and Gabby's got a couple more. Right in the back with the Rolling Thunder, holding them down. Though he's gone a bit too far by the looks of it. He'll take down Jing, but it may cost his own life, or maybe not, because Natsumi, he'll be back in. The Decrepify, though. The Decrepify, the Aegis will expire. Natsumi's in trouble. Natsumi might just be gone.
Oh my god.
Oh, Natsumi's down. The Aegis barely expiring. It was a great fight, but the tail end of the fight, they went for a bit more and it cost them.
I mean, Palos copped a lot. He was the sole receiver of the full Requiem from Abed. It's not ideal. They didn't manage to get the fear off onto anyone else either for some control. They had to rely on Gabby. It was a good pullback from Natsumi. Now, instantly locking in, giving that room for Abed to get the channel without the BKB flying on from that DK. But the backup from TNC, they're positioning at the rear, nearby where their tier 1 mid would be. Perfect positioning. And just, you have to respect this fast BKB Zeus. Again, he has Lightning Hand still. Sure, it's not in the illusions, but it's still crazy damage on the Zeus right clicks alone. And with the BKB, he's very insulated from the control that Blacklist has. Blowing up Palos is great, but it does feel like giving Yoe all of this room post BKB is not what you want to see here for Blacklist.
No, certainly not. You see Natsumi, like, he'll try to go for the Phantasm, but the Nether Blast is perfectly timed for Cuckoo. Cuckoo, I mean, he's having a blast right here in this game. One, I think, for TNC. Predator now 2k, in fact, 3k ahead in net worth. More importantly, though, that SF and CK combo we talked about, they had a pretty big lead earlier. It is starting to feel like Palos and Cox are catching up quite nicely, and Yoe is already overtaken as they are going to jump Tims. Down to that bottom lane, Tims. Be a nice, easy kill. Nothing they can really do about him. Tims will drop. It does start to feel like TNC Predator is the team to start worrying about here, as Blacklist has slowly started to fall behind.
They have. I love this deviation from Yoe as well, right? He goes into that Yashikaya, he goes for the BKB first. Now he's going for a full Orchid Bloodthorn as they'll spot Chow.
They've got another one. A nice easy pick off onto the CM. She'll pop the mech, but it won't really make too much of a difference. Yoe will take another kill here on the mid Zeus. They are really starting to heat up now. Blacklist rivalry, they need to get a little bit more composed, I think, here, John. You know, get it together. Get back to the farm game. Just slow the tempo down a little bit and maybe look towards that next Roshan, because things are just not really going their way.
No. It will be a little bit easier once Natsumi does have this BKB up. It's all about timing on BKB usage in the middle of the fights, it feels like. You kind of want to bait out either side's BKBs and play on that lack of BKB for both ends. So it's down to how well the initiation's executed for both sides. Again, going back to Yoe a little bit, I just like this build. Normally, he would go for an Octarine at this point into the Ags. He's focusing more, again, applying some damage up front. Yo is not going to have that burst damage on the DK by nature of the hero. It loves prolonged fights. So Yo is stepping up to get a little bit more control, get some isolation, get some easy burst and right-clicks off with Lightning Hands. And again, with right-clicks on Zeus, not the illusions, but the Zeus itself is still pretty painful. Still, Blacklist are ready to go once more. All their ults are up. We've got BKBs back up. Just no information. The map is comparatively much darker for Blacklist than it is for TNC.
Keep in mind as well, John, it's a very early Roshan. It basically insta-respawn. So they outbound a Dark Willow, so Jing's in trouble. They pop their Rolling Thunder for this, and Jing, he will drop. It's a nice start, causing a 4v5 scenario now as Blacklist, if they can scout out the Roshan, they would be very happy with the sight they see. But instead, they'll run back, maybe trying to force another fight. They've still got vision here in the Dire jungle. So they will see TNC Predator trying to get these D wards off. But I think TNC wasting time like this is actually pretty damn strong, considering, again, Roshan is well and truly available to be taken. And they probably could take it with the 30 seconds they did have while Jing was down. But now I think it'll be too late.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Does feel a little bit late. They are still in position to take control of this area. Both sides do have wards watching by the camps up top, but not by the outpost this time around. So maybe a bit more of a sneaky move here from TNC can start to pan out. You've got Palos ready to walk through the gate as well, relatively close by. She could force this fight in better terms. We need to see, again, a strong initiation out, it does feel like, from Cox or Palos in the case for TNC. And for the side of Blacklist, it's down to the usage of Requiem for Abed. He's still farming up the Ags. This time is very awkward. He's 200 gold away from the Aghanims. He's got a camp spawning up, so it shouldn't be too long for him to just pick that up. Couriers at the secret shop. But that is some time where your SF isn't quite in position by the pit. TNC is just not in position to capitalize on that just yet either.
They saw. Zhao was right next to Roshan. That Thunder God's Wrath actually gave the information over that Roshan might be happening. TNC, they will be very well aware that Roshan is available. Is now, I bet he's got the Axe up, John. 4 Ags available now with that Requiem. That is a very painful experience if you do get caught. This could be a hard fight for TNC to try and force by the Roshan pit. But at the same time, you've really got no choice. Like, you are the team in the lead. You can't really give Roshan away for free. Here we go. There's a smoke, but it was underneath vision. I do believe TNC is very well aware that this smoke happened. It's a very cheeky ward. Right by that tree line. And so the smoke will amount to nothing. TNC will just sit back by the T2 tower and wait. But Blacklist Rivalry now looking towards the Roshan pit. Both teams have vision, but they'll get the D wards off onto the Observer ward. In fact, they'll leave it. There you go. They'll finally take it down. But that makes it obvious Roshan has started. TNC are on their way. They've got to get some vision down, though. Cuckoo's going to try to get within range to place an obs down, and he will do so. They'll try to get some D-wards off as well. As meanwhile, Palos, he's found Gabby. Gabby is gone.
Ooh.
Abed, though, he has found Cuckoo at the very least as they do go further north. Abed, he's going to get away. Yo is doing too much damage, but the BKB Requiem, it does nothing. It does nothing. Abed has to just TP out. It's the rest of Blacklist Rivalry in huge trouble now. They'll BKB TP on Natsumi. Tims will not be so lucky, though. Tims has been left behind. And Tims will certainly die. TNC Predator will have dibs on Roshan.
That's a huge win for TNC, isolating out Gabby first in that flank. Again, back on the back of these wards that both sides plant. Blacklist didn't expect the same ward pop there to watch their smoke, to spot out Gabby while the rush is happening. And without the Rolling Thunder, the teamfight equation for Blacklist falls flat. And they rely on that move in to isolate out the key control. Like stopping Palos from getting a Dragon Tail, stopping Cox from getting his full split off. Without that Rolling Thunder, Yoa's just free to run out. Like, he gets the pop BKB, they pop everything to take Cuckoo. They'll try to fight back in here.
I mean, they've got time. Roshan, it's down. Never mind. They do hesitate on the tail end of that. They threw the CK illusion in instead of trying to force the fight. Jing, gonna get caught for a second here on the Dark Willow, is probably just gonna get bursted down, but a nice decap from Cuckoo, gonna save the life of Jing. Jing will make it out, but now as
Natsumi.
Natsumi's the one in trouble. Natsumi's gone. Cuckoo will hand the tip over. Gabby in trouble now to boot. Gabby's trying to run, but Gabby's got nowhere to go. Oh, TNC Predator. This team is making it very hard for Blacklist Rivalry to find a way back into this game as they found 3 targets for the price of nothing. Natsumi, he thought he had an easy kill here on Jing, but Cuckoo's making it impossible.
That he is. That little bit of regen amp when you're decrept up, just doing a ton of work there to keep Jing alive. That was a little bit awkward for Gabby as well, right? He fully commits with a Rolling Thunder. He doesn't manage to find the backline quick enough. They don't manage to burst down to Dark Willow fast enough either. Again, it's just a mess. Abed's not able to just blink. A BKB Requiem with the Yags. We haven't seen that be really effective at all. They're not able to isolate in the way they'd want to here on Blacklist. TNC in control. And again, the confidence they have to run forward. I just feel like a lot of this is down to Palos finding some good angles, Cuckoo getting some good saves, and Yoa going for this aggressive right-click build on Zeus. Again, with the quicker BKB, him standing up front, playing with lightning hands, playing with live wire at its max potential. It's just so much output that they can't contend with. And that's a hard thing to say when you've got a CK.
It's got an amp damage.
Gets
on top
worse?
of that. Yeah, it actually does get worse. The Zeus has an amp damage rune now. So that high ground attempt they have been looking for is certainly very viable, as Yoa's going to pop the amp damage early on. Maybe a little bit too early, but they want the C2 tower. In fact, they want the fight. Natsumi started. He'll go on Jing. They'll find the Dark Willow.
Nothing.
The Requiem from the left side, taking down Bosku to boot, so they've taken down 2. The support duo of TNC is gone. They'll chase for more now. Palos the target. Cox will stand on the high ground. He'll pop the Primal Spring, and Gabby may have gone too far. He'll pop the Rolling Thunder. He'll try to run, but they've got so much right-click damage. Palos, he blinked far too far forward. Meanwhile, a terrorize out from Jing, ensuring there's no more to come. It's TNC, they won't quite get to go high ground, but they do show, even with their support, without their support duo, they are willing to fight.
They can still take care of it. I love that angling out from TNC for the follow-up, using Palos as bait, trying to drag Gabby into the triangle.
Ooh.
Try to isolate. Ooh, barely TP's out. Cox cancel though. But
He's all right.
he's able to run. A bit of a close call. Still a rough position for Blacklist now. Again, this early spike we were looking for on Abed, right? Like this blink Ags with a BKB, with a Yashika, it hasn't felt like it's done much. They deleted some supports, but the cores are just well positioned on TNC to avoid that onslaught. Now you've got a full Daedalus slowly being formed up here by Palos. Do have the full Blood Torn up on Natsumi, but it feels like they have to take out either Cox or Yoe straight up out of the equation. The issue is, like, the backline saves for Cuckoo. If you don't take Cox, he's going to split. He's going to start to isolate your heroes away. It becomes very difficult for Blacklist. They've got to get the jump on TNC. And it really just has to be off of Gabby and Abed. A roll in with an instant Requiem, blowing up one of these key targets can simplify these fights.
I mean, you really are relying on it right now, and Abed was trying to be rather sneaky by the Tormentor, going for that big Requiem, but it still wasn't enough. Like, you kill Cuckoo with the initial Requiem, but that's really all you got. Cuckoo, I mean, he's a big deal. Like, he does have the Guardian Greaves, he does have the Decrepify, the Life Drain, and even the Pipe on the way, but he's not enough. You've got to find at least one of the cores before you can really get a good team fight going for yourself. Now they'll take down the bottom T2 tower here, TNC Predator. And suddenly, high ground is open once again. There's no outer towers left. They've still got Aegis for another 30 seconds, so Cox, he's going to pop the primal split, and he'll just go after some tier 3 tower damage. Like, why not? This is just the safest way to do it. There's not really much Blacklist can do to slow this down, and there's just no risk to your team whatsoever.
Yeah. Nice steady siege. Quick refresh for Abed, so he is doubling down on just trying to get even more Requiems out, more raises. Double BKB can be a bit of a surprise for TNC to contend with. We'll see if this smoke does pay off for this reveal. Roshan still 3 minutes away, so no quick objectives to play off the back of that. But this can buy them space back on the map, maybe lead into a tier 2 if they find some key kills.
But Gabby's not there. But Gabby is farming bot lane right now. They're going in as 4 rather than 5. This could be a little bit scary. Natsumi, he'll miss the initial
quick.
stun. Very quick blink out. And the smoke will once again amount to nothing, which honestly I think might be a good thing for Blacklist in some sense, because Gabby was not with his team.
Yeah, it's like we were talking about. That role has to be there. Maybe they're expecting the double Requiem to be enough from Abed, which it can be before BKBs fly on, if you get that fear. Still, TNC, off the back of that failed smoke, are sneaking around themselves. Full Daedalus on Palos.
Oh, Gabby.
Full Bloodthorn up on Yoed. The damage is overwhelming.
And Natsumi, they're wrapping around through the die triangle. Natsumi's right by the Tormentor. They'll make the jump in onto the CM instead. Xiao will go down. Xiao will, oh, Abed force the
Abed?
BKB up and try to go for a Requiem, but he's in huge trouble. Abed, he'll run. The heal is there. The refresh is out. Abed will try to heal up a secondary time, but is it enough? Oh, just barely. Just barely is the Requiem heal enough to survive. But that's your double Requiem plus BKB being committed. I mean, if you're a TNC, you think to yourself, maybe I can go high ground.
You definitely can. Even Gabby already popping the roll to clear out the creep waves to prevent that high ground siege. And there are no easy access points right now for TNC to go for objectives. So they have stalled out quite nicely on Blacklist, despite losing some utility. And revealing the double Requiem that way, not the best feeling in the world for Abed. There is still a minute 20-ish for Roshan and that timer, however long it takes. So there might be room for Blacklist to force a fight around that objective next. But TNC, they're just making it so difficult. Like that smoke break earlier on, their own smoke play out, taking out Zhao, forcing them away still. Cox?
Oh, Cox in
The
trouble.
decrep.
He's alright. Cuckoo again will save the day. So his Aeon Disc does get procced in the end, so I suppose there's that, but that's not really the biggest deal. We'll just wait 70 seconds for it to be available.
Oh.
Natsumi is gone.
Didn't BKB?
No, he didn't. He has no buyback for 65 seconds. It's okay. I doubt they know about it. It's fine. He's got 5
Yeah.
gold till he has it. He's alright.
Yeah, but this feels like the same issues we were seeing from Blacklist yesterday, was it not? Like, the early game is pretty spectacular. Mid game is so-so. They sit back and farm and build up. And then late game, it just feels a little bit scattered. Like you mentioned earlier, Gabby's down bot while they're all smoked up. This time, Natsumi just going a little bit too far forward, trying to kill off, solo kill a Brewmaster. It feels a little bit too scattered up against a team like TNC, who, you know, with someone like Cuckoo, does focus on working as a team. I think that's something Darling has shown, now TNC has shown that they've iterated on in every single qualifier we've seen them in. You cannot falter and play individually as it goes on here.
Gabby, don't hit that courier, Gabby. Oh, yeah, Gabby's very deep, trying to creep skip while he can. He's just going to be so cautious, because again, he's a pretty big deal in this game. Like, you really can't afford to lose this Pango too many times. Especially if the high ground attempt is near. We'll be back to the farm game, back to waiting for the next Roshan, but next Roshan is in 25 seconds in all fairness, so it's not really a long timer. Blacklist are kind of relegated to just trying to push out these waves, but it looks like Tims is going to get caught while he was pushing out that bottom wave. But he does narrowly avoid the breathe fire. Tims actually okay to force up and TP away, and Tims is fine. He's made it. And it's very lucky he does make it, John, because Roshan's up in 2 seconds.
Yeah. They're gonna need all the bodies they have here on Blacklist to try to sneak that objective away. They might be able to find Jing isolated.
They may,
Yeah.
but Jing does successfully walk his way back towards his team.
Oh, Roshan.
Again, I mean, this third Roshan is just so important for either side to try and secure, especially with that Refresher Shard and the Roshan banner available. And it is going to be on the Radiant side of things as well, where the TNC are currently camping out. Problem is, nobody scouts it out yet. TNC, does anyone want to go have a look? Maybe Yoe. There we go. Yoe's found out.
Don't quite have vision set in this area. They do set it up on the cliff instead. A nice sneaky forward ward here from the side of Blacklist. So they can see some people starting to walk into that pit. But doesn't reach far enough, I don't think. Especially in the position of TNC, they're already at the pit. So this ward is not as valuable as it would be in any other circumstance if you were holding the pit instead. And Roche does begin in earnest for TNC. Still blacklist, go out for the smoke. Not
They've
quite
got
spotted
time.
by vision, but Jing breaks the smoke with Ward.
Boy, that's not good news at all here for Blacklist. Jing making it absolutely impossible. So now the Terrorize going to land. Cuckoo getting set up here to try and go on to Gabby, who does go into that roll-up form. Prepping the Rolling Thunder, does eventually use it as well as he will go right towards TNC Predator. But what is this roll-up for? Well, the Rolling Thunder just to TP away? I suppose so. But you know that's down for 70 seconds. Like, is there an opening for high ground now?
I think there very well is. Like, that's a fight forced out without the split on Cox as well. He used it to scout out some wards on the cliff earlier. So they're going to have a full complement ready on their Brewmaster, has the Aeon Disc, just in case as well. Again, you've got a lot of damage ready on Palos. Full AC done now on our CK, on our DK as well. With a refresh on hand. Double BKB usage, double Dragon Form if need be, although the secondary life is on Yue instead. Chelsea, they have mid heavily shoved in. The other lanes, not quite as much. Again, that's one thing Blacklist has been on point about, keeping lanes in check so high ground opportunities don't present themselves that easily. But they've not been able to find much else on the map. And it does feel like we're hitting the wall now on Abed in particular. He is going back for the side of Vice. We'll need probably the Ag's Blessing or just drop the boots and run around. Try to get that done. No, switches out for an Octarine instead. I'm really curious what Abed feels like he needs. Because, again, it feels like the SF kind of hits a wall. You know, you've got all these BKBs to worry about. The sustain is nice, but your damage isn't there. You're relying a lot on Natsumi to clear out, but this CK does not feel safe if Yo is just confident to right click. Like, it's not a fun time for that CK.
I mean, Natsumi's farm has just stalled out for the last 10 minutes, it feels like. Like, ever since he got that BKB up, it just feels like nothing's really happened ever since then. Like, he got a Bloodthorn finished up, but that was about it. No real big differences here at all. Because they will lose their bottom racks. TNC able to get away with it completely freely. No contest whatsoever from Blacklist. And that might just be the kind of the way to play this game right now for Blacklist. Like they need more farm. Abed went full magic build, and like you kind of mentioned, John, with the BKBs up on TNC Predator, as long as they time their BKBs well, Abed really can't help.
It just doesn't feel like we've ever felt the impact of the Requiems outside of the healing aspect, where Abed can bail out, but offensively, just hasn't really panned out. TNC going out with a smoke, still have quite a fair bit of time on that Aegis. Can go hunting. I don't know. Like, there's so many issues here, especially even for Natsumi. The Radiance is causing misses to come out from Cox. Can't just lay in hits. If he does try to lay in hits, Yowie with a BKB just stands his ground. Has a lot of right click with the Bloodthorn. A lot of attack speed to sustain the Lightning Hands and a static field. With the live wire on top up against melee heroes as well.
Tims does get caught. Yoe with the side device, gonna lock him down and look to just burst him down on his own, but the Glimmer Cape is gonna save, so Tims is able to back out as now Yoe making the jump in, or rather Natsumi's making the jump. Yoe in big trouble. Yoe, he'll survive thanks to the Glimmer Cape. Palos jumps in now on Natsumi. Natsumi's gone. How does Yoe survive? They'll continue trying to find him, but Gabby cannot find out the Zeus at all. He has the Aegis anyway. Gabby trying to go for a Rolling Thunder to slow down the siege that is happening, but they're going to lose Tims on the Hoodwink. Oh, Tims will buy it back, but this is looking really, really nasty now for Blacklist Rivalry. They'll glyph up, but the Roshan banner is still down. They've got plenty of protection for the creeps to come in. Here comes Natsumi. He's brought back, but an immediate stun out from Palos, locking him down. Natsumi! Oh, no Natsumi's gone! Natsumi has been annihilated here in the mid lane as Abed could not help him out. Zhao's been caught. Zhao, he'll be able to run away for now, but the mid racks cannot. And this CK, I mean, that was a dieback, John. I think the game's well and truly over here for Blacklist Rivalry. They'll have to look at game number 2. Unless Abed can pull up some magic. But I highly doubt it. They will be now officially up against Mega Creeps. Oh, TNC Predator. But they came to play today, Jonathan. GG is called. Game 1 will go the way of TNC.
That it does. Spectacular showing out from TNC. I have to say, they play out of their minds. I want to give big props to Yoe. Again, it feels like he did so much from his mid. Again, matching up against the SF. Having confidence for that. Cuckoo blocking his camera with branded water. Cuckoo, take that brand away, Cuckoo, please.
Get that
Still,
out, get that crap out
you know, I have to say, Yoe, right? Like his itemization. And, you know, we faded away from the first phase Zeus bans here, Mike. But, again, from the qualifier games we saw, and even from the comments of Gabby alone, Yoe Zeus is just built different. He has adjusted to the new playstyle, no Manta needed, just BKB after Kaya, the Blood Torrent, and then at the end, that Sight of Vice ruined Natsumi. Like, I think that was the one big use he got from that sight. And that was it, just a die back from the CK, instant control. Nothing to be done, couldn't pop the BKB again. There were some shining moments for Blacklist like we're seeing here. The instant ward as the Thunder God's Rat came out, the setup for this Roche fight was fantastic from Blacklist. But those moments were... It started to trickle away as we headed into a later point in the game. And again, this is something that we've seen from Blacklist, not just this year, but it feels like last year as well. It's just a symptom of this team. They can do really good early to mid game. The late game can feel a little bit scattered. Natsumi trying to solo burst down Cox, gets caught out instead. Gabby not joining in this 4-man smoke with a refresh on Abed. Like there's some disconnects there that, you know, at glance value seem small, but it costs you so much in terms of opportunities missed that it just removes any chances you have in playing up against a team that doesn't allow those mistakes to come out.
Yeah, there's a very messy affair here for Blacklist Rivalry once again, and I think you made the comment earlier, like, is this not what we saw yesterday? And yeah, I must admit, John, it felt very reminiscent of what we saw yesterday. It was not the Blacklist you expect to see here in the TI, or rather the road to TI qualifiers, as, of course, you do get to see the scoreboard at the end, Jonathan. I think you've already kind of said it a billion times, but the MVP probably just goes to Yoe on the Zeus because he made it literally impossible to fight back. So, you know, Yoe, give him the MVP here on the mid Zeus. 7-1-11 is the way he finished off the game, but certainly a very clean performance here from Yoe. Quite frankly, John, it felt like Yoe was carrying that game. You know, Palos, it didn't feel like he did too much. A couple stunts here and there.
Why you have to get in on Palos train as well? Everyone's laying it on Palos. He did his job. He's playing safe lane DK. You know, it's like, yeah, I'm safe lane DK. I stun. I right click sometimes. Yeah. I cop it for the team, but the damage was on Yoe. And again, props to Yoe for that itemization. Very rarely do you see the Orchid Zeus, right? Like even the BKB after Kaya. Like, not many Zeus players identify a game to go that. Most of them would still go Yasha Kaya after Phylactery into Octarine Ags. And in this case, you know, he goes for the right build. Again, after all this time, Yoe shifts his playstyle on the Zeus away from the Manta very nicely. And I think that's something Blacklist will have to ban out. Like, again, it's so funny because that's something Gabby talked about when we were hanging out with Armel. He said, Yoe Zeus, sure, you know, Zeus got heavily nerfed. Yoe still makes it look insane. So I'm kind of curious to see if that's something they'll adjust here for Blacklist.
And we can see it very soon, John. We'll head off to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between TNC Predator and Blacklist Rival. We'll see you soon.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back here for game number 2 between Blacklist Rivalry and, of course, TNC Predator. And John, in case people weren't watching game number 1, TNC Predator were able to secure quite a convincing game 1 victory up against Blacklist Rivalry. Tell me, John, what do Blacklist need to change up here to force us to a game 3?
I feel like you have to ban Yoa Zeus. I think that is just a little bit too much. It's something Yoa, again, has adapted to really well. The issue is, I think he still has a couple of pocket picks that are still really strong. Something like Invoker could slide out for Yoa again. So that remains to be seen. I think this all-in for Abed into Magic just didn't pay off. It felt like they got a little bit too scattered again post-mid-game. Like the later portions of the mid-game into early-late game, right? Like around 25 to 35 minutes, just felt a little bit directionless from Blacklist. And I think they need to stitch that together. They have to make these moves as a unit. They have to coordinate a lot stronger, because that's what we're seeing from TNC. When something happens on a map, it's for a reason, you know? Like if someone dies, they manage to make use of it. They use the space, or they follow up with a fight that's near a teleport point. Like they make these decisions really well. And I think Blacklist has fallen a little bit short on some of those in-game decisions. So I don't think it was a drafting issue. I don't think it was completely outplayed. In a way, it was outplay, but it feels like coordination was just a little bit lacking from Blacklist in comparison.
Yeah, I wonder what really is going on, right? Like, are they not talking? Is it just different ideas that are clashing in these games? Because, you know, I dare say, like with a roster like this, you'd imagine they should have had a 2-0 victory over Execration yesterday. And I'd imagine they should probably have a 2-0 victory over TNC's roster today. With the roster that Blacklist have, you'd think on paper, if somebody was to ask you, Jonathan, gun to your head, who wins this series, you'd probably say Blacklist Rivalry. But I'll tell you what, I mean, Execration proved us wrong, and so far TNC 1 game ahead of Blacklist, 1 game away, in fact, of proceeding through to the lower bracket round of 3. Why is it round of 3, by the way? John, I don't believe we had round 1 yet. It says round of 3 on Wikipedia, the next round, even though we haven't had round 1 yet. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, Jonathan. The point is they're going to make it to round of 3.
Okay, they mark round 1 as round 2. Okay, so that is
yes,
one.
That's my problem, Jonathan. That's exactly what I just said is the issue.
It doesn't matter, Mike. Why are you worrying about the numbers so much? You got to relax a bit. You know what you do have to take in is the content, the sweet, sweet content that's flowing into our veins right now. Because what happens if Blacklist loses? Oh, that's the ultimate content feeds for TNC, would it not? If Blacklist wins, they get to ride their high horse as the best in the Philippines and all that. There's a lot in the line. Outside of the road to TI, no. There's so much more on the line here. It's whose stream gets more viewers at the end with spicy takes. Who gets trash talked by their chat at the end when they go back to streaming either way. That's what's on the line for these two guys. So these two teams. Yeah. So it's going to be interesting to see from that. But yeah, I don't know. Like you said, you know, if a gun was on my head and you asked me who'd win, I couldn't confidently say Blacklist either. Like, yes, they qualified to, you know, like other third-party tournaments fairly convincingly. But it feels like that core issue of Blacklist never left. It feels like in those games, quite frankly, they have one of those days where it's good. And that's the big issue with Blacklist. It's inconsistency. It feels like they have good days and bad days. And if you catch them on a good day, they look amazing. If on any other day, it's not bad. Like, again, the first 15 minutes can be really good, but then it just doesn't stay good. You know, you make small mistakes. You don't move as a team. You go for a smoke as 4 without your initiation. And I don't know, like it's hard to say. I mean, again, it's so weird to say that when Blacklist qualifies for a lot of big tournaments now, right? But it's just not consistent enough. You know, especially you compare it to like Aurora, right? They've qualified for pretty much everything for the most part, outside of a couple of exceptions. And they're consistently good. Maybe their high points aren't amazing, you know, but the consistency's there. And that's what we need to see from Blacklist.
Can't disagree with you on that, Jonathan. I cannot disagree. We have not started draft, by the way. I think I can. Cuckoo said, "Let's go." but his players are currently in the restroom. So, our admin, of course, said we can't start the game without our players being on camera in front of their PCs, which is fair enough. And obviously, Master Cuckoo said, what do I need my team for to draft, Jonathan? I'm Master Cuckoo. They'll listen to what I have to pick. But nonetheless, we do have to wait for those players to return, which is pretty standard. I mean, at least they didn't start the game and ran to the toilet. That would be just like my pub games. Thankfully, we can't pause at the start of these damn pub games anymore. But I'll tell you what, the amount of players I've had on my team that just don't move for the first 2 minutes of the game because, they had to go to the restroom instead of going prior to pressing the find match button. It just doesn't make any sense. Why press the find match button and then you suddenly have the urge to smoke or go to the restroom? I just don't get it.
There's someone very guilty of that we know of, Mike.
Yeah, who is it? Name him.
Again, formerly Geek Fam, formerly Boom, formerly Adroit, currently Prism, Lane. Whenever we queue, he picks his hero, and then in the moment where we're all setting up for runes, he's just at the fountain. And then I die first blood because my support's not there, and he's like, why is my core dead? I'm like, we're going for runes, buddy. You're not there. What are you doing? Still, they're back from... That's why Cox kicked him all the way to Europe. Very strong kick.
Another disappointment, Alpha. Maybe stay in France, sir. Maybe just stay where you are.
You have our draft at the very least.
Thankfully.
Let's see. Blacklist do take out the Tiny and the Tinker. The side of TNC take care of all the big ones. The Tinker's an interesting one. I don't think it's as weak as people think it is. It can be really annoying. Sure, you can't refresh your items anymore, but the warp is pretty annoying. The shield is still really, really annoying. The sustain he has, he's a tanky guy. Like, it's so weird. You play him a little bit different now, but it's obnoxious. And again, it's probably something Yo has been running in their pubs, or in scrims. So that can kind of show you a little bit of the mindset here from Blacklist. Still, again, Witch Doctor TA banned out, Clockwork, Dark Willow as well. They do take care of the Weaver in addition here for Blacklist, and they'll start with Phoenix. I am curious if TNC will bring out that Monkey King, because I did see Jing practicing it while waiting for these matches. He was just in demo mode.
More importantly, Jonathan,
let's go, Cox.
Yeah, he's changed his...
What are you doing, Cox?
He's doing this on purpose. And you know what? Between game, look at it in game. He actually fixed his name. He made sure it was fixed for this game. Can you believe that? How dare you?
Is it really fixed? I just read Betty Cooper. Then again, I still see all of their
I'll send you a
now.
screenshot. I'm not a liar. I'll send you a screenshot.
I still see Peacemaker, Pakilig, Jing, and Salapsap Dota. For some reason, Blacklist is fixed. Let me see. That's very good. Very good. Yeah, his is fixed. Okay. Very specifically fixed there. All right, Cox. Very good job.
Of all things, in the break time, he fixed his name. No talking, nothing.
No. It's got to stay focused. As they do go to DK once more on TNC. Again, very flexible here. Yoa could run it. Palos can run it once more in safe. It's an interesting pick to take into Phoenix, especially if you go for Hotspot. The percent-based burn damage amp on something like DK can be fairly annoying. It's not the best here to deal with Egg either. Not the fastest attack speed in the world. So there's a lot of leeway here for the side of Blacklist to utilize this Egg and use the Fire Spirits as well.
10 seconds
so I'm keen to see what the ideas are from TNC and how Blacklist start to protect this Egg. They've got a couple of options. We haven't seen that much Mars at all in Southeast Asia, but it does feel like that's a more straightforward combo you have with the Egg as protection. Ramp up that team fight as well. Something we've seen Gabby play a lot of. It's only been picked the one time in the C qualifiers, I believe, and it did lose. So it has faded out of priority, especially compared to open qualifiers. We saw a lot of Mars then. And then, again, other third-party qualifiers that happened beforehand. So I'm curious to see if that's the way Blacklist will want to take it. They ban out Beastmaster and Darkseer, side of TNC. And they have a lot of room here on TNC. Like, Snapfire is a very viable pickup if you are worried about the Egg. I think we have seen that the hero is not too shabby, especially in sniping away with full bore. They'll go to Zeus once more for Yoa. Very confident early pick, but it doesn't feel like Zeus loses a lane still. You know, again, the changes were to Illusions. His laning phase, it's still pretty damn strong.
Okay, yeah, well, yeah, they bring out something different. John, they'll bring out the Storm. into the Rubik, and Arbid's special against his will at some point, but now he does pick it himself. So happy days. I mean, Arbid's breathing quite heavily. I'm not going to lie, John. He might be having a bit of PTSD here, but it doesn't matter. It's a good.
He didn't look too happy about the pick. Cuckoo looked very happy that the Storm came out, like he was predicting it. It's like, I told you, we'll go for Storm into Zeus. I mean, that matchup's still not amazing, right? Like, you can play with Static Slide, stand further back, so Arc Lightning doesn't connect, but Zeus still controls that lane fairly well. So I don't think this is too bad still for Yoa. The Rubik pickup, you do have decent enough spells to steal away from here. I worry about the lack of control from the side of Blacklist from their supports, right? You only have Lift, and then you're relying on like Egg Stun. You've got to get some control elsewhere, probably from your offlane to really compensate. They'll steal away the Crystal Maiden on TNC's side this time. So they've got pretty good sustain coming out for the Zeus this time around, just through the passive aura. You can end up with a really strong lane of CMDK. Very nice and stable. A couple of kill opportunities depending on the matchup can appear there as well. Go into the Muerta. Oh, this is funny. Okay, this is a very funny one. Me and Armel were talking about this. They did this in their open qualifiers. Jing actually went for Ofrenda, right?
Ofrenda?
He went for the Ofrenda. So when he dies, he'll teleport mid. And we were tier crafting why. He wanted to refill bottle. It didn't work that time for whatever reason. And he never did it again. He never did it again. And it's like, yeah, all right, that's a little bit silly. I don't know if he'll go for Ofrenda again, because I believe it's supposed to work. But again, in those open qualifier games, it didn't quite.
Wait. So was it a mid Muerta or was it a support Muerta?
No. It was Jing support Muerta. He died, left Ofrenda mid to refill Yoa's bottle, and it just didn't. I don't know if that was because the grace period is shorter, or if it's not supposed to work that way. I remember reading a sub-patch note that it's supposed to work, or not supposed to work. I forget which way.
Well, I mean, she literally doesn't spawn in the fountain, so it shouldn't work, right? Like, theoretically.
Yeah. So I'm curious if Jing will go for will go for that again. It doesn't feel great, that friend. It's weird.
We just saw Cuckoo do something highly illegal, taking the cap off fully off his water bottle, which is something he just can't do anymore apparently in 2024 as Blacklist Rivalry.
Wait, really?
Yeah, he literally just like twisted it until it came off. I couldn't.
Oh, okay.
Well, not in your countries, you can't. In Australia, you still can. We're wearing the paper straw, the paper straw side of things right now, Jonathan. So surely soon our caps will be stuck to our bottles as well. So Taylor Swift can continue her private jet tours across the world. Blacklist Rivalry. Final bans. I mean, literally, I get so upset. I can't drink anything anymore without my straw melting.
So upset.
Well, I go get like an iced coffee, and they give me a paper straw like it's not going to melt in 2 minutes. I mean, come on. The world's... Oh. Anyway, Troll Warlord's banned now, Jonathan.
We got the old dad rant going.
Well, I'm just saying.
Amazing, off the back of plastic bottle caps.
How does Bill Gates open his mouth? When he flies privately everywhere he goes, but he opens his mouth as if he's going to be the savior of the world, John. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. Unless Bill's sponsoring this event, in which case I apologize. But if he's not, screw you, Bill.
The Ursa comes out for Blacklist. I'm honestly not too sold on this Ursa pickup. Like, it has some good scaling damage. I worry about how much this Ursa will get kited. The calling alone is already a lot of kiting. That your rage isn't really going to do much about. It's a persistent slow. So I'm not sure if the answers are really there. They'll go to Brewmaster to close out here for Gabby. Their team fight looks a little bit better. Again, it's kind of stuck to Vortex and Lift. And I don't know if that's enough. Vortex Lift, maybe a good split from Gabby can start to isolate these heroes, but it doesn't feel consistent enough here for Blacklist, unless that tempo is up. Like, if Abed goes off to a running start, I can see it working. And they have some stable hold for the Storm here with a Frostbite. The Calling Silence can be good if Jing lands it right. The Dragon Tail would blink as well. It's also some instant stun to stop Abed from sprinting around. It's kind of time to decide on whether or not they want Palos to fully commit onto that DK. DK into Brewmaster lane doesn't feel awful for DK at all. I think that's fairly playable for the DK. You can focus on something else, but DK Ursa lane is also not too bad. I mean, Ursa can still kill you, but you slow down its farming pace by quite a fair bit. So I don't mind that flex potential here for TNC.
Here we go. I mean, a final pickup here now for TNC Predator. Headsets are on. It looks like they've made their decision. They're locked in. Here we go. What do we got? It's the Panga. Oh, well, that's rather anticlimactic, isn't it? The Pangali gets picked up here by TNC Predator. That'll be the Cox, Pango, and the off lane. And that's both your drafts here, Jonathan. Very interesting drafts coming out. It is indeed a support Muerta we are looking at for Jing once again. Hopefully he doesn't go for that stupid facet, by the way, John. He does go for Dance to the Dead, so
Yeah, he
Jing
learned.
not messing around. He learned.
He learned.
He's good.
That is just so funny. Me and Armel were wondering why would you do this, Jing? Trying some new tech that doesn't work. Still, again, the issues for Blacklist I'm seeing is the team fights. It's strange, right? Like it's all single target control for both sides, but it feels much more consistent for TNC. I think the fact that you pick Ursa into Muerta is already a bit of a challenge. That does mean the BKB has to come out. You're not going to be able to rely on just like an Ags in your shard with Enrage spam. Not going to be enough with its slow just persisting in an area. So that can change up the itemization for Natsumi. I do feel like for Blacklist, again, this kind of relies on a really strong laning start for Abed. Like the Storm hits 6, maybe gets a couple of Galvanized stacks, manages to go into the Meteor Hammer at a good point, and starts to become really hard to stop zipping across. I think that's what we have to see here for that tempo to go up for Blacklist. For the side of TNC, we saw the cameras. We saw Kuku being happy. A little bit more serious and locked in here for the side of Blacklist. But it looks like TNC, you know, they're fairly confident. They're fairly animated. Cox is cleaning his mouse. I'm good on you.
This guy's too much, man. It's just every time we look at Cox, he's doing something stupid. I mean, really, every time he's doing something. TNC, they've got their money's worth from Cox. Just him alone, just on camera. As Cuckoo says, I love you, Gabby. There you go. Very nice from Cuckoo. What has Jing said, John?
Jing is telling Natsumi in Bisaya, don't be nervous. Don't be nervous.
I love that kind of try. That's some psychological damage here from Jing. I love that.
I know, that's what you get when everyone's been former teammates here. Smoke out from the side of TNC. Smoke from Blacklist as well on the far flank. Doesn't look like anything's going to be coming off of this. But this is it. This could be the end of our content here, Mike, if TNC managed to clean sweep. I don't know. Maybe TNC feels generous. You know?
The thing is, it's never the end of the content as long as either of these two teams are around. You know, the content never really stops through these qualifiers. I don't care either way. I think it's going to be great to watch both these sides go for a lower bracket run. I wish we could have both of them, you know, later on, Jonathan. But sadly, we can only have one. TNC with the 5-man smoke still having a look around for an attempt at a fight. They may have their fight down at bottom lane if they do go for the bounty, and Palos is certainly thinking about it. Gets the stun off, will go for a run, but this should be first blood to go the way of Blacklist rivalry. But Palos is actually quite tanky. He has got 3 stick charges to use, will pop them, but he will go down as Tims will take the kill.
Now, that's a lot of commitment for that kill. That was 2 blood grenades flying out, so you don't have that utility in the lane any longer. You managed to get the creep block on top. Gabby does not crit down the creep this time around. So not going to be able to get that early level advantage. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. Certainly not what you want for Palos, but Tim's getting first blood. Not the biggest deal. Kind of happy it's not Gabby and trying to scale up. Still taking a look at that mid lane, of course. You've got Yoe once more on his Zeus up against Abed on his Static Slide Storm. And this should still be a pretty strong lane for Abed, all things considered. Again, it's not something the Storm should lose at. He can get some good pokes out. Woody Overload, he can just slide a remnant away while standing back away from any Arc Lightning plays or right-click trades Yoa can bring out here. So it should be manageable. Rune control is very important for both sides. You do have good wards on both ends to watch for any rotations in. So I'm keen on seeing if we see some more action earlier on at the 6-minute mark. As it is right now, you already have very low HP out on Zhao up top. And the top lane is going to be a little bit more challenging, it does feel like, for Ursa into Pango. Like, Natsumi's not going to have the best of times into Cox. Jing's going to be able to zone out nicely with the dead shot once he has the calling. Trying to run down with the Ursa, or trying to even escape as the Ursa, is not going to feel great as well. So there's a lot of factors to consider up top that should make it a little bit easier for TNC to get what they want from that lane.
Should be. Of course, that final lane down at bottom lane, you've got Gabby and Tims against Bosku and Palos. Feels like it should be a pretty easy lane for Palos. Like, even against that Brewmaster Rubik combo, which can be quite deadly, I feel as though Palos should still be able to just passively regen throughout this laning phase just fine. We'll see what does happen. I mean, there is certainly a lot of kill potential with the Brewmaster Rubik, but I think you're looking at Cuckoo, if anything.
Yeah. It's a much easier target to gun down. Palos not the comfiest as well. He did go level 1 Dragon Tail for that rune. So he's not able to just breed fire, get some free right-click trading wins, and just go from there. Is having to play this lane a lot more passive than you'd want to on the DK. That's giving Gabby a lot of room to control the lane as he sees fit, get some free CS. It just makes it a little bit tougher for Palos to look for more early on. Still, lanes are looking a little bit better for Blacklist once more. This is something we saw in the last game. Their laning efficiency is just that much higher. Abed, again, taking control on mid quite nicely. Bot starting to threaten a little bit.
Certainly are. Palos. It's alright. Again, start to regen up. You want that couple more points in the Worm's Wrath to... Like, hold on. Tim's taking a bit of damage here from Cuckoo. We'll be alright. You know, Abed that mid lane, like, he's having a very good time on this Storm. Mind you, Yoa's right behind him in terms of CS, as they will give a high five to each other just casually. But that mid matchup, it's not quite as bad for the Storm as you would have once expected, especially considering that static slide that you do have available here for Abed. It certainly makes CSing a lot easier without taking too much harassment.
And it does. It's not too bad for Yoa. I think this is the expected outcome of mid. It's going to be very even either way. It's going to boil down to rune control, and both sides have easy access to the water runes, although Abed will be able to snag a nice bounty rune and work his way back into the water rune as well. So he's got a lot of top-ups to play with here for the man pool. Same thing for Yoa. Already have the early ward set up to get this movement done. So the mid is actually playing really well in both ends. Just max efficiency, clearing out creep waves, and getting all the runes they can. Side lanes are fairly tied in. Again, there's not much room to leave either core on the safe lanes. So getting this rotation out doesn't seem too feasible. Maybe, again, around a 6-minute rune is the big one for Yoa and Abed to fight over. You are starting to see Natsumi really pull ahead in CS in comparison to Palos, though. That is the concern, but they are isolating him quite nicely.
Natsumi, there's a lot of damage being dealt to this Ursa, but he does manage to get away. Zhao making it rather hard to continue the follow-up with the Fire Spirits being available. And Natsumi, the thing is, though, like, you see that kind of damage output, it's just going to continue to get worse here for the Ursa. Kind of the one thing I really dislike about these Pango changes is this double jump facet. It's a lot of damage.
That it is. It's funny as well, because I think we saw... Who was it? Was it Abed? He ran this Pango with the speedier facet, and that also felt great. It just feels like this hero is set to really flow back into the meta at some point, Mike. I mean, it kind of already is on the offlane anyhow. It never leaves. It never leaves. And it has a lot of ways to go about it as well. But yeah, that is the challenge for Natsumi. Again, he's going to be easy to kite around once they actually commit the calling as well, if they can see a kill opportunity lining up here for Cox. I do like this ward from Zhao to spot out any sort of rotation,
Natsumi.
although...
They'll drop the calling here. Natsumi just going to try and fight here with Cox. They can't really commit for the kill all the ways. Now the Wrath of Nature, or rather the Thunder God's Wrath comes in. Cox, oh, he'll dodge out the Fire Spirits. Cox is alright. Oh, boy. They'll find a double here up at the top lane. Very strong start for the offlane of TNC already. And a horrible start for Blacklist Rival.
Yeah, it's a rough start for Blacklist and a great start for TNC. Really heads up plays from Cox. I was gonna say, Mike, that's the difference when you clean your mouse. You know, you get all these sick plays because you don't have to worry about the grime in your hand. And you know, with a strong hand like Cox, flexing it out, get all those clicks in this Gabby.
Unlike Gabby. I mean, Gabby gets caught with his pants down here and immediately gets bursted down as Tims is also in trouble. This is what happens when you have a dirty mouse, Jonathan. Just getting punished non-stop here by TNC. Another kill to go the way of Palos now as TNC Predator suddenly finding 4 kills across the map. 4 very nice kills, I might add. As Jing mid lane will get jumped here by Abed. Abed trying to claim a free kill for himself, but the TPs are incoming as Jing will barely go down. But now Cuckoo, he'll get the frostbite off an Abed. He's already low on mana. He might just be dead. This is everywhere you look, Blacklist Rivalry, they're trying for kill attempts, and it's just not worth. It's now Zhao trying to steal a Wisdom Rune away, does at least get that. So you do get that steal, but that's probably going to be another kill to go the way of Yowie. We'll see if he can deny himself off here. It's like Yowie actually gets a bottle refill mid-team fight as well. Eventually. It looks like Cox will take. Why not?
Yeah, and that last play on mid, I mean, it's a little bit awkward. The Frostbite didn't quite connect into the silence, but once it faded, Abed immediately walked, and he walked right into it, trying to run out of the slow. That led to that kill. Just really good jukes around from Jink to stall out as long as possible, giving that opportunity for the rotation in. Blacklist, 6-2 now. Again, in terms of net worth, it's still not too bad. Abed's still getting farmed. Natsumi's still managing to build up top. I'm wondering what his first item is, whether or not he goes back for this Battle Fury or tries to go maybe a little bit more active in this game. Maybe a Diffusal, some such here lined up for the Ursa. Nah, just going for the Battle Fury long haul kind of farm. I think that your concern now is really Yowie with his timing, right? The Phylactery is going to be the start of the rolling annoyance the Zeus will provide into the Kaya, into the Shard, into the Yasha Kaya. And this Zeus is going to be an issue. You need some way of control coming out here from Abed. He is going for the Witchblade first. I'm wondering if he'll want the Orchid this game. Because if you can just jump Yowie, get the Orchid off, it is going to be an easy kill. And he doesn't want to go for Yules too often now. And a BKB's nice, but I'm not sure if it's that nice in this game.
It's a pretty rough kind of affair so far for Blacklist. I mean, Yowi's already started to take over quite easily here on the mid-Zeus. The one saving grace is Abed is farming pretty decently well here on the Storm, but even he's 600 gold behind that mid-Zeus right now, and he's, again, the saving grace for the team at the moment. The best case scenario right now is the Storm. So it's maybe a rotation to come down towards the bottom lane. They might try that again. Like this, they will start on the tier 1 bottom tower. Palos is hanging around. You've got Zhao around as well as Tim, so with the Storm to come in fact, Natsumi even shows up now, so Palos, he's completely surrounded. Palos, he will drop as 5 heroes from Blacklist Rivalry rotate, but Yowie will find Zhao in the meantime. A 1-for-1 certainly in the favor of Blacklist Rivalries. They jump Cox here on the Pangolier, though Cox is still surviving. He'll get into the Rolling Thunder's form eventually, though there is going to be a zipping from Arbit trying to stop it, and he will get away with it, but he might drop himself. Cuckoo is doing too much work. He'll take down the Storm. And the tips as well.
Yowie. Oh.
Oh,
you know,
TNC. Go on, John. What is...
No, I was gonna say Cuckoo's still Peacemaker. Yowie is not a Peacemaker. He's instigating.
No.
He's tipping.
He is.
He's getting some content flowing.
The mind games, you know, knowing that this team has had some squabbles in the past, Jonathan, you know, you start playing some mind games. Start messing around with them a little. You throw a few tips to Gabby, you might throw one here and there to Arbet, you know? Notice how nobody else has been tipped but those two.
No, they're the targets.
A masterclass instigator is Yowie.
Yeah, the Peacemaker gets to call for peace, but the team does not have to. Still, in that last fight, I have to give a highlight to Tim's. That stolen Frostbite stalled out Cox long enough that they could get that cleanup. Would have been an even worse fight without that stolen Frostbite for Tim. Still, it's not the cleanest. 9-4. TNC still feeling great. Again, you're killing off Palos, which is nice, but it's a DK. It doesn't care too much about being top net worth, not as much as the tempo that you'd want to find here for Blacklist. When Natsumi shows up to the fight without even finishing up the Battle Fury, is still 2 parts away. So progression is being made. But this timing just feels so key. It has to be the Battle Fury into Blink BKB, a team fight into Roshan, and every time that timing gets pushed further and further away, it just feels like Blacklist gets choked out a little. You know, you're gonna have to rely on Abed, who does change his build up as well. He does go for the Orchid instead of the Witchblade, so I like seeing it. He understands he has to jump in, he has to get control on Cox or on Yowie, and clean up from there and hope for the best in a 4v5.
Yeah, it's pretty rough for poor old Arbit. Again, just so much pressure on the Storm to to make plays happen as top lane. They are going to zip in, trying to go after Cox, so Cox will be able to get the Rolling Thunder off in time. And now Abed's completely out of mana. Now Tsumi could also be in a bit of danger if they want to continue, but Cox, of course, will have to retreat as he's the only one left. The bottom lane, they might look at Gabby, and they will. They've got the Frozen Field going as well, though Gabby, of course, will just pop the Primal Split, and it will be just fine.
You take a
one
big
stun
tool
up the
away
DK.
from Blacklist. At the least, they don't have to worry about Gabby trying to sneak into one of these next fights for the next 2 minutes if they'll try to force this out. I think I like this build as well from Palos, bypassing Mage Slayer. No need to dodge out magic damage here. Wants some control as well. Wants to be able to follow through from the Dragon Tail stun with an Orchid of his own. Yoa playing really forward.
Xiao almost dying, but not quite. Thunder God's Wrath wouldn't have been quite enough damage to finish off the kill, because you do have some raindrops available here on the Phoenix. You can see Abed, he wants to make this jump in on Yoe, but he's just not confident that he'll actually be able to secure the kill in time. And in fairness, Yoe does have a haste rune bottled up right now, so I wouldn't really advise a jump either.
Yeah. He's got the protection of Bosku as well right behind with the Frostbite. And can just make it really awkward for Abed, even with the Orchid. And with this kind of game, again, you're in a really good spot for TNC so far. This is allowing a lot of recovery time for Natsumi, just lacking the recipe into the Battle Fury. Once that farm ramps up, that's when TNC needs to try to put a stop to it. They are dodging quite nicely again on Blacklist 10. They do go out with a smoke, Zhao and Abed, and they still have this Orchid to use on the Storm. Cox would be a big target that's very easy to go for here if they do spot him out.
They could have a Gander. Abed, he'll zip in, walk it out. He should have this kill. Cox, he does have the mech up, so he does heal a little bit. Tries to go into the Rolling Thunder form, but can't quite. I mean, still, that's a lot of commitment for that one kill. As that mid-tier 1 tower in the meantime was taking a fair bit of damage, and Cuckoo and the gang will just go ahead and take down Gabby down to that bottom lane, so it's an even trade anyway. And now a smoke out. As to Jing and Cuckoo, they'll rush towards the mid lane. There is now an Orchid available on Palos to boot. So that could make Abed's life very challenging. They are trying to steal some ancient stacks away, but Palos again has the Orchid ready whenever. He just needs to get within range of Abed to be able to get that silence off. But ultimately, of course, they will secure their stacks first. Always take the money while you can.
Yeah. Might as well. They don't manage to clear it out on Blacklist's end. And again, for TNC, it's this control factor that really starts to worry you for Blacklist. They are rushing some BKBs here. Abed's going for his. Again, Natsumi going for the typical Blink BKB as well. That should provide some protection here once these fights start to break out. But it does feel like the threat of control from TNC is a little bit stronger than what you have in Blacklist. I think the one thing, again, for Blacklist is their scaling damage is great with Ursa. The Storm as well has a lot of room to grow. Now in the line, you can mitigate some of these control aspects with an Ags up on Abed, but that's way down the line. Probably after full BKB and perhaps some regen with, again, a Meteor Hammer here for Abed wouldn't be too bad. Just to have more to play with. Still, I mean, you're eventually going to hit this point with Blacklist where Roche is going to be a threat once Natsumi's ready for it. That is the concern for TNC. They have set up some good forward wards already. They're watching the outpost up top. They've got some info if anyone sneaks in or walking into the gate and trying to start up Roche. They know what they've got to contest. Yoa is going for the Yults, so he does want a different defensive item. Up against the Orchid, does want the protection. So I like that. Again, adjustments and builds for Yoa has been pretty clean. Let's see what happens here. They are starting to poke into that outpost area. Zhao was showing himself.
Zhao's going to be able to get out. It's alright. TNC unable to find that pickoff. Of course, it's still a bit too early as well to really think about Roshan here for TNC. Just continue to just stay together. In fact, they'll TP down towards the bottom lane, whether you could think about going after Gabby. They'll cancel the TP off here for Palos, never mind. A Blacklist, they'll take their time to just farm up while they can, of course. You do have the full Radiance now built up on Gabby. Blink almost up on Natsumi, which will allow him to get involved with his team. And once you do have that blink up on Natsumi, and there it is, I think it might be time to just smoke up and try to force a fight, even without the BKB up. The blink timing of the Ursa is very, very potent.
That it is. I'm just concerned if Natsumi jumps in a little bit too far forward, it can be painful. Again, he has to worry about being kited by the calling, by all of the slows from Cuckoo. There's a lot of counterplay potential. It has to be a clean initiation, and this is more reliant on Abed than anything else. He is the only one that can really zip in outside of the Ursa Blink. They've got to get some target identification going here on Blacklist. They do have good wards watching, and they've got a sneaky ward right by tier 1 on the cliff side, not spotted out. They've got another ward by the ramp. Aren't able to play off of it yet. They will smoke. Try to swing up top. Cox would be a decent pick-off again, especially while he's waiting for the Guardian Greaves. The Orchid's going to be max effective here, if they manage to get that, but they don't fully commit in that walk.
They're going to see Cuckoo in a moment, but Cuckoo's going to break the smoke of Gabby, and it's just going to make it so the smoke really amounts to nothing. As of course, Blacklist Rivalry, they just give up on it completely. Ultimately, they're not going to really be able to get any kind of surprise reveals off. There's going to be now a counter smoke out from TNC, a 5-man smoke, in fact, running right towards the Dire jungle. Closest target to them right now is going to be Tim's, and they actually avoid the smoke breaking on Tim's, which is probably a great thing. But they might have to just settle for the Rubik anyway, and it seems like they will. Just take the easy kill. Maybe even think about that top tier 2 tower, because you do have that dragon form available. And it seems like maybe that's just what you do.
Yep. And they're just keeping it shoved in. They're not fully committing. I think they understand that they don't want to push the envelope too hard either on the side of TNC. They don't have their own BKBs up yet. They'll clear the mid-tier 1 instead. Nice safe target. There's a lot of room being bought here for Natsumi to play down bot. So he is getting that build up into the BKB quite nicely. And again, once you have that BKB into Ursa, it becomes much more feasible to start to force these fights out. Look into the Roshan as well. Could try this flank on Tapalos. No.
I mean, very kind of slow game here between these two now. 11-5. We really haven't seen a big fight in quite a while, as Gabby now being caught out, silenced up by Palos, but they don't have the follow-up damage to it. It's not really close enough to their DK to really help out. A lot of tension in this game number 2. I mean, both sides just not confident yet to try and make these plays happen. It seems like Blacklist will relegate themselves to waiting for the BKBs to be up before they really get going properly. Of course, Natsumi and Abed are both working towards their own BKBs as we speak. And that may just be the fear of this Cox Pango and, of course, Yoe on that Mid-Zeus. Just the amount of damage they can pump out. You just want to ensure they don't have those big damage outputs to fly in during these team fights.
Yep, just play it secure. They tried to go for Tormentor, but okay. That's what you get for going for Tormentor.
Yeah,
Just a random
Natsumi
kill.
almost drops with him.
They didn't even have vision to know that form was being taken. They just know the timing. Like, all right, they've got Narissa. Maybe they're trying it and get a freebie.
Cuckoo and Jing. Cuckoo and Jing both drop. Imagine. No, it was just Cuckoo. Never mind. Jing will be on.
I guess that's
I thought Jing died with him, but he's alright.
Nah, he got his shard at the cost of Cuckoo's life. But hey, you know, at least no one died. Tip out Palos as well. What did Palos do? He attacked the thing before Cuckoo could leave, but Cuckoo was channeling his ult. I think that's more important than anything else. Oh. They eventually find a Tormentor without taking losses here in Blacklist. That's some good news. Steady state in the game. Yoa is going for the BKB now instead of the Yules, which, again, can't fault him when you have the shard and you can just stand and fight and be able to do some good damage as well. I mean, you are scaling up nicely on Blacklist, to be fair. Right, like, once Natsumi has that BKB we've been talking about, it starts to become a little bit tougher. I'm surprised they're forcing the smoke now, as Abed is still lacking the BKB recipe, but Maybe just feeling confident enough to try to sneak out this Roshan. And there are wards here to watch from TNC. They can tell really easily, especially since this ward will be de-warded by Tims. Or not, because he wants to stay in the smoke. Roche does fall fast.
Certainly does. So this is an Ursa draft you're up against. You don't want to allow this Roshan to go this freely, but Blacklist Rivalry can get away with it. Because again, the pace of the game is just so slow. It feels like these objectives are almost very just freely being given the way of Blacklist Rivalry. TNC is still playing a very, very patient style of game, just farming up their own BKBs and their own core items here. I just wonder how much you're willing to sacrifice, because I do fear for TNC, like once this BKB on Natsumi and Abed is up, you know, Yoe is going to be lacking a lot of damage for quite a while in these fights. It's not going to be a fun time.
Certainly won't be. Just having this capability now to just freely get the splits, freely get the zips across. It's going to be a big part for Blacklist in starting to reel back some of this lead. 3K lead is marginal at this point for TNC at 23 minutes in. The core-to-core matchups and farm are fairly close to each other. Yo is the only real outlier here. I think one big thing you're getting is a lot of farm on Jing. Same thing goes for Tims, but Armuerta is basically becoming a secondary core. Mage Slayer up, going for Atos until likely the Gleipnir. So you can start to do some damage in all of these fights as well. Got to see Blacklist maximize this Aegis. Once the BKBs are up, and it does look like Natsumi's getting his now. And Abed, again, about 200 gold away, 100 gold away now. With these BKBs and the Aegis, they have to make some plays happen. Like, it cannot just boil down to a farm game like this, because, I mean, you do scale more linearly on Blacklist, but it's not like TNC completely falls off as the game goes on.
I certainly don't think they do. I mean, you've even got supports like Huerta who can slowly start to transition into carries. And, this Zeus, Pango, and DK, they certainly aren't to be scoffed at all. Blacklist, they'll get their first BKB on up. In fact, that was their second BKB, and now it's time to smoke. No messing. In fact, why even pop the smoke if you could just run to the mid-tier 1 tower?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They do have an idea.
Now it might
Like,
be
they have
time to
this
smoke.
sneaky ward. Their position's so clear. I don't know if you can even afford to smoke after that point. It feels like they have to smoke by the tier 2. Leave the tier 1. Sneak around, try to find that kill. Could still snipe people, but look at the way TNC are positioned. Scattered all across the map, not giving any big teamfight opportunities out for the side of Blacklist. And they're just hugging their lanes, trying to break some smokes or scout some movement out. No risks being taken here by TNC whatsoever.
He's down to the bottom lane. They're having a look at Cox. Thunder God's Wrath is going to make it rather hard, and Cox still trying to get the Rolling Thunder off in time. Can't quite get it. The silence is there. He's down. Very nice pick up here from Natsumi, and Abe just barely able to pick off the Pango. Certainly an important kill to say the least. Just nothing happening across the map. They desperately wanted a fight. In fact, they might even go for another. They'll head up top through the Twin Gates, where Palos was farming. Palos actually still sticking around this area to boot. May get caught, he'll pop the Dragon Form, but Natsumi immediately will jump in as Palos, having no idea they were coming, is forced to pop his own BKB, but Natsumi, well, he will decide better of it. Seeing the TP's incoming, does run back towards his team, but now they know that DK has got no BKB. So they'll smoke up his 5, they'll try to force another fight.
They've got a good angle this time around. No BKB and no Dragon Form for Palos as it fades away. You can see the pain that Johnny Wells bringing out on these high HP heroes. The Sunray with a hotspot at this point. With a free Eye of the Vizier. So much damage.
Natsumi, you're going to find Cuckoo here. Another nice freebie here for the Ursers. Cuckoo just hanging around the mid lane. Does get punished immediately. Blacklist Rivalry, of course, off the back of this, will still be able to find that top tier. Nothing really changes too much. Just Cuckoo dying along with it.
Yep. Got a couple of freebies off this Aegis. Overall, not the worst Aegis usage coming out from Blacklist, as it's set to fade in half a minute. Also not ideal. I think it feels really good if they find a tier 2 Natsumi going forward.
Automate toss out. They've got Gabby locked down. The silence is there as well. Into the Orchid, and Gabby is gone. A beautiful pick up there from the side of TNC as Yoa will secure that on the Zeus. And suddenly that top tier 2 tower push is completely failed.
Again, they needed something like the tier 2 to really maximize this Aegis. They didn't really find core kills. They force out a BKB, which is nice. It doesn't feel like it's enough, really, to have you be comfy in this game just yet. I suppose you still have this fresh BKB on Abed. He's going for the Eternal Shroud, which is a very good solution for what Yoa is going to try to do in the middle of these fights. Yoa, for his part, going in to the full side of Vice very early on now, post BKB. So wants that instantaneous control before the BKBs can fly on as well. I think it's rather interesting that Cox has went all in on the auras, right? Like Guardian Greaves into the pipe. He is focused on just keeping his team alive. I think that's just down to the fact that Jing is set to do damage. So they read us, they know they don't have a support that can really carry auras for them. And they'll have to do it on the offlane instead, allow Jing to scale up in this damage. And again, he's got a decent chunk of damage already. Like he gets Vindicator's Axe. He's still going for that Gleipnir, which is still a ways off. But again, you can't count out the scaling here with Jing just taking over that core role from Cox later on.
This is your 5-man smoke out now. They're going to try and force a fight here, TNT Predator. Up towards the top lane, they could run right into Natsumi here. Natsumi backing off at the right moment, not breaking the smoke, so instead they're going to run right into Zhao. They'll see Gabby as well. They'll make the jump in onto the Phoenix, but they've got to automate to a silence onto Gabby. So Gabby in danger to boot. Gabby is gone once again. You miss out on Natsumi just barely, but it's still a couple of great kills here for TNC Predator. And even they can now think about that top tier 2 tower.
Yeah, and start setting up.
Nobody wins.
Does look like they'll just play it a little bit safe, pull Yoe back, get the wisdom. They could set up for next Roshan. They should know it's going to be about a minute and a half until the respawn timer shows itself. A really good snipe. And just a nice core pickup plus the support. You can see the chain control coming out. You can see the impact of the calling. It's just too much. You do have the Manta ready now on Gabby at least, so that same move with Orchid and Chain Stuns might not be as easy to pull off. But again, it just feels like Blacklist aren't able to capitalize on these spikes. Like, after double BKB, we haven't seen anything. After Aegis, still nothing. You've got Meteor Hammer now fully up in Abed, and the Storm has just been basically farming the entire game for the most part.
Radiant.
Lane. Gotta be careful here, Natsumi and the gang just hanging around that twin gate, but TNC is slowly making their move down around that area. But Roshan is set to tell us when it will respawn in 30 seconds, so a pretty big objective to TNC to try and fight Blacklist over.
This'll come in handy.
Blacklist are actually holding their ground on this twin gate. Maybe looking to just immediately blow somebody up if they do make their appearance down this bottom lane, but TNC, they think better of it. They will retreat. Blacklist, they will just continue holding that area around the twin gate and the Roshan pit. Let's see if they get an early Roshan time. They will not. It's pretty average.
Try to force the fight right before. Smoke out, no vision here from TNC down bot by the ramp, by the gate. They spot a big one. Really changed this fight, but they're hogging tier 2s.
They're TPing away. They're going after Palos top lane. Palos, he's up top by himself. He has no idea they're coming. And the jump is there. Palos getting bashed up immediately by Natsumi into the vortex of Abed. Has no way out, and he is just dead. Heads up play from Blacklist Rivalry to just TP mid-smoke and just forget about the bot lane altogether.
And it is, but gives this opportunity out now for TNC. They smoke up. Yo is in the area. This is still enough damage from them if they get the right jump.
Natsumi and Abed are back though. They just came through the twin gates. Gibbs may get blown up but still survives a little bit longer thanks to the sun rays. Now the egg does drop from Zhao. This is not the fight they wanted. Yoe's in huge trouble. Yoe still trying to run, but Abed will not leave him alone. Still, Yoe somehow makes it out as Abed is out of mana. Abed is in trouble. Natsumi going down a boot. Natsumi is down. Gabby's still trying to fight this one out with the Brewmaster Primal Split, but all the Brewlings are just dying left, right, and center. Scabby's only got one left. He'll go back into the main form, but he's in trouble. Between a rock and a hard place, he'll try to run away with the lift up from Thames. And he barely makes it out. but they've lost Natsumi here in this fight. This is not what Blacklist wanted. They will continue trying to hunt down Yoe, but Gabby may pay for it with his life. Trying to run. Cox will chase him down. Gabby needs some help. Abed is around the corner, ready to come in whenever, as Gabby will barely make his way out to boot. Zhao, in the meantime, TPing on the high ground of the Twin Gate, also makes it. What a fight. 2 going down for Blacklist rivalry, 1 buyback from Tim's, and now Roshan suddenly starting for TNC Predator.
And you don't have the utility to fight this for Blacklist. No split, no egg. This fault's way too quick for them to contest. This time around, Cuckoo with the saves. The Glimmer Cape right in time to bail out Yoe. Abed just pushing himself too far, running out of mana, not able to really keep that chase going. Good jukes from Yoe all around. And they were fighting under vision. That fight started outside of vision, you know, not quite under the cliff, and then just slowly moved closer and closer towards that cliff ward, where TNC had all the info to get these jukes out, get that movement out, get their positioning right for that fight. Very forced movement from Blacklist. Does cost them. They find Palace, but they lose Aegis. 9k lead now for TNC. And Blacklist, I mean, how much more will we need to farm up for? Abed with the Ags is going to be a big one. That could be the timing that really changes this game. But it just feels like every single time we see these item spikes, it's not amounting to enough. Like, Sight of Vice is up on Yoe now. He can get that instantaneous control onto Abed and just burst him down if he's not careful. Abed?
He'll be alright. We'll get away, that they will get the Thunder God's Wrath off to see how far he zipped, but he's fine. Still TNC. On to the top tier 2 tower now. Still looking like a stronger team. The 9k advantage. Blacklist rivalry, they've got a lot of work to do to try and make their way back into this game too. And yeah, if they pull off this win, John, TNC, they will knock Blacklist out of the road to TI qualifiers. Not exactly what you would have hoped if you're a Blacklist rivalry fan. TNC one step closer to making it through to the next round of the lower bracket, and they're even going to find a nice arcane rune now for Yoe to bottle up. So this next team fight could be even worse for Blacklist if you've got this arcane plus the side device available. Things could be rather challenging.
Yeah. Just felt like doing a little freezing field in the middle.
That's okay.
Just for fun.
That's all right. Yeah, that's all right. You can afford.
Yeah. Why not? Take a dancing break. I mean, it's so strange to think about, right? Blacklist just qualified for another big tournament. And to end up 2-0 by Execration? And now potentially by TNC? I mean, I know. It's that inconsistency, man. It's just something they'll need to sort out. They still have opportunities this game. It's not done and dusted yet. But it is much harder than you'd want it to be, considering the circumstances earlier.
And Palace is absolutely ripping through that bottom tier 2 tower. My god. There's so much damage with this Elder Dragon form. Just does it by himself. Tier 2 bottom tower is gone. Of course, he can look towards the bottom tier 3 tower. And that he will, perhaps just for a hit or two. In fact, never mind. Palace will just TP out. Not going to risk his life. Just TP back towards his top tier 2. Get back to the farm game for a little bit longer. It still has another 2 minutes on the Aegis anyway, so if he does want to try and force high ground, he certainly can think about it. It almost feels like they're just going to leave this Aegis to just expire and just be happy waiting for the next one. Just kind of use it as a farming Aegis on the tail end of it, but I suppose we'll wait and see. Either way, I think TNC are in no rush.
No, certainly not. I mean, look at the farm distribution. Jing is eclipsing Gabby's farm. He's basically a core now. Gleipnir up into the BKB, not too far off. You're dealing with basically 4 cores from the side of TNC at this point. Full Ags up for Abed, which again, it's a big turning point. I just feel like I've been saying that too much. We'll see. It should be effective when they zip in, get that big AoE control, get the cleaves off with Natsumi if the positioning's just right here. But they've got to execute on that. It has to all work together on the side of Blacklist.
Mid lane, there's your 5-man smoke out from TNC Predator.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under
We're at the
attack.
bottom lane, they'll go.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Nobody going to be around to try and gank up though. Black's rivalry pretty well aware the smoke has happened by the looks of it. They will retreat. They will be just fine to do so. Nobody getting caught. And it really is all about the evasion game right now for Blacklist. They know they can't take any fights. It's just not well advised. They need more farm. There's no two ways about it.
Oh.
I mean, they're grouping
They
up.
do.
Maybe they'll try to force something, but they won't.
It's so awkward. Look at this ward from TNC. It's right in front of the camp, but not in the usual in front of the camp, right by the tree line. It still spots the camp. You can still spot some smokes, spot someone farming, get a good gank off. Blacklist just doesn't have that same vision game. They've got some forward wards down bot in jungle, a river ward here by mid. It doesn't have that same reach where, you know, it's a spot where players feel a little bit more confident to just farm. No sneakiness here for Blacklist to try to capitalize on. Do get the pause out, Abed. A little bit of a connection issue. Hopefully, you know,
Hopefully. We'll see.
nothing motivational, you know, nothing to knock them up in the air. Nothing like that just yet. Not yet.
Not yet. But, you know, nobody show Abed Gabby's net worth right now. Abed might have a bad time. You know, it's in fairness, it is climbing. Gabby's net worth is climbing. It's all right. You know, he's higher than the Muerta now. That's good news.
And this Aegis expires as well. An opportunity for Blacklist if they so choose. I mean, I do get why Abed's being very cautious. He knows the side device is there. He knows there's a lot of instantaneous control that the BKB won't bail him out from, so he does need that Linken's up. It's just so much time. Again, it's just not a very comfy game to go time-wise. Octarine up on Natsumi. So a little bit more HP to play with a Maul. A little bit more uptime in the end range. And the overpower as well. Let's smoke up off this item pickup.
They might find Cuckoo first. They've got vision over the CM. Not the greatest kill, but they might just take it. And they will. Cuckoo is actually got a Ghost Scepter and a 4-star
No.
and an Ogre Seal Totem, and he will make it out. That is very, very demoralizing for the side of Blacklist.
That it is. And still, they're
Alos, he
still
pops
grouped up
Dragon
here.
Form. They saw Gabby. The Armin's going to jump in for a 3-man Vortex, trying to salvage his team fight. They'll try to jump Cuckoo again, but he'll survive. Cuckoo's still making it. Armin finally takes him down, but they've lost Shao. Natsumi trying to fight here with Jing. Jing has the help of Cox coming in. Cox looking for their Rolling Thunder, and now Palos with the follow-up damage
Natsumi.
right onto Natsumi. Natsumi in trouble. Natsumi still
Tis.
trying to fight, barely surviving as Arbit jumps in again for a Vortex, but Natsumi's gone. Arbit's out of mana. Arbit should drop the boot, and he's also down. Gabby,
No buybacks.
oh, Gabby, also in danger himself. He'll try to get out. The dead shot will land. Gabby still trying to get away, but how do you make it out of this one? Oh, yeah, he'll miss the lightning bolt. Maybe Gabby does make it. Oh,
Does he? No! He's going Lotus as well.
why?
Huh?
Why?
Yo,
What's that mean?
he's like, you're caught, brother. We caught you, brother.
Well, the thing is, Gabby sent his illusions in like he knew they were coming.
Yeah. I don't know. It just
boy.
falters again. They had the right ideas there, right? The Vortex set up into the egg with a shard, with a Sunray, but Palos was on the low ground. He couldn't hit. So that little extra time he needed to build up some Fury Swipe stacks to cleave them through, not there. That's enough time to get that utility out from Cuckoo's. Stall out for time, get the roll from Cox. Just the positioning of Natsumi when that Vortex came in. He was just off the mark. Not quite on that ramp. And it cost them.
Oh boy, what world am I in? It's 2024. TNC are currently about 1 Rax away from taking this series off Blacklist Rivalry and knocking them out of the TI13 road to the international qualifiers. Like, what the hell's happened? You know, Master Cuckoo, Jonathan, this man's mind works in mysterious ways, but you can't underestimate this man. He's done it again, it looks like. The Peacemaker. He's made
The
peace.
Peacemaker. Oh, yeah. I'm sure he's making some peace with a win here.
He's making his
Certainly going
peace
to
with
be
his
peace.
teammates his ex-teammates having to leave the qualifiers, John, I think is what he's made peace with here. Shed a
That's
tear,
only
Cuckoo.
what.
Shed a tear for the boys, sir.
Remember, use his code, whatever it is.
Whatever Cuckoo's code is.
Yeah, and all their streams. These guys are gonna pop off in their stream. You know, Yo is gonna turn on, Cuckoo's gonna turn on. Armel's gonna be, I don't know if Armel's even watching. If he is, he's got some words to say, I'm sure. This is something.
They could salvage. It could still be salvageable this game too. They're 23k behind, but they could still win.
Oh,
it's not over.
smoke.
This is Dota 2, Jonathan. We're not playing that other game, whatever it's called. It's Gabby. Oh, not Gabby again. Gabby can't afford to keep dying first. It's too much. Gonna head south slowly. Cuckoo, he'll be on the front lines here with the rest of his squad. He'll reveal himself from over. Does Arbit gonna sit in, trying to find a target with the Hex out. Arbit's been caught with the Hex, but he's still fighting at the BKB up in time. So he'll get for the Vortex. Onto one. Rollington from Tim still dying as well as that. Thunder God's Wrath is going to give info on the whole side. Cox still chasing. Has Cox gone too far? It doesn't really seem like it. Natsumi now, in the meantime, trying to fight Palos with his BKB, but the BKB's about to wear off Palos. Palos can turn around. Natsumi needs to get out. Natsumi's in trouble. The Ursa, he'll force start the way. He'll be fine for now. Instead, they'll lose Tim's on the Rubik. They might even lose Gabby on the Brewmaster. 2 down. For Blacklist, nobody is lost for TNC Predator. As it seems as though TNC can think about going through the bot lane as Cox will find a third. Zhao will cop it. And Roshan, it is up in 12 seconds if they want to wait for it.
That is insanely quick timing lining up there for the side of TNC. Blacklist, again, just a little bit scattered. That counter smoke out from TNC, the movement forward, they had vision here for Blacklist. Couldn't just set up around it. The egg pops way far in the back. Natsumi's so isolated away from everyone else. And I have to say, these item pickups, especially from Gabby, I don't think it's panning out. He went Octarine as well. Like, only defensive item is Manta. No BKB, no Aeon Disc. So he can't just jump in and pop the split. That's costing him so much. It's just so reliant on Abed to get these zips. Like, it's all on one man to zip Vortex. It's way too much. He got instantly hexed last time as well. They fought under the same cliff ward that TNC had earlier on.
It seems like Blacklist are going to be having to stay home this TI, Jonathan. Mega Creeps now, well, not yet. There is still a top lane of Barracks that is exposed, so no Mega Creeps yet, but it is getting scary, John. 30k net worth disadvantage now for Blacklist Rivalry. They'll lose their Tormentor on top. And again, TNC, all they've got to do is go back for that one lane of Barracks. And then the game becomes infinitely easier. Blacklist, they're not out of it yet. Again, we're playing Dota 2 here, Jonathan. They can still do it. It's possible. We've seen bigger
the closest success we've seen for Blacklist was that mid-fight. If the Vortex was on the low ground instead of the high ground, and if Natsumi could have gotten those hits in, they could have killed off Cox earlier, wiped out Cuckoo as well. Didn't have to worry about the roll as BKBs fade away. Game becomes very different. They give the Aegis to Jing, but he has MKB. This guy is fully a core. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
He's got damage.
He's massive. Is he actually more farm than Cox? He is.
Yeah, he's more farmed than Abed. He's almost the same farm as Natsumi.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, this Muerta is certainly starting to hurt with the amount of damage output she has gone for. This could be a very, very challenging scenario for Blacklist to try and defend this final lane of Barracks. They've got to give it a crack. There are not that many buybacks ready right now, John. It's really only Natsumi and Tims who have buyback on Blacklist. Gabby's still short 500 gold, and Abed's short 1.8k gold because he just bought out the Refresher Orb. He wants that double Vortex to try and help his team win this next fight. Let's see if they can make it happen. They're going to try and make the jump in already. Jing. We'll wave them goodbye. There goes your range rats.
The banner.
I mean, why not place the flag as Jing is going to get jumped. They'll try to burst out the Muerta, but he is still perfectly fine as Palos has already found Tims. Natsumi, he'll get rid of the first life of the Muerta, but he's got the second. The top rack still under siege. They'll force the glyph out to try and protect it. As now the vortex is out from Arbed. Still trying for Jing. The Muerta still surviving throughout all of this. There's no Cyclone her up, but she's still fighting a refresh now, going back for Pierce the Veil. Gabby's in trouble. Gabby gets away just barely, but they've lost the top racks. Mega creeps are incoming. They'll try again for Jing by the looks of it, as Natsumi's going to try and jump in, but Natsumi can't get the jump done, and now he's dead. Natsumi's down, but he'll buy back. Arbed with the Vortex, trying desperately to save this team fight. They'll jump the Zeus. Yoe is now officially gone. No buyback, but Natsumi needs to run once again. He cannot afford to die. Jing, he'll get his TP cancelled. Maybe they can at least find a secondary kill on the Muerta, and they will. So 2 down. It does cost you a buyback. Mega creeps are incoming, but they are still in this game too.
That they are. 2 buybacks for that, though. Buybacks at the ready now for TNC. Off a couple of bounties being found here. So they are still ready. They're still tier 2s defending for TNC. Blacklist don't have a rush they can try to sneak out. They have to find this a win right here. They need to maximize on this.
Palos, jump in again.
Palos.
Natsumi's been caught. Palos will find him. Natsumi, though, he gets his BKB off in time. They'll try to chase down Palos on the DK. Arbed zipping from a mile away will jump right in onto Cox, although Natsumi's still dropping low, needs to be very, very cautious. He can't afford to die. The game's over if the Ursa is dead. They're wrapping around, though. There's your Vortex again. They're on a Cox, but Cox is just too tanky. He's not dying yet. Natsumi jumps in another time, but Cox, he'll swashbuckle out. Arbed will chase him down. The Pango is finally gone. On a Cuckoo they'll go. They'll try for the CM now, and Cuckoo, of course, will be going down with his Pango. It's only Palos to survive. The tier 4s are under siege, though. Palos, what's he up to? He's popped the Dragon Form. He'll try for Gabby now with Yorker, but the Manta is there from Gabby. Everything's okay. The Ancient is still alive, though it is completely exposed here for Blacklist.
Well, this is a rough time for Blacklist now. That was their moment to find more. Not finding Palos does cut off the bite of that engagement quite a fair bit for TNC. They all have buybacks ready. They're all respawning. And yeah, there was just no objectives. The timing of that for Blacklist just not lining up. If it was a little bit closer to, say, post-Aegis, they could have tried to make a play for Roshan, get some big tools off of that, go for these tier 2s, and just try to work that map control, get some forward vision down. They still have fight. For sure, TNC, they did force that movement up top and utilizing Jing front line just to clear out the last set of racks. And this double Vortex from Abed is still massive if they can follow through on it. And to be fair, the coordination from Blacklist this time has been looking a lot sharper. Johnny Wells' eggs are lining up on the Vortex targets. Natsumi can get his hits in. It just doesn't feel like you can burst them fast enough. We'll have to see. TNC still in a really strong position this game. Blacklist not out of it yet, but with only 1 random building protecting the range and 2 random buildings, these creeps can just go in, get work done if they're not ready.
It's a very, again,
what else can you do here?
They're smoking up, John. They're gone. I don't know what the smoke is going to do here, though. They are hanging right by the T2 tower. In fact, never mind. They're into the Radiant jungle. There is an opening. Gabby will scout out with the illusion. They know exactly where Cuckoo is, so they'll make the jump in right onto Jing. Trying to burst down the couple support duo. Jing, he's going to get the BKB off. Cuckoo somehow still alive. Finally will go down. They'll at least find themselves a Crystal Maiden pick-off. But they've got to go back for the base. The Mega Creeps are incoming again.
They just don't have any room to look for support pickoffs. It has to be a big fight win into at least 1 lane that you're fully committed on, with some person staying back to defend. Lincoln's fully done now in Abed, so he has some protection from the hexes from the instantaneous control. There's more play now for the Storm. I just don't know if that's enough. Like, once Jing gets 1 more damage item up, and this Muerta's already doing a ton of work, it gets a little bit dicey for the side of Blacklist. Not that it isn't dicey already.
That they can't get out of their base. Like, that's a huge top wave of creeps. They've got to go back and defend. Gabby will do so. Lines being drawn out by the Dire Triangle here from the Master. Cuckoo saying this is where they should be hanging out. Or maybe this is where they want to hang out.
Yeah.
So
It looks
TNC
like they-
Predator, I mean, yeah.
Nobody wins.
They could wait out Roshan as well. Like, there's no pressure, a minute and a half until we see the respawn timer. And they can just play it safe, get Roshan, go again. In Blacklist,
That,
our options are limited.
you've got that big AoE dragon tail as well for the DK.
Oh, yeah.
The Elder Dragon form now as well. You can't underestimate that. It's can be a huge stun on your whole side if you're not too careful. Well, they are indeed waiting for Roshans. TNC are going to play it very safe. 51 minutes in. I say safe though, John. Don't forget, you know, those tier 5 items, they can make the game very imbalanced if it does get there. They've
Yeah.
smoked up.
I see
though.
mirror
They don't want
shields
to wait.
being a big one. Nah. I see a mirror shield on Abed with Lincoln's being absolutely painful. But I don't know if you can hold out for the 8.5 minutes here. See if they
They're
got
gonna go
flank,
again.
flank. Okay.
They'll smoke out. They're just holding this dire triangle at the moment. No real vision to be here from the dire end of things, so they should just be able to guess really where they are hanging about. I just wonder whether
This
TNT
itemization
do
on
try to
Gabby.
pressure now, or do they go for Roshan? Well, what's Gabby doing now?
He's going for Shivas at this point. Still no Aeon Disc. Has the BKB at the very least. It just feels like he gets bursted down. I mean, the armor is nice, but... Again, I don't know if it's enough. Gabby says end.
Classic SCA game. Whenever the enemy
Oh,
says
God.
end, you never ever try to end. Not in the SCA server.
No.
They will play
Definitely
like
not.
their lives depend on it every single time.
End.
Oh, the classic SCA bait. You love it.
Yes. There's longer Roach respawn as well. 2 minutes on the timer. So, Farm and Chill is the name of the game so far. We've got the full Silver Edge up for Jing. He's fully amped up on damage. Honestly, at this point, you could consider selling Mage Slayer. Maybe go for a Daedalus or some stats if you wished. Like Scotty wouldn't be too bad up against the healing. Wouldn't mind. Or Muerto, but she hits like a truck. Blacklist. They can try to sneak around. There's some good forward vision here, though, from the side of TNC. It's not like they can sneak from this right side flank.
They're coming. Smoke is there. Thunder God's Wrath will be thrown out once again. Nobody from Blacklist caught. They are just hanging by their Ancient. 1 minute left for the Roshan to respawn. And that's exactly what TNC are waiting for. They'll just go back for the Roshan pit. There's no real need to risk without the Roshan being taken out. And the wait isn't too long anymore. You do give a bit of time for Blacklist to get their buybacks available, you know, and that is going to be a thing all of them should really have by the time this Roshan is gone. So the next team fight does certainly have the potential to drag out the game even longer here for Blacklist, if you can get to it. And again,
Right.
tier 5 items right after, if you can win the next team fight. Like, those tier 5 items, they can change everything.
You really don't want to see the tier 5s, do you? You keep mentioning them, Mike. You don't want to see them, do you? You know what happens when you talk about tier 5s when both of us talk about it.
I mean, I'll be frank, John, I don't care if they come out or not. You know, I'm just saying, Blacklist do probably need them.
Oh, Roshan, Jing spots it. And you can't contest this. Nice freebie coming out here for TNC. Refresh, Roche banner after ready. There's that Shiva's card up now for Gabby. Still 700 away from buyback. There's an awkward opportunity here for the side of TNC. Aegis onto Jing instead. And now we should be able to look for some of that commitment to come in here from TNC. Yeah, there's nowhere to play for Blacklist. They're stuck in the high ground. The Megas are always just constantly shoving in. They've got good forward vision here from the side of TNC. Not quite in the high ground, though. But they know Blacklist can't sneak around here at all. For TNC, for Blacklist, it boils down to, again, it's just this Vortex Egg combo. Having Natsumi get enough hits off, doing enough damage to get cleaving off onto 3 heroes in a Vortex, ideally. See if that can happen. TNC going for the last smoke here, it looks like.
But they jump first. Who do you get first is the question. They'll jump in, they found Zhao. Zhao's going to be forced off the way, though he'll survive for now. The Vortex is out from Abed, but it's not quite enough quite yet. They'll still try for Palos. Vortex again from Abed, not out yet. Abed in trouble, he'll Vortex away, but he's out of mana. Still with the BKB, he does manage to run away. They will jump in again here from Cox with the Rolling Thunder, and now the full Mega Creep squad is around the Ancient. You've got a lot of damage flying in with this Ancient now as the Rubik has been caught. Temps will be fine for now with the Glimmer Capers, the Vortex from Arbit catching out 4 of them. But where's your follow-up damage? They'll try to jump Jing on the Muerta, but Drink's perfectly fine. Jing is fine. Gabby the one to go down. He's got no buyback. He's short 300 gold. Natsumi, he'll jump in. He'll get the Aegis off Jing. Arbit again with the Vortex onto 2 targets. They'll try for Yoe. The Zeus is fine though. Natsumi and Arbit, they're the one in trouble. Natsumi's down, but he'll buy back as the Ancient. It's still falling. They've got to try and defend it, but it's over. It is over. TNC have done it. They will kick out Blacklist Rivalry from the road to TI qualifiers. What did they just say in the all chat? John, what happened?
Jing just told Natsumi, go home first, Natsumi. It's time to rest. Time to go home. Now go back to Cebu. I mean, that was the content we were looking for, and that's the content we got. TNC Blacklist. TNC 2-0, looking strong, looking confident. Blacklist 2-0'd every single time by 2 other Filipino teams. They got both Filipino teams under upper bracket and lower bracket. What happened to them being the best in the Philippines? What happened to them being the superstars of the region? What happened to them qualifying for Riyadh? It's gone. I think what happened, Mike. This is what happened. The buff from the drama disappeared. Abed's being too kind. The peace, Cuckoo brought peace, right? The peace is not helping Blacklist. They need strife. They need conflict. They need anger. They need passion. Because that was a little bit lacking here. This time around, the coordination, I will give it to Blacklist. The coordination was better in this game. That's still just not enough. Like this timing, the double BKB timing and them not being able to play off of that, I think, was the big timing that just slipped out of their hands. If they played off the double BKB, got some kills, got Roshan way earlier and pushed that tempo on Roshan around those items really well, would have been different. But TNC play into their heads. They force fights around their vision every single time in TNC as well. Just very smart gameplay coming out there.
But TNC obviously doing fantastic work. I think you've already said it multiple times now. The Blacklist Rivalry certainly not playing up to their potential, to say the absolute least, I would argue. Props to TNC. I guess that's the only way you can put it here, John. I mean, TNC, again, just doing fantastic work to make this win happen over Blacklist Rivalry. I mean, the last time they played against each other was during some other qualifiers where TNC did end up losing. So this time around, they were finally able to get some revenge in the road to TI qualifiers. And you know that we're acting as if it's a huge deal. TNC are only in round of 2 now for the lower bracket.
Exactly.
In all fairness, I mean, this isn't like they've qualified to the road to TI yet. They're just in round of 2 now.
It's the weight of the match. It's what it says about these teams, about what Blacklist claims, about their stature, about the prestige of Blacklist, about the underdog status of TNC, about the storyline of Darling, of Cuckoo getting out of Blacklist, forming his own team, right? Like it's all those storylines coalescing into what is for Blacklist an absolutely terrible run. Like this is there's no sugarcoating. 0-2 into a 0-2, right? Especially up against Execration was the biggest surprise. But considering again their most recent results, they qualified for Riyadh. That's not a small tournament. That was not an easy qualifier. What happened? What happened to this team?
I mean, I don't know what to tell you. The happy faces here on Jing and the rest of TNC. I don't know what to tell you, Jonathan. Of course, we do need to have a standout player, Jonathan. Who do you give the standout? Everyone played so damn well, John. Well, what do you think?
It's hard to say. I feel like all of them did their jobs properly. I think this adjustment from Cox to go for auras was big, allowing Jing to farm. I do feel like Yoem might be worthy of MVP once more, but honestly, it feels like an entire team effort. Right? Like Cuckoo is going in with a lot of saves. Palos just played confidently on the DK, knowing his team would back him up. Nothing too flashy when you play DK. It's the entire unit. If I had to pick one, maybe Yoa, his itemization again, shifting it around. He went back for Yashikaya into BKB, but he was considering Yules. He rushed the Site of Vice instead of Bloodtorn this time. Like, allowing him Zeus 2 games in a row, it's just kind of mind-boggling, because in lane, Zeus is still a hell of a hero to play up against. Like, yes, the Manta build is dead, but Livewire in lane is still hellish. Abed had a better time this time, but it's still a timing issue, right? He just goes Phylactery into Conda. He does a lot of damage. His awareness in the game was big. I know, like, the coordination from TNC just feels so next level, and for Blacklist, it feels like a huge fall from grace. 0-2-0-2, and the fact that it is all Filipino teams, man, I don't know if you can. I don't know what to say. They're supposed to be the all-stars of my country, but Master Cookie shows why he's the godfather, Mike. He gets the control. He has the last say. He planned these brackets. He set it up. It was a trap.
When I saw the bracket, when I saw Blacklist Rivalry getting knocked down and who they had to play against, I immediately logged off my PC, went into a quiet room and started praying for Blacklist, knowing what was about to happen. You don't mess with Master Cookie. We've talked about this too many times. This time he has not been so forgiving towards Blacklist Rivalry. He's decided to take away their pivoted TI spot. And well, here we go, John. A lower bracket run for TNC is on the cards now. Is TNC officially back? Only time will tell. Of course, we do have another series coming right up. I believe it is going to be Salvation Gaming up against Young Gun Galacticos. So it should be another fun series to wrap us up for the night. Of course, we are going to have to head off to a short break, but right after that break, we'll be back with Young Gun up against Salvation Gaming. We'll see you soon.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our final series of the night for the SCA Road to the International Qualifiers here, and it's going to be between Young Gun Galacticos against Salvation Gaming and its MLP Dota, along with John X Fire. Jonathan, my intros continue to get longer and longer as time goes on. How the hell are you feeling?
Doing great. You know, we had a fantastic series already, the content series of Blacklist versus TNC, and Blacklist going 0-4 in these qualifiers after qualifying for Riyadh.
You're still shitting on Blacklist. Leave him alone. Leave him alone.
You know, we gotta summarize how meaningful that was for TNC to find that win as we go into this one.
5 seconds remaining.
You've said it about 20 times. Like they go.
Mind you. Look, TNC open qualifier team as well. Okay, I think, did all our open qualifier teams win today? I believe they did, right? Prism won, IHC won,
yes,
TNC won, and now
yes.
Yangon up against Salvation Gaming.
Bad.
If that pattern holds true, Salvation not gonna have the best stints here. And Yangon, it's not a team you can, just wave off.
10 seconds
They beat,
remaining.
I believe they did beat TNC in open qualifier number 1, very
5
convincingly,
seconds
mind
remaining.
you. And Salvation looked shaky at best yesterday up against Talon. So we'll see if they manage to recover here today. Not an easy opponent in the side of Yangon at all. Still see these adjustments in draft. Witch Doctor was left. Am I seeing things right, Mike? Witch Doctor
You are
was
seeing
not banned.
Witch Doctor it's allowed. It's available. Young Gun, they actually prioritize the clockwork, which is also banned out most games. So fair enough. But I do agree. Witch Doctor is very,
10
very
seconds
busted right now.
remaining.
Problem is, John, you have so many options because you've got Monkey King as well.
5 seconds
You know,
remaining.
I know you believe Witch Doctor's actually way worse, which I can't necessarily disagree with. But you've got MK, you have Dark Willow available. You don't have Weaver.
Team banned.
You have Darkseer. There's your Witch
There
Doctor.
you go.
You get your Witch Doctor. Your boys come out. You've got.
All right. I'm wondering who's going to be playing it here. Either Lloyd or Drick. There's some cheeky stuff you can do as a core though. Like if Rupido plays Witch Doctor, I think my night is set. If
10
Rupido plays
seconds
Witch Doctor, it
remaining.
would be hilarious. Offlane Witch Doctor, which is something we used to see
5
anyway, right? Like
seconds
Moo
remaining.
in NA was a player that absolutely loved it when this Voodoo Restoration was doing exactly this with lower damage values. So I wouldn't mind that if Rupido did decide to go that route, go 0-3-2, rush a bit of sustain, get some more damage out. I don't know if you want to go Bloodstone Radiance as a core. That's assuming a core. It should just be support. Still has that impact as a support anyhow. So I do like this for Salvation. Again, considering what happened yesterday, being able to pick up a busted hero like Witch Doctor does set a good tone to start off for Salvation. For Yangon, I feel like the Witch Doctor is
10
manageable
seconds
to an
remaining.
extent. I think it's down to they will have to adjust how they
5
play these
seconds
lanes,
remaining.
because you cannot afford to really fight into Witch Doctor, especially as he approaches level 2, level 3. It becomes hellish. I'm wondering what else they pick up with this clockwork. Like you mentioned, Monkey King's still in the pool. That feels like a really good direction to go for. Take it away from Salvation as any sort of potential pickup. They don't have first pick in the next phase though. So
Radiant
Salvation
team
has the
banned.
room to pick it up if it's not banned, and it isn't banned either. So I'm wondering if that's something you want to prioritize on Salvation now.
We shall see. More bands to come, or at least one more band to come before we can continue with these drafts. Already happy to see both the Clockwork
10
Witch Doctor in the
seconds
game, I
remaining.
might add, even though I think both these heroes are ridiculously broken right now. I say Clockwork is broken just because of cons. Right? But he's
Yeah.
not really that bad. I mean, I might agree with you, John. I might say Witch Doctor's way worse. Because Witch Doctor,
Oh, yeah.
there's no skill. At least the
No.
cogs, you have to aim them. Like Witch Doctor, you just
Yeah.
press W. And suddenly you have
Yeah.
Radiance active that heals you up for some apparent reason, as we do have
10 seconds
another
remaining.
Pangalia game. Thank goodness, because I couldn't have gone one
5
game without Pang.
seconds
Oh.
remaining.
We couldn't have gone even 2 months without Pangolier, Mike. It's got to be there.
Nah.
Dire
Thank
team
goodness we were about to go a month without.
Mereska has arrived.
Can't do
So
that.
it is really good flex for Salvation. This isn't necessarily just going for Wonder Boy. This could still be Rupido on the off lane. 50% win rate. It is working out decently enough here in Southeast Asia at the very least. Dark Willow does come out for Yangon, so
10
they're not
seconds
opting for the Monkey King
remaining.
themselves. Could go for it as a core. It does feel like something that
5
we have
seconds
seen Kish
remaining.
play quite a fair bit. It is a very early pickup. I'll opt for the Centaur instead. So now you have some really strong lanes coming out here for Yangon. Right, you've got a really good Bedlam target in your Centaur to pop it on when he rushes in. You've got a lot of durability up front for the Centaur. Dark Willow Centaur lane is really nice to play with as well.
10
Multiple
seconds
stuns, good amount of
remaining.
burst. Hard to really fight into. Both of his facets feel
5
great.
seconds remaining.
Horsepower was nerfed, and we have seen some pro players go for the double edge facet. I think both are very viable here for the Centaur to consider. Mind you, they don't have the best hold now for the Pangolier, so you are free to roll about on the side of Salvation, whether or not it's Wonderboy or Rupido playing that. It is open to just do what it wants. And it's highly disruptive playing into a Pangolier Witch Doctor. Once the casks are leveled up, bouncing around there with a Maldic, with healing, that can be still fairly annoying for YG. They'd have to rely really on Stampede to counter, initiate, and back off rather than running into what could be an onslaught from Salvation, depending on the rest of the draft here.
We shall see. I mean, Salvation, having to think about it. Heavy think about it. In fact, back into the reserve time they'll go.
Radiant team pick.
So Snapfire is picked up. This is a hero that still confuses me. Like, seeing this hero popping up over and over again, it just... I can't say it's a great hero per se. I mean, I like that. That is a great haircut, by the way, on Zorain. Just got to point that out. I can't say the Scatterblast facet is bad. It's actually really nice, but the hero itself doesn't feel that great.
5 seconds remaining.
It's a little bit strange. Normally, the only times we see Snapfire come in is up against a Phoenix. That's not even in the pool. So I'm wondering if there's something very specific Salvation wants to do. Like, Pangolier Snapfire is a pretty decent lane combination, to be fair. Yeah, you could work that.
Dire
But
team pick.
I'm not seeing an outright reason why you go for it. Maybe with a Ursa it makes a little bit more sense.
Makes sense.
Cookie
Yeah.
forward. It's a really good lane now you have here set up from Salvation. Lots of output. The Ursa can eat through the Centaur no problem, especially by level 2. Centaur really needs something like level 3 in that lane
10
to feel
seconds
comfy
remaining.
with maybe a double retaliate build, like 102 perhaps.
5
It's not going to feel
seconds
comfy to
remaining.
try to leverage double edge here at all. Curious what YG goes for now. They're going to have to show another core. There's still this Flex and Pango that makes it hard to lock in your young PH mid. So it can be a little bit awkward, but if you wanted a stable mid, Zeus is available. I'm still surprised that a lot of teams aren't picking that up more
Dire
often.
team ban.
I mean, the Manta style gameplay is very brain dead, but as we've seen from Yoa, even without the Manta style, the hero can still be pretty busted.
Oh, absolutely. It's that Zeus, man. You really can't underestimate it. I mean, when the nerfs initially came, I thought, like
10
Zeus is finally
seconds
dead, but
remaining.
not really. It just the damage output of that hero is
5
absolutely a
seconds
joke.
remaining.
It's just you lost your split push capability. Boo-hoo. It's still
Yeah.
fine.
I do like that change, though. I actually feel like that's probably the most fair balance change. Because, frankly, the Manta Shard was pretty brain dead, right? Now you actually have to be up front. And, again, it leads into that more fighting Zeus that's kind of punishable. Like, you have to go BKB, you have to stand there, actually use your lightning hands yourself, but it's just so much damage.
10
Still,
seconds
YG
remaining.
will take the Troll Warlord first. So they've got a pretty
5
interesting
seconds
laning
remaining.
set up here. Like Troll plus Clockwork can be all right in terms of chase down. Troll into the Pangolier might not be the comfiest, but you can try just playing ranged, although Pango can still twack you. I suppose this is a way to not care about, or at least get something done if you do get
Radiant
maledicted down to
team
very low
down.
HP for Kish. You can just pop your ult and run down. The hold here from Salvation doesn't really kite around the Troll as badly. Right? You don't have Nightmares, you don't have Grips to worry about as the Troll. You can just kind of maximize your ult in this game.
10 seconds
So there
remaining.
is that at the very least. Salvation now banning out some mids.
5
It looks like
seconds
YG are
remaining.
expecting a mid pickup with them banning out the Coddle. Salvation taking care of the Storm. I mean, the only big options left are some like Quap, Lesh, Zeus. Maybe a cheeky Lena pick, although that's not been as common nowadays as well.
Dire team ban.
Final bans out there. Go to the park. I mean, the Zeus has been left if they do wish. Young Gun, final ban to come. I mean, this will be a pretty interesting matchup as well, I want to say, because I can't say there's an outright favorite between these two, is there? Like, if you had to choose, I'm sure you could pick a team, but what is it, John? Who do you pick?
I would probably say Yangon, but historically, I don't think that matches up. I feel like Salvation did beat them. If I recall my stats right, it was 2-0-2-0 in Salvation's favor in other qualifiers. So historically, Salvation's been winning, but I think from the games I've seen, right, like from the open qualifier performance of Yangon, I would say at their best, they do look a little bit more tightly knit. And again, you think about Yangon Galacticos, this team has been there since we were casting ESL India, Mike. All the way back.
Yeah.
Like this lineup, at the very least. Right? So they know each other very well. They've been playing through several patches with basically the same roster. I think there's a lot of value in that for a team to work on your team play. And I think that's the big factor here for Salvation to have to overcome.
So this is my confusion. Like, is Young PH Filipino or not? Because
No,
it
no,
says
no.
he's from... No, he's not. Okay.
Yeah, they're all Burmese. They're all from Myanmar.
That's all right.
And I was going to
Just
say, the Ember was left. Young PH loves Ember. This doesn't look like a bad Ember game in terms of like having to worry about control. You don't have hard stuns. So it's fairly free for Young PH to flex at. It is probably his best hero, I think, out of the entire pro career of Young PH we've watched. He definitely performs very greatly on the Ember. So I don't mind this at all coming out. The issue is it does leave some options for Wonder Boy. Again, Zeus is there. Olena can still play at range. Leshrak can play at range up against the Ember. Not too badly. OD is a huge pickup. That's your way of canceling off this Troll Battle Trance. That's your way of punishing really low int heroes all across the board. Low mana heroes. Mid lane matchup for Young PH is not going to feel amazing now as well. That puts a spanner in the works for YG. I like the confidence to pick up that Ember, but it's not going to have the best of lanes up against an OD overall. It's going to be a fairly annoying lane for Young PH to have to sit through.
It's going to be a very interesting game number one here between these two teams. I do like that OD final pick. I mean, you've already kind of pointed out why it's so good, but it certainly does kind of fit the bill perfectly here for the draft of Salvation Gaming against what Yangon have got. Is it good enough though, John? Would you say the draft of Salvation Gaming is going to give them a big advantage in this game against Yangon, or do you go the other way?
I would actually go the other way. I think this OD causes too many issues. You don't have saves on Yangon from the Astral Imprisonment. And sure, you don't have the best of stuns for Young PH as well. I think that's the big key factor. The Ember, if he's not imprisoned, is going to be free to run around, isolate the backline, burst them down, get the damage off. I'd say it's rather close in draft. I feel like the power potential of the OD as the game scales on is a little bit more mortifying, though. Like, he's not going to care about how much strength, how much HP you have here on the Centaur. He's not going to care about the scaling of the Troll, especially if BKBs start to whittle down to 6 seconds. So there is that factor as it drags on. I think when it comes to earlier timing, it's also fairly closely tied in. Like, there's some early push potential from Kish, right? But there's also this early laning aggression from Salvation with the Witch Doctor for Lloyd. Like, that lane does not sound fun to play into no matter what hero you're playing here.
It's a very silly hero at the moment. How do you pronounce that Gree thing? Is it Gree?
I say Gris, but I don't think that's correct.
Gris.
But I like saying Gris. My teammates love memeing on me every time I pick Witch Doctor 2. Like, you've got the Gris. It's like, yeah, I have Gris. What about it? Oh, you got it. It's like, okay, guys, chill out.
Well, why'd you get the Gris, John?
I can't not get it. I wish I could. What are you calling me names now? Then again, I am a Witch Doctor player. So I suppose I deserve it. Yeah, I've been playing Witch Doctor for a long time. I guess I deserve it,
Especially
My bad.
If you've lost with Witch Doctor. If you lose with Witch Doctor done, you really deserve it. How dare you?
Yeah, that I would agree. Actually, if you lose with this guy right now. Hey, what does that say? Are you saying something about Salvation if they lose this one, Mike?
Yeah, I am. I'll say it to his face. I don't give a crap. I'll say it to Lloyd's face. So, right? Needs to back off, I think. He'll go for a nice little cogs out and up a fair bit of damage, but we'll be okay. It is going to be a 3-for-1 trade on the bounty, so in favor of Salvation
It's 2
Gaming.
for
So
2.
a very nice start. Never mind, I'm colorblind. It is indeed 2 for 2 in the favor of nobody because it is 2 for 2. So thank you for that, Jonathan. I appreciate you correcting
No
me.
problem.
I'm literally sure none of the viewers would have noticed I was wrong, but I appreciate you pointing out that I was.
No. I'm sure someone would have been there. I think, Mike, you were talking about eye surgery earlier. It's time to consider it. And the age is catching up to you.
It's literally ever since I had this damn baby. I'll tell you, it's all my health has gone down the toilet.
You can't blame your life on the active decision you made to have a child, Mike. That's not how parentage works.
If my parents did, I will too, John.
Well,
She
one
ain't
thing
getting
we
off that
can
easy.
see, I'm sure you're not colorblind to the color of Ember up against this OD down mid lane for Wonderboy and Young PH. You can already see it. Young PH, I mean, he does go for the chain gang, right? So he has some good reach. He's got additional control to leverage for the team. And at the very least, the Flame Guard, can do some damage shoving out this wave. But I don't think you're ever comfy in this lane for Young PH. Wonderboy just, he right-clicks you, he astral imprisons you, you don't feel great. Rune control is much more important as well for Young PH. That's something we need to see Yangon be on top of down the line. We'll see if that's something they have the space to rotate out for. Taking a look at the other lanes, of course, down bot, we did see Ha and Skill late on that Centaur Dark Willow, up against Young God on the Ursa and Lloyd on the Witch Doctor. This lane is very painful once Lloyd hits level 2. Probably level 3 is the better point, with a value point perhaps in the cask just to help hold down for Young God, but running down with Maledict, with Fury Swipes, these heroes will just die. You caught the Maledict, you have to TP out. Love it.
Well, didn't even have any mana to keep the food restoration going. Just skill A's like, no thank you, I'm out. I ain't risking that crap. What a stupid hero. It hits level
So
2
good.
and you just can't be near it.
Yeah. You know what I'm hoping for? They nerf the Voodoo Festeration and they give the Cleft Ward a buff. Then you'll see some funny stuff as well. You'll have all your Witch Doctors rushing Ags.
Amazing. Thank you, John.
Okay.
Made me laugh
Enough
as well.
about
They
that
actually-
excitement.
No, not yet. We're not done quite yet, John. This Gris crap. It tells you how much gold that Lloyd's able to get off it.
Yeah.
I can't believe we got this before we could tell who's got what neutral item options. Like, they couldn't give us the options for the neutral items.
Hey,
But hey, we can tell how much Gris gold Lloyd's
Hey.
gonna get.
Hey, Mike. Who cares about what the casters can or cannot see, okay? Who cares? I don't. I don't care what we can see or not see. It is what it is. Gris. Good stuff. And as you could see, gold anyway. What are you talking about? We could do that before with track. What are you talking about? Track shows you current gold as well on enemy heroes, alright? Get your head out of gutter. Start thinking properly. This is Dota 2, Mike. This is the road to the international, alright?
That's
Top
fair.
lane, last lane we haven't looked at here. Tish and Zarain on a very stable troll clockwork lane up against Rupido on his Fangolier. And Drick on that Snapfar does have full bore, of course, as you'd expect. This is probably the most boring lane. There is some kill potential if you do manage to isolate with Clockwork, but with Swash, Rupido shouldn't be under any sort of threat. Kish should just be fine as well to farm up, so very static up top. Bot is where it can get explosive. And I like this movement out. They do manage to sneak away one water rune, but the Young PH will still get the top up on the other side. And that is keeping this lane playable for Young PH. It's not as overwhelming of a start for Wonderboy. Young PH doing a fine job of just harassing out with the Slight, sustaining the Flame Guard, and clearing out these creep waves every single time. Does make it a little bit tougher for the OD to leverage, but once he hits 6, if he gets a good power rune as well, can get a little bit dicey.
Is that why they chose Snapfire? So he can scatter, he can little shredder the cogs? Was that it?
Perhaps.
Like, he went level 2 little shredder. And you should have seen how quickly he used it once those cogs came out. He was so excited. Yeah, he was like, finally like, look at this, look at this. Holy, oh my goodness. He made a whole 18 gold out of that. In fact, make that 38. 38 gold. Value for drink.
Very value. It's almost like we're seeing, this feels like the kind of counter pick you'd get. Like we were theory crafting Marcy versus Monkey King. Right? This feels like that kind of counter pick. It's like, yeah, you know, it technically works. Is it worth picking this hero for? Not 100% sold in that yet. A little bit of a rotation mid. Not going to be able to really pressure out this OD, but it is giving young PH, again, some breathing room here. He is still working this lane well. Slight CS lead in terms of last hits overall. Every time I see Drick, he's just clearing the clocks.
Yeah.
You're right.
I think
This is all he
literally-
wants.
you literally level up a little shredder so you can do this, John. I mean, you know what? I mean, it's a way to kind of counter clockwork, right? Level 2 cogs means nothing if they just get shredded down by Drake every time.
That's true. Yeah, that's just like picking Marcy for the Monkey King. So they
Exactly
can't
right.
assassinate the courier. I swear if we see that, Mikey, I'll never shut up about it. Not now. Maybe next game.
I'll give you full credit if it actually works. I'll tell you right now, I'll give you full credit.
It's so dumb.
If
It's a
I speak
dumb
to Puppy and
concept.
Puppy says, yeah, we chose Marcy for the level 3 couriers, I'll be like, well, John X-Fire was ahead of you guys. He knew all along.
I don't know if I actually want to see it, to be fair. Very stable game, just focusing on the lanes. You are getting some really good farm in your safe lanes overall. Young God and Kish uncontested in their matchups, which is to be expected for the Ursa Centaur and the Troll Pango. No one's really going to have a tough time finding farm there. And I think this stable time, it's a little bit concerning with how much young PH is able to get, right? That he manages to get the Invis rune away, trying to sneak up top, does not have chains for the chain gang, focusing on laning with a sleight of fist. We'll try to snipe away Wisdom Rune, though.
See if he gets it. Young PH. Crying. Drick. Oh, he's got no idea. Poor old Drick. Oh, and they leave him to a young PH. He could have tried for that kill, and he's like, nah. Nah, it's alright. I got the Wisdom Rune. I'm
Merciful.
happy.
He's a very merciful Ember player. He doesn't have chains anyhow. I think it's a little bit awkward, especially if TPs are forced, so it's perfectly fine. You do get a lot for Wonder Boy in that time span, though, is just playing mid, playing the creeps, level 7 up, has the hammer ready to drop with the Santies. And some damage to play with.
Soul Rain trying desperately to get Drick here in the cogs. The Drick, again with the little shredder, makes it very, very hard to actually hit those cogs. No, I mean, they're doing a pretty decent job top lane of not dying. Like, Rupido's currently unaffected by this kind of lane, although I say that, he does almost get caught by the cogs mid-swashbuckle, but he's alright. Both carries are farming very, very well right now. Both offlaners doing the exact same thing. There is a slight bit difference between the Ember and the OD, but it's nothing to write home about. Speaking of that OD, Wonder Boy is going to rotate, trying to go after the clockwork, and they will reveal that they've got vision on the high ground. They will find Zorain, but Young God dies. Young God dies before Zorain, so first blood will go the way of YG.
That's a bigger take for YG, huh? Getting first blood bonus for himself. Is just opting for the double bracer into phase boots, so he wants to be able to run, wants to utilize a little bit more armor. Is overstaying his welcome for whatever reason.
He sure did. I mean, in all honesty, I think he actually may have wanted the reset. But probably not the best idea to feed it over to Rupido of all things.
Considering that slower start, that does allow Rupido to feel a little bit more secure. Going into Blink after this double bracer now. Are getting some good stacks up. Zorain gets the early block, takes the D-ward as well, so you're not going to be able to fully utilize these stacks anytime soon. Could try to set up top though.
Gish. Chase is on. Got the troll well and truly locked down. I mean, he doesn't actually have battle trance available, though Rupido's kind of got himself blocked up here in the cogs. Should just be dead on the troll and they'll just drop down, just in case. There's now Stampede down at bottom lane. They'll go for a chase onto the Ursa once again, and they've got him, I think. Young God, he will die another time. This is really problematic. The fact that Young God continues to die as they pick off the troll. And I just realized as well, Young God is still level 5. He was one creep away from having Enrage up, but not quite.
Not quite. In terms of net worth, you are at basically the same progression for Young God and Kish, despite the net worth difference. The only difference is Kish does have the extra gold for the Wraith Band. I think that's where the gold difference really lies. Otherwise, their progression into Battle Fury is pretty much the same. So I don't think it's the biggest deal for either side. The level difference certainly does hurt. But again, like both of these cores are just going to farm into Battle Fury. Both of them have almost the same idea. The Troll is a little bit more push-centric, but both of them can take Roche. I think that's going to be the big focal point for Salvation and for YG as the game develops. Still, it does feel like we are hitting a steady state where neither side's really going to be looking to push the envelope too hard. Young PH does have himself an amp damage rune. They're constantly playing poke up top. That's some good cogs usage from Zalrain this time around.
Fine for now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Bit of a rotation here down the bottom lane. It's like Kish and Horde just going to take care of that tier 1 bottom tower. Salvation Gaming maybe falling a slight bit behind, I'd say, just based off how the map is working out for them right now. I do get a little bit more concerned as well. Like, you've got this great counter pick in the OD against the Troll, but once Kish has got the BKB up, it's not so much a counter pick anymore. So you've got to be a little bit wary of that. Like, the Troll does have to hit a timing at some point where it does become a big problem. And even against the Ursa, again, I feel like once the BKBs are there, the Ursa's not going to have the greatest of times.
And there's a lot to consider with these item timings. And the BKBs certainly are going to cause issues for Wonderboy. And it doesn't feel like he's ready to really run them down. He is going for the Witchblade, focusing on the right clicks a little bit more. Santis is coming off cooldown, so you could perhaps make a play at that point. Doesn't quite feel like the moment is there just yet. We'll find a tier 1. They set up some good forward vision here to try to punish Kish down the line. They can scout out nicely, but Zalrain also plants a good forward ward to watch. Someone's playing in that lane. Good deny from Lloyd onto the shield rune as well. I'm curious when both sides start to commit. It does feel like you're kind of waiting for the pause once, but the offlane should start to be finding their initial itemization here. Rupido's going for a Yules, a little bit more defensive. Ha, keeping it a little bit open. Does have his blink, so that is a timer here for YG, and there's smoke off the back of it. Could look for a nice simple kill on mid.
I mean, Lloyd should be a nice easy pickoff, though Lloyd does seem to be recognizing something is a little bit awry, but not quite. They'll catch it. Little set up there from Young PH, and of course Hall will take the killers now. A hookshot is out. They'll catch another. It's going to be Zalrain being caught. Drake, though, is going to find himself in danger now on the snap fire, so he should eventually fall. And he will. Hall will pick up a double, but now they've got the Ember. Young PH, he's able to remnant it away. He's all right. Still a successful bunch of kills here for the side of YG. At least Salvation, they do get a clockwork for their trouble, but that's about it.
I don't know if it's the best for Salvation at all. Considering you had to drop Santis on the Soul. Clockwork doesn't feel great. Your OD's out of the picture for at least 2 minutes without a threat from Santis. It doesn't feel that impactful just yet on the OD. So it buys you so much time to feel confident on Yangon to just farm up. All the room in the world up top. Keep going. Rupido still playing tag with Zalrain. Zalrain just being a massive nuisance, but is buying that space out for Kish to be secure in that Battle Fury timing. Again, the Battle Fury timings for both cores are looking about identical. Maybe just very slightly faster for Kish, but Young God isn't too far off either. It's really what they get off the back of these Battle Furies. I feel like the threat for Young God into Roshan is a lot bigger in comparison to maybe Kish. It all comes down to who can start to find these fights, who can start to find these pickoffs going into these engagements, who gets the space to actually access Roche or an objective. Like, I think for YG, again, there's potential to go for tower pushes instead. There's a lot of ways to punish Kish right now, and he's still not opting for Battle Trance. Full farm, trying to level up its fervor. So if they do manage to get a smoke gank onto that Troll's position, doesn't take much to really burst him down, but very protected farming space here for Kish, so no threat so far.
Quite yet. At the very least, Young God on the Ursa is having a decent enough time now, just slowly farming up towards his Battle Fury, but you can see how far he fell on the net worth. Not a very good position at all for the position 1 Ursa, who has to play catch-up now against Kish, who is also farming a Battle Fury and does have it on the way. So his farm is set to escalate quite quickly now. The Troll, of course, Salvation Gaming sitting back, relaxing for a little bit. I do again get very concerned about the BKB timings that you can look towards as YG. However, like the Centaur's aiming for one. Young BH setting up a kill. Move stop is out. They've got the air. Wonder Boy immediately deleted here by Hor, as they might get a trade onto the Centaur and they will take Hor down. But what's it going to cost? Greek will also drop here on the Snapfire. So they'll try to chase a little bit more. They'll find the Witch Doctor, but they'll lose skill lane in the process. YG still in front. I think of this team fight as it's a 2-for-3 trade, but here comes Young God onto Zorain trying to find another. The Clockwork in a bit of danger, will try to run and might actually make it out. Young BH continues to force them away. In fact, he wants Rupido. He'll get the chains out onto the Pangolier. Young BH really playing on the edge, gets the Remnant and does make it out. Young God unable to save his Pangolier. As YG, they will find a 2-for-4 trade in their favor now.
And such a great opening to the fight as well. Ha sees the OD, gets the jump in, prevents Wonder Boy from getting any astrals off, prevents him from even considering sanities, just blows him up. Does feel like Wonder Boy also has to consider his own BKB timings here. Kind of hold that front line for the team. At least you don't lose Young God. Tries to get some activity in. But Young PH is online.
Yeah, Rick, he is going to drop quite easily. Young PH, he wants more. This is one of his favorite, if not his favorite hero, Young PH, as he's really playing on edge. That melodic damage is going to start to stack up, but he's... Ooh, the sleight of fist. It doesn't. He's alright. No sweating here from Young PH.
He knows how far to push it. It is magical damage, so his Flame Guard is protecting. Plays right on the edge. And again, all of these fights take place so far away from where Kish is farming. In comparison, like this Ursa has to show up to bring some damage out. It's all right.
Rain. Gets the cogs off. Will try to hookshot away and does, but is the TP going to work? No.
Ooh.
At least he gets a nice deny. It is a nice deny.
Better than giving that kill over to Lloyd. Don't want this Witch Doctor to scale up even further in terms of levels and items. You get the smoke out instantly broken though.
It certainly is. Onto the Pangolier they'll go, but it seems as though Young PH wants to just continue slowly chipping away. Not too interested in trying to force a big kind of engagement. That'll be enough. He's got his Maelstrom up now on the Ember. But you look at the net worth. Like YG, all 3 cores are at the top, and this is kind of the concern now. Like they've just won out every single lane, and now you can play the slow farming game here if you really want to as YG, and just kind of always guarantee yourself the position of being ahead. You know, like it's never fun to play OD from behind, nor is it fun to play Ursa from behind, as they are going to find at least a Dark Willow. So that's something there for the OD, but they're going to need a lot more farm than that.
Certainly way more farm. Does cost them the roll on Rupido as well. Not the longest cooldown. Does provide some opportunities if you want to capitalize on Yangon. Do at least have this blink timing done and dusted on Young God. You also can try to consider making some plays forward at Lloyd.
Try and go for a Death Ward. They are desperate to try and kill off Young PH on the Ember, but it is certainly a task in and of itself that is proving to be very challenging.
That it is. Again, like we were talking about this in the draft, it's not a bad Ember game. Young PH will take that every single time. Your control is not hard enough. Astral is annoying, but where's the follow-up stuns on that? We're probably honestly having to line up for Astral into a cookie. That's easier said than done on that timing.
Top lane, big group up is here. It seems like YG may have thought Roshan had started, or maybe they just want Roshan themselves. They are up against an Ursa after all, so denying this Roshan away, especially the first Roshan, never really feels good if you are the Ursa. But it seems as though Salvation Gaming, they understand they don't really have much of a choice in the matter. They'll smoke up as 4, the Rocket Flare does make it obvious Roshan is happening, but it's too late. Aegis up on Kish. They could still force a fight. They do pop the Rolling Thunder. It looks like they're going to try. But they're only going to find skill lane. Not really a big deal at all for YG.
No, certainly not. It's commitment of the roll once more from Rupido. And it's allowing them to stay in this game, finding some trades. You do still have this big spike for Young God himself going into that BKB. But like you mentioned, the side of YG, saving up for their own BKBs. Young PH also working onto one. How has been working onto one. Gold's not too far off for at least a double BKB timing here on the side of YG. And that just puts into question this OD pick mid. Wonderboy, he didn't dominate lane as hard as you'd want him to. Now Lloyd as well on the Witch Doctor. I mean, this Witch Doctor, yes, it's strong, but it didn't do anything in lane either. It just didn't have that impact we were looking for.
No, it certainly did not. Not exactly what you were hoping for at all here if you are Salvation Gaming. And it's just, it's so hard now. Like, you know, young PH in this Ember, he always pops off as it is, let alone once you give him a start like this. You know, he's sitting at 6-0-3 on the Ember Spirit at the moment, and it's just completely uncontested. I'm going to give massive props to Hor here as well in the Centaur. Like, the amount of setups he had on the Ursa throughout that laning stage. A little bit too much to handle, killing off that Ursa twice, and you can still see the effects of that. Like, he's still 2k behind the Troll. And again, I just don't think it's going to get any better as time goes on.
Young guy?
Oh.
Oh.
Ouch. That hurts, man. You know, I don't want to be that guy, but Young God may have had to been aware of that because it was 21 minutes. The Wisdom Rune was spawning, you know? Maybe he should have been a little bit more cautious, but here we go. They do at least find the Ember, and they've got it. No messing around. Over 1k to go the way of the OD. That's a good kill.
And it is. Cost them a lot. Sanity's drop, and again, they had to line this up perfectly with the Rolling Thunder and the Cookie post-imprisonment. But that is the kill they need to keep themselves in this game for Salvation. What have the youth done, Mike? Why is Young God killed by Young PH? Is the youth not supposed to be at peace, Mike?
I don't know. Oh? Right to point. Oh, they're going to find the OD. Revenge is sweet. Zorain, I'm not sure what he's trying to do there with that hook shot. It was definitely unnecessary. Maybe needs to get the other facet as well, you know, considering he did hit his teammates.
Well, you ever
who
get
would have
that,
thought that was...
you know?
No, I don't miss hooks, John. But if I did, right, first of all, I wouldn't play Clockwork because I'm never going to pick that facet. That lowers my cooldown if I hit a teammate. That's just embarrassing. That's admitting defeat before you've even started.
Oh,
bottom lane.
Young PH.
Young PH. Yeah, he'll find one. I think Lloyd also admitted defeat before it even started. Johnny just pops the Death Ward and dies. Gris gold.
This is... Yeah, Gris Scroll. He's not really losing money. I have to say, though, it surprises me with how little you technically lose per death. When I see that, like, it feels like the number should be higher, but it's strange. It always feels lower than what you'd expect. But 700 gold in your pocket, not an insignificant amount for a Witch Doctor going into the Guardian Greaves here. I will say again, though, the presence just wasn't there from Lloyd early on. Didn't feel like there was a threat from Voodoo Maldic at all. And I feel like just a weak lane from the Witch Doctor just collapses into this, right? Like, your Ursa gets bullied out because you're not able to bully out the enemy off lane with this Witch Doctor. Because your Ursa's bullied out, you don't have access to Rosh. Because you don't have access to Rosh, the Troll gets it. And because the Troll gets it, they farm up into BKBs, which are already up and running on our triple cores. So now your OD has no play.
Oh, Young PH. Pops his BKB this time around. He'll make it out. In fact, here comes Kish from the side. They'll at least Astral up the Troll. Warlord is Wonderboy actually going to get away with an Invis for now, but not for long. He will die in the tree line as YG looking to put perhaps a little in this game one. Looking for that tier 2 bottom tower. Still 7k ahead. Young PH in the meantime looking for some more kills. Rotating back into the mid lane. Not able to find himself a target. Sadly, they will eventually see Lloyd thanks to that rocket flare, but Lloyd's a bit too far away.
Yeah. I think they were actually gunning for the rune, and PH has been on point with the rune control. Do manage to deny it off once more with Lloyd at the very least, but it's 9-14, 8k lead up for Yangon. And Salvation, I'm not sure where the play is supposed to come out at this point. Like, you're getting Ags on OD, which is nice, but it's a very defensive Ags nowadays, right? Like, it's not what it used to be a long time ago, where you'd get double Astrals. get a little bit more damage out. No, it just keeps you alive, but I don't know if that makes a difference right now. If one warrior gets to stay alive, maybe if he gets to use the Santis off of that, could be one way. But you lose all your mana, so you're gonna have to right click with Arcane Orb. Oh, that provides some openings for them to just counteract you on the side of YG. Young God farming in Kish's farm could be awkward here. Nope.
No, they won't initiate. They found the Ursa though, Young God. He's fine. Kish. Zorain not going to be there in time to cancel off the TP. It's very hard to see the comeback though, right? Like again, because Wonder Boy just never popped off on the OD. The Pangolier of Rupido really hasn't done too much either. And, you know, Young God's the saving grace right now with his net worth on his team. But even he's just nowhere near a level yet where you really feel confident, as they are going to jump Drick now. Boyd's going to try and help out with the Death Ward usage into Hor, but Hor has the Glimmer Cape of skill later survive. Rupido, he does go for the Rolling Thunder, but it does nothing.
Just like that, a little bit of a hit and run. Not much you can really do on Salvation. And Wonder Boy has his axe, but I just don't know if this is high value. It's just, yeah, your OD will live to maybe get a couple of right clicks or an Astral off. Is that going to be enough? It just doesn't feel like it at the moment. 9 to 15, another tier 2 faults, one outer tower left for Salvation. And it's really just these BKBs being up so early that makes it feel like they don't have a game on Salvation's end. Do you have your BKB ready on Young God? Going for Basher into Abyssal next. It just feels like he's going to be kited around as this Ursa though, even with a BKB. Like, I don't see the big game plan to kind of reel this back in. Last outer tower gone, complete control for Yangon. And they can just kind of relax. Like, there's no room here for Salvation to sustain on all of their cores. You need so much more in Wonder Boy. It doesn't even feel like the issue is on Young God. I think this Ursa's been farming very efficiently, considering this farm space. It's really just the impact of the OD. He is going back for a Hurricane Pike into a Parasma. His damage output can be great at that point. Even to BKBs just does not feel like it's enough at all.
Spoke up. I mean, Salvation game, they're going to try for something, and they might run right into Hor. Hor's actually got his team coming with a big smoke behind him. He's going to survive long enough, though. He does have a BKB to throw out. Drick is actually going to be spotted here by Hor. Young God's going to jump in. They'll try to block the Centaur, but he gets his BKB up in time, and now Young God's in huge trouble. Young PH chained up 3 of them. He'll pop his BKB and run, but they've got the ensnares out to root him down. Rupido the 4th. He'll try to get out, but there's no chance, it looks like, as they'll drop the hammer. They'll at least find Zorain, but it's a full team wipe. Wonder Boy run. Young PH is not done yet. Maybe he needs to be, though, because Drick is on the chase now with his OD. Young PH has gone too far. He's out of mana. No full team wipe, never mind.
Young PH going a little bit ham. Not respecting the drain that happens when you're playing up against the OD. Still, a lot of pressure coming out from YG. And you can just see the effect of that triple BKB. It's just, it makes it so no game comes out. Young God's BKB is nice, but the troll doesn't really care for it. Roshan's up. They can just go back, finish that up for themselves here on YG. No sanities to worry about. And that really is the big game changer for Salvation, right? Dropping the sanities on such low mana pool targets, but Wonder Boy's never able to find the right timing to get that done. Roche is just set to fall. Aegis Cheese going the way of YG. More safety nets for them as they start to consider approaches to high ground. Full Satanic now for Kish. And this troll's out of control. And the easy solution is OD imprisonment, but with BKBs, yeah, you're not going to keep anyone locked in at all.
It's a tough, 11k advantage now. 91% win probability here for YG in this game 1. Bottom lane, Lloyd, it just cannot catch a break. This poor Witch Doctor. 0-6 and 0-6 and 6 is the scoreline here for the Witch Doctor. And, I'll tell you what, he he's just not having a game here as YG continue to just absolutely dominate.
What are you saying about
Very
people who lose
one-sided.
with Witch Doctor, Mike?
Oh, you know, I told you, I'll say it to his face, John. I'll say it to his. I don't give a crap. I'll say it.
It
How
certainly
dare you
doesn't look
lose.
like the most busted hero in this game.
It is.
Certainly not.
It really is, though.
I mean, it really is.
Like,
It
what's
just-
more bust? Well, what's more bust than the Witch Doctor in this game? Like, there's nothing.
No, in this game, no. In theoretical, it's Monkey King. Like, it's literally a toss-up. Like, a good Monkey King can make a Witch Doctor feel like a joke. But,
Wow.
you know, the Monkey King counter, just pick Marcy. Easy. It has a counter. Witch
That's
Doctor has technically in lane, not much.
He uses Gris, by the way. We never saw how much gold he got out of it, but he did use it.
Yeah, I think he got around 800. Last I checked, 860 or some such, maybe 900 at that point.
Kind of impressive.
Yeah, it's something. You know, he has the mech. Guardian Greaves not too far off into Shard. Tormentor going to skill late. So they've got that utility on Cursed Crown. I'm just trying to think how Salvation approaches these fights. I legitimately cannot think of a good way of starting these fights. Maybe if you get a first bash and Young God, chain that and just burst someone down. It doesn't feel like the supports are a big issue. It's really Young PH, Ha, and Kish that you have to watch out for here for Salvation. I don't know. Like, maybe if YG play 1x1 as well. Right? If they say isolated, give some pick-off potential to Salvation, that's one way, but they don't have forward vision. Outside of this triangle war, they can't really sneak outside their base right now. They're just stuck. They don't have a way of finding some stragglers anyhow.
Down towards that bottom lane here, YG. And they're still playing very cautiously, but they've got 2.5 minutes on the Aegis, so I'm sure they'll be looking to try and at least find a pick-off and go high ground. Line's being drawn out through the top lane, so it seems that Salvation want to try and just push out that wave. But that's exactly where YG are hanging around now. Young God, thankfully, will not go for that creep wave. Does back his way out. The right choice.
Yeah.
YG, though.
And just
They're still just controlling the whole map. Like, they are not letting Salvation out of the base whatsoever.
no. You know what this reminds me of, Mike? It reminds me of a lot of the games in the last patch. Honestly, right?
Yeah.
Is this not reminiscent of that?
Radiant's top
Well, no. I mean, they didn't really change anything at high ground, did they? You know, it's just, they added
Not too
Roshan
much.
banner as if that was going to do anything.
I mean, it does. And not
when
all
you
the
get-
time, to be fair. Yeah. No, but I'm talking about like a 33-minute timing where it's kind of tied in like this. You can't go out, but you can't push high ground. We haven't seen that
Yeah.
kind of one-sidedness in a while, I think.
I guess. But here we are, back to the old meta. Nothing happened. Nothing changed. We're doing the same thing.
You know what I said when the patch came out, Mike? The more things change, the more they stay the same.
I mean, it really is true, isn't it? It really is true. Rolling Thunder, skill late, just gonna try and secure an easy kill onto the Dark Willow, and they will get it. Nice little pickup being set up by Rupido. And YG, I'm sure very, very unworried about that. You know, it's just back to the drawing board, get some farm going once again, boys. No need to worry about that death on your Dark Willow. In fact, I dare say they'd probably take a 4v5 fight if they really wanted to. You know, if they would come out of the base here on the side of Salvation. They'll see Hor on the Centaur in the mid lane, but of course they know they can't really even bother trying.
No. Just really choked out. There's some room here for Young God to farm. And he's got his Basher. He's going into the Shard. They do manage to set out the Aegis. Full Abyssal finished up actually for Young God. So that can be an option to smoke off of, and they will. See if they catch something meaningful with a full Abyssal Blade up. It has to be a big core. They cannot settle for like a pick-off in Zalrain, who is in position to break smoke if they walk this way.
not what you expected.
Big smoke here, Salvation. looking at Hor.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
And Hor's a pretty tanky boy with 5k HP, but they might have to give it a crack. It's a very hard kill to imagine, but they're going to try. Young God jumps in. They've still got the Ursa to rely on. Hookshot is out to try and save Hor. He's still alive, though they are still going, but he gets his BKB off with half his HP still available. They'll at least get a clockwork, but that's all they've got out of this. I suppose as long as you lose nothing on Salvation, you're pretty happy with it.
That is fair.
So Young
Zalrain
God-
was worth a lot of gold. Oh.
Young God's farming underneath Vision right now, John. His whole team left apart from him. It's the classic carry curse. It's always the carry. You know, the rest of the team says, guys, we should back off. And the carry says, just one more camp. Just one. It can't
One
hurt.
more. Can't hurt not having buyback.
No.
Certainly not. High ground does
Not
open
the
up.
5
Nice
seconds.
pickoff. I mean, again, they needed a core kill here in Salvation. Couldn't settle for Zalrain, but that's exactly what they found. Temper off at the very least with a fortify, but there's really not much holding this troll back. Full swift blink now for Kish. He's set to just run down these objectives.
They're still hanging about. Kish will get to the tier 3 tower. Will he start working on it? The remnant chains is flying out here from there, but you can't really forget about that. That chain gang, that is. Or upping a bit of damage. Will still be a centaur. Like, he's a tanky boy. They'll continue to work on towards Hor. He's running, but they'll drop the hammer and they'll finally get the job done as they've lost. Well, they haven't yet. Drick is alive. This OD taking down Zalrain now. Kish forced the BKB and Kish will just TP away. So a rain track's taken and that's going to be about it. They have to get out. They will lose 2 heroes. Even without the Ursa, I mean, the OD still hits like a truck. They'll even find skill layers a third. So Wonder Boy is becoming a problem slowly but surely.
And they're starting to find their groove back in for Salvation, getting some severe punishment on YG. Overstaying their welcome, you know, not quite timing that right. With no BKB for Ha, he is a sitting duck. Didn't quite have Stampede ready at that point as well. I'm a little bit surprised he went for the level 20 talent for retaliate damage as well over Stampede cooldown. Maybe just feeling confident, wanting to tank through, but does get punished for that sort of build. If he had 20 and instead went for the cooldown, would have had an escape angle for the rest of the team to bail out without risking too much. Find a tier 1 off of it, and they stay in the game for Salvation. A range rack's not the biggest loss. Unfortunately for Salvation, Roshan is still 2 minutes away, so not going to be able to try to snag an easy Roshan with the Ursa, and kind of look for more on the map. There is time to respond here on the side of Yangon. Yangon, for their part, and they're going into Lincoln's for Kish, so he will have protection while the BKB is down from the imprisonment. It does still feel like this core-to-core matchup is not the comfiest for Young God. Has to rely on some bashes here to really win out. Still have the cheese on hand as well for Kish. And they are setting up in Roche. So they know the general idea of what they have to play around next. What other items are we looking for? Sight of Vice for Wonder Boy coming out next as well.
Nice hook. They're going to find Rupido. Go for the Rolling Thunder to try and survive this. Needs to find a way out. Rupido, he's still perfectly fine for now. Lotus Orb will be committed. Gets onto the high ground towards the Twin Gates, but the Terrorizer is going to make it very hard to get away. Eventually they will catch him. The Pango is down. And another nice little pickup here for YG. They even check for the Roshan, but sadly Roshan's still about 40 seconds away. It seems like the side of Salvation, they're going to try and find Young PH, knowing he's alone. A bit of hesitation though. They saw him there for a second, but they don't make the jump in. Young PH, they do now. They've got him. Young PH is down. Another big pickup.
That's the trade he needed. That's the kind of kill Salvation needs to find. Stragglers, one by one, get the control off. The Sight of Vice from Wonder Boy already paying off. The double instant disables in the Sight of Vice and the Abyssal Blade. Going to cause some issues for YG. Still YG in control of the Roche Pit. Will walk through the gate instead, as that was taken out, but this is right into where Salvation's at.
Stuns out mid lane, or rather bottom lane, sorry, OD will be the target. They'll jump in Young God here, trying to help out his OD. We'll be alright for now with the Astral Imprisonment, but Wonder Boy needs to find a way out. Will run his way out as Young God now being targeted by Kish, who does go into the battle trench, just manning up right against the Ursa. And it seems as though this Ursa cannot continue to fight. He needs to get out as they are onto the OD once again, onto Young God once again to boot. They want both at the same time and they've got him. Both will drop onto the third. They'll find themselves trick on the Snapfire. Even a buyback being committed here from Lloyd, but Lloyd can't get back to the team fight in time.
No. No way. Just a little bit too far. Did have the outpost to play with, but just an awkward circumstance overall. They did get vision. Lloyd did plant some wards to spot, but just a little bit too late. Wonderboy can react quick enough. Roshan will go the way of YG with the banner. This should enable the high ground nice and easy for them. Even a refresh shard on hand here. Got all the spells he could hope for, even an amplified damage rune at the ready as well. So everything you could possibly hope for to enable the high ground siege is there. They did have to commit the buyback in Young PH, and they didn't hand him the Aegis, so there is a little bit of a potential for Salvation to punish. They have to move fast. Double siege creep down bot, mid being shoved as well, just by Kish. They're gonna find everything if they don't manage to rally a defense.
Rather, T3 bottom tower going to be going down very, very quickly. So he's taking the mid T3 tower. Kish happily taking that on his own. This game looking pretty much well and truly over. Maybe one more team fight to come here from Salvation. They do still have that top melee barracks to try and fight for. Kish, he'll stick around for the bottom barracks. Keep in mind, he's got Aegis plus the Satanic plus Battle Trance back up with his BKB if he needs it. He will retreat for now, however. So not looking to risk anything. He will just back his way up, back towards safety. Maybe looking to reinitiate later on. They will go for a smoke. They'll see Wonder Boy. Wonder Boy is not the easiest target though with that axe available. They're going to wrap around through the top lane, it looks like, and see if they can find themselves a big target. Drick's going to be around. Oh, Young God. If they see the Ursa, they'll find the Witch Doctor instead. They'll jump in. They'll hook shot Zorain. He's going to fight Young God. The Enrage is out, though. Young God will survive. But they've lost their top barracks just that quickly. To Kish, who just takes it down immediately. And now looking towards the bottom lane to get the Megas. Kish has no fear here. No one to really contest him as they will throw in a stun. Young God. Awkward jump in from the Ursa. Has to pop his BKB, but now doesn't have that available. Kish will secure Megas. Salvation, I mean, they're up against Megas now. They won't call it quite yet, but it's looking pretty dire for them. Chains out, catching the OD for a moment. The Hill Hurricane Pike away. Or casual stun in, Young God. But go in onto the Centaur based off the Hex that was committed. However, the Wind Waker is there for Hor. He'll be just fine. They'll try for the Troll Warlord. Kish will get the Force Staff away. He's still got the Aegis up, so they'll take down the first line. He's got all his spells and items ready to go for a second if he needs it. Hor popping his own BKB here against Wonder Boy. But they will successfully retreat.
Yep.
And as for Salvation
No
game,
concern.
John, I mean, they've got the game still going, but Mega Creeps are on the way.
That it is. They can clear them out quite nicely. Again, with a Battle Fury and Young God, and with Swash, you can sort of manage these creep waves. It's just a very difficult game for you to try to reel back, right? Again, the BKBs have been causing non-stop issues. You do have a lot of damage starting to come out from Wonder Boy, going into the Barasma. Once these BKBs fade, he can do a lot of work, but they have to kind of take the opportunities in Salvation. Either get that initiation as we saw before, with a side of Vice and Abyssal, chain stun someone to death, and hope for a strong 4v5. Or just try to back off, force these BKBs in YG somehow, retreat while they're running, and then come back in once the BKBs fade away. Those are the only two ways I can see Salvation kind of taking this. YG, still in control. No Aegis. Roshan 4 minutes away, of course. So, they can just kind of chill out till next rush if they don't feel confident. Like, there's no pressure on YG to play to end this game. They've got a massive lead. They've got all this great scaling lined up for themselves. There's really no cause for concern at all. They even have more halberds up. Zalrain with his own. They've got a sight of Vice and skill layup now. They've got control. They've got disarms for Young God. It doesn't get any easier here for Salvation.
They're holding on, but there's your 4-man smoke now. Make it a 5-man smoke as they're going to see Young God. Young PH is going to show himself. See Wonder Boy, Young PH. To throw out the remnants, keep in mind he does have that chain gang facet available, so it's quite easy to land these chains from a mile away. Keith 4 towers now under siege here thanks to Kish, who'll find one. For another, they'll make the jump in. They have found the Ember for now, but Young PH still too tanky. He's not going to die. He'll be just fine to survive as he comes back into the team fight. They're onto the OD. They've got the full control. Wonder Boy with the X trying to survive a little bit longer, but they've called the GG. It's the Ancient's card. They've just focused it down. Why even fight when you can go right for the jugular? That's exactly what they'll do here. Young Gun Galacticos pulling off game number 1 against Salvation Gaming. And for Salvation Gaming, John, kind of back to the drawing board for them. I think this game just didn't really feel close at all.
No, it certainly didn't. I feel like this comes down to really, it didn't feel like we had the impact you'd want to see from the Witch Doctor. I think that pick didn't pay off. It instead enabled this Ember Spirit pickup for Young PH. Right, like he had all the room to take that, and I think that made it pretty tough for them to control the Ember. Like, you locked in Witch Doctor and Snapfire straight up. Neither of them felt like they really won their lanes out. The value went down. The OD mid lane matchup didn't really crush the Ember as well, and that caused a lot of issues. Right? It's down, so it's like I said earlier, it's the Witch Doctor not winning lane, and you didn't manage to maximize your OD, so because the Witch Doctor wouldn't win the lane for your Ursa, Battle for Your time installed with the Blink. Battle for Your and the Blink time installed out means you can't contest Roche, and you have a Troll that could contest Roche as well, and it just kind of snowballed from there. It feels like these lanes have to be stronger out from Salvation. They had some ideas, but just didn't really pan out.
Yeah, it certainly didn't. I mean, at the very least, it is a best of 3 series. You know, you can kind of come back here and try to pull off the game 2 victory if you are on the side of Salvation, but I think some big adjustments have to be made against Young Gun Galacticos because, well, YG just kind of made it look easy. It just wasn't really even a close matchup here between these two teams. I just don't know what changes you make. You know, the draft wasn't bad. I want to say, like, maybe the Snapfire pick was pretty unnecessary, you know, considering it didn't do really much at all. But then just the laning stage went so badly, you know, your Witch Doctor somehow lost lane. Your off lane went quite poorly as well. And then you look to the mid lane, which was probably the only lane that was going well because you had OD versus Ember. But even that doesn't work out because Young PH just makes some nice rotations, finds a couple kills, and suddenly he's completely online.
Again, like, the value in the picks just didn't shine. Props to YG. I feel like to an extent they did outplay the side of Salvation. Right? Their draft is, I wouldn't say, again, a complete outdraft. There were some solutions, like we both like the OD as a solution to Troll. With the Imprisonment, just never really came into fruition with DKDs coming in. I think, again, their itemization, their timings here, their understanding was just on point from the side of YG. And going into game 2, they can carry that momentum. Again, this is what I expected coming into this one, because YG is a team that's been together for, what, 3-4 years now. Salvation have been together for at least this year, so around 6 months. They've been in this form for a while, but even then, I feel like it's been a little bit of a struggle for the stack in a lot of their qualifier runs and a lot of their third-party tournaments, tier 2 tournaments as well. It's not been the smoothest going. Hard to say who I'd give it MVP to. I do agree with this one for Young PH, though. This Ember did do a ton of work. His rotations were all effective. His control in the lane was really good. I love the understanding to go for the chain gang as well, disrupting the backline rather than going for the damage in the sleight of fist. Unnecessary to go for even more damage when you have a troll. So you just wanted to provide even more ways of holding these heroes down, set up for the carry to really clean up And again, it's a young PH Ember. This guy has been playing this hero to a very high level for a long time. I think at his best, we used to compare young PH Ember to Yopaj, and it felt like that was at about the same power level there.
Yeah, I think your memory is serving you correctly there, John. There was a couple times we certainly made geez, I've forgotten the word here, John. The comparison. Certainly the comparison was made a couple times. Well, John, we do have Game 2 coming up after a short break, so we'll head over to that break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between Young Gun Galacticos and Salvation Game. We'll see you soon.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our game 2 here between Young Gun Galacticos and, of course, Salvation Gaming, and it is MLB Dirt on Gen X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Game 1, a pretty one-sided affair. I know you've already talked about it. You know, there's not too much you can say. It was pretty much just an outplay here from Young Gun Galacticos. You know, I hope Game 2 is going to be close between these two teams. You know, I'd hate to see Salvation Gaming, you know, having to make an exit after 2 0-2 losses in a row, but gee, I'll tell you, after that first series, it really does feel like that's where we may be going. Rather, after that first game, I might say, is okay, Young Gun, they just looked a bit too confident, a bit too good.
That they did. Again, I don't think the draft did many favors for Salvation, locking their supports very quickly without seeing the mid matchup, the Ember being left there for Young PH, being one of his specialties as well, having a lot of comfort knowing there's not much to worry about outside of the OD, even then the Imprisonment. Again, it didn't feel like a big threat at all from Salvation. We'll have to see what the adjustment will be. I don't know. Like, it's kind of so strange that the Witch Doctor didn't have the strongest lane, right? Like, he wasn't able to just play with his Blood Grenade, Maledict, and Voodoo Restoration or Voodoo Festoration. Didn't really come into play at all. Like, he was up against a Centaur Dark Willow. You could just ignore the Dark Willow in that equation, run down the Centaur with an Ursa, have the jump up for the Ursa for the slow, and you just pile those kills. Instead, it was the other way. It was Young God getting bullied out, and I don't know, that lane felt like it shouldn't have ended up that way, but props to Yangon for making it work that way. Still, I don't know, like, they need to come out with stronger lanes, is what we need to see from Salvation if they want to drag this into Game 3. This is their qualifier life on the line. We are in the lower bracket. There is no second chances left. And mind you, Salvation, they started upper bracket, and they had to fight a tough team in Talon, but it's not like the open qualifier teams are any pushovers with names like IHC, names like TNC, YG. These are your usual suspects in Southeast Asia, Mike, and you know they constantly place into a lot of qualifiers for a good reason.
Yeah, they certainly do. I mean, Salvation Gaming, this is a team that started in the upper bracket. You know, it's just kind of surprising now seeing how things are panning out, but they did start in the upper bracket, and yeah, they could be making their exit after this game if they're not too careful, because I think Young Gun Galacticos certainly looking maybe a little bit hungrier to proceed through the lower bracket to round of 3, according to Wikipedia, even though obviously it is round of 2. Nevertheless, you know, it really bothers me reading that. Like, why does it say round of 3 instead of round of 2? I just don't understand. Anyway, I think they're just, yeah, they look like they're one game away from pulling this off.
You're a very bothered man, Mike. You went on a unrelated tangent about bottle caps earlier, paper straws, now the number 2 and 3 on a website that had no bearing, bugs the hell out of you. Well, you're growing old, Mike. You're growing old and then grumpy.
I'm grumpy these days, I must admit, John. I'm not, you know, not the bright, young, enthusiastic caster I once was when we first met. You know, things have become dark and dingy for me these days, I'll tell you. It might be the lack of sleep. It might be the lack of something. Hey. What is it, John?
It's never as dingy as your shed, okay? It can never be as dingy as the shed, at the least, Mikey. You know, we're not at that level. What we are on is on a Game 2. We should be able to look at the draft in short order here. Again, qualification lives on the line for Salvation, and one game away for Yangon to move forward to face up against TNC. And that is a very spicy match, because Yangon was the team to knock out TNC in open qualifier number 1. So there is that, you know, more content, as we like to say, Mike.
Look at that, Jonathan. Indeed, more content could be upon us. We do actually have draft number 2 underway, so we've got plenty of content right now, Jonathan. With this draft coming up, seems like we're already almost into the first pick phase here between these two teams, which is very, very popular. I wonder what they prioritize. You know, are we going back for the Clockwork Witch Doctor this game around? Like, do you even want to go back for that, considering how game 1 went?
I think YG can consider the Witch Doctor themselves. Yes, Salvation banned a Clockwork. They have first pick in YG. They don't ban Witch Doctor or Phoenix. I feel like either one you're not picking, you ban the one you're not picking, you pick one, you pick the other one up, you're happy. So it's either a Phoenix or Witch Doctor ban and a Phoenix or Witch Doctor pick at this point. I think is the way to go here for Young Gun Galacticos. We shall see. I don't know. It makes as a Witch Doctor player, I'm just kind of sad that the lane went that badly for Lloyd. It feels like it shouldn't. They actually banned Snapfire on Rangon, and they'll go for Phoenix. So that does make sense. They leave the Witch Doctor. Who cares about the Witch Doctor? They beat it last time. Just take care of the Snap. Ensure the Egg has a good time. Salvation goes straight into Ember. First pick. I don't know about that. This Phoenix can go 5. You can go for a 4 with hard control. You know, there's stuff like, we don't see it too often, but Shadow Shaman's there, Lion's there. If you really want like an instant hex to just stop the Ember Spirit, you have laning matchups that can still work out now for Yangon. Zeus looks good. Leshrac is fine. Storm Spirit's there as well, although that should be slightly Ember favored anyhow. But you can go that route. I don't know, like, I don't know about the first phase Ember. It's not the most busted hero, so certainly not a top priority pick. And it's a very naked pick as well. It's very telegraphed. There's no other lane it goes to but safe at the moment.
Oh, more bans to come, Jonathan. Yangon Galacticos. So have a think about this final ban. It's just been mostly supports being banned out here by YG. See if the trend does continue. They just continue I mean, Witch Doctor is still there if you just want to ban it.
Yeah.
You know? MK is still there if you want to ban it. I don't know how worried they are about these heroes. Probably not much so, but probably worth a ban.
Yeah.
Radiant team ban.
Ban at the
They actually
Brewmaster.
banned a Brewmaster. Huh. This is probably the only series we've seen Witch Doctor actually get picked. And if this continues and no one picks it, the only series where it's not contested, at least in game 2. That'd be very interesting stats-wise, considering that here is just outright banned almost all the time. What are you going to be doing here on the side of Salvation for their ban and pick as well?
Radiant team pick.
Take care of the Razor. Lining up, they picked their cores up a little bit early last time, but you would want some supports here. Marcy.
Oh.
Okay.
All right. I mean, there you go. Now we just need Young Gun to pick up a Monkey King support, and we can finally see the counter that you keep talking about.
Nah, don't do it. You know it's not going to work out. That extra hit kills you, Monkey King. Don't do it, YG. I do like the Marcy. It is a solution for Phoenix Egg with Unleash. You can really amp up your Ember's damage with Sidekick, especially if he does go for the double sleight of fist facet. So there's a lot of output there. YG just straight into the Tiny. Lots of flux in this one. Tiny Pause 1 still works. That's something we've seen Kish play before. Could just go onto skill layer Zarin on the supports, which is not too bad either. Has a 60% win rate. It's been fairly strong hero, I'd say, across all positions except mid and off. Like on support and Pause 1, it's been great. Mid, a little bit rare, although in this specific matchup of Ember up against Tiny, it's probably not the worst thing in the world for young PH. That is playable, and that is an old match we see a ton of. So that could be one way to go as well here.
It could be. We'll see.
Radiant team pick.
Young Gun. Should I go for the Centaur pick? The Centaur, I mean, it was a fantastic game from Hall last game around, so of course you just run it back. No problems from the Centaur last game. The Salvation game, on the other hand. They had difficulties with this Centaur in game number 1. We'll see what they try to do to deal with it this game. I mean, again, if you want to go back for the Witch Doctor pickup, it's still there. I still think it works against Centaur if you do wish.
I feel like if they do go for the Witch Doctor, you have to win your lane. You cannot take a weak lane off of that. And again, his laning partner was pretty strong there for Lloyd. Like Ursa Witch Doctor can be scary. So I wouldn't mind it if they kind of figure out what to do here. And there's also some flex for Salvation. You could go core Marcy. I don't think that's the best choice in the world. It does feel like it does scale a lot faster. But it can kind of leave you entrapped. Like the lane for Marcy in particular is not amazing against Centaur. So you might just want to leave that support. We'll see they're digging into the reserve time. Like you mentioned, Witch Doctor's still there. We'll go with a Gyrocopter pickup. So Gyrocopter Pudge pickup.
Oh,
Interesting
okay.
take from Salvation.
Yeah, that certainly is an interesting pickup. I mean, we saw this yesterday, did we not? In game 2, I think it was, against Talon. We did. We did see this yesterday from Salvation. I mean,
yeah, they ran
I'll
the
be
Lloyd Pudge.
I mean, I'll be the positive dude in all this. Lloyd did do a pretty good job yesterday on the Pos 5 Pudge. It wasn't really enough to win out the game, but he did make life relatively hard for Talon for quite a while, which is something.
That it is. I'm not sure about his lane duo. Like, Gyrocopter Pudge can work, I guess. Homing Missile into a hook. Easiest hook you could possibly look for, I suppose. There's some good aggression lining up there. And the pure damage on the hook with Flayer's hook on something like the Centaur can be really painful as well. Love the solution from Yangon Go into the Morphling, something Kish is known for. So he does get his specialty out early. They get to pocket the Young PH pickup as well on top of it. You have some really good forms to steal as well. Like you can go into the Pudge, which is great. Gyrocopter is nice. Ember's nice. The Marcy is also not too bad. So you're fairly happy here on the Morph. The one thing is his facets do feel a little bit meh. But the hero itself I don't think is in that bad of a position. It's just the facets are a little bit strange.
10 seconds remaining.
The Morphling has proven to, looked very weak.
5 seconds
Win rate has
remaining.
not been good, to say the least. We'll see. I look forward to seeing how Morphling does kind of provide here in the in this game too. From what I understand, though, not many fans of this current Morphling edition. Already a bit of a weird game, isn't it? Like we've got a Pudge Pos 5, we've got a Pos 1 Morphling.
10 seconds remaining.
It's I mean, I realize it's against a Gyrocopter Ember. Like there's plenty of good morph targets here for the Morphling, but it's still a pretty trashy kind of carry right now, according to most pros.
Yeah. It's not the best. I'm wondering how far they can push this morph. How much they can get done with it. I suppose there's some good positives here. You have a lot of healing coming out for your Morphling with a Phoenix as he strength morphs, right? So that healing scales up as well, especially with Hotspot at max range. This Morphling can push the envelope quite hard. Same thing goes for the Centaur. Again, a sneaky Pudge morph is really strong with a hook. That is something to be concerned about as well. So I suppose there are those facets to consider. Like even the lane. I think a Morphling Phoenix lane doesn't sound like the worst thing in the world. Some decent enough damage you can sustain through as a morph. I don't know if you really want to dip into early Sunray for the Phoenix, but it might feel necessary just to sustain the lane. You're banning out off lanes now, of course, on YG's end for Salvation. Taking care of Rupido's heroes. Timbersaw gone. What else is left in the pool?
5 seconds
It doesn't feel like we've seen a lot of Axe LC. I don't really think you want the Mars in this particular lineup either. You banned out Razor. Brewmaster is taken care of. It doesn't feel like... I don't know, like... The ones that stick up is really Axe LC. Darkseer's banned out. Yeah, Axe LC don't feel great.
Radiant team pick.
We'll go to Puck as well for Young PH. So there's your hold for the Ember. Can scale up nicely. We saw Mikoto have a great time yesterday with Talon on that. I'm sure Young PH will also kind of work his way into that point. I like this combination already from YG. Very stable team fight. You've got the coil to protect the egg. You've got beefy heroes that benefit off the Sunray really strong here. You've got some good forms for the Morphling. It's not too bad. Granted, your hard hold for the Ember is stuck on the Puck, but it does feel like that's going to be enough. Like you get the Dream Coil, you're happy here on YG. You should have enough to just 100-0 the Ember in short order.
Well, one more final pickup here for Salvation. They're going to make it a Lion pickup, of all things. Very intriguing way to finish off this draft here, Jonathan. One of your favorite heroes, if not your favorite hero, coming out here to end off the draft of Salvation. Yeah. I mean, The line is very good with the instant hex against heroes like the Morphling and the Puck. You can give it that. Apart from that, though, I don't know what the point is.
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't like Essence Eater as well. It's a facet. Like, I don't know how people feel about it overall. I just feel like Fist of Death is just so much more useful. Not because of the damage. It's literally about getting finger stacks, right? Like, you get off your first finger, you get 2 stacks. You get 2 more stacks going into, like, your 12 into your 15. Once you have 5 stacks when you hit 15 as a support line, it feels pretty good. Essence Eater is just, it's some damage. It's not amazing damage. That's been nerfed time and time and again. They will go to Rupido offlane Marcy, which isn't, it's not too bad into the Morphling. A Marcy Lion Lane also does sound pretty appealing in terms of aggression here. So they can put some early pressure on Kish. You know, I'm not fully convinced. Like, I can see the points. I can see the lines connecting for Salvation. They've got Solution to hold down the puck. There's not as much here for them to catch the Ember out on Yangon Sand outside of Dream Coil from Young PH or Kish turning into Lion. I mean, there's a lot of value for the Morphling in terms of the forms he can take. You've got some play potential here with your Tiny as well. It's an interesting draft. I feel like there is more play for Salvation this time around. They cannot afford to lose lanes. If these lanes fall flat once more, I don't think anything changes from game 1. So we have to see, with these heroes, with these very interesting picks that Salvation has made, we have to see them try to win out these lanes. If it's not, then I think that timing still lines up for YG. It becomes really hard to try to match this Morphling in an ultra late game scenario.
Well, I mean, we're getting into game number 2 here, Jonathan. I do agree with the points you've made. I think this is going to be a pretty intriguing game from Salvation Gaming. Again, I don't think this draft's going to work, but I'd love to see it happen. Nonetheless, I mean, again, I think Lloyd yesterday had a pretty damn good time in that game 2 on the Pudge, but it still wasn't enough to quite win them the game. They are indeed going to actually find themselves the Observer Ward here in the mid lane, so a nice start already for this mid lane of Wonderboy. Because they are probably going to have to get rid of their own laning ward as well, though, so there is that, but, you know, at least you get the bonus gold for yourself.
And you do.
Oh, and Lloyd,
Setting
I believe that's a spot you get stuck in if you get hooked. I'm pretty sure you can't move if Lloyd hooks.
Seconds to battle.
much. Trying to line up for it. See if he gets lucky, if anyone oversteps your bounds here. Doesn't look like it. They do respect the Pudge quite nicely on YG. Not been pressured too hard.
The thing is, he's got the vision. Like, as soon as this Phoenix steps out, and he won't, they'll give up. They'll go to the other side, see if they can get a hook on the left side bounty route. But no, YG are not messing around at all. They were like, they just know. The Pudge is here. Let's not mess about. Just take the easy bounties and get the hell out of there. Don't give Lloyd a good start. Bottom lane, Horse copying a fair bit of damage on his way out here because Young God will not leave the man alone. 2 rocket barrages is what Hor took. But ultimately, he's probably not that bad for where here is. Move stop is going to come out from Hor to ensure there's no body block on the creep wave. Luckily, unluckily, Skill Lay is actually blocking the Radiant creep wave, so Young God will get a pretty bad push towards the dire end. Still, we can start with the mid lane, of course. You're going to have Young PH against Wonderboy here on the Puck vs. Ember matchup. Anything to really note here, Jeff, between these two heroes?
This lane should be a lot better for Wonderboy. Young PH shouldn't be fully shoved out. We've seen this matchup time and time and again. And Wonderboy does go for the double impact Sled Fist, so he does have a lot of output onto Young PH. Lots of good trading potential that Young PH can't keep up with. It can be down to a lot of rune control as well for Young PH to recover from this lane, but should be straightforward for Wonderboy. Earlier 6 as well should be able to overpower that. They do manage to get a jump on Zalrain here.
That's a nice start. They will take down the Phoenix already, so YG already giving first blood back the way of Rupido on the POS 3 Marcy. And, you know, as much as I like to talk crap about Marcy, John, this POS 3 Marcy can be a little bit scary if you give her a good start.
And it can be. It's a very strong kill lane as well. We've got the Earth Spike into the Dispose. Nice and easy to get some pickoffs. Oh.
Very close call here for the Gyrocopter down the bottom lane, but he does get salved up by Lloyd, so it looks like he's going to be alright.
Yeah, has managed to stay in the game. Again, the most active lane going to be top. Still, the bot lane has a lot of play potential as well. Good old Ha and Skillay. A nice classic toss-up into Hoof Stomp can come into play. I do like that. They've got some early wards on as well. So they're not allowing Lloyd to have that hidden aspect to get his hook off. Not going to be able to get the block, but they protect their obs, which is the key part. You know, you don't want to have Ha take this pure damage, get run down by Gyro. As long as Lloyd doesn't hook the Centaur, you're fairly happy down bot. You can safely make this a little bit tougher for Young God. And Ha should be going for it to retaliate anyway to make this even more awkward for Young God as the lane goes on.
Okay, pause that. Looks like Skillay's having a couple issues here on the Tiny. So far, pretty nice start again for Salvation Gaming. I mean, the mid lane's going very, very well. Top lane pretty smooth, of course. Again, First Blood was drawn here by Rupido. And, of course, for bottom lane, Young God's not really suffering at all yet. Lloyd is out of mana, which is a little bit unfortunate, you know, not having that hook available on the Pudge, but kind of is the name of the game here for the Pudge. It's kind of come to the territory. He'll bring a clarity out for himself anyway. So it looks like he'll have the mana pretty soon.
And he will. Let's see if he manages to get the hooks. Does have a sentry as well to take care of this ward. So should be able to take away the vision that is protecting right now quite nicely on the side of Yangon. Well, not quite yet. Just a little bit of nuisance play from Skillay, but that should reveal the ward. And it does. So I don't think that's definitely not worthwhile there for Skillay. Some opportunities can open up now. Laning phase, early CS-wise, you are in a happy spot for Salvation. Slightly ahead on Wonder Boy mid. You've got a pretty good lane for Young God, a really slow lane for Kish, but it's equally slow for Rupido. The kill does offset that for our Marcy. I think the big concern is really top lane, but how aggressive Marcy line can get, especially now that level 3's up.
Pretty passive laning stage so far between these two teams, and not really too much to expect yet, I suppose, with the levels. Lloyd, hook, does land. He does get haul with that. Sort of hook underneath the tier 1 tower. Haw is, of course, going to be just fine. Still gets the creep pull away as well, so happy days for him. Even with the hook, and props to Rupido for finding Zorre again down at that top lane, but even with the hook, like, you want the max range hook. Otherwise, the damage isn't really that impressive.
Yeah, nah. It's not enough to really threaten the Centaur. Double Bracer up. And probably triple Bracer coming in now as well. And we'll find Kish eventually.
Well, that's not great. If you are, I mean, if you are the side of YG just getting caught out like that, both heroes going down top lane, and Lloyd, bottom lane, does get caught with a nice toss back here from Skillay, so they do at least trade Lloyd across the map. But going back to that top lane for a second, I mean, your Morphling dying, not exactly what you'd like to see as YG.
Certainly not. Again, you have to respect the kill aspect of Marcy line. The chain stuns are great. As a core Marcy as well, you can go for bodyguards, you can get some extra hits off, as well as just some bonus damage if you're fighting close to your ally. And Kish, he went a little bit greedier. He went for a level 2 waveform, so it doesn't have attribute shift up at 2. Can't shift into HP that well, as he managed to clear out Haw at last. And get some punishment out. 4-1. Again, this is what we need to see from Salvation. A stronger laning start, leveraging these more unconventional picks. They are eking out a nice win over YG. Like, the farm of Haw and Kish are held back severely. Bottom net worth for Kish early on as well. Not a great sign for the Morphling. And you've got this foundation to play with as well once Wonder Boy can get some rotations out. Things are looking swimming here for Salvation so far. YG have to cut their losses. Play it safer. Try to get some build-up, get some EXP going. Maybe a connection out from Young PH can start to open up some opportunities.
They do find the line. Young PH happily takes the kill from himself on the puck. Wonder Boy trying to race him for that power room, but it is actually picked up by Skillay. Actually gets an invis for himself, so can't actually get caught out as nobody had detection. Bit unfortunate here for Salvation. In fact, I think they might have actually had a sentry on the Pudge, but it doesn't really matter too much. They won't try for it. Top lane, Rupido taking a fair bit of damage here from Kish, but looks like he's okay. They don't really have too much follow-up here. I mean, Zorain's going to try with the level 2 Fire Spirits, but doesn't seem like it's going to be quite enough, though he could give it a crack. Icarus Dive plus Blood Grenade plus another Fire Spirit could do the work, but I suppose with the Healing Lotus that was there, he won't even try, as now Zorain does get jumped. Drink again setting up a nice kill, and does actually secure the kill himself on the line.
Some nice takes again. This Marcy getting fed so much in the lane. I'm gonna accelerate this BKB timing, accelerate that level 6 spike as well. They are contesting for wisdom.
In bottom lane, they do actually find the Centaur, but it does cost Lloyd. Still, they'll find a 2-for-1. Another very successful engagement here down at this bottom lane. It's kind of what I was saying as well. Like, this +5 punch pick, as much as I don't think it's amazing, like, they do certainly do some pretty damn good work, especially during the laning stage.
They do. None of the lanes feeling good for YG. Again, Salvation playing to their strengths. The only lane that is going remotely well is that mid of Young PH. Even then, it's a marginal win so far for Puck. Biggest issue is really just waiting back on this Centaur and Morphling farm. Like, not having the Centaur to connect to is going to be massive. Is having to go from Phase Boots into the Blade Mill. I get the Phase Boots build. Phase movement is nice, especially up against Pudge. But, I don't know, like, it stalls out your Blade Mail by a substantial amount in comparison to no Boots Triple Bracer. Just prevents some early play here.
Lloyd not going to land the hook that time around. Skill late, nice little sidestep to avoid us. Now the Dream Coil will fly it onto the Ember. Wonder, he'll get silenced up. Do they have the damage? They do not. Wonder Boy will barely survive. Even forced to pop a Fairy Fire just to ensure he does make it. They will still take the life of Lloyd at the very least. So the Pudge does go down, but they do miss out on the much bigger kill on the Ember.
They miss an opportunity. Still, more than happy to just find something when you're slightly behind in kills like this. It's giving a lot of room out for Kish as well up top. As long as he's playing by the tower, hanging back, respecting the Marcy a little bit more. It's fairly safe for that farm. Still, Zalrain.
Jump is there. Zorain still alive, barely, but not quite. Wonder Boy with the Sleight of Fist will be able to secure the kill. And that's actually the fourth death already for Zorain. He's had a pretty rough game on that +5 Phoenix thus far. 4 kills is... It's half the kills that Salvation have.
Pretty much. Yeah. I suppose out of all the heroes to die, at the very least it is the Phoenix 5, you know. That is probably the best target to sacrifice, all things considered, so it's not the worst thing in the world. They are keeping heavy track now of Kish. They've planted a nice forward ward here on Salvation. Track right between the tier 1, tier 2. Drick does have the level 3 Earth Spike and the Hex ready. They try to make a play if the creep wave starts to connect here. Oh, but Kish gets a good read. Backs off in the nick of time.
They're still going to be able to stick around for the tier 1 tower at the very least, but yeah, Kish has left the building. I do wonder with this new Morphling, like at what point do you feel confident like to really start to fight with your team? Like, is it still just the same? You know, like he's going to build a Lincoln into a Manta. Is it all just the same crap? Does anything change, I wonder? I suppose we'll have to wait and see, but it'd be intriguing to see if anything has changed with this hero.
Yeah, I don't think it changes too much. It's a little bit interesting that Kish did go for waveform maxed out instead of attribute shift. I think that's been causing his early deaths. Catch Zalrain again.
They certainly do. Zalrain just not really having a game at all so far as he just continues to be a hook magnet. Giving another kill away to the side of Salvation. Young God is being watched. Skill late. Looking to move in for a toss-back attempt. Will throw him into Hor with a Dream Call that's set up from Young Page. This will be a big one. And it seems that there'll be no real biggest... Oh, hook is out from Lloyd. They do still secure the kill onto the Gyro. But at least they'll take Hor with it.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse for Salvation. They find a little bit of consolation prize. Still a nice pickup for YG. And the target identification to slow down Young God. Top net worth on the side of Salvation is pretty big. Slow down the Gyrocopters ramp up. Does have the full crystal is set to go anyhow. His timing's still lining up into his Ags, into the Daedalus. Damage output still set to ramp up. On your point about Kish, I don't think the itemization of Morphling changes. It's just that Ebb is pretty boring. I feel like Flow is the one where you change your itemization, right? When you become a strength morph, a strength main ability morphling, or a strength main stat morphling, and attribute shift lowers your cooldown, that's where the build changes. On Ebb, it's pretty much the old morph, so it's not that different, and I don't expect Kish to deviate. Once his Manta's up, Lincoln's Manta's up, should feel secure and starting to join these fights. The scaling of YG is still strong. Like Salvation, despite all of these wins early on, doesn't feel like they've really found enough. They've only found one tower, tier 1 mid bot still a hold. You still have some room here for the Morphling to farm. You've got a Puck that can be a threat, working onto the full Witchblade into the Blink. You have managed to buy a lot of space for Young God to just freely farm up at the moment. So there is that. Again, the ramp into the Ags here for the Gyro shouldn't be too far off. But it doesn't feel like you've completely shut out YG. Outside of bullying the supports, they barely reaching level 6 now. You've got it already up in skill A at the very least, but Zalrain still having to try to soak some EXP for the Ag is holding them back. But I don't know if that's really impacting the wider picture. At least not until Salvation can start to commit onto bigger objectives. Their own item timings are, again, still lining up outside of just Young God. Mage Slayer for Wonder Boy is coming in. BKB for Rupido is the big one. And it's only one part away. Just a recipe lacking now for our Marcy. So it is going to be a major threat up front. Smoke out Wonder Boy and Drick. Looking for something.
They certainly are. Question is, what will it be? I mean, young PH, he's going to find Drick first, so Drick is just pretty much dead. Still, they'll land.
Ooh. Ooh.
No, they won't land a stun. Skill lane with the toss, mid-rebound.
Ah.
What a toss to come out. I almost couldn't believe my eyes there, John. It's like, wait a minute, what happened? Wonder Boy, he'll try to juke them out, but not quite. KSH is going to catch him with a sleight of fist himself. What a toss! Mid-rebound. You don't see that every day.
Nah, you don't expect that at all. Really good setup by Wonder Boy, but Skill A having the presence of mind to just try for the toss. And guess what? He was the closest thing, right within range. I think he was on range. He was just very high up. So unfortunate for the side of Salvation. Some big kills finally coming out for YG. They get some activity out on Kish as well. Important for the Morphling to try to reel this game back in. Only the recipe away now from full Lincolns here. And evens out the kill board 10-8, less than 1k lead for Yangon. Just unfortunate circumstance for Salvation, right? Smoke on smoke, they had the low ground. Smoke broke, but the side of Salvation didn't run up the ramp. You went the wrong direction for Wonder Boy, so they couldn't punish, and the response was just a little bit too slow.
Big plays here so far from YG. YG, I mean, after that laning stage, it was a pretty rough affair for them throughout the laning phase, but things have gone pretty well ever since. But now there's going to be a two-man smoke. Then PH and Zalrain look to maybe try and make a play up top lane where Rupido is currently hanging about. Kish does have his full Lincoln Sphere up now, so there is a chance he could join his team, but he's probably just better off farming. Looks like he will actually join for the smoke rotation onto the Marcy. I suppose if they can secure the kill, it's well worth his time. Top lane, Rupido, Dream Coil is going to land. They've got the Marcy locked down. Do they have enough damage, though, is the question. The answer is looking to be yes. Young God, he was desperately trying to get top lane to try and help out with a rebound, but he could not quite get within range to help.
Just a little bit too far out. And then, again, good target reading on YG, taking care of the Marcy. They saw the two parts for the BKB, holding off, stalling out that last recipe for the Marcy can become a massive issue. Oh, just juking and driving on Wonder Boy. Still does manage to get the haste, but not really sure if he can fully leverage that just yet here on Wonder Boy. Mage Slayer is doing a lot of work in terms of mitigating some damage output. It just doesn't feel like your side cores are ready. At the very least, you need to wait for Rupido's BKB. Wait out that next 500 gold, 400 gold, play from there. They are pressuring onto the mid. They can start on that. Blink for skill is so close. Just need to play patient. If they have to surrender the tower, it doesn't matter. Just wait out for the blink on Tiny before you can really start to make some big plays. They will trade bot for it, which is still a bigger trade for Salvation. But at the very least, they'll have an area of the map that YG can somewhat reach into. And get that farm going on Kish still. There's that blink.
I really don't think they mind at all. It seems like they're very confident in Kish's ability to just carry this game on the morph once he does hit a certain timing. Rotation through the twin gates again. Rupido was still hanging about the top lane, but he's going to retreat just in the nick of time. Blink now up on Young PH, so you've got some big initiations here for the Dream Call setup. Young PH gets hexed up, but the Stampede is going to allow him a way out. Immediate Stampede from Hor, no messing around. It's almost like he knew that Hex was coming. The Hor, maybe not guessing they'd come for him. He'll get hooked, he'll pop his Blade Mail, the Avalanche to save. Hor will finally go down, but they do at least get Lloyd as a response. It's still a great trade here for Salvation. Pos 5 for a Pos 3, you can't complain.
Nice little pickup as well. That does still protect YG's mid though, Young PH.
Ooh. Oh, the toss.
Ooh.
Not what they wanted. Definitely wanted a target in the Dream Call to catch, but oh, December, what's he up to? I think Wonderboy wanted that illusion rune, but maybe gets a little bit too excited.
He doesn't quite jump into that position. Still, game state holding steady, 11-10. YG again maintaining a very slight lead. I don't know if you're happy about this fully in Salvation, right? Like YG does feel very confident in scaling up with Kish and having this puck as well, going for the BKB. And you're gonna hit this Axe timing on Young God. Should be flying out now. He does have a goal to buy out, and he will. You still need the damage, still need the sustain, still need maybe a BKB on this gyro. This does feel like more time. Maybe again with a Marcy. Still a 9-second BKB charge. With the unleash. That is your ace in the hole here for Salvation. You see them get the confidence to pop it if they get the opportunity to do so. But YG are just holding on to this mid. They're not allowing any sort of move onto that objective. They want to hold on to their triangle control. They want to have this reach into their top jungle as well. And we'll sneak around on Salvation, at the very least.
The thing is that they're just slowly losing the farm war, though. That's kind of my issue.
Yeah.
Like, it's like this morph is going to become a huge issue. They do jump in now on a Hor. Hor actually just pops the Stampede. He's too tanky. They don't have enough to deal with him. Rupido never got the dispose off either. It just, the Stampede was too quick, and that's very demoralizing to just watch. Like, Hor just casually pops out and walks away.
To be fair, Drick also missed the initial Earth Spike.
Oh.
So they didn't have the follow-up stun. And
Well, that's not...
it's just more time wasted, right? Like, like you're saying, the farm war is being lost. Young God has the Ags, can farm even faster now, but it's not like you're slowing down here on Kish or even Young PH. He's going full right click on that puck as well. Love this read. Not going for the BKB as he's queuing up. Ars trying.
To get a tiny.
Fine skill lane.
It's a finger charge shot. Chains out though. Catching out two, stopping the chase that was continuing as Hook is not going to land on Hor. I'm still thinking about going, it looks like. They, even without their tiny, they're giving it a crack as they do jump the Ember, and in fact they might have him. And they do want the boys down. Drick tried to help out, but Drick may have cost his own life as the chase continues. Egg was dropped. Drick will get a nice Earth Spike. The hook away is going to allow him to survive. But my god, like, you get a support Tiny, but then you casually lose your mid-Ember like that. That's just horrible news here for the Radiant.
And it is. This is not the way you want these trades to go. For Salvation, you're feeding into this puck. Young PH again. He's going for full right click, going for the Parasma. Could line up for the Ags if he wanted to go that direction. And once that itemization's set, it's a scary time to play into that Dream Coil. But how much damage can fly out? You have to respect that. And again, Kish is choosing his fights well. Already has the Yasha. I believe he has the Manta flying out because he will try.
Oh, bottom. Or
No,
setting
no.
up a double hoof stop there to ensure that he will make it out. Kish was there to back him up, but they're just not confident enough yet to really make these big plays happen, as we're now mid lane skill lane looking towards Lloyd. Does have the blink up, will commit it. Gets the toss back into young PH, and that is going to be a nice easy kill onto Lloyd. YG continuing to dominate this game too now with a 3k advantage their way. It just, as this is happening, Kish is just slowly becoming more and more uncontrollable in this Morphling. You know, BKB is going to come up, and then I think you're just in huge trouble. You know, like forget the Kanda build up. Once the BKB is there, it's just how are you going to kill them all?
Doesn't feel like you have enough. At least the output in Young God certainly isn't quite there yet. Having to go back for the BKB into Satanic first before Daedalus. Wanting that sustain, but doesn't feel like they win the sustain war up against Phoenix either. See how it pans out. Smoke, YG, still hungry for more here.
I mean, that they are. Lloyd looking for a nice hook. Young PH, though, going to be spotted with the Sentry Ward, but the Avalanche is going to ensure they can't really follow up, and Lloyd is just going to die immediately as Hor. He might die with him. It's not a bad trade at all. In fact, it's a very good trade for Salvation if they can get out with everyone else, and they successfully will. Again, Lloyd, I mean, you say what you will, John, but this pos 5 Pudge, he's finding the openings for it.
Oh.
However, December is, you know, dying. Wonder Boy, he's gone again. Frick is also dead, John.
Interesting. Not what you'd expect to happen right after getting a favorable trade. Playing into the vision as well here from the side of YG. Yeah, the decision-making for Salvation is just falling a little bit flat. The execution is somewhat there. And all props to Lloyd. I think he's doing the right job. Rupido as well, looking for these opportunities with the Unleash BKB. Is working towards the Ags. That can put a little bit of a twist on these engagements in Salvation's favor. The pulses, the silence can hold you back quite a fair bit on YG. And he will smoke out on Salvation once more. Unleash is coming off cooldown. No BKB though, but not too far off either. We find Ha again. It's not too shabby for target, but looks like they want to do Roshan perhaps.
You could. They won't. Seems like they were maybe expecting a Roshan to be happening. Meanwhile, YG grouped up in the mid lane. Looks like they're considering going for a smoke of their own here. I think you just wait for Kish to have his BKB up, and you're more than happy to start the big fights after that, knowing that Kish just won't be able to die in the middle of these fights anymore. Still well and truly ahead of the Gyrocopter as well. Just Young God has been unable to keep up with the net worth compared to the Morphling. It does feel like the objectives are certainly going YG's way, as there is going to be a top tier 2 tower to drop. Why not even a torment? Why the hell? Maybe. Never mind. They don't want it. Screw the torment.
Now, play it safe. Play it further back. The side of Salvation is coming to meet them there. They could try to lure them in with a watch or control their way. Smoke out Salvation. Oh,
try something. Takes out Drip. Finds Zorain. Jump in is there from Rupido. Hoof stop, not going to do too much. Young God, he got his BKB in time, and now the Hawk is going to catch out the Centaur. They'll find a secondary pickoff. It's a massive engagement for Salvation Gaming. Finding 2 targets for the price of nothing. You've got to love that.
it's a big win. It does take the commitment of the BKB from Young God, but it is worthwhile in the end. You find a lot for your trouble. That does allow a little bit of the faster ags as well for Rupido, although it looks like he might switch his build up and see what he prioritizes, whether or not it's the ags or the basher. I still think you're fine on YG. Like, this Centaur does not need that much farm. Pa is lagging behind, yes, but he really doesn't need much. He just needs to Stampede and Blink Initiate. All the damage, all the control is going to be coming out really from Young PH and from Kish, who are still uncontested. BKB you mentioned for Kish is up. You've got the full Lincoln's not too far off now as well for Young PH. So locking in that puck with a Hex is also becoming a bit of an impossibility. And YG still have control of the pit. It is nighttime, it's up top. They can opt for it first if they want. Not much really holding them back here. I think for Salvation to really start to get terrifying, it has to be the Daedalus Satanic Beyond God. I think once this Gyrocopter is there to back up the punches of Grupido, then things can sort of get interesting. They scan out on the Roche. It doesn't take too long for the side of Yangon to get this done. Salvation do know what's happening. We're in close area, but not close enough to really contest. And again, they need to play it patient. Wait out for more items on Young God. Wait out perhaps for this Ags on Rupido, which is about 300 gold off. Once you have the Ags unleashed, things can start to get a little bit more interesting for Salvation in terms of a wider fight.
I think it's getting more and more dire. YG still happy to take their time, looking towards the Chrysalis into the butterfly build-up now for the Morphling. Such a, let's say, a slower game between these two teams. I mean, there's been action here and there, but it's a classic Gyrocopter versus Morph kind of game where both heroes just want to farm forever.
That it is.
BKB's up on the input now. Go on, John. What is it?
No, I'm just agreeing with you. I've reinstated my points multiple times. Nothing has changed, so the same points still stand. Just a mild agreement. There's the ads. Finally, some development here. Rupido.
You are getting very good at wording the same points differently, though. I'll give you that. You've had plenty of practice.
It's part of the job description, no? Over the course of what, 5 years, Mike?
I mean, it's like 3,000 games at this point you and I have casted together.
That's not too far off the mark.
No, it really isn't. Look.
Do you reckon we'll ever see... do you ever reckon we'll... No. Do you ever reckon we'll see the flow morphling, the strength morphling? It seems so interesting. But attribute shift lowering your cooldowns. I feel like it's fascinating.
But is it...
It's...
What if? I feel like there's some weird case to be made for like support morph with that passive. There's a weird case.
Yeah. I think core morph could work. Itemizes a tanky core as they find Young God.
Oh, Young God. Oh, the hook misses too.
Oh my god.
How did the hook miss?
It weaved between the enemy heroes. It didn't look like it was even gunning for the gyro.
Oh,
they find Young PH at the least.
Okay. That's a good kill. That's a good one.
It's worth way more than losing Young God, so I suppose you take that in time for the day for Salvation. Not the best feeling in the world. Do find a punishment onto that puck, who again did not go for the BKB, went for the Lincolns. So easily isolates away, and the action feels big as they find Zalrain again.
They certainly do. Zalrain, 7th kill, or rather 7th death of the game. 0 kills in the Phoenix thus far. Mid lane is still being forced in, even though they're lacking 2 heroes. They do have an Aegis on their morph, so Kish really wanted to push high ground, but his team just refuses to stop dying, so he has to leave. He'll get out.
Classic Southeast Asia. You just want to push high ground, your teammates die on the side. You have Aegis, you start to feel antsy, but you can't do anything. It is what it is, Kish. You get yourself an amp damage rune. That's a consolation. Wait for the puck, for the bottle. Does feel like you're going to need a BKB up to deal with Rupido, though. Like, Young PH going a little bit greedy, not going for it. That silence can ruin you. Along, of course, with the chains out from Wonder Boy. So there is still a lot of play in terms of trying to lock these heroes down from the side of Salvation. And they are doing a great job of just wasting this Aegis. Basically just a farming Aegis for the side of YG. No outer towers left for Salvation, but they've got some room to come out. Satanic not too far off now for Young God. Just lacking the Morbid Mask into that Daedalus. And once you have that, you're feeling pretty big as the Gyrocopter. Your output does skyrocket. I do love the solution from Kish, straight into the Scotty. So wants to take care of that regeneration, that life stealing. The Young God will try to sustain himself with, and does get the bottle with the amp damage. With Aegis fading, I don't know if you really push the envelope here for YG. Might just sit out. Maybe look for a pickoff, sure, but anything further might be a bit much.
They are still just waiting outside the high ground. The base here is Satanic now completely built up on Young God. Still is YG waiting on the high ground. That perfect moment. Just waiting for a quick pick-off that they can kind of capitalize on, but you know, the side of the rating, they're being very, very cautious here, waiting for their own perfect moment. Plenty more farm to be had on this Gyrocopter, if anything. You know, it's fine.
Yeah.
No Khan to build up on Kish. She'll be going for a Daedalus up next. Already having the Skadi now up on the Morphling.
I like this. I don't think you need the Conda. You don't need to focus on just trying to adaptive strike people down. Just go for the right click with the Gyrocopter form. With a flak. I'm going to feel happy about it anyhow. For Kish. Now, there is a lot of room for Salvation to grow again. You've got Marcy going into the Basher. Wonder Boy going for some protection here with Lincolns as well. And they do scale up. So you don't necessarily mind the slower pace of game. Let's see, maybe the Roshan's going to be that next focal point. 2 minutes until we see the respawn. That should be where you start to set your eyes on for both sides. Should line up as well with Young God getting his Daedalus. The timing should just be just right for that Gyrocopter to finally have that content still. Ooh, quick one from Wonder Boy.
Certainly. Wonder Boy's alright this time around, but... Well, I suppose you're kind of just left waiting for Roshan, aren't you? I mean, the YG, they could
like
go
this,
through
Mike.
the Twin Gates. Hey, what's that,
I
John?
don't like this. It's too reminiscent of the last patch. We haven't had games like this since the last patch, and now we have them. Why?
Stampede, they're going. They're going, Jonathan. Skill late. Avalanche gonna land. They'll find Lloyd. Young God right by his side. We'll go for a TP play. Oh, Young God! He had the BK... he had the BKB! Is he alright? Has he... No, he hasn't.
No. Okay.
That's a big great. I mean, you could have just BKB TP.
I'm surprised he thought he could get away with that in that tree line. It's not the most hidden spot to try to TP out of.
No.
Let's get punished severely. At least he has buyback, but it's not a good position for Salvation. 11k lead widens now for Yangon. And now they can start to poke that high ground. Force some buybacks out. Still have their own BKBs ready for Kish. And they can start going. They'll just dig in. They've got the damage output.
YG. They'll go on to the mid-tier 3 tower. No contest so far. Drake, he's going to jump in, breaks the Lincolns and gets the Hex off, but there's no real follow-up, though they do get the Hex eventually here. Lloyd setting up onto the Morph with the Strength Ball Force there in time. Kish still alive. We'll be able to waveform to the low ground. He's alright. He makes it out. Brick is fine to survive another day, or rather the Morphling is as Brick dies. Paul in the meantime, trying to take down Rupido, should have him and will. The Marcy down, the toss back play onto Lloyd. Lloyd just going down so quickly on the punch. And the Morph survived all of that. That's the worst part. They threw everything with the kitchen sink, and Kish will still just get out of there scot-free.
Yeah, they play that perfectly until it's on Salvation, to be fair. Again, instant break on the Lincolns with a Man Drain into the Hex, forcing some repositioning out early on. Getting connection with Lloyd. It does save their racks. It does cost them a couple of buybacks in the supports, which isn't the biggest. Side of Yangon can just sit back, wait for next Roche. Of course, 2-minute respawn. Lots of time left for Salvation to try to get some map space out for themselves as well. But you're still in a very good game state again for Yangon. Daedalus for Kish, not too far off. There's that full Ags now for young PH with that Parasma. This puck is going to be machine gunning heroes in that Dream Coil. Not going to be the best feeling in the world. for Salvation, a very clumped up fight. They know where their sights are set. They are looking top. Want to clear out the fight into that Roche. Need to find a good angle in here, though.
We're gonna try. Daedalus completed on the Morphling. This could be very, very bad timing here for Salvation. Chains out for a second, but it is obviously purged off here by the Lotus Orb of Hor. It's going to be a 5-man smoke. Salvation, they're going to try and wrap around the long way through that top lane. Hor is still showing, but he's a big boy. Quite hard to burst down quick enough, but they're going to try and give it a crack. Hor still alive. The Sunray healing him up. He finally goes down, but now Kish can get right to work. Right after ripping over the bite, Lloyd will save. Lloyd will just dismember up the Marcy, but they've lost Young God. Oh, they've lost Young God instead. They've lost Wonder Boy. They fall for the bait. Like, Hor is just laughing from the grave. Then what were they thinking?
I don't know. I don't know why you open up on the Centaur. It's not the target. Every time they go for Young PH, fights do simplify. Heck, they could even try to hope to find Kish, but get a little bit antsy. They were under smoke. They could have snuck around.
The most obvious bait in history. Like, Hor literally just stood there like, come on, guys. You know you want it. And they were like, yeah, you know what, we do. You're right, Hor, we do want you.
They really did. It does cost them no buybacks. Racks will fall. They're pressuring tier 4s. They've had enough this game on YG. Hook.
Nice little hook. I mean, Lloyd's still landing the hooks. Lloyd's been doing a great job of that. It's kind of the classic issue with Pudge, isn't it, John? You can land all the hooks in the world, but it doesn't win you the game. Well, there we go. GG's called. Props to the Salvation Gaming boys for giving it their best crack here for the road to the international qualifiers, John. But it is going to be YG progressing through the lower bracket.
That it is. And all throughout today, Mike, all our open qualifier teams beat out our upper bracket teams. That is quite the storyline for all of these teams.
Yikes.
Quite the achievement for them. Now, the longer journey to the road to the international Southeast Asian closed qualifiers. Yangon and his team, they've been around for so long. You know, we've seen so much promise from these guys for a while. We've interacted with them in APAC in Japan, if you recall that time, Mike. Very nice fellas.
Yes.
And must be feeling good to make it through round 1 of the lower bracket, but the journey doesn't end there. Of course, they've got tougher opponents lined up ahead. Salvation just look a little bit shaky. Looked like that coordination was lacking, which again, Yangon has in spades, being together for such a long time. I'm interested in seeing how this one goes tomorrow, because that does set us up for lower bracket matches, does it not, Mike? You've got Prism versus TNC, Prism versus IHC. You've got TNC versus Yangon. That is going to be something to watch out for, because Yangon, again, if I recall my open qualifiers when I was covering that, Mike, Yangon was the one to knock out TNC on that one. Or was it IHC? I forget now. One of them did.
I mean, either way, I think that final series tomorrow between TNC and Yangon is probably the one to watch. You know, it sounds like that's going to be probably a very close matchup between those two sides, and obviously a lot of fans involved want to see both sides making it, but only one can, as we are still just looking at the highlights of that game too. And I mean, it was a stop. You know, it was a nice start from Salvation to this game too, but ultimately it still ended in a bit of a bloodbath here for themselves, as YG still proving to be the much better team. Do you feel like there was a big standout player in this game, John? Like, is there somebody that really popped off to you from the side of YG?
I'd say Young PH. I think this puck did make a lot of early movements out. He was the one playmaking off the back of his teammates' movements. He was setting up quite nicely with the coils. He was playing pretty far on the edge of what the puck can do as well, right? Not going defensive, having confidence to just have the Lincolns going away from the BKB who's queuing up. So I think Young PH has shown himself in this match. And in fact, in this series, I feel like Young PH has shown off that. I mean, Kish did a fantastic job in Morphling, but he was also given like free farm for at least 20 minutes. So Young PH created the space. And again, I think he executed very nicely on this puck. He did his job right? Look, the lane matchup of Puck versus Ember, it's not necessarily fully on the puck. He was doing a great job of dodging every single time with a shift. So he ensured that Wonder Boy wouldn't have the advantage. He was trading quite nicely. He was maintaining his lane despite all of that. He played this puck to near perfection here, and I do feel like it deserves that call out, Mike.
Yeah, certainly so. Young PH, fantastic work here on the puck. And well, there you go, Jonathan. That is it for tonight for the regional qualifiers for the road to the international for SEA, that is. Props to all the teams that did progress through. Of course, if you did want to see some more Dota, we do have some more going on, I believe. I'm trying to bring up the... in fact, hold on a minute, John. I'm getting ahead of myself. Of course, we have the bracket here for the SEA qualifiers. And as you can see, Jonathan, we do have multiple teams still in the running here to try and qualify to the road to the international.
Yeah, Aurora versus Bleed and Execration versus Talon on the upper bracket. Prism versus IHC and TNC versus Yangon on the lower bracket. Exciting matches. And you can see the journey of some of these teams as well. I can't believe it was all the upper bracket teams getting eliminated. And again, the exception to that expectation is Blacklist. As we see our schedule here today, starting off with Aurora versus Prism. Execration up against Talon. All of these matches should be fairly closely matched, followed by Prism and IHC, which is a very interesting take, and TNC versus YG. I think the Prism versus IHC, in as much as I love seeing TNC and there's some history with YG from the Open Qualifiers, Prism versus IHC is probably the most spicy one for the lower bracket. Mainly because Prism is basically a few old members from like IHC or Team Tough as well. So there's a little bit of history there. It's the Bob, Carlo, Seimei, Tsukimoto 423 stack, right? And it's because Bob is friends with a lot of Mongolians up against the Mongolian stack. So it feels like that's the closest we have to like a friendly fight, like we had with TNC versus Blacklist. That was a very friendly fight as well. What a day, Mike! Like, I still can't believe it. Blacklist goes to Riyadh and just loses 4 games in a row somehow, and that's the end of it. Like, okay, what a storyline.
Yeah. Oh, it's certainly something, Jonathan. It certainly is something. Been a fantastic day of Dota 2. Of course, again, if you do want to see some more Dota, I believe there is some EU qualifiers for the road to the international happening right now on twitch.tv/PGL_Dota2. So head over to that and you can tune into some more Dota 2 action. Apart from that, though, we will be back tomorrow for some more SEA qualifiers for TI. So do tune in again tomorrow. It is MLP. It's John X5. It's been a pleasure. We'll see you all again tomorrow. See you then. Bye-bye.